After a life-altering battle, elite soldier Zhang Yun finds himself mysteriously reborn in 2007 as a high school student. Once a struggling student, he now possesses the knowledge and skills of a top scholar. With classmates seeking his guidance and a sudden rise to academic fame, he transforms from a nobody to the envy of many. As he navigates the complexities of teenage life, he also launches a successful investment firm and university, effortlessly accumulating wealth and attracting attention from the media. But with fame comes challenges, as old rivals resurface, testing his newfound confidence and resolve. Will Zhang Yun rewrite his destiny, or will the past catch up with him? Join him on a thrilling journey filled with adventure, romance, and unexpected twists in the bustling cityscape. Chapter 1: Truly Reborn. This book should not be conflated with reality. The beginning may unfold slowly. After the protagonist enters university, he begins to soar. In a neighboring star system, the planet of Waterball, in Huagua, along the border of Kunnan Province, a tropical rainforest unfolds. Zhang Yun, leading a tactical team, advances cautiously. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out. An ambush has been laid. After a fierce battle, Zhang Yun sustains grave injuries and, due to excessive blood loss, is on the brink of unconsciousness. Where am I? Wasn't I shot and on the verge of death? As Zhang Yun opens his eyes, he finds himself staring at a somewhat familiar room. Haha, Lao Yun, what are you daydreaming about? Get up and prepare for class, a youthful voice reaches his ears. In an instant, Zhang Yun sits up. Is this not the dormitory from high school? Wait a moment. I was ambushed while pursuing drug traffickers. What has transpired? Am I dead? Have I been reborn back to high school? Turning his head, he spots a familiar face. Ah, is that not Huang Xiaolong? All right, I'll go wash my face, Zhang Yun says, hastily making his way to the bathroom. Huang Xiaolong is his desk mate and a close friend. Zhang Yun's birthday is half a year earlier than Huang Xiaolong's, so he often affectionately calls him Lao Yun. In the bathroom, Zhang Yun gazes into the mirror, a smile creeping onto his lips. He looks undeniably youthful. Aside from a somewhat outdated hairstyle, he is quite pleasing to the eye. With thick, jet-black eyebrows, deep eyes that sparkle, and a well-defined face that retains a hint of boyishness, he boasts a head of dense hair. Standing at 180 meters, he is considered tall among Southerners, and given that he is still growing, there is room for further height increase. Zhang Yun slowly raises his hand to pinch his cheek. Ouch, it hurts a bit. This does not feel like a dream. How exhilarating. A rebirth has finally come to me, Zhang Yun thinks excitedly. In his previous life, Zhang Yun graduated from high school and enlisted in the military for 8 years. After his discharge, he joined the police force, where his background as a soldier led him to the SWAT team. Who would have thought that during a pursuit of drug traffickers, he would inadvertently be reborn? In the classroom, Zhang Yun observes many familiar faces, so youthful, he has truly been reborn. He is still that young boy from back then. How delightful. Upon entering the classroom, Zhang Yun glances at the duty roster on the blackboard and sees that it is November 1st, the very day when a rival classmate, Zhao Tianyu, set a trap for him. On this day during math class, Zhao Tianyu humiliated Zhang Yun in front of everyone, causing his math grades to plummet, ultimately leading him to become a poor student who failed the college entrance examination and enlisted in the military. In his past life, Zhang Yun's math scores were respectable at the beginning of high school, but everything changed in his second year when the math teacher, who was also the homeroom teacher, often targeted him. Zhang Yun harbored a strong dislike for that plump teacher, which led to a lack of seriousness in math class and a subsequent decline in his math scores. Eventually, his scores dropped from over 120. Coupled with the events that were to unfold today, his math performance worsened, preventing him from ever surpassing the passing mark in subsequent exams. Zhao Tianyu, a city dweller rumored to come from a family in the restaurant business, held a sense of superiority, looking down on Zhang Yun and others from the countryside. He often created small obstacles for Zhang Yun, trying to embarrass him. In the past, Zhang Yun, being rather honest, was frequently bullied by Zhao Tianyu and his group. However, reborn as a soldier king, Zhang Yun is no longer someone who can be easily bullied. Zhang Yun picked up his math book and began to read, feeling his mind suddenly become invigorated. This example problem is quite simple. Those formulas and theorems are clearly from the second year of high school. Memories surged through Zhang Yun's mind, and his brain operated like a high-speed computer, continuously processing and combining various pieces of information. What the heck is happening? Zhang Yun felt an overwhelming influx of memories, his head feeling slightly swollen. Could it be that after merging the memories of 2 lifetimes, his soul has become stronger? Zhang Yun casually picked up a math practice book, selected a problem he had never attempted, and after a moment of contemplation, the solution quickly emerged. With swift strokes of the pen, he completed it in no time. Checking against the answer, it was entirely correct. Fantastic. This time, he need not fear math. Since studying mathematics primarily relies on thinking and logical ability, it does not consume time like language and English, which require considerable memorization. All right, class, we will now begin learning new content. First, we need to understand this concept. The math teacher, Chen Chang, explains from the podium. Zhang Yun listens intently, his gaze fixed on the blackboard, eager not to miss any detail. What formula should we use for this problem? Think about it, Mr. Chun prompts the class. Zhang Yun is deep in thought. This question requires a particularly classic formula, but what could it be? His mind races, functioning like a supercomputer. Wait, he remembers. It is the legendary formula that can solve this problem in an instant, Zhang Yun muses. Does anyone want to share their thoughts? Mr. Chun prepares to call on someone. If no one volunteers, I will start calling names. Suddenly, Zhao Tianyu discreetly raises his hand. Come on, Zhao Tianyu, share your thoughts with the class. The teacher smiles at him. Mr. Chun, I see that Zhang Yun studies diligently. He should be able to answer. Zhao Tianyu begins to set Zhang Yun up. The original trajectory has not changed. Zhao Tianyu still attempts to ensnare Zhang Yun, but Zhang Yun perceives it as an opportunity to easily flatten the pit. He could easily press Zhao Tianyu down. Damn it, Zhao Tianyu. How can he be so inconsiderate? I can't believe he thinks Zhang Yun can solve this problem. Huang Xiaolong mutters under his breath. The entire class is stunned, all eyes suddenly turning to Zhao Tianyu, seemingly bewildered. Zhao Tianyu, feeling smug, thinks to himself, let us see how you handle this, Zhang Yun. Teacher Chen looked at Zhao Tianyu and nodded with a smile. He then addressed Zhang Yun, saying, Zhang Yun, why don't you share your thoughts? Although Zhang Yun was already aware of the unfolding situation, he did not wish to alter its course. He merely sought to change the outcome. With unwavering determination, he rose to his feet. Fortunately, he had already devised a method to solve the problem. Otherwise, he would surely embarrass himself and alter the trajectory of his future. Zhao Tianyu, I am truly infuriated. You are doomed. If I do not confront you, I shall never rid myself of this frustration. Zhang Yun seethed silently within. Chapter 2. How could he possibly solve this problem? Zhang Yun took a deep breath and began to elucidate the concepts and formulas involved in the question. Based on the given conditions, we can derive sine cosa and sin b cos b. Zhang Yun's voice was clear and confident, capturing the full attention of his classmates. I believe that once we understand the variables within this formula, we can utilize it to resolve the problem. Zhang Yun articulated his thoughts with clarity. Chen Chang nodded in agreement. Excellent, Zhang Yun. Your reasoning is quite lucid. Now, could you come up and solve this problem? Certainly, Teacher Chen. Zhang Yun confidently approached the podium, unhesitatingly grasped the chalk, and began to write on the blackboard. His arm danced gracefully across the surface, the chalk gliding against the board with a sound reminiscent of a melodic composition. Each white character sprang forth, as if engaged in a lively dance, exuding vitality and energy. Zhang Yun's gaze was focused and resolute, fully immersed in the task at hand. His movements were both powerful and fluid, radiating confidence and composure. His youthful visage, coupled with his freshly styled haircut, rendered him undeniably handsome, drawing the gaze of all. The entire class looked at him with admiration and respect, as they all believed that a man dedicated to his work is the most attractive, and Zhang Yun had that additional charm. Solution: from sine cosa. We obtain sine cosa. In summary, the value of tan, AB, is 510, 5. In no time, Zhang Yun had filled the entire blackboard with his answers. His handwriting flowed like a river, smooth and elegant, each stroke imbued with rhythm and vitality. With a casual flick, he tossed the chalk, which arced gracefully through the air before landing precisely in the chalk box. His actions were poised and elegant, akin to a well-rehearsed performance. He then brushed the chalk dust from his hands, pointed to the board, and smiled. Teacher Chun, I have completed the task for your review. Let me see. The method of solving is appropriate, and the application of the various concepts is quite adept. Entirely correct. Very well done, Chen Chang praised. The girls seated in the front rows were instantly captivated by Zhang Yun's charm, as if struck by an electric shock. The only one left speechless was Zhao Tianyu, staring blankly at the blackboard, internally repeating, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he do this? Shouldn't it be me? The fool is indeed myself. Zhao Tianyu was frozen in disbelief. As Zhang Yun returned to his seat, he paused beside Zhao Tianyu and shot him a cold glance. Startled, Zhao Tianyu felt a twinge of fear. Then, he thought to himself, why should I be afraid of him? He is just a country bumpkin. Wow, my goodness. Yingu, you look so handsome. Your performance was outstanding. Huang Xiaolong exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration as Zhang Yun returned to his seat. On behalf of all members of the Zhatian gang, I officially invite you to join our group. Nothing else matters, just your charisma and demeanor, Huang Xiaolong expressed with great admiration. This problem doesn't seem too difficult. I believe I've seen it before. Just think a little more and find the right approach, Zhang Yun remarked, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. All right, you're impressive. Huang Xiaolong gave Zhang Yun a thumbs up. So that's why he could solve it. He has seen the problem before. He is still just a mediocre student, Zhao Tianyu muttered quietly. Through this episode, the entire class felt that Zhang Yun had transformed, appearing more handsome and confident than ever, and most impressively, his mathematical prowess had reached astonishing heights. The day as classes passed swiftly. After school that afternoon, Zhang Yun contemplated getting a haircut, wishing to start anew, given his rebirth. In this era, the remnants of non-mainstream styles had not yet fully faded. Zhang Yun, with his thick, center-parted hair, retained some traditional flair. Previously, his hair had obscured his vision, so changing it to a center part would eliminate any obstruction. Teacher Tony, I'd like a layered haircut. Zhang Yun stated clearly as he took a seat in the barber's chair. Being addressed as teacher rather than master pleasantly surprised the barber, allowing for a more nimble touch with the scissors. Soon, a hairstyle leaning towards a Korean style emerged in the mirror. People often say that one's appearance is greatly enhanced by attire. With his new haircut, Zhang Yun immediately radiated charm. The barber was momentarily taken aback, staring at his hands, questioning whether this transformation was indeed his work. With his layered hair, Zhang Yun instantly became a male idol. Hey, Lao Yun, you've changed your hairstyle, instantly becoming a heartthrob, Huang Xiaolong teasingly remarked during evening study time. I have now begun anew, bidding farewell to my past self, and no longer living a life of despondency, Zhang Yun said, gazing upward as if contemplating the sky, somewhat melodramatically. Wow, I can't bear to look, Huang Xiaolong retorted. Haha, it's been just a day, and already you've changed so much. All right, stop joking and let us focus on our studies. Zhang Yun laughed heartily. As Zhang Yun observed the familiar faces around him, he couldn't help but reflect how wonderful it is to be young. In the classroom, Zhang Yun sat quietly in contemplation. He was acutely aware that his greatest advantage lay in his foreknowledge of significant future events, a benefit of his military experience. Since joining the army, aside from executing various tasks, he had made it a habit to watch the news broadcast daily, which afforded him a clear understanding of major domestic and international occurrences. Even after entering civil service, he maintained this habit, continually seeking time to stay informed about the news. In 2015, like many others, he began to run towards the stock market, investing a substantial sum. Up until the time of his rebirth, he had continued trading, though his account had dwindled to less than half of his original investment. Although he had incurred losses, he was still aware of certain remarkable stocks over the years. With this foresight, Zhang Yun began to strategize for the future. Contemplating the necessity of first acquiring his initial fortune, he envisioned utilizing these funds to strategically position himself for future investments, such as real estate, e-commerce, live streaming, and new energy vehicles. He recalled that numerous significant investment opportunities awaited in the future. Indeed, when one stands at the crest of a wave, even a pig can soar into the heavens. The superlative opportunities are countless. Numerous heroes and capable individuals take flight on the winds of fortune, amassing wealth overnight. Yet many formidable figures also vanish amidst the tumult of competition. These circumstances play to Zhang Yun's advantage, as he possesses a keen awareness of the trajectory of forthcoming superlative opportunities. He has already secured an advantageous position in terms of overarching strategy and planning. Zhang Yun contemplated how to effectively and judiciously leverage the intelligence at his disposal. Even if he could not ascend to the heights of a billionaire like Shuang Ma, achieving several modest goals to attain financial freedom would be well within his grasp. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yun promptly reached for a notebook, scribbling and sketching away. However, the symbols and figures he inscribed were only comprehensible to him. Should anyone else glimpse them, they would remain utterly baffled. Old Yun, What are you scribbling? I can't make heads or tails of it. Aren't you going to review? His desk mate, Huang Xiaolong, inquired as he turned to observe the chaotic scrawl. Oh, it's nothing, just the secrets to wealth, Zhang Yun replied casually. Can you share it with me? I want to get rich too, Huang Xiaolong said with a grin. The secrets cannot be revealed, Zhang Yun responded mysteriously. You're so secretive. I can't figure out what you're up to, Huang Xiaolong muttered softly. Chapter 3. Can I have a photographic memory? Soon, the evening study session came to an end, and Zhang Yun walked back to the dormitory with Huang Xiaolong. Upon their return, they found several others already present in the dorm, most of whom were engrossed in their activities. Their dormitory housed a total of 12 individuals. Aside from the two of them, there were 4 classmates and 6 others from the neighboring class. The layout of the dormitory featured a corridor in the middle, with 3 sets of bunk beds on each side, and at the far end were the toilet and washroom, complemented by a large window. Zhang Yun's bed was the lower bunk of the first set on the left side upon entering. He recalled that in his previous life, he had brought a telescope from home to observe the girls in the opposite building with his roommates. Oh, the essence of youth. After taking a shower and lying on his bed, Zhang Yun contemplated that this lifetime could not mirror the last. He was determined to amass wealth and avoid the paths he had previously tread. Since he had been granted a second chance, he resolved to live freely, to embrace life with abandon, to pursue experiences he had yet to savor, and to attend a prestigious university. In his past life, he served in the military. Now, he would embark on a journey of academia. It seemed that the 2 common regrets that people often expressed about unfulfilled ambitions were already laid out before him. Starting tomorrow, he would focus on regaining his physical fitness and enhancing his overall health. Although he retained the skills acquired during his military service, without a solid foundation of stamina and strength, all would be in vain. At 6 o'clock the next morning, before dawn broke, Zhang Yun rose from his slumber. After brushing his teeth and changing into his athletic shoes, he made his way directly to the sports field. In November, the southern mornings were often shrouded in mist and slightly chilly, yet the sports field was already populated by numerous early risers jogging, while others engaged in English study. Following the introduction of Li Yang's crazy English program at their school, a fervor for learning English had swept through the student body. Every conversation required loud proclamations to enhance pronunciation, fluency, and confidence. Not far away, the loud exchange between 2 individuals caught Zhang Yun's attention. His English had never been particularly strong, consistently falling below the passing mark in monthly assessments, relying heavily on guesswork. Thus, he struggled to grasp the meaning of their conversation, only vaguely understanding that they were discussing the attractiveness of a girl. Due to financial constraints, Wuzhou no. One high school's sports field was relatively small, with a track measuring approximately 200 meters, covered in cinders, evoking a sense of simplicity. In his previous life, Zhang Yun often visited the sports field during his free time to exercise. He had vivid memories of the horizontal and parallel bars, as each time he passed by, he would spot a number of abandoned small umbrellas. The presence of these umbrellas puzzled him, prompting him to speculate about the love-struck couples indulging in forbidden romances on campus, even saving the expense of renting a hotel room. Putting such thoughts aside, Zhang Yun began his warm-up routine, aware that his current physical condition was merely average. He was somewhat slender, standing at 180 centimeters and weighing just under 130 pounds. It was no wonder that during his 3 months of grueling training in the rookie camp, he only managed to achieve modest results before being selected for the special operations team. After completing a lap in just over a minute, his speed was not impressive, perhaps even slow. As he continued to jog in circles, he began to breathe heavily, feeling his body gradually dampen with perspiration. Sweat trickled down his forehead, moistening his brows and eyelashes. He sensed his breath becoming labored and difficult, each inhalation akin to drawing in a wave of heat. His heartbeat quickening as if it might leap from his chest. Gradually, more individuals arrived at the field as daylight began to break. At last, after completing 3 kilometers, Zhang Yun was drenched in sweat. Following his run, Zhang Yun moved to the side to stretch his legs and tend to his ligaments. Post-exercise stretching was known to enhance flexibility and improve coordination and agility. It was said to even prolong one's lifespan, as the saying goes. An inch of tendon lengthens a year of life. Subsequently, he sought a less crowded area to practice military boxing. Despite his current physical state not being optimal, he executed the movements of military boxing with vigor, his fists slicing through the air with power and confidence. The essence of military boxing lies in its momentum. One must embody an indomitable spirit, poised to strike decisively. Had anyone been watching Zhang Yun at that moment, they would surely have been intimidated by his formidable presence, for he had seen his share of combat in the military. Next, he engaged in frog jumps, planks, and various systematic strength training exercises from his military days, concluding with push-ups and sit-ups. His current fitness level was still too inadequate. After completing these exercises, he felt utterly exhausted. According to his estimates, employing his training methods, he should be able to restore his physical attributes to the level achieved at the end of the rookie camp within a month. Upon returning to the dormitory around 7 o'clock, several of his roommates were already awake. "Old Yun, have you turned over a new leaf today? You actually went for a run." Huang Xiaolong, still groggy, sat up in surprise. "Haha, health is the foundation of revolution. A sound body is essential for effective study." Zhang Yun struck a pose for Huang Xiaolong. "Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face so we can have breakfast. I wanted to sleep a little longer." Xiaolong lay back down. "Suit yourself. I'm going to take a shower now." Zhang Yun grabbed a piece of clothing and headed toward the washroom. "Hey, don't rush. I still need to use the bathroom." Huang Xiaolong quickly sprang up. As Zhang Yun and Huang Xiaolong descended to breakfast, they once again overheard the earlier conversation between the two students. The two were passing by, engrossed in their book. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Yun, and he blurted out, "Do you think so? I don't like girls who look like that. I like girls W." "Wow. Old Yun, you're quite impressive. You must have been practicing secretly, right? Your English has improved tremendously," Huang Xiaolong exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment as he looked at Zhang Yun. "Not at all. I just heard them read it once and instinctively repeated it." Zhang Yun also appeared somewhat puzzled. "Neo 13. Huang Xiaolong gave a thumbs up. "Classmates, could you please repeat that?" Huang Xiaolong called out to the two students reading English. "What is up? Do you want to join the Young English?" One of the students asked, confused. "No. I just feel that your pronunciation is quite standard, and I would like to hear it once more for learning purposes." Huang Xiaolong looked at the two classmates with an eager expression. "All right, we'll speak and you listen." The student who had spoken earlier did not refuse them. "Oh, Sophie, we're going to talk about high school." "What was high school?" "Lao Yun, it's your turn to perform." Huang Xiaolong nodded at Zhang Yun. "Okay, I may make mistakes, so please don't mind." Zhang Yun humbly acknowledged. In fact, after the two classmates finished speaking, his mind had already recorded it, as if it were a tape recorder. "Oh, Sophie, we're going." "Not bad. You sound just like a recording machine." Huang Xiaolong patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder. "Could it be that after my rebirth, I have acquired photographic memory?" Zhang Yun excitedly contemplated in his heart. "If that is the case, wouldn't I score a 985 in the college entrance examination? This rebirth feels splendid," Zhang Yun thought to himself with delight. Chapter 4. Ban Hua Yian Shi Old Yun. How has your spoken English improved so suddenly? Has someone been practicing with you? Could it be Anchi? Huang Xiaolong's trio of astonished inquiries shattered Zhang Yun's daydream. "Not at all, not at all. Perhaps it's just that my memory is sharper after morning exercise." Zhang Yun quickly fabricated an excuse, well aware that Huang Xiaolong was not the type to wake up early for a run. Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brow, a flicker of skepticism dancing in his eyes. "Improved memory after exercising in the morning? That sounds a bit far-fetched, Old Yun. It's strange, your English wasn't this good before. Do you have some unspeakable secret with her?" Huang Xiaolong grinned mischievously. "I wish, but truly, there is nothing," Zhang Yun replied earnestly. "Really not her. Believe it or not, I'm off to breakfast." With that, Zhang Yun headed towards the cafeteria. "Old Yun, wait for me. I'm coming too." Huang Xiaolong caught up with Zhang Yun, and the two made their way to the dining hall together. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong could not resist asking, "Old Yun, you really don't have any secrets with her?" "Absolutely none, I assure you," Zhang Yun reiterated, knowing Huang Xiaolong's penchant for gossip. "Then how come your spoken English has suddenly improved?" Huang Xiaolong pressed on, still unconvinced. "Perhaps it's because I've been frequently reading English magazines lately," Zhang Yun casually suggested. "Oh, I see." Huang Xiaolong appeared somewhat disappointed. The two soon arrived at the cafeteria, which was bustling with students. After Zhang Yun prepared his breakfast, he settled into a corner, with Huang Xiaolong joining him. "Old Yun, is there really no progress between you and Anchi?" Huang Xiaolong inquired again, unable to contain his curiosity. "There truly isn't. Why are you more concerned than I am?" Zhang Yun found it amusing. "That's because you are my brother," Huang Xiaolong replied. "But seriously, Anchi is beautiful, and her family is well off. She is not easy to pursue. However, if you really like her, as a brother, I can help you find chances to interact with her more." "Thanks, but no thanks. I'd rather you not meddle," Zhang Yun hastily declined. He certainly did not wish for Huang Xiaolong to say anything inappropriate in front of Anqi. When do you plan to confess your feelings? Don't miss your chance. Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Yun intently. Right now, the academic workload is heavy. I don't want to think about other matters. Zhang Yun offered a vague excuse. Anqi, whose full name is Yi Anqi, was the class beauty of their senior class 5. And also Zhang Yun's secret crush from his previous life. She stood approximately 165 meters tall, with smooth, flowing long hair, an oval face, and a petite cherry-like mouth, possessing a youthful and stunning visage. In his past life, every time Anqi passed through Zhang Yun's line of sight, his heart would race uncontrollably. To him, Anqi was akin to the radiant sunlight streaming into the classroom, bright and warm. He had secretly vowed to strive to become a better version of himself, to present the best of himself before her. Zhang Yun often ran errands for her, fetching snacks from the vending machine during breaks, and he would frequently steal glances at her from behind. However, he struggled to communicate with unfamiliar girls. Yi Anqi had always treated him with indifference, leaving him to feel like a mere sycophant. Zhang Yun had intended to confess his feelings after the college entrance examination, but unexpectedly, he enlisted in the military while she was accepted into a 211 university in the provincial capital of Guangdong. Yi Anqi, in this lifetime, having been reborn, can you still escape? Zhang Yun pondered to himself, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. In the morning, the classroom was already filled with students eagerly awaiting the arrival of their teacher. Soon, the Chinese language teacher, Li Guangming, entered the classroom. Dressed in a dark shirt and holding a textbook, he appeared quite energetic. He approached the podium and greeted the students with a smile. Good morning, everyone. Today we will continue our review of Xiao Yao Yu. Once the greetings concluded and the students were settled, Li Guangming swiftly transitioned into the day's topic. Zhang Yun quickly opened his textbook, preparing to listen attentively. He greatly appreciated Li Guangming's classes, as the teacher's explanations were exceptionally vivid and engaging, offering him profound insights into the subject of Chinese literature. Li Guangming began to elucidate Xiao Yao Yu, using concise and clear language to explain the article's challenging points and highlights. He discussed Zhuangzi's philosophical thoughts and the life philosophies embedded within the text. Zhang Yun was completely engrossed, finding that the article prompted deeper reflections on life. He aspired to emulate Zhuangzi, seeking a life free from worldly constraints and pursuing true freedom. During the recess, Zhang Yun glanced at Yi Anqi. Today, she wore a white shirt paired with a black skirt, her hair styled in a ponytail, presenting a fashionable appearance. It must be said that Yi Anqi had a remarkable sense of style. Every ensemble seemed meticulously curated, whether it was a sweet dress or trendy jeans, showcasing her unique charm. She was the object of affection for many boys at the school, with every glance and smile rendering them utterly enchanted. Previously, Zhang Yun would steal glances at her from behind. Now he was able to gaze openly. Class 5 of their senior year comprised roughly 80 students, and as a liberal arts geography class, there were not many boys. In their year, it seemed that 6 or 7 students were admitted to prestigious universities, including Yi Anqi. There were 4 class representatives for various subjects: Chinese, mathematics, English, and geography, with Yi Anqi serving as the English representative and Zhang Yun as the geography representative. His love for geography, having grown up studying maps, led him to consistently score near-perfect marks, ensuring his selection for the position. Old Yun, what are you looking at? Huang Xiaolong asked knowingly, patting Zhang Yun on the shoulder. Zhang Yun did not respond immediately. His gaze still fixed on Yi Anqi, seemingly entranced by her allure. Huang Xiaolong followed his line of sight and spotted Yi Anqi, the girl of many boys' dreams in their class. Old Yun, how much do you like her? Huang Xiaolong asked, turning to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun retrieved his gaze and smiled, saying, a mild fondness. What is your plan? Huang Xiaolong inquired. Just going with the flow, Zhang Yun replied casually. Old Yun, you're the most handsome guy in our class. If you put your heart into it, I believe many girls would be drawn to you. The class beauty isn't easy to pursue, Huang Xiaolong remarked, a hint of envy in his eyes as he gazed at Zhang Yun. I just don't have that kind of luck, Huang Xiaolong lamented. Though he wasn't unattractive, his face was marred by numerous acne scars, a common plight of youthful exuberance. No worries. In the future, seek out a few more girlfriends. It might just cool your ardor and enhance your charm. Zhang Yun was uncertain whether this was a blow or a consolation as he patted Huang Xiaolong on the shoulder. Regardless, I will stick with you. You can even introduce me to the friends of those class beauties. Huang Xiaolong grinned mischievously. Certainly, let us go and engage in some physical activity. Zhang Yun pulled Huang Xiaolong out of the classroom. Chapter 5. Is it possible to become a top scholar in the Gaokao? During the break, nearly all the students flocked to the playground, although a few girls occasionally remain in the classroom, perhaps due to visiting relatives. Now, Zhang Yun understands. The break exercises at Wuzhou Yizhong are quite strict, with each class led by their homeroom teacher for activities on the field. Once Zhang Yun reaches the playground, his gaze is immediately drawn to Yanqi, particularly to her long, slender legs, reminiscent of delicate lotus stems, both slender and fair. Zhang Yun marvels inwardly. This is the beauty he yearns for, a beauty that is pure and exquisite. As he observes her, he perceives the vitality of youth, the coexistence of health and liveliness. Yanqi is on the playground, playing jianzi with a group of classmates, her laughter ringing like silver bells, reminiscent of a sprite dancing in the sunlight, brimming with energy. Zhang Yun watches her, filled with admiration and longing. His gaze eventually drifts away from Yanqi to the distant horizon of the playground. His heart swells with anticipation and hope, for he knows that one day, he will attain the life he desires. After the break exercises, 2 geography classes follow. Their geography teacher, a distinguished educator named Liang Jingqiang, is the uncle of Huang Xiaolong's childhood friend, and everyone affectionately calls him Changgu. Changgu often humorously chides the students for their lack of understanding, remarking that such simple questions should not perplex them, often leaving some female students with teary eyes. In the past, when female classmates saw Zhang Yun's help with geography questions, he unknowingly adopted Chang Ji's tone, criticizing them playfully, even as he offered assistance. He has resolved never to behave in such a manner again. After all, women are to be cherished. Huang Xiaolong's childhood friend, Wu Lijun, is also a classmate with commendable grades, and like Yanqi, she too has gained admission to the same university. Chang Gu's prowess as a distinguished teacher is undeniable. His lessons are engaging, and when he discusses unique geographical features, he interweaves tales of local specialties from places he has visited during conferences or studies. His storytelling captivates the class, akin to a tour guide narrating the wonders of a scenic area. Zhang Yun enjoys listening to Chang Ji's anecdotes, especially as everyone yearns for faraway travels, particularly the kind associated with business trips. The 4 morning classes feel like a long marathon, yet they finally reach their conclusion. The students, akin to valiant warriors charging into battle, swiftly head towards the cafeteria, while some opt to return home, relishing the 2.5-hour respite. Zhang Yun has not dined in such a relaxed environment for quite some time, and to be honest, he savors this feeling. However, amidst the bustling scene, he does not notice where Yanqi is having her meal. After all, his rebirth is not for the sake of any one individual. Zhang Yun's attention is captivated by the vibrant, youthful faces around him, and at this moment, he truly feels reborn, transported back to his high school days. Oldian, did you know? I saw a book yesterday, and the main character resembles you. Huang Xiaolong remarks to Zhang Yun. Oh, really? Which one? Zhang Yun inquires curiously. It's that. What is it called? I forgot. But the protagonist is quite similar to you. He is also the quiet type, Huang Xiaolong chuckles. Perhaps I, like him, struggle to express myself, Zhang Yun replies. However, in the end, that protagonist can only serve as a backdrop, remaining a single dog, haha. What? Are you suggesting that if I continue like this, I too will be a single dog? Zhang Yun retorts, tossing a pair of chopsticks playfully. No. Huang Xiaolong quickly dodges. In this light-hearted banter, Zhang Yun feels he has fully integrated into this world. He is no longer a solitary existence, but has become a part of this student community. After lunch, the weather in the south remains as sweltering as summer. At such a time, engaging in physical activities can be rather uncomfortable, nevertheless. Some undeterred fellows on the playground are still playing basketball. Zhang Yun leans against the balcony railing of the dormitory, leisurely enjoying the atmosphere of the campus, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. He reflects that heaven has granted him a rebirth, surely to fulfill his aspirations. This is the mercy of fate, a benevolent gift. He must cherish this opportunity and strive to achieve something significant. Having been reborn, he is determined to seize this chance to embark on a remarkable journey. Zhang Yun resolves to make the most of this opportunity, believing that he can succeed. As a student on the verge of the Gaokao, how will he initiate his transformative journey? How will he acquire his first pot of gold in life? Fate seems to have endowed him with a remarkable talent, presenting him with the opportunity to alter his destiny. At this moment, Zhang Yun is convinced he must grasp this opportunity tightly, fully utilizing this divine selection to secure a place in his desired university through the Gaokao, paving a bright path for his future. After the midday rest concludes, everyone returns to the classroom. Zhang Yun gazes out at the bright sunlight, his heart brimming with anticipation and hope. He understands that his future is filled with infinite possibilities and opportunities. Throughout this journey, he will cherish every moment spent with his classmates and diligently pursue his dreams. The afternoon consists of 2 English classes, a subject that has always been Zhang Yun's weak point. His academic performance is notably uneven. While he can score above 145 in geography, he has never passed English, with his highest score barely exceeding 80, achieved through dishonest means. This year's Gaokao has undergone reforms, transitioning to a 3x comprehensive model. His Chinese is decent, around 110, while his mathematics hovers just below passing, and his liberal arts scores are around 120 to 130. Consequently, his overall Gaokao score is not impressive. The classroom in the afternoon is permeated with a sense of fatigue, starkly contrasting the liveliness of midday. Zhang Yun finds it challenging to muster enthusiasm, particularly because English classes pose a significant challenge for him. Just then, the English teacher gracefully enters the classroom. She appears youthful and enchanting, with long, flowing black hair and a delicate face. A confident and vibrant aura radiates from her, captivating Zhang Yun, who, despite having the psychological age of nearly 30, finds himself drawn to her. Zhang Yun, having previously lacked interest in English, has forgotten the teacher's name, but now, her appearance has sparked a newfound interest in him. Let us not overthink. He merely wishes to ascertain the name of this teacher. In the ensuing class, the English instructor left a profound impression on Zhang Yun with her distinctive teaching style. Remarkably, during this lesson, Zhang Yun managed to comprehend 80% of the material. This revelation was akin to discovering the key to a treasure trove for him. In the past, attending English class felt like embarking on a roller coaster ride for Zhang Yun, as he was utterly bewildered by the teacher's words, often resorting to entertaining himself with exercises from other subjects or merely observing. However, the present Zhang Yun seems to possess an almost supernatural grasp of English. He has come to realize that the language is not as inscrutable as he once believed, but rather a subject replete with intrigue and charm. This transformation can be attributed to Zhang Yun's remarkable photographic memory. His memory now functions like a camera, firmly imprinting words, grammar, and texts in his mind. Yet, he has come to acknowledge that his vocabulary is a significant weakness. To rectify this shortcoming, Zhang Yun resolutely decided to enhance his vocabulary in the time to come. His aspirations gradually crystallized, centering on the ambition to gain admission to a prestigious 985 university. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Could he possibly become the top scholar of the province? This notion took root deep within Zhang Yun's heart, akin to a seed germinating. As he began to envision the moment he would be celebrated as the provincial champion, the spotlight shining upon him, causing his heart to race with excitement. He understood that this path would be fraught with challenges, demanding substantial effort and time, yet he also realized that if he did not dare to dream, success would remain forever elusive. After class in the afternoon, the urgency to dine was not as palpable among his peers as it had been at noon. Instead, they remained in the classroom, diligently reviewing the day's lessons and engaging in discussions with classmates. Zhang Yun, however, approached Yanqi, the class beauty, seeking her counsel on methods to enhance his English studies. Chapter 6. Consulting the class flower. Let this fateful encounter commence from this very moment, Zhang Yun silently mused. Yanqi, I would like to seek your advice on a matter, Zhang Yun remarked, gazing at Yanqi with a composed expression. Sure, what is it? Yanqi replied with equal calmness. I wish to improve my English grades. Could you suggest effective study methods? My foundation is rather weak, and I have forgotten many words and grammatical rules. Zhang Yun admitted with a hint of embarrassment. I see. First, you should memorize a substantial number of vocabulary words, comprehend their meanings, and then combine them to form phrases. Ultimately, mastering English relies on rote memorization, Yanqi advised. Do you have any methods to share with me? Zhang Yun inquired. Start by purchasing a dictionary to aid your vocabulary acquisition, then review the English textbooks from high school, Yanqi suggested after a moment of thought. Looking at Zhang Yun with curiosity. How many points did you score in your last English exam? I believe it was a little over 50. I thought you might give up. I cannot waste this time. I must strive to improve and not leave myself with regrets, Zhang Yun said earnestly, locking eyes with Yi Anqi. A tinge of embarrassment crossed Yi Anqi's face as she turned her gaze slightly away. If you are so eager to study, how did you end up ranking in the 40s or 50s in the last exam? She questioned. That was due to my past ignorance. I assure you that I will advance 10 places in the upcoming monthly exam, Zhang Yun declared with utmost seriousness. Yi Anqi secretly smiled at his determination, recognizing that Zhang Yun often made such declarations before exams. However, as a classmate, she felt compelled to offer encouragement and support. All right, Zhang Yun. I believe you possess the capability to achieve this. Yet, remember that exams are not solely for proving oneself. The more significant aspect is self-improvement. Huang Xiaolong, who had been listening, nodded in agreement and recounted his own experience from the last English exam. I was quite nervous during the exam, but because I prepared diligently, I performed well. Xiaolong, perhaps you should refrain from sharing your score. It pales in comparison to Anqi's. Zhang Yun teased Huang Xiaolong. Anqi, could you provide me with a list of dictionaries and any good review materials? Zhang Yun turned to Yi Anqi. Sure, just wait a moment while I write it down for you, Yi Anqi replied, quickly jotting down a list on a blank sheet of paper. Zhang Yun gazed at Yi Anqi as she immersed herself in her writing. Her elegant penmanship was as graceful as she herself. Through her delicate strands of hair, he glimpsed her focused profile, her eyes sparkling like stars. Overcome by an impulse, he reached out his hand but hesitated midway. He longed to gently caress her soft hair but refrained, fearing it would be too forward. Here is the list of dictionaries and review materials you requested. Yi Anqi handed him the paper. All the dictionaries you need are listed here, along with several recommended review books. Thank you so much, Anqi. Zhang Yun expressed his gratitude, looking at her appreciatively. Huang Xiaolong could no longer contain himself, remarking, Old Yun, have you recently developed a penchant for boasting? I've never seen you so verbose before. What has prompted this sudden confidence? Zhang Yun chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Who is boasting? Just wait for the next monthly exam and see. He was determined not to back down. After all, he had rediscovered his remarkable memory after a rebirth. If he were to become the top student in the college entrance examinations, he would ensure that no one questioned his rightful position. Thus, he needed to exhibit an obsession with learning. Huang Xiaolong regarded Zhang Yun with a peculiar expression, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Come on, stop pretending, Old Yun. I know all your little tricks. Don't think I can't see through your ulterior motives. Xiaolong teased playfully. I am not pretending. Zhang Yun replied with a hint of exasperation. Let us go by the review materials, Zhang Yun said, raising the list of English study materials. They arrived at the bookstore, where the owner greeted them warmly. Welcome, students. What materials can I assist you with? We have everything, including Huanggang practice papers. What do you need? I can help you find it. Zhang Yun smiled and replied, Thank you, sir. Here's my list. Looks like the young man is well prepared, the owner remarked as he took the list. Please wait a moment while I gather your requested materials. Zhang Yun politely responded, Yes, please take your time. I will look for additional materials. Sure, take your time. I have a comprehensive selection here. Once I gather everything on your list, I will place it at the counter for you to check out later, the bookstore owner said before turning to find the materials. Old Yun, do you need any other materials? Huang Xiaolong inquired. Look for books that enhance writing skills. We cannot overlook such an important aspect as writing scores in Chinese, Zhang Yun replied meaningfully. All right, let us search together, Huang Xiaolong said, turning towards the shelves. Zhang Yun watched his friend's departing figure, feeling a sense of contentment. Although Huang Xiaolong often appeared carefree, he had always been diligent in his studies. Zhang Yun knew that when Xiaolong first entered high school, his grades were not impressive, but after a year of hard work, he had made significant progress. Before long, Huang Xiaolong returned, carrying a thick book. Old Yun, this is an excellent book. I believe you will appreciate it. Zhang Yun took the book, noticing the title, Analysis of High School Chinese Writing Techniques. As he flipped through the pages, he found detailed instructions on brainstorming, selecting materials, and employing rhetorical techniques. The more he read, the more he appreciated the book's value. Thank you, Xiaolong. Zhang Yun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Don't mention it. We are good brothers, Huang Xiaolong replied with a smile. Zhang Yun decided to purchase this book to study thoroughly, convinced that with effort, he could significantly improve his writing skills. He also bought 2 mathematics reference books. In the days to come, he would transform into a fervent learner, relying on his exceptional memory and comprehension abilities to enhance his performance in all subjects. converting knowledge into exam scores. Finally, they exited the bookstore, laden with heavy bags of materials, their faces radiating satisfaction. They all understand that these materials serve not merely as tools for learning, but as weapons propelling them toward the future. As they stroll back to school, the golden rays of the setting sun cast their elongated shadows upon them. In fact, Zhang Yun has prepared a surprise for Huang Xiaolong, yet it is not the appropriate moment to reveal it. The two of them walk back to the dormitory, engaging in cheerful banter. Passing by the basketball court, they are captivated by a group of individuals immersed in a game. Basketball is their favorite pastime, and during their second year, they often gathered after classes to form teams and play. Now, with the rigorous demands of their third year, opportunities to play have diminished, yet they still make it to the court at least once a week. Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled as he remarked to Zhang Yun, "Look at those players. Their fervor is reminiscent of our youthful days. Let us go and witness this passionate scene." Zhang Yun's eyes also gleamed with excitement. Of course, let us approach and relish this invigorating atmosphere. As they drew closer to the basketball court amidst the sounds of cheers, they observed a group competing for the ball, executing offensive and defensive maneuvers, and showcasing an array of skills and strategies. Huang Xiaolong watched with great interest and exclaimed, "Look at that point guard. His dribbling skills are exceptional, truly remarkable." Zhang Yun concurred. Indeed, that precise passing and agile positioning are truly admirable. "How about we find a time to challenge them?" Huang Xiaolong suggested. "Sure, you arrange it for next week, and let us arrive early." Zhang Yun replied. His heart stirred as he gazed at the athletes sprinting on the court. "Let us watch for a little longer before we head to dinner, and then attend evening study sessions." As per Coach Huang's arrangements, Zhang Yun teased Huang Xiaolong. Chapter 7. A bet with Zhao Tianyu before 7 o'clock in the evening. Darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. After finishing dinner, Zhang Yun and Huang Xiaolong returned to their classroom, armed with thick study materials. The evening self-study period at Wuzhou Yizhong runs from 7 to 9 o'clock. Due to the presence of day students, they must return home for dinner after classes and then come back for self-study, ensuring they do not return home too late. Zhang Yun occupied a seat by the window, cradling a hefty English vocabulary book in his hands. His gaze was focused and resolute, as if nothing around him could disturb his concentration. He was diligently memorizing words, not only for the upcoming English exam, but also to fulfill a promise made to Yanxi. "Zhang Yun, what has gotten into you? Are you transforming into a top student?" Suddenly, a voice shattered the tranquility. It was Zhao Tianyu. His eyes fixated on the vocabulary book in Zhang Yun's hands. Still stung by Zhang's intense gaze from yesterday, he felt a surge of irritation. Put forth some effort. Otherwise, what difference is there between a person and a salted fish? Zhang Yun quoted a classic saying. "Hasn't your English always been rather weak?" "Haha, it seems like the sun has risen from the west." Zhao Tianyu wore a playful smile, his expression laced with skepticism regarding Zhang Yun's sudden transformation. "English is indeed my weak point. I must seize the time to catch up," Zhang Yun replied with a subtle smile. "Since I'm not bothering you, why are you provoking me? You'd better hope for your own good," Zhang Yun coldly calculated in his mind. "Haha, then study well." Zhao Tianyu chuckled triumphantly as he walked away, mistakenly believing Zhang Yun was intimidated by him. The other students in the room were astonished. They had never seen Zhang Yun so engrossed in his studies. Particularly, Yanxi, who had just provided him with a list of English study materials, was taken aback to see him earnestly studying right away. As the bell signaling the start of self-study rang, Zhang Yun ceased to pay attention to others and began his review. At that moment, he appeared transformed. He had previously been jovial and carefree, but was now exceedingly focused and serious. Will he be able to maintain this commitment, or is it just a fleeting enthusiasm? Yanxi pondered curiously. Nonetheless, she decided to grant Zhang Yun some time to observe whether this change could be sustained. "Old Yun, you have quite the patience." Zhao Tianyu made those remarks, and you remained unfazed. "If it were me, I would have put that guy in his place long ago," Huang Xiaolong remarked during the break, evidently displeased with Zhao Tianyu's disparaging comments about Zhang Yun. Others may have their advantages, but he can only boast for so long. However, it is undeniable that his grades currently surpass ours, Zhang Yun stated meaningfully. "I simply cannot stand that guy. He struts around like he owns the place, spewing nonsense that reeks to high heaven," Huang Xiaolong retorted. "Haha, indeed. He can only take pride in his words for now. Let him have his moment. We will settle the score later." Zhang Yun was not one to be easily outdone, but felt it unnecessary to escalate conflict at this stage. After all, he had experienced far more in life than others. With you saying that, what else can I add? Just remember to include me when the time comes, Huang Xiaolong replied with a hint of resignation. As the bell signaling the end of self-study rang, marking the conclusion of the day's learning, some students began packing their desks in preparation to leave the classroom. Yet, Zhang Yun remained seated, wholly absorbed in his studies. Zhao Tianyu approached, noticing Zhang Yun immersed in English review, and couldn't help but scoff. "Oh, Zhang Yun, still memorizing English, are we?" He emphasized the word memorizing with disdain. Zhang Yun lifted his head, fatigue evident in his eyes. Yet he maintained his calm demeanor. "Yes, reviewing." "Reviewing? With your current level of English, you call that reviewing? Just look at your scores. Can they compare to mine?" Zhao Tianyu derided, his voice dripping with mockery. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun merely glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "I don't know." "Don't know? Are you joking with me? Your English level is several dozen points behind mine. How could you even compare? You must be quite the actor." Zhao Tianyu grew increasingly animated, his voice rising. The surrounding students began to turn their attention toward them. Zhang Yun's expression darkened. He felt a surge of anger and wished to slap Zhao Tianyu. However, he restrained himself, not wanting to create conflict at school. "How about we make a bet?" Zhao Tianyu proposed, sensing Zhang Yun's reaction and growing more confident. "If you can surpass my English score in the upcoming monthly exam, I will acknowledge that you are better than me. If you lose, you must shout 3 times in the corridor outside the classroom, 'I am a study loser.' What do you say?" Zhao Tianyu thought to himself that he could not possibly lose. Even if he did, it would only be a single phrase, and he would not suffer any loss. Zhang Yun looked at Zhao Tianyu with mild surprise. "Not interested. Who do you think you are to propose a bet? Are you afraid? Then just admit you are a coward." Zhao Tianyu looked down on Zhang Yun. "What if you lose? What will you do?" Zhang Yun inquired with curiosity. "Old Long, don't act rashly," Huang Xiaolong urged as he tugged at Zhang Yun's sleeve. "I know what I'm doing, don't worry," Zhang Yun assured Huang Xiaolong with a calm gaze. "You are a bit too cocky," Huang Xiaolong thought to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. "Haha, am I going to lose?" Zhao Tianyu boasted. "Isn't your English supposed to be top-notch? I usually only score in the low 10s. How about this? If you lose, you must shout 3 times at the entrance of the teaching building. I Zhao Tianyu am a study loser, and additionally, I Zhao Tianyu am a big fool. What do you think?" Zhang Yun looked at Zhao Tianyu with indifference. "Let us skip the last part." Zhao Tianyu hesitated. "Come on. You initiated the bet. If you like to gamble, then gamble," Zhang Yun retorted. "All right then, a gentleman's word is his bond," Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, recalling how he had consistently scored dozens of points higher than Zhang Yun in previous exams. He felt confident that he would not lose. "However, if you lose and refuse to admit it, I can't help that. After all, everyone will witness it and will only say you are untrustworthy, huh?" The surrounding classmates looked at Zhao Tianyu with indignation. This was indeed in line with his character, arrogant and fond of betting. Yet, since Zhang Yun had agreed, there was no turning back. Zhao Tianyu's air of superiority was truly comical to behold. However, since Zhang Yun has agreed to this wager, he must follow through. "Very well, it is settled," Zhang Yun declared. "It is settled." Zhao Tianyu, attempting to appear nonchalant, patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder as he exited the classroom, eagerly anticipating his performance. Haha. Regarding this wager, the classmates eagerly expressed their opinions. The majority believed that Zhao Tianyu would undoubtedly prevail, as he had always been the top student in the class, and few held faith in Zhang Yun. Huang Xiaolong and Yi Anqi pulled Zhang Yun aside, while Zhao Tianyu observed them with a confident smile. "Old Yun, what's the matter? I advise you against betting with Zhao Tianyu, but you refuse to listen. You cannot gamble with your reputation," Huang Xiaolong urged earnestly. Zhang Yun smiled in silence, fully aware of his remarkable memory and the necessity to seize the moment to challenge himself, to see how far he could push his limits. Achieving high scores in the college entrance examination would silence any doubts. "Zhang Yun, even if you do not consider your own future, think of your family's pride. What will your parents think when they find out?" Yi Anqi joined the persuasion. Zhang Yun lifted his head, meeting their concerned gazes, feeling a warmth in his heart. Yet, he remained resolute in his decision regarding the wager. "I know you mean well, but I still wish to give it a try." Huang Xiaolong and Yi Anqi exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of helplessness. They understood Zhang Yun's stubborn nature. Once he made a decision, it would not be easily altered. Chapter 8. The embodiment of a fitness enthusiast. Zhang Yun and Huang Xiaolong remained engrossed in their studies until nearly 10 o'clock before departing from the classroom. Upon returning to their dormitory, they discovered everyone was present. "Xiao Yun, you have finally returned," Zhao Tianyu exclaimed loudly. "That kid insulted you in front of so many people tonight. He is truly malicious." I almost wanted to confront him. As they entered the dorm, they encountered Zhou Peng, who greeted them with his booming voice. Zhou Peng was also a classmate, a robust figure standing at 185 meters and weighing around 200 pounds, a quintessential strongman hailing from a rural background. He was known for his honesty, loyalty, and a fearless disposition. His family was relatively well off, as his father served as the village head, maintaining a good rapport with both Zhang Yun and Huang Xiaolong. "Peng, don't get too worked up. I will settle the score with him," Zhang Yun reassured Zhou Peng. "Please tell me, did you not take matters into your own hands and teach that brat a lesson? Otherwise, how did you come back so late?" Zhou Peng inquired eagerly. "I am not as violent as you think. I will find the right opportunity to deal with him," Zhang Yun chuckled. "Make sure to include me when you do," Zhou Peng replied with a grin. "All right, no problem. I'll take a shower first," Zhang Yun said, turning to retrieve his clothes from the bed. Zhou Peng was rather impulsive. While he might be fine when dealing with ordinary individuals, he could encounter trouble with someone like Zhao Tianyu, who possessed certain capabilities. Zhang Yun did not wish for Zhou Peng to face disciplinary action because of his recklessness. After finishing his shower, he found Huang Xiaolong still engaged in conversation with Zhou Peng, who was quite the chatterbox, having not ceased talking since they arrived. "Old Yun, are you truly planning to confront Zhao Tianyu?" Huang Xiaolong asked earnestly as Zhang Yun emerged from the bathroom. "Given that kid's strength, I doubt you would be his match. If a fight ensues, you might end up at a disadvantage," Zhou Peng assessed. Indeed, from a physical standpoint, there was a noticeable difference between Zhao Tianyu and Zhang Yun. Zhao Tianyu's physique was well-proportioned and slightly muscular, exuding vitality and health, while Zhang Yun, though taller, appeared somewhat slender, giving off a fragile impression. However, physical attributes do not solely define a person's combat prowess. Zhang Yun possessed the skills of a former soldier. To put it bluntly, even two Zhao Tianyus would not stand a chance against Zhang Yun. That's not the case. "I merely wish to teach him a lesson so he understands the consequences of bullying us," Zhang Yun replied, shaking his head. "But how do you plan to do that?" Zhou Peng asked, puzzled. "You will find out soon enough," Zhang Yun said with a mysterious smile, turning to walk to his bed. Zhou Peng and Huang Xiaolong then proceeded to tidy up their belongings in preparation for sleep. The night passed quietly. The following day was Saturday. Except for the third-year junior and senior students, everyone else enjoyed a day off. At 6 in the morning, while most were still lost in slumber, Zhang Yun had already made his way to the sports field. He arrived early as part of a premeditated plan. From now on, he intended to train diligently each day, barring any unavoidable circumstances. Zhang Yun inhaled deeply, relishing the crisp morning air, which was infused with the scent of earth and grass. Refreshing his spirit, he shed his outerwear, embarking on his warm-up exercises. With hands on his hips, he moved his joints and took a deep breath before commencing his run. As he began jogging, each step was taken with determination and strength, as if to affirm to himself that he was prepared to face any challenge. Gradually, his pace quickened and his breathing grew more rapid. A resolute expression adorned his face, beads of sweat trickling down from his forehead and splattering onto the ground. He never faltered, persevering until he completed a distance of 3,000 meters. Zhang Yun halted, gasping for breath, yet a satisfied smile graced his lips. He felt an improvement compared to the previous day, less winded than before. Wiping away the sweat, he took another deep breath and began to regulate his breathing and pace in preparation for the next phase of his training. In the ensuing hours, Zhang Yun engaged in various strength training exercises, working all his muscle groups. He discovered an abandoned tire near the wall and lifted it repeatedly. Simultaneously, he employed his body weight for calisthenics. Sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his workout attire. Each training session was a challenge to his body and a spur for self-improvement. After completing his strength training, Zhang Yun transitioned to military boxing practice. Military boxing is a discipline designed to enhance physical coordination and reaction speed through a series of movement combinations, aiming for a blend of offense and defense with an emphasis on decisive strikes. Zhang Yun stood with a straight posture, striving for precision and power with every punch, executing kicks with swiftness and steadiness, the lightning-like speed creating an impactful sensation. His pursuit was not merely speed, accuracy, or ferocity. He sought to demonstrate an impeccable technical level and exceptional tactical response capabilities. Finally, Zhang Yun arrived at the basketball court. He gazed at the basketball in his hands, his eyes shimmering with intensity. He understood that basketball was not merely a sport, it was a form of combat. He needed to showcase his abilities on the court, proving his worth through skill. In his previous life, he had watched numerous NBA games, imitating the classic moves of the greats. Back then, his physical condition allowed him to execute many techniques with ease. During his time in the military, playing against formidable opponents had honed his physical resilience, enabling him to dominate the high school players he now faced. On the basketball court, Zhang Yun began practicing his shots. Positioned within the three-point line, he inhaled deeply and released the basketball. It soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before flawlessly sinking into the hoop. With each shot, he meticulously observed the rim's reaction, adjusting his shooting form and power accordingly. Next, he commenced dribbling drills. Each movement was practiced repeatedly, striving for perfection. He maneuvered past defenders, executed ball-handling spins, his hands gliding over the ball like a nimble fish swimming through water. His gaze was fixated on the ball, as if he could see through it. Every dribble and shot brimmed with strength and determination, as though he were declaring his prowess and resolve to the world. He alternated between sprinting and slowing down, leaping and abruptly halting, with each movement infused with power and skill. He commands the basketball court like a maestro, subtly orchestrating its rhythm and ambience. The morning sunlight bathes Zhang Yun, transforming him into a piece of steel being honed, exuding strength and resilience. Although his physique may currently appear somewhat slender, with diligent training, time will forge his body into one as unyielding as iron. Upon returning to the dormitory post-exercise, he encounters Huang Xiaolong, who was preparing to step out. "I thought you had gone for breakfast," he remarks, surprised to see Zhang Yun, drenched in sweat. "Indeed, I believe morning workouts are greatly beneficial for the body, so I will dedicate some time to exercise each morning from now on," Zhang Yun explains with a smile. Huang Xiaolong nods. "Well, I certainly cannot rise that early, so I cannot accompany you for workouts." He responds with a faint smile. "If you could manage to wake up that early, I would call you brother," Zhang Yun teases. "It seems I am destined to remain the obedient younger brother," Huang Xiaolong replies with a resigned smile. "Could you bring me a few buns? I want to be heading to breakfast. I'm short on time before class begins." "I'll just take a quick shower," Zhang Yun calls out to Huang Xiaolong. "Sure, hurry along," Huang Xiaolong responds before turning to grab breakfast. Today's training yielded slightly better results than anticipated. It seems that within a month, he might reach his expected goal. Could it be due to the added basketball training? Zhang Yun ponders as he showers. If that is the case, the training plan has indeed changed, and an additional basketball training session will be incorporated moving forward. Today's workout was prompted by his arrangement with Huang Xiaolong to play basketball next week, necessitating a return to form. The future looks promising. Chapter 9. The charismatic English teacher. During the first 2 periods in the morning, English class commenced. As the English teacher entered the classroom, Zhang Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. The gentle sound of her footsteps resonated as she ascended the podium. Today, she donned a dark professional outfit that, while seemingly simple, exuded an extraordinary taste. The crisp collar and clean lines showcased the poise and elegance of the modern woman. Most notably, she wore black-framed glasses that lent her an air of dignified sophistication, reminiscent of an intellectual beauty. Her hair cascaded in soft, flowing waves, swaying gently with her movements, undeniably embodying a commanding presence. Her subtle makeup accentuated her features, and her skin emanated a natural glow. Every detail radiated her unique charm, rendering her utterly captivating. Adorned in high heels, she stood tall, nearly reaching 6 feet, exuding confidence and allure. Zhang Yun was profoundly impressed. This English teacher possessed an undeniable charm that drew him in. Had he been blind to such brilliance before? With such an admirable English teacher, how could he not have dedicated himself to his studies? Zhang Yun scorned his former self, pondering that perhaps his nearly 30-year-old psyche had different inclinations now. At 18, he could hardly comprehend such matters. In the subsequent 2 English classes, Zhang Yun was exceptionally attentive, his gaze fixed on the teacher, as if fearing the loss of even the slightest detail. He had never been so focused in class before, so much so that he did not even notice Huang Xiaolong calling out to him. Huang Xiaolong mused aloud. "Zhang Yun, you are remarkably absorbed. It seems your agreement with Yanxi has had a significant impact on you. The power of love is indeed formidable." Yet, little did anyone know whether Zhang Yun was meticulously listening to the lesson or simply entranced by the beauty and grace of the teacher. Perhaps it was a combination of both. These 2 English classes proved to be immensely beneficial for Zhang Yun, as he grasped the majority of the content. He concentrated intently. Whenever he encountered unfamiliar words, he would consult a dictionary, showing remarkable progress. Overall, his learning state during these lessons was commendable, reflecting his exceptional learning ability and extraordinary memory. This reinforced his belief that he would achieve outstanding results in the upcoming monthly examination. In the course of the day, Zhang Yun learned that this enchanting teacher was named Yang Lu, a name that perfectly complemented her beauty and grace. He silently pondered the significance of her name, recognizing her distinctive charm. At just 23 years old, having graduated a year prior, she was indeed in the prime of her youth. Hailing from Lu province, it was no wonder she possessed such a statuesque form. Zhang Yun, I called your name several times during class, but you didn't respond. You were completely engrossed, Huang Xiaolong remarked, somewhat complaining, as they sat across from each other during lunch. Zhang Yun paused for a moment, then chuckled awkwardly. Oh really? I'm terribly sorry. I was so captivated by the lesson that I didn't hear you. Whether he was truly absorbed in the lesson or merely mesmerized by the English teacher was a secret only Zhang Yun held. Huang Xiaolong, upon hearing this, smirked slightly. Paying attention in class is commendable, but you should also be aware of your surroundings. Did you not notice Yi Anqi glancing back at you several times? Is that so? I didn't even notice Yi Anqi. Zhang Yun replied, surprised. Your transformation is remarkable. You used to steal glances at her, and now you hardly notice anyone else, Huang Xiaolong observed, astonished by Zhang Yun's change. Zhang Yun nodded, affirming, yes, you're right. I am solely focused on mastering English now, which is why I am particularly attentive in class, not wanting to miss a word from the teacher. Huang Xiaolong, admiringly, remarked, it seems Yi Anqi's influence on you is indeed profound. You've become quite ambitious. Zhang Yun felt a sense of relief upon hearing this, perhaps a bit, but even without her, I would still strive to learn diligently. To earn admiration from others, one must first improve oneself. Indeed, you know, after you solved that math problem last time, your classmates were utterly impressed, Huang Xiaolong noted, smiling and nodding in agreement. Haha, I didn't even notice. The problem wasn't particularly difficult. Zhang Yun laughed heartily. Hey. Are you getting a bit too carried away lately? Huang Xiaolong teased. Zhang Yun frowned in confusion. Carried away? How so? Don't make things up. Huang Xiaolong chuckled, pointing at Zhang Yun. Come on, look at yourself. Your ego is practically soaring. Zhang Yun playfully touched his backside, feigning ignorance. Really? I don't feel anything. It seems you're on cloud 9. All right, let us eat quickly. We need to finish so we can enjoy our afternoon break. Zhang Yun urged Huang Xiaolong. After class in the afternoon, Zhang Yun prepared to head home, as there were no supplementary lessons on Sundays. His hometown is a small city in the southern part of Hua Country, Wuzhou, a coastal city in Yu Province with a population of less than 1 million. His family resides in the countryside, but it is not far from Wuzhou No. 1 High School. A bicycle ride takes about an hour. Zhang Yun hurried to the bike shed, mounting his rugged mountain bike, and pedaled swiftly towards home. This mountain bike was a gift from his older brother, who worked in Pengcheng as a skilled laborer. Although they hailed from a rural background, their family was relatively well off. Riding through the bustling city streets, Zhang Yun zipped across bridges and along the edges of fields. On either side of the road were recently harvested rice paddies, with straw fashioned into little figures, seemingly waving goodbye in the glow of the setting sun. The autumn fields stretched before him, the recently cleared rice paddies appearing particularly vast and tranquil. A gentle breeze carried the fragrant aroma of straw, mingled with the scent of earth, filling Zhang Yun's nostrils. This was the essence of autumn, the fragrance of harvest. As Zhang Yun gazed at the fields, he was filled with reflection. This season marked both an end and a beginning for him. It signified the conclusion of one phase of life and the commencement of another. Typically, the journey home would take Zhang Yun an hour, but propelled by excitement, he arrived in under 30 minutes. He was apprehensive that his rebirth might create a butterfly effect, impacting his family in unforeseen ways. In his previous life, after joining the military, he had visited home infrequently, until just before his rebirth. Work commitments had kept him away for several years. It is often said that returning home stirs mixed emotions, and Zhang Yun felt the same. At last, he arrived home. The house remained unchanged, a modest 2-story building, and his mother was busy with her daily tasks, just as before. Chapter 10. Returning home. Upon arriving home, Zhang Yun found his mother, Chen Ailian, diligently harvesting rice. She beamed at him, her eyes brimming with love and joy. Zhang Yun dashed over and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Mom, I missed you," he uttered, his voice trembling, eyes glistening with unshed tears. He tilted his head upward, striving to prevent the tears from cascading down his cheeks. In his previous life, Zhang Yun's mother had passed away prematurely due to illness. At that time, he was stationed in the military and was unable to bid her farewell, which often led him to dream of her in good health, living happily with the family. Now that he had been reborn, Zhang Yun resolved to cure her illness and prevent any regrets, vowing to honor his parents diligently. "You're back, all grown up, yet still like a child," Chen Ailian remarked, affectionately ruffling his hair. "With this new haircut, you've transformed into quite the handsome young man." Zhang Yun playfully replied, "In my mother's eyes, I will always remain a child. My good looks are merely a reflection of your splendid genes." "Haha, your words are becoming increasingly charming," Chen Ailian laughed heartily. After dinner, the family gathered in the living room to watch television. Everything felt so familiar and comforting to Zhang Yun. His parents sat on the sofa, with him nestled between them, as they began to discuss his studies. "Xiaoyan, how have your studies been lately?" his father inquired, concern evident in his tone. "Dad, Mom, my revision has shown improvement, and I believe I have discovered an effective study method," Zhang Yun preemptively reassured his parents. Upon hearing this, his father, Zhang Hua, displayed a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "Xiaoyan, finding your own study method is indeed commendable. However, do not let pride overtake you. Maintain a humble and diligent attitude to achieve even better results." His mother echoed, "Yes, Xiaoyan, your father is right. Learning is a lengthy journey. We must not become complacent." Reassured by his parents' words, Zhang Yun felt his resolve strengthen. "Mom and Dad, rest assured, I will continue to work hard, and I am certain I can gain admission to a prestigious university. Haha, I believe in you. Your mother and I await that day with eager anticipation," Zhang Hua chuckled, giving Zhang Yun an encouraging pat on the shoulder. "However, remember to take care of yourself and avoid overexertion." Chen Ailian added, "Indeed, Xiaoyan, balance your work and rest. Do not hesitate to indulge in good meals. Feel free to eat well, and make sure to have some fruit. If you need more, just ask me." Feeling warmth in his heart from his parents' expectations, Zhang Yun understood the weight of their hopes. His elder brother had left to work after completing middle school, while he was still in high school, so the entire family looked forward to his university admission. After conversing for nearly half an hour, Zhang Yun took the initiative to return to his room to resume his studies. He understood that time flows like water, swiftly slipping away. Only by cherishing every moment could he seize opportunities and realize his dreams. Early the next morning, Zhang Yun rose with determination. Approaching the window, he gazed through the misty glass, witnessing the first light of dawn breaking in the sky. Their village, a quintessential southern settlement, was composed of closely knit homes, with a modest population of around 1,000. Zhang Yun's house was situated in the southeast corner of the village, adjacent to another household. The entrance to his yard faced east, leading to a narrow path, which seamlessly connected to the village road. Guangdong province boasts a relatively developed economy, having largely implemented the village-to-village connectivity project. The road in their village had transformed into a 5-meter-wide cement pathway, complemented by a dirt road shoulder, allowing 2 vehicles to pass each other, a true dual-lane thoroughfare. On the outer edge of the village road flowed a small river, less than 10 meters wide, its waters remarkably clear. In his childhood, he often bathed, played, and caught fish and shrimp in this river. The water meandered from the eastern side of the village, encircling it partially before flowing out from the southwestern entrance. Across the river lay expansive fields, where early risers from the village had already begun their day's labor. In November, the southern landscape is shrouded in mist, lending an air of ambiguity and mystery to the fields beneath the veil of fog. The mist weaves around the fields, and the distant hills emerge and fade like a watercolor painting. Zhang Yun quickly freshens up, dons his attire, and steps into the fields. He embarks on a morning exercise along the narrow paths, relishing the refreshing air of nature and the tranquility of the countryside. After completing his run and various training routines, he leisurely strolls back to the village. As he wanders through the familiar village lanes, he is greeted by familiar faces. "Xiaoyan, are you on break? Have you eaten?" An uncle from the village inquires. "Not yet. I will eat at home in a bit." "Have you eaten?" Zhang Yun warmly responds. This exchange captures the essence of the Chinese greeting, where the inquiry about meals reflects the fundamental belief that food is paramount. Upon passing the village, Zhang Yun arrives at the old residential area where his grandparents reside in a time-worn house. The house, built of brick, features a tiled roof and lacks a courtyard. It is where Zhang Yun grew up. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back," he calls out at the entrance. His grandparents passed away a few years before his rebirth, succumbing to age and frailty. Breathless, yet beaming with joy, Zhang Yun hears their footsteps as they emerge from the house. His grandparents, both in their mid-70s, are still in good health, often preparing meals for themselves. During festivals, they take turns dining with him and his uncle. Zhang Yun shares a close bond with them. During his childhood, when his parents worked in distant locations, he was a left-behind child, raised by his grandparents until his parents returned when he was in the 3rd grade. "Xiaoyun, you're on holiday today. It's nice to see you visiting your grandparents," his grandfather, Zhang Wendi, exclaims with a smile. A scholar by nature, he used to serve as the village accountant and possesses exquisite calligraphy skills. He also has a knack for choosing auspicious dates. Whenever someone in the village builds or lays foundations, they would seek his assistance as a feng shui master. Zhang Yun's grandmother, Lu Xiaoying, is an ordinary yet kind-hearted and diligent rural matron. "Indeed, I have no pressing matters today, so I thought I would come to see you," he replies cheerfully. His affection for them runs deep, and he often took detours to visit them after school. "Have you had breakfast? Would you like me to prepare something for you?" Lu Xiaoying asks with a kind gaze. "Grandma, it's all right. I know you have breakfast early. I'll eat at home later. I need to freshen up after my workout," Zhang Yun explains. "Xiaoyun, what would you like to eat for lunch? Is there anything special you desire?" his grandmother inquires, knowing well his fondness for her cooking. "Braised pork. Your dishes are the best," Zhang Yun responds with a smile, recalling his childhood delight in her culinary creations, especially her braised pork, which leaves him yearning for more. "All right, I'll make you braised pork for lunch," Lu Xiaoying replies with a smile. Zhang Wendi engages Zhang Yun in casual conversation, inquiring about his studies and life. "Grandpa, my grades have improved significantly. I should be able to get into a good university," Zhang Yun reflects. "That is wonderful. What major will you choose?" "Perhaps education. Being a teacher is good, the salary is decent, and there are plenty of holidays," Zhang Wendi encourages. He has always advocated for a teaching career, believing it to be advantageous. "Yes, being a teacher is great. It's also easier to find a girlfriend. Once you graduate, you can marry, and I'm eagerly waiting for grandchildren." Lu Xiaoying beams with joy. Like all elders, they wish for their descendants to secure good jobs and marry early. "No rush, Grandpa and Grandma. There are still 6 months until the college entrance examination. I will carefully choose my major," Zhang Yun chuckles. After a while, he returns to his own home, where his parents are having breakfast. "Xiaoyun, where have you been? We called you for breakfast, but didn't he see you?" Zhang Hua inquires. "I just went for a run and visited Grandpa and Grandma. I'll have lunch there, so I want to eat at home," Zhang Yun explains as he takes a seat. "That is fine. Spend some time with them whenever you can. There is not much work for you at home," Chanalian adds. Zhang Yun's family cultivates only 2 acres of rice and a small variety of vegetables, and they no longer grow large quantities for sale, which leaves little work at home. After breakfast, Zhang Yun heads to his grandparents' home, a routine he follows every time he returns. His grandfather, now too frail for heavy labor, relies on Zhang Yun and his parents for tasks like fetching water and chopping wood. Nearby, there is an old well shared by the village. Each time he returns home, he fetches water from the well. The water is cool and refreshing, with a hint of sweetness. Balancing a yoke on his shoulders, he carries 2 buckets, making steady trips between the well and the water tank. In the past, after completing a load of water, he would set down the yoke and rub his back, lamenting the strain. Now, having begun exercising, he feels far less fatigued. Chopping wood is another essential task. He grips the axe tightly, striking the logs with force, the rhythmic sound echoing through the tranquil countryside. With each log split, a satisfied smile graces his face, as if paying homage to his efforts. By the time the last bundle of firewood is placed in the kitchen, it is midday, and his grandmother has begun preparing lunch. "Grandma, let me help you," Zhang Yun offers as he steps into the kitchen with enthusiasm. He adeptly ties on an apron and busies himself at the stove. With one hand wielding a knife and the other pressing down on the vegetables, he skillfully chops with remarkable finesse. Next, he washes the vegetables and stokes the fire, meticulously attending to every step as his grandmother starts cooking. Lu Xiaoying watches her grandson with pride, feeling gratified that he has grown up, capable of not only taking care of himself, but also assisting with household chores. After the meal, the atmosphere becomes more relaxed. Zhang Yun sits with his grandparents, basking in the sun on the doorstep, engaging in conversation. He shares stories of the outside world and updates them on his academic life. Grandfather and grandmother listened with rapt attention, occasionally expressing their sentiments about the importance of taking care of one's health and studying diligently. In the afternoon, as they prepared for their midday rest, Zhang Yun bid farewell to his grandparents and headed home. In the evening, he sat at the dining table with his parents, enjoying a simple home-cooked meal. After dinner, feeling somewhat shy, he mustered the courage to ask his parents for money. "Mom, I'm out of meal money. I spent the last amount you gave me on study materials." Zhang Yun felt a bit embarrassed to voice this, as his parents had previously given him a total of 70 yuan, which he had quickly exhausted. Chen Alian, the family's financial steward, looked at Zhang Yun with a smile and said, "As long as you don't squander it on internet cafes, and if it's for reasonable expenses, your father and I will support you." She knew that Zhang Yun was a sensible child, though occasionally prone to impulsiveness. It truly is a challenge to make ends meet. Zhang Yun thought to himself, contemplating how to earn some money. Although Zhang Yun's family lived in the countryside, they were not primarily engaged in farming. His mother, Chen Alian, ran a tea business, mainly purchasing tea leaves in bulk from her uncle, then cycling to the county to sell them in restaurants and food stalls. His father operated a motorcycle taxi in the county, earning a modest income. Zhang Yun's elder brother worked in Pengcheng, where assembly line jobs typically offered higher wages. Thus, the family had a bit of financial stability. They had built a two-story rural house covering approximately 200 square meters, with a yard of around 400 square meters in front. Chapter 11. The business venture okay, I understand. By the way, here is the English material I just bought. Zhang Yun quickly shifted the topic, presenting a vocabulary book to his parents. Chen Alian took the book and examined it closely. Upon seeing the densely packed text and highlighted sections, she felt immense satisfaction. "Oh, my son, you are doing so well. English is your weak point, so keep it up. Your dad and I are here to support you." Chen Alian praised him with a smile. "I have been seeking help from classmates who excel in English, and I've made some progress. All right, take this. I'll give you a bit more this time. Just don't spend it recklessly. Also, treat your classmates to a meal." Chen Alian handed Zhang Yun 2 50 yuan notes. She recognized that her son needed some pocket money for daily expenses, so she intentionally gave him a little extra. "Thanks, Mom and Dad. I'll head back to school now." After saying this, Zhang Yun hugged Chen Alian. With over a year remaining until his mother's illness would strike, he knew he had to prepare himself quickly. "Hurry up, it will be dark soon." Chen Alian patted Zhang Yun's back, urging him on. On his way back to school, Zhang Yun began to contemplate how to make the best use of the money he had received. He understood that money was not everything, but with these funds, he could better manage his study life and his future plans. "I should buy some snacks to sell." An idea suddenly struck him, recalling that many classmates had recently developed a fondness for snacks, particularly green bean cakes. Without hesitation, Zhang Yun hopped on his bicycle and mentally reiterated his plan. He arrived at a street known for wholesale goods, located next to the central market, where numerous vendors sold snacks and small toys. The prices were reasonable, and the variety was abundant, perfectly aligning with Zhang Yun's needs. "Boss, please tally up these cakes, along with this candy and chocolate." At a wholesale store, Zhang Yun stocked up on 4 boxes of green bean cakes, 2 bags of Alpina lollipops, and a bag of chocolate. "All right, the green bean cakes are 15 per box, the candy is 10 per bag, and the chocolate is 10. That totals 90 yuan. After the boss calculated the total, Zhang Yun paid and loaded 2 bags of goods onto his bicycle handlebars, returning to school. He had meticulously calculated that each box contained 60 green bean cakes. There were 80 lollipops in total and 40 pieces of chocolate. The cost of these snacks was approximately 25 cents each, but they could be sold for 50 cents, allowing him to reap a profit of 100%. After stowing most of the goods under his dorm bed, Zhang Yun took a quarter of them to the classroom. He divided the snacks into several portions, placing them in his desk and underneath it, so he could easily show them to potential buyers. During evening self-study, Zhang Yun diligently reviewed his English vocabulary, with time slipping away rapidly. Since it was Sunday as students returned to school, many had a little money in their pockets. During the break, Zhang Yun's snack shop commenced operations. "Classmates, our new store is having a grand opening. Buy 2 snacks and get 1 free, today only, don't miss out." Zhang Yun promoted enthusiastically within the classroom. "Haha, old Yun, you've become a boss now. I'll be your first customer." Huang Xiaolong chuckled, ready to purchase a taste. "Haha, just a small venture." Green bean cakes, Alpina lollipops, chocolate, all just 50 cents. Buy 2 and get 1 free. You deserve it. Zhang Yun continued to energetically promote his offerings. As their conversation unfolded, his snack shop quickly attracted the attention of many classmates. They approached to inquire about prices, and upon discovering their favorite snacks, they seized the opportunity to buy some. Zhang Yun collected money, provided change, and answered his classmates' questions. Although he was quite busy, he felt immense joy. These green bean cakes are delicious. You all should try them. A classmate shared their favorite snack, leading others to follow suit in purchasing. Thus, the 10-minute break passed swiftly. Zhang Yun earned his first income, albeit modest, yet it filled him with great satisfaction. He understood this was merely the beginning, and that more opportunities and challenges awaited him in the future. Zhang Yun, have you taken up street vending instead of being a top student? Zhao Tianyu rushed over after evening self-study ended. There's no conflict. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, just walk away and don't obstruct my business. Zhang Yun replied coldly, maintaining his composure. Just wait until you lose a bet. You'll see. Zhao Tianyu felt a bit unnerved under Zhang Yun's gaze and quickly departed. That Zhao Tianyu is trying to cause trouble. I can't believe he is scared of you, which is unlike him, Huang Xiaolong remarked with widened eyes, puzzled. Who cares? Just don't interfere with my business. Zhang Yun replied nonchalantly. You're selling goods. How can you study? Huang Xiaolong expressed his concern. Today marks the grand opening, and I shall make our store name resound far and wide. Tomorrow will be better. Once everyone becomes familiar with it, I will transition to a self-service model. I have faith in my classmates. Zhang Yun, exuding an air of confidence, continued. In my observations over the past few days, I noticed that everyone tends to indulge more during the morning break, while snacks are seldom consumed during evening study sessions, which will not hinder my revision. As long as you are aware, that is sufficient. Rest assured, there is no need for concern. Zhang Yun spoke with remarkable composure. At that moment, Yi Anqi glanced over, her eyes reflecting a sense of evident realization. She believed Zhang Yun had begun to stir up trouble again. After all, one's enthusiasm for studying often wanes quickly. There were not many students purchasing snacks in the evening, prompting Zhang Yun to adopt a dual approach of reviewing while attending to the store. Thank you all for your support. We shall continue tomorrow. Gradually, the number of individuals in the classroom dwindled, and Zhang Yun bid farewell to his classmates, his heart brimming with confidence and motivation. He was convinced that his snack shop would flourish, for he believed in his vision and capabilities, as well as in his diligence and perseverance. Let us go, Xiaolong, back to the dormitory. After placing all the snacks into the drawer, Zhang Yun called out to Huang, Xiaolong, all right. Watching you collect money has dampened my desire to study, so let us head back. Huang Xiaolong, feeling somewhat helpless, also began to tidy up the table. Old Yun, I noticed something off in Anqi's gaze tonight. Huang Xiaolong remarked on their way back to the dormitory. She surely thinks I am neglecting my studies. Let her think what she will. Zhang Yun replied nonchalantly. Sigh. Huang Xiaolong sighed deeply. That night, lying in bed, Zhang Yun reflected on the day's events. He felt that only his family truly cared for him, while most others were indifferent. Spending the day at home with his grandparents and parents, he felt warmth and reassurance. He understood that no matter where life takes him or how great his future achievements may be, home will always remain his most comforting sanctuary. Chapter 12. Sweeter than first love. On a Monday morning, Zhang Yun adhered to his biological clock, rising early from his bed to commence his daily exercise. As the morning sun bathed the playground in golden light, Zhang Yun had already embarked on his morning run. He relished this sensation, particularly in the gentle morning breeze, allowing his thoughts to drift freely, synchronizing with the rhythm of his footsteps, and cherishing this manner of commencing a new day. The first class of the morning soon arrived. The students returned to the classroom, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their homeroom teacher, Li Guangming. This diligent yet passionate teacher consistently encouraged his students to pursue excellence. With a sharp clap of his hands, Li Guangming captured the attention of all the students. Everyone, I have an important announcement to make. The date for our upcoming monthly exam has been set for next Monday, which is less than a week away. Let's all give it our best effort. His voice was imbued with encouragement and anticipation. Some students gasped in surprise, exclaiming how swiftly the exam approached, lamenting their lack of preparation. Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Yun with a furrowed brow, his eyes brimming with worry and anxiety, as if foreseeing an impending catastrophe. Time was running short for Zhang Yun's revision, and he feared that Zhang Yun might lose a bet to Zhao Tianyu. Old Yun, do you think you can improve your English score in such little time? Huang Xiaolong asked nervously. Zhang Yun met his gaze with a smile, reassuring him. There's still a week left? Isn't there? Don't worry, I will do my utmost. His tone resonated with calmness and confidence. Huang Xiaolong knew that Zhang Yun was a person of great determination. Once he set his mind to a goal, he would surely achieve it. However, the upcoming monthly exam posed a significant challenge for Zhang Yun, particularly in improving his English score. Hence, Huang Xiaolong remained anxious. I fear you might lose the bet to Zhao Tianyu. That would be quite embarrassing. He couldn't help but remind him. Rest assured, I will dedicate my time to studying in the coming days, Zhang Yun assured him with a reassuring glance. The classroom was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, with everyone anxiously anticipating the impending monthly exam. Yet, Zhang Yun maintained his composure and tranquility, for he possessed a profound confidence in his academic abilities. He understood that with diligent effort, he would surely attain commendable results. During recess, Zhang Yun began his unique sales pitch. Carrying a box brimming with snacks, he meandered through the corridors of various classrooms, vocally advertising his wares. New store grand opening. Buy 4 snacks today, get 1 free. Only for today? Lollipops, chocolates sweeter than first love. You're worth it. His exuberant calls echoed through the corridors. Upon hearing his enticing shouts, students flocked to him. Some, pressed for time and having had insufficient breakfast, hastily retrieved their money to purchase treats. They chatted amiably with Zhang Yun as they indulged in snacks. Some classmates even teased him. Old Yun, when did you become a salesman? Zhang Yun chuckled, responding, this is merely to ensure you all have full stomachs. Plus, it allows you to enjoy more discounts. But claiming your candy is sweeter than first love is rather amusing. Many of us don't even have girlfriends, one student remarked. Indeed, for those of you yet to experience romance, hurry and savor the taste of first love. Zhang Yun replied with a twinkle in his eye. The students nodded in agreement, and gradually, Zhang Yun's stock began to dwindle. Throughout that morning's recess, his sales pitches resonated in every classroom, infused with humor and playfulness. Each time he passed a classroom, students greeted him with smiles, and many gathered around to chat. Zhang Yun recognized that this was due to the admiration and fondness he garnered from his peers. He felt a profound sense of joy and fulfillment knowing he was on the right path. Through this sales endeavor, Zhang Yun not only successfully expanded his social circle, but also significantly boosted his snack shop sales, achieving a delightful dual purpose. Meanwhile, the students found solace in this light-hearted atmosphere, alleviating their anxiety and pressure in light of the approaching exam. After afternoon classes, Zhang Yun spotted Yi Anqi striding towards him. Is she here to confront me? He pondered with a twinge of concern. Zhang Yun, you're running a shop again. How do you plan to study with the exam looming? Yi Anqi exclaimed, her eyes wide with irritation. No worries, I will allocate time for revision. I only sell snacks during breaks, Zhang Yun calmly replied. Humph. What about when others come over to buy food? Yi Anqi huffed. I'll implement a self-service model where everyone pays on their honor. Everything is just 50 cents each. Take your pick, Zhang Yun suggested, contemplating this innovative approach. And what if others don't pay? She inquired. I'll be monitoring, and I can study concurrently without disrupting my flow, Zhang Yun confidently asserted. With that, he took a piece of white paper and scribbled down 50 cents each, self-service, please drop your coins, then affixed it to the snack box. He also fashioned a small box from cardboard, leaving a slot for coin insertion and labeled it coin slot, placing it on the table. See, it's all set. Zhang Yun beamed at Yi Anqi. Suit yourself, it's not my loss, she replied, her expression softening. Come on, don't be upset. Have a piece of chocolate and cheer up. Zhang Yun offered her a piece of chocolate. No thanks, are you trying to bribe me? She retorted. No, it's just that eating something sweet releases a peculiar substance called dopamine in the brain, which makes one happy. Oh, you're quite knowledgeable. Wu Lijun chimed in, teasingly. Humph, why should I indulge in something so sweet? I don't have a first love. Though Yi Anqi feigned disinterest. She accepted the chocolate. Zhang Yun, confess, are you trying to be Anqi's first love? Wu Lijun asked mischievously, eyeing Zhang Yun. First love is so beautiful. I want to experience it too, Zhang Yun replied, neither confirming nor denying. He unwrapped a piece of chocolate and popped it into his mouth. Yi Anqi, witnessing his playful demeanor, felt her cheeks flush slightly, reflecting on how Zhang Yun had changed from his former self. Old Yun, don't you have anything to share? Huang Xiaolong teased. First love, can that be shared? Zhang Yun shot him a glance. Haha, I was referring to the snacks, Huang Xiaolong admitted, slightly embarrassed. Then help yourself, Zhang Yun gestured towards the snacks. You're quite generous, old Yun. Huang Xiaolong grinned as he grabbed a lollipop and popped it into his mouth. Chapter 13. Tutoring from the class flower. As the time for the monthly examination approached, Yi Anqi proposed, with her head lowered in contemplation, to assist me with my English studies. Zhang Yun, taken aback by her suggestion, gazed at her in surprise. Wow, old Yun, this is indeed a blessing in disguise. Huang Xiaolong silently cursed in his mind. Haha, that is truly wonderful. Thank you, Teacher Yi, Zhang Yun replied in a playful manner. You can do it. We believe in you. Huang Xiaolong encouraged, giving Zhang Yun a gentle pat on the shoulder. Let us go out for a meal together to celebrate the opening of our establishment, Zhang Yun called out to his companions as they exited the classroom. Haha, today we shall treat you, the big boss, Huang Xiaolong chimed in, following closely behind. I am merely basking in someone else's glory, Wu Lijun remarked, casting a glance at Yi Anqi. Stop saying that. Your mouth won't be stopped by a meal, Yi Anqi blushed slightly. Once they settled down in a restaurant outside the school, Huang Xiaolong proclaimed, Today, everyone can indulge, for Zhang Yun has made money. He pulled out a chair with an air of a landlord. Zhang Yun, smiling, inquired of Yi Anqi, What would you like to eat? I can order for you. I wish to taste the dishes prepared by you, Zhang Yun, Yi Anqi said teasingly. Her sparkling eyes twinkling with mischief, clearly joking. Haha, Chef Zhang, showcase your culinary skills. Huang Xiaolong urged. I doubt the boss would let me take charge. He might think I'm here to disrupt. Zhang Yun laughed along. Haha, I was just kidding. Yi Anqi replied with a sweet smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. It's no big deal. Next time you visit my home, I will prepare a grand feast for you. Zhang Yun looked at the two with a serious expression. He was a modest individual, disliking to flaunt his abilities, but given the enthusiasm of his classmates, he decided to showcase his skills to impress Yi Anqi. Haha, old Yun, you said it yourself. I will remember this. Huang Xiaolong laughed heartily. He was a straightforward person, relishing humor and the carefree atmosphere. Yes, I did say that. Once the monthly exam is over, let's plan for a Sunday afternoon gathering. Zhang Yun pondered and arranged, already plotting to surprise everyone. Zhang Yun, how are your cooking skills? Wu Lijun couldn't help but ask, her lively nature reflecting her keen interest in cooking. Indeed, I bet you can only make fried rice, Yi Anqi teased, unable to suppress her laughter. Rest assured, my culinary skills will astonish you, and not just in surprise, but you will be filled to the brim. Zhang Yun declared with confidence. All right, I shall hold you to that, Yi Anqi replied earnestly, gazing at Zhang Yun. After their meal, they strolled back to school together. As the evening study session continued, Zhang Yun returned to his seat at the back of the classroom by the window, picking up his English materials to embark on his study journey. From the playground, one could see his face illuminated by the lights, displaying a remarkable focus as his eyes intensely fixated on the textbook, as if imprinting each word into his memory. Along the way, Yi Anqi glanced back at Zhang Yun several times, reassured by his dedication to studying. Zhang Yun understood that despite possessing a photographic memory and innate learning talent, it was through relentless effort that he could achieve exceptional results in upcoming examinations. He had wagered with Zhao Tianyu, and losing was not an option. He would be too embarrassed to face anyone. This challenge compelled him to work harder and study diligently. After the evening study session concluded, the classroom remained brightly lit. Yi Anqi approached Zhang Yun, carrying a few English textbooks. Zhang Yun, I am here to tutor you in English, she softly announced. Zhang Yun raised his head, offering a charming smile. Welcome. Thank you, our beautiful English class representative, for tutoring this academically challenged student. Humph. So now you admit to being academically challenged? What happened to your courage to bet with others earlier? Yi Anqi feigned annoyance. Hee hee. Before our lovely, angelic class flower, I am indeed academically challenged. Others do not qualify, Zhang Yun quipped playfully. I can't bear to listen. I can't bear it. I'll give my seat to you, Anqi, Huang Xiaolong teased, rising to offer his spot to Yi Anqi while grabbing his materials. Stop saying nonsense. Quickly show me your notebook, Yi Anqi said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shot Zhang Yun a playful glare. Here you go, Zhang Yun handed over his notebook. As Yi Anqi opened it, she discovered that Zhang Yun's handwriting was clear and neat, akin to that of a calligrapher, with each stroke exuding an impressive elegance. The characters were standardized, uniformly sized, and neatly arranged, bringing a sense of joy to the observer. Yi Anqi patiently explained each point to him, covering vocabulary, grammar, sentence structure, and passages. Zhang Yun listened intently, occasionally nodding in understanding. Zhang Yun, I find you quite clever. Many sentences are easily grasped. If you had made changes sooner, your grades would have improved long ago. Through her tutoring, Yi Anqi realized that if Zhang Yun applied himself, he could indeed perform well academically. It's mainly due to your excellent teaching, O great class flower. Zhang Yun subtly flattered. Yi Anqi smiled. Then you must seek my guidance often in the future. Zhang Yun nodded absolutely. After a brief respite, Yi Anqi continued her explanations. Thus, they tutored until the classroom was empty of other students. Yi Anqi glanced at the clock and noted that it was nearly 10 o'clock, prompting her to remind Zhang Yun, it's getting late. We should return to the dormitory. Zhang Yun looked reluctantly at the textbook. All right. I shall learn from you again tomorrow evening. Yi Anqi meticulously organized her books and stationery, then tossed her flowing hair before leaving the classroom alongside Zhang Yun. The campus path was bathed in soft moonlight, with a gentle breeze mingling with the coolness of the night and a hint of osmanthus fragrance. The two walked side by side, their silhouettes stretching long under the quiet campus streetlights. Yi Anqi and Zhang Yun engaged in soft-spoken conversations, sharing their aspirations and future plans, their voices delicately floating through the air like a swarm of cheerful fireflies flickering in the night. On this early autumn evening, though a slight chill lingered, their hearts were warmed by the glow of companionship. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Yun opened the door to find his companions gathered. Ah, Lao Yun, you finally returned. How did it go with the class beauty tonight? Huang Xiaolong feigned exaggeration. What do you mean, how did it go? She merely assisted me with my English. Those unaware of the situation might think we were involved in something more, Zhang Yun replied, somewhat exasperated. Didn't you say anything to her in the end? When I left, there were hardly any students left in the classroom. Given your return time, you two must have been the last to leave, right? Huang Xiaolong continued, his curiosity piqued. Enough already. There's really nothing to discuss. I'm off to take a shower, Zhang Yun declared, grabbing his clothes and heading to the bathroom. After finishing his shower, Zhang Yun was again intercepted by the loquacious Huang Xiaolong. Lao Yun, if there's been no progress, why not share your thoughts? I could offer some advice. I don't have the luxury of time for that. I need to focus on my studies. Once I secure the top rank in my grade, then I'll consider other matters, Zhang Yun dismissed him. By the time you achieve that, it may well be in the next lifetime. Right now, studying together is the perfect opportunity to strengthen your bond, Huang Xiaolong persisted. All right, you make a valid point. I'll heed your advice. Can I go to sleep now? Zhang Yun replied, somewhat dismissively. In truth, Zhang Yun already had a plan. For Yi Anqi had developed a fondness for him, negating the need for him to take the initiative. Was it not more enticing to play the game of feigned indifference? Chapter 14. Digging a pit for Zhao Tianyu before retiring for the night, Zhang Yun reflected on the day's sales performance. Due to the ongoing promotional offers, he had brought a few snacks to the classroom that morning. By the end of the day, he had nearly depleted the classroom stock, leaving only a handful of items. After counting the money, discounts deducted and last night's earnings included, he had already recorded over 70 yuan, inching closer to breaking even. Indeed, the profit margins were substantial. Perhaps it was the allure of discounts or the enthusiasm of the first day that fueled the students' eagerness to purchase. Future sales may not be as robust, but the earnings were undeniably gratifying. In the ensuing days, Zhang Yun's routine remained consistent. Morning exercise, followed by daytime classes. After class, he dedicated time to revising English, still accompanied by the beautiful class flower. Life flowed as tranquil as a calm stream. During this period, Zhang Yun made another trip to the wholesale store, acquiring a greater variety of snacks, including shikima and cake bites. The volume of goods obtained this time surpassed the last, and selling them all could yield a return of 300 yuan. As Saturday afternoon arrived, marking the beginning of the weekend, Zhang Yun, as was his custom, discreetly dined alone at the cafeteria before riding his eye-catching bicycle out of the school gates. Through his recent active sales within the campus, he had gathered crucial information. He learned that Zhao Tianyu and his companions had a habit of dressing sharply and heading to the late-night food street in the south of the city every Saturday evening. Their destination was a bustling street of seaside stalls. Zhang Yun pedaled through the vibrant city center until he reached the coastal food stalls in the south. The stalls lined up in succession, illuminated with bright lights and filled with lively chatter. The enticing aroma of fresh seafood, the smoky scent of grilled meats, the malty fragrance of beer, and the laughter mingling with the salty breeze painted a vivid picture of nocturnal life. Zhang Yun parked his bicycle at the entrance of a stall, choosing a spot in the corner to sit. He was acutely aware that what he was about to undertake that night would not be easy. Yet he was prepared. He ordered several of his favorite seafood dishes and a bottle of beer, quietly awaiting the arrival of Zhao Tianyu and his group. As time ticked by and the night deepened, the atmosphere in the stall remained vibrant and animated. In contrast, Zhang Yun sat in the corner like a poised predator, his gaze unwavering and stern. At that moment, a group approached, with Zhao Tianyu leading the way. They entered the stall with exuberance. Searching for available seats, Zhang Yun observed them, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. He thought to himself, finally, they have arrived. He casually approached Zhao Tianyu and remarked in a seemingly nonchalant tone, Zhao Tianyu, what a coincidence. You're here for a late-night snack too. Care to join me? Zhao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, his surprise evident as he lifted his head. Upon recognizing Zhang Yun, a fleeting look of disdain crossed his face, quickly masked. He smirked derisively and said, Oh, it's Zhang Yun. Have you been selling a lot again? Here to show off? Zhang Yun found a seat and looked up at Zhao Tianyu, smiling, not at all. Just thought I'd relax a bit before the monthly exams and aim for good grades. Zhao Tianyu frowned at this and retorted sarcastically, the money you make is essentially your classmates' meal allowances. Aren't you comfortable with that? Zhang Yun chuckled dismissively. I merely fear my classmates might not have enough to eat, so I'm offering them a few snacks. It's not like I'm committing some wrongdoing. Zhao Tianyu, eyeing Zhang Yun's carefree demeanor, sneered, Suit yourself, let us share a meal then. But just to be clear, I want to take advantage of you. We'll split the bill. Zhang Yun silently laughed at their mutual duplicity. Both were calculating their moves beneath a veneer of hospitality. Zhao Tianyu widened his eyes, feigning surprise. Zhang Yun, you underestimate me. I have some money, rest assured, tonight's feast is on me. Zhang Yun couldn't help but laugh at Zhao Tianyu's pretense. All right then, I won't hold back. You all go ahead and order. I'll just step away for a moment. As he stood to excuse himself, he approached the owner to settle the bill for his earlier order. He wanted to ensure that Zhao Tianyu would not later claim that Zhang Yun was trying to take advantage of him. Zhang Yun had noticed a table outside the stall occupied by a group of young people, clad in a non-mainstream fashion. He walked over to them and addressed a seemingly authoritative figure with bleached hair. Hey, brother, I'd like to discuss something with you. What is it? Don't bother us, you'll regret it. The young man replied arrogantly. Well, you see, my brother Tianyu over there wants to invite a young lady from your group to join him for a couple of drinks, Zhang Yun explained, gesturing towards Zhao Tianyu's table, recalling how animated the conversation had been. Are you out of your mind? How dare you say something like that? The young man shouted, his anger palpable. Calm down. Zhao Tianyu is the son of the owner of Zhao's restaurant. I can't afford to offend him, so I'm just doing what he asked, Zhang Yun pleaded, putting on a humble act. To hell with that. I don't care whose son he is. If he wants to fight, so be it. The young man kicked at Zhang Yun, who deftly dodged the blow. My apologies. I'll leave right away, Zhang Yun hastily apologized, retreating towards the restroom. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu's group turned their attention towards him, mistakenly believing he was merely witnessing a friendly altercation. However, upon Zhang Yun's return, he sensed something was amiss. The group of young people was now staring at him. Zhao Tianyu, curious, glanced at the young people too. Zhang Yun returned, feigning fear. What happened? Why do you look so frightened? Zhao Tianyu, munching on barbecue and sipping beer, inquired. Zhao Tianyu, I was just a bit nervous. Here's the situation, Zhang Yun explained, panting slightly. I saw you enjoying yourself, and since there were girls in that group, I thought I'd help you make an introduction by suggesting they join you for drinks. I wanted to create an opportunity for you. To my surprise, the leader with the yellow hair became quite agitated after hearing my words, nearly taking action against me. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, I had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Haha, you certainly are asking for trouble. However, your antics are quite amusing. It seems that I must personally intervene. Zhao Tianyu ran his fingers through his hair and, with a sudden gulp, downed half a bottle of beer, rising to his feet with an air of self-importance. The group of yellow-haired individuals appeared formidable, prompting me to leave first while you all continue your meal. Zhang Yun feigned fear as he exited the food stall, subsequently pushing his bicycle away and ultimately concealing himself in a dimly lit corner. Chapter 15. The brutal beating of Zhao Tianyu. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu strode towards Huang Mao and his companions with an air of audacity, embodying the adage that alcohol emboldens the timid. He felt exceedingly cool and stylish, adjusting his hairstyle as he walked, convinced he was the center of attention. "I am Zhao Tianyu, the esteemed Zhao Xiao. May I invite this lovely lady for a drink? Would you grace me with your presence?" Zhao Tianyu struck a pose he deemed charming, casting a flirtatious glance at the beauty. "How dare you?" Huang Mao suddenly stood up, glaring at Zhao Tianyu with fury. "The Zhao family restaurant belongs to my family. Surely you have heard of it?" Zhao Tianyu proclaimed his family's name, believing it would elevate his status. The Zhao family restaurant had garnered a modest reputation in Wuzhou. Although not a five-star establishment, it drew a considerable crowd. The family had been operating it for many years, amassing a fortune of over 1,000,000 yuan. "I care not for the Zhao or Li family. If you do not wish to incur my wrath, depart at once," Huang Mao retorted sharply. Given the crowd around them, Huang Mao refrained from physical confrontation, mindful of Zhao Tianyu's background. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tianyu felt a flicker of anxiety. He had not anticipated such blatant disrespect from Huang Mao. Yet, unwilling to concede, he brazenly pressed on. "Do you know who my father is? He is the esteemed Zhao, the owner of the Zhao family restaurant." Upon hearing this, Huang Mao appeared momentarily taken aback. He was indeed familiar with the establishment's reputation, a venerable name in Wuzhou. He coldly responded, "I've encountered many rich second-generation heirs like you. Don't think that a bit of wealth makes you special. Keep talking, and I swear I will end you." This declaration infuriated Zhao Tianyu. He prided himself on his wealth and his father's esteemed position, yet he realized that Huang Mao was utterly indifferent to his identity and affluence. This realization filled him with a sense of defeat and trepidation, prompting him to retreat. Upon returning to his own table, Zhao Tianyu's anxiety grew as he contemplated the ruthless nature of the world around him. He hastily consumed a few morsels before excusing himself to leave. Resembling a defeated creature as he walked away, his silhouette lonely and desolate under the dim lights. Zhang Yun observed this unfolding drama keenly, akin to a vigilant predator sensing its prey's fear. Stealthily, he followed Zhao Tianyu, vanishing into the shadows like a specter. Unaware of Zhang Yun's pursuit, Zhao Tianyu wandered through the night, consumed by dread, oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, he found himself in a desolate alley, permeated by a foul odor. As if it were a forgotten corner of the world, his steps involuntarily halted, an ominous premonition rising within him. At that moment, Zhang Yun emerged from the darkness, his gaze icy and merciless. He advanced towards Zhao Tianyu, akin to a predator closing in on a feeble prey. Zhao Tianyu felt his heart leap into his throat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Abruptly, a powerful hand covered his mouth from behind. A black plastic bag was thrust over his head, and it was tightly bound around his neck. In his struggle, Zhao Tianyu was horrified to discover the assailant's extraordinary strength. He was dragged into a concealed corner, forcefully thrown to the ground. Trembling with fear, Zhao Tianyu attempted to rise, yet his body felt utterly devoid of strength. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously, leaving him powerless. "What do you want?" Zhao Tianyu stammered, his voice quaking as terror consumed him. Zhang Yun remained silent, suddenly pressing his foot against Zhao Tianyu's chest, applying relentless pressure. "Ah! Ah!" Zhao Tianyu gasped for breath, his cries piercing the stillness of the alley. Observing Zhao Tianyu's pitiful state, Zhang Yun delivered a swift kick, disorienting him. Zhao Tianyu's nose collided painfully with the ground, leaving him wailing in agony. His vision blurred, and his body felt as if it were being torn apart. Desperately, he pleaded for mercy. "Please, stop. I have money. I can offer you money. Please, don't hurt me anymore." His voice trembled with fear and despair. Yet, Zhang Yun showed no mercy, continuing his assault with calculated precision, inflicting external injuries that, while painful, would heal in a matter of days. Zhao Tianyu writhed in agony, his consciousness fading. "I was wrong. Please, no more." His voice had become hoarse and unrecognizable, his body curled into a helpless ball. Finally, Zhang Yun ceased his onslaught, leaving Zhao Tianyu sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. "This is the consequence of crossing me," Zhang Yun mused, a cold smile gracing his lips as he departed the scene. Alone on the ground, Zhao Tianyu lay in torment, unable to move. He tried to call for help, but his voice had become a mere whisper. After Zhang Yun left, he meticulously erased all traces of his presence, ensuring no evidence of his visit remained. Employing his skills as a master of stealth, he swiftly mounted his concealed bicycle and returned to school. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu remained on the ground, suffering, feeling as though all his bones were broken, though in reality, he only bore superficial wounds. Zhang Yun's technique was expertly designed to inflict pain without lasting damage, and the bruises would fade within days. An hour after Zhang Yun's departure, Zhao Tianyu staggered to his feet, entirely unaware of his assailant's identity. He suspected Huang Mao but had been blindfolded and could not see the face of his attacker. With heavy steps and a restless mind, Zhao Tianyu wandered through the night. He stumbled upon a small convenience store and dialed his home number, contemplating revenge, yet paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, the sharp ring of the telephone shattered the stillness of the night, resonating starkly. The phone rang only once before being answered. Chapter 16. Zhao Tai. Hello, is this Tianyu? The anxious voice of his mother, Wang Xiaohua, resonated from the other end of the line, akin to a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Mom, it's me, Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu's voice quivered slightly, reminiscent of a withered leaf swept by a cold wind. Tianyu? What's wrong? Why haven't you come back so late? Wang Xiaohua's tone shifted to one of concern. I've had too much to drink and got beaten up. Please have Dad come pick me up. The hint of tears in Zhao Tianyu's voice resembled that of a wounded creature. Tianyu, don't cry. Tell Mom where you are, and we will come right away. Hearing her son's distress, Wang Xiaohua felt her heart shatter and hurried to comfort him. I'm at the late-night street in the south of the city. Please hurry. Zhao Tianyu's voice trailed off. All right. Stay put. Your father and I will be there soon. Wang Xiaohua promptly ended the call. Trembling with the phone in his hand, Zhao Tianyu was engulfed by fear and unease. With a creak, the car halted at the late-night street in the south of the city. Zhao Tai and Wang Xiaohua hastily exited the vehicle and rushed towards their son. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu's condition, their hearts ached. His face was marred with bruises and blood. An alarming sight indeed. Tianyu, what happened? Who did this to you? Zhao Tai questioned furiously. I don't know. I was drunk and then got beaten. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Zhao Tianyu's eyes, his voice weak and feeble. Let us take him to the hospital first. Wang Xiaohua, heartbroken at the sight of her son, quickly helped him into the car. The vehicle sped towards the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhao Tai remained at the scene. Hello, Director Chun. This is Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai called a deputy director at the Chengnan police station. Hello, Mr. Zhao. It's quite late. What brings you to call? My son was beaten up at the late-night street. I'd like to report this and request your assistance in investigating. Certainly, I'll head over immediately. Director Chen agreed. After a while, Director Chen arrived with an officer conducting an investigation at the scene. Subsequently, he accompanied Zhao Tai to the hospital. In the hospital, the doctor conducted a thorough examination of Zhao Tianyu. He informed Zhao Tai and Wang Xiaohua that the injuries were only superficial, with no internal damage or fractures sustained. Director Chen also inquired with Zhao Tianyu, who had not seen the assailant's face, and noted that his injuries were classified as minor before departing. This left Zhao Tai feeling somewhat troubled, as he was not one to easily forgive the perpetrator. The doctor prescribed some ointments and oral medications for them to take home for Zhao Tianyu's use. Is he really not seriously hurt? Zhao Tai remained anxious and doubtful. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, if anything serious had occurred, I wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. The doctor smiled gently, patting Zhao Tai's shoulder. Grateful, Zhao Tai smiled back and handed the doctor a red envelope. Just a small token of appreciation, please accept it. The doctor received the envelope and casually placed it in a drawer. You are too kind, Mr. Zhao. It was merely a small effort. Should you need any assistance in the future, feel free to ask. No trouble at all. I'm leaving now. Zhao Tai turned and exited the examination room. Honestly, only a fool would want to come to the hospital. I certainly do not wish to fall ill. After leaving the hospital, Zhao Tai and Wang Xiaohua sat in silence in the car. Their hearts were heavy with worry. Their son's unexpected injuries had struck a significant blow. Zhao Tai pondered in silence, questioning whether he or his son had offended someone, perhaps inciting retaliation. He resolved to thoroughly investigate the matter. Upon arriving home, Zhao Tianyu was escorted into the bedroom. With ointment smeared across his face, he looked somewhat comical yet endearing. Wang Xiaohua brought a warm glass of milk and a plate of snacks to place on his bedside table. Tianyu, why did you drink again? Wang Xiaohua gently inquired as she sat by his bedside. I just wanted to relax. Zhao Tianyu stammered in reply. How did you provoke someone? Zhao Tai asked sternly. I don't know. Zhao Tianyu lowered his head, unable to meet his parents' gaze. Did you get into some sort of trouble? Zhao Tai questioned in a grave tone. I didn't. Zhao Tianyu's voice was barely audible. Then why were you assaulted? Wang Xiaohua tenderly caressed her son's face. I don't know. Tears welled up in Zhao Tianyu's eyes once more, He dared not confess to his parents that he had flirted with another's girlfriend. All right, let us step outside and let Tianyu rest. Zhao Tai led Wang Xiaohua out. Ah Tai, what did Director Chen say? Wang Xiaohua hurriedly asked as soon as they exited the bedroom. Tianyu didn't see the assailant's face, and there were no witnesses around. I'll go to the police station tomorrow for more information, Zhao Tai replied, somewhat irritable. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun had also returned to school on his bicycle. Upon entering the dormitory, he found several people present, one engrossed in a book. It was the weekend, a rare opportunity to unwind, and everyone enjoyed reading. Old Yun, where have you been so late? Zhou Peng asked, puzzled by Zhang Yun's tardy return. I was looking for goods, but nothing suitable came up, so I ended up grabbing a late-night snack. Zhang Yun flopped down onto his bed. He had felt a bit fatigued earlier. Although his martial skills were commendable, fighting still required strength. It should be fine. No one should suspect it was me who acted. I handled the aftermath quite well, Zhang Yun thought to himself. Even if Zhao Tianyu performed well academically, I wonder how he will fare after being beaten up like that. The thought made Zhang Yun chuckle inwardly. Old Yun, do you have confidence in the English exam next Monday? It would be troublesome if you lost the bet against Zhao Tianyu. Huang Xiaolong asked Zhang Yun, a hint of concern in his voice. Don't worry. I've been studying with the class flower and made good progress. You think I was just staring at her? Wasn't I worried about you? Huang Xiaolong blushed, having been discovered. Rest assured, 100%. Zhang Yun replied lazily. By the way, I originally planned to play basketball this week, but with the exam coming up, I've rescheduled it for after the test. I've already made arrangements with Class 3. We can't lose to them. Huang Xiaolong mentioned the basketball game. All right, be sure to inform Li Hai and the others. I'm off to take a shower. Zhang Yun got up from his bed. Hey, you lot, stop staring and hurry up. The exam is the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yun teased his dorm mates. Look, Old Yun has been studying with the class flower for a few days and is getting a bit smug. Come on, everyone, let us get him. Huang Xiaolong shouted to the others. Thus, Zhang Yun found himself cornered in the bathroom by Zhou Peng and the others as Huang Xiaolong poured a bucket of cold water over his head. Ah, Zhang Yun yelped in shock. Amidst their playful banter, the stress of the upcoming exam gradually began to dissipate. Chapter 17. The monthly examination begins after a night of silence. The next morning, Zhang Yun continued his habit of rising early and arrived at the playground long before anyone else. It was a Sunday, and the playground was completely deserted. Zhang Yun cherished this moment, allowing him to exercise alone and relish his tranquil time. On that morning, Zhao Tai visited the police station. Upon entering, he spotted Deputy Chief Chun and approached him directly, inquiring, Chun, have you found the person who assaulted my son? Deputy Chief Chun sighed and replied, Mr. Zhao, there are no surveillance cameras in the vicinity, and we have interviewed several individuals, but we have yet to identify any eyewitnesses to your son's assault. Zhao Tai frowned, asking, what about that Huang Mao? Deputy Chief Chun shook his head and explained, we have already investigated him. Huang Mao was at a late-night eatery during the time of the incident, with alibis confirming his whereabouts. Zhao Tai's expression darkened. Do you have any leads at all? With a tone of helplessness, Deputy Chief Chun responded, currently, we have no leads, but we are diligently investigating. However, there is a point of concern. Your son's classmate, Zhang Yun, was the one who approached Huang Mao first, which led to the conflict between them. Do not overlook any leads. Could you bring him in for questioning? Zhao Tai coldly suggested. Deputy Chief Chun quickly clarified, Mr. Zhao, Zhang Yun is a fellow classmate of your son. Moreover, he left the scene early, and there is no direct evidence linking him to the altercation. We truly cannot detain him. Zhao Tai's demeanor grew grim. Then continue searching. My son must not suffer in vain. Deputy Chief Chun assured him, Mr. Zhao, we will exert every effort. I hope you can swiftly locate the assailant. I will express my gratitude once you do, Zhao Tai stated. Deputy Chief Chun quickly reassured him, Mr. Zhao, rest assured, we will resolve this case promptly. Once we find the perpetrator, I will arrange a few tables at the store to properly treat you and your comrades. Zhao Tai smiled at Deputy Chief Chun. Fighting crime is our duty, other matters can wait. Then I entrust this to you. Zhao Tai turned and exited the police station. Watching Zhao Tai's retreating figure, Deputy Chief Chun felt a twinge of worry, having found no clues at the scene. Upon returning to the office, Deputy Chief Chun immediately gathered all officers, stating sternly, we must resolve the Zhao Tianyu case as quickly as possible, or I will have no explanation for the higher-ups. The officers pledged to do their utmost. However, the situation proved far from straightforward. After several days of investigation, The police had yet to apprehend the perpetrator. The following day, Monday, the monthly examination commenced. In the morning, Zhao Tianyu, with a bruised and battered face, arrived at the classroom. Everyone stared curiously at him, wondering how he had been injured, his appearance suggesting he had been in a fight. Classmates murmured amongst themselves. Zhao Tianyu had always been arrogant and overbearing, earning the disdain of many. Come on, Lao Yun, tell me the truth. Did you beat up Zhao Tianyu? You happened to be out that night, Huang Xiaolong said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. True to form, Huang Xiaolong had made an astute guess. How could I? Do I look like I could be a match for Zhao Tianyu? Zhang Yun firmly denied, aware that admitting such a thing could have legal repercussions. That's true. With your stature, you couldn't possibly compete. You're no Zhou Peng, Huang Xiaolong remarked, gesturing to Zhang Yun's smaller frame. Hey, you look down on me, huh? When can we have a match? Zhang Yun retorted. All right, enough of that. The exam is about to start, Huang Xiaolong reminded him. Consider yourself lucky this time, Zhang Yun replied, now serious. Soon, the invigilating teacher entered with the exam papers. The morning session was Chinese, and upon receiving the paper, Zhang Yun quickly skimmed through it, finding the difficulty manageable. The essay topic was, on the saying among three people, there must be a teacher for me, write an argumentative essay. In less than an hour, Zhang Yun completed the initial questions, leaving only the essay. Given his skills, combined with his photographic memory and past experiences, he swiftly crafted his composition. After reviewing his answers and finding no issues, he noticed there was still more than half an hour left before the exam concluded. With nothing else to occupy his time, he rested his head on the desk and fell asleep. The invigilator observed this and thought, this kid is bold. Sleeping so early means he must be a poor student. Upon approaching Zhang Yun, the invigilator tilted his head slightly. Class 5, Gao-san, Zhang Yun. It turned out to be this student, whose grades were quite uneven. After glancing at the essay, the invigilator's eyes lit up. The handwriting was exquisite, flowing like a dragon in flight. Pleasing to the eye. Even without considering the content, the presentation alone warranted extra points. Surrounding oneself with those who excel is the quickest way for one to improve. No matter how remarkable a person is, their abilities are inherently limited. Yet, those who surpass you possess greater knowledge and wisdom. Sometimes, meeting an outstanding individual is akin to opening a window to new possibilities. Zhang Yun's essay shone like a bright dawn, illuminating our perspective. He succinctly introduced the topic, clearly revealing the core idea of the piece. Then, he skillfully presented several examples, like brilliant pearls enhancing the essay's charm. These examples were not only engaging but also highly persuasive, serving as mirrors reflecting how to cultivate friendships in life. Each instance acted as a beacon, guiding us towards the right path. As the Chinese exam concluded, the next subject was mathematics. Zhang Yun had practiced some problems in recent days, including competition questions he could answer with ease, presenting no challenge for him. With some time remaining before the exam, some classmates were busy memorizing formulas and theorems, while others flipped through their books, attempting to absorb as much knowledge as possible in the final moments. As Zhang Yun strolled leisurely into the classroom, holding a thermos, he exuded an air of nonchalance. Wow, Lao Yun, you've nailed that vibe. Huang Xiaolong gave a thumbs up, keeping it low-key. Zhang Yun replied, slightly self-satisfied. What's in that cup of yours? Huang Xiaolong asked curiously. Goji berries, Zhang Yun replied. You're not serious, are you? Huang Xiaolong laughed triumphantly. This is about health, you wouldn't understand. If a youth doesn't drink goji berries, they'll cry in poverty when they grow old. Zhang Yun chuckled at his own words. Chapter 18. The show-off in the examination room. At this moment, most individuals clutched their books or exam papers tightly, immersed in the depths of memorization or comprehension. Rumors circulated that this mathematics examination was particularly challenging, prompting everyone to seize these final precious minutes, unwilling to let them slip away. Zhang Yun sat leisurely in his seat, cradling a thermos while occasionally taking a sip, creating a scene reminiscent of an afternoon tea. His demeanor was nothing short of ostentatious. It seemed as though Zhang Yun was silently proclaiming to others, while you toil away memorizing formulas and scrutinizing questions, I am already well prepared. His behavior resembled that of a red-crowned crane displaying its long legs amidst a flock of chickens, a rabbit flaunting its speed before a tortoise, or even a fearless creature showcasing its bravery before a tiger. Zhang Yun's actions, along with his conversation with Huang Xiaolong, captured the attention of most classmates. They gazed at Zhang Yun, murmuring in awe at his audacity and confidence. Meanwhile, directly in front of him, a pair of eyes fixated on his every move, Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu was desperately trying to grasp the intricacies of a mathematical problem during the last moments of preparation. This particular problem had been recently taught by their instructor and was likely to appear on the exam. He was taken aback to witness Zhang Yun's show-off antics. His emotions swiftly shifted from anxiety to a complex mix of feelings, his complexion alternating between pale and flushed. All this turmoil stemmed from Zhang Yun, who had previously beaten him up, leaving him with lingering pain. Zhao Tianyu silently vowed to find someone to teach Zhang Yun a lesson next time. Little did he know that it was Zhang Yun who had delivered that beating. The prospect of revenge seemed nothing more than a fanciful dream. Don't think that just because you got lucky last time and guessed a question correctly, you can flaunt it here, Zhao Tianyu seethed inwardly. Yet, Zhang Yun remained unfazed, his expression serene, with a slight smile playing on his lips, embodying an air of indifference. Zhang Yun, aren't you worried about not reviewing? What if you don't perform well? A classmate could not help but inquire. Zhang Yun chuckled softly, setting his thermos aside, and replied nonchalantly, life is akin to the goji berry water in this thermos. It requires savoring. Exams are merely a reflection of life's nuances, demanding patience and composure. Such ostentation provoked an uproar among his peers. What kind of logic is that? Is he truly confident, or just blindly so? They debated animatedly. Observing their animated discussion, Zhang Yun merely smiled faintly, then took a deep sip of goji berry water, as if savoring the essence of life. He closed his eyes and slowly remarked, "In every exam, I only tackle the questions I know. As for the others, I leave them to fate." His words ignited even more speculation. Leave it to fate? What kind of reasoning is that? Does he genuinely believe he is exceptional? As Zhang Yun watched them debate fervently, a subtle smile graced his lips, exuding an aura of tranquility, akin to that of a sage detached from worldly affairs, as he continued to sip his goji berry water. His relaxed demeanor seemed to convey, "Exams are merely trivial matters to me." The bell chimed, resonating through the classroom like a melodious symphony. Zhang Yun gently capped his thermos and set it aside, then calmly retrieved his examination tools, a pencil and a fountain pen. His movements were both meticulous and graceful, drawing the attention of all around him. Remarkably, he did not require a ruler or an eraser. The sheer audacity of it all, his demeanor was nothing short of extraordinary. Such an air of sophistication and nonchalance could likely only be embodied by Zhang Yun himself. As the invigilator entered, the students hastily stowed their review materials into the inverted desks. "Oh no, it's this chubby fellow," they muttered. Recognizing the invigilator as Zhang Yun's mathematics teacher from his sophomore year, who had always been at odds with him. "Whatever, my math grades have improved. I have nothing to fear," Zhang Yun thought, reassured by the fact that he was not cheating. Any invigilator would suffice. As the exam papers were distributed, students glanced at the questions, shock evident on their faces. "This is tough," they thought, realizing that passing might prove challenging. Zhao Tianyu's mind was no longer plagued by distractions. He was determined to perform well and regain his lost dignity from the previous exam. Surely, Zhang Yun wouldn't score high this time. Starting with the multiple-choice questions. 1. In the arithmetic sequence AN, if a 1, 2, D3, which of the following is correct? A. A 517B, a 518C, a 519D, a 522. Given the function g, x, x2, 4x5, which of the following is correct? A. The minimum value of g, x, is minus 1b. The maximum value of g, x, is 5c. The minimum value of g, x, is 0d. The maximum value of g, x, is 9 with swift strokes. Zhao Tianyu quickly tackled the initial questions. His speed was remarkable, akin to a flash of lightning. "This is incredible," he silently cheered. Today was proving to be exceptionally smooth, as if aided by divine intervention. A good start often heralds success. As for the multiple-choice questions, if all went according to plan, he should have answered them correctly. Splendid. Next came the fill-in-the-blank questions. The first, given the function f, x, x3, 3x2, 2x, 5, determine the extreme values and their points. The second, given the sum of the first n terms of the arithmetic sequence, an, as s, n, n2n, find a 1 and d. These two problems were somewhat challenging, but Zhao Tianyu had encountered similar types before, so they did not seem daunting. He remained composed and, before long, derived the answers. Zhao Tianyu could not suppress a laugh. I heard this mathematics exam was difficult, and I was a bit anxious, but it appears to be quite manageable. I must be exceptionally skilled. He felt a surge of pride. This week he had diligently studied mathematics, and it seemed his efforts were not in vain. He had tackled similar problems before. They were a walk in the park. Within half an hour, Zhao Tianyu had completed the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections and even solved a calculation problem. He still had ample time to conquer the more substantial questions that lay ahead. Zhao Tianyu surveyed the examination paper with unwavering confidence, silently vowing to himself, "This time, I shall achieve resounding success." Zhang Yun, just wait. You will undoubtedly reveal your true nature, exposing yourself as nothing more than an underachiever. I am eager to witness your plea for mercy. Haraha. Zhao Tianyu felt an overwhelming sense of pride, as if he could envision the moment of Zhang Yun's humiliation at his hands. Just as Zhao Tianyu was lost in his triumphant reverie, he suddenly heard the voice of the invigilating teacher resonating from the podium. "That student, do you require assistance?" Upon glancing up, he noticed the teacher's gaze directed towards him. Could it be that I appear to be raising my hand? Zhao Tianyu pondered inwardly. Chapter 19 Teacher, there seems to be an issue with the last question. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Tianyu immediately recognized it as Zhang Yun's. A wave of confusion surged within him. How could this be possible? After spending so many years in this school, he had never heard of a test paper being erroneous. "What do you mean?" The proctor, Fat Hu, asked with a serious tone. "The third condition of the last question is incorrect," Zhang Yun replied. His voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking, "Zhang Yun, you are quite the actor. Even now, you want to show off." Fat Hu furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhao Tianyu before responding, "Impossible. This test paper has been cross-checked by the mathematics department. The possibility of errors is non-existent. Even if there were an issue, someone would have notified us." Zhao Tianyu scorned Zhang Yun in his heart. However, Zhang Yun remained steadfast in his conviction. "The question is indeed incorrect. If you don't believe me, you may check for yourself," he insisted. Fat Hu, frowning, scrutinized Zhang Yun as he picked up the test paper to examine it closely. Still teaching second-year mathematics, this was Fat Hu's first encounter with this particular test. The last major question involved advanced concepts from university-level mathematics, and he found himself momentarily grappling with its complexities. Before long, the classroom intercom crackled to life. He Yong, the head of the mathematics department, announced, "Attention, senior 3 students. I am He Yong, the head of the mathematics department. Due to a printing error, the third condition of the last major question is incorrect. The correct condition should state that the slope of line L equals the slope of line AC." At this revelation, both Fat Hu and the entire class were left dumbfounded. All eyes turned to Zhang Yun, each student astonished. Incredible. Just as Zhang Yun had asserted, the question was indeed erroneous. "Hats off to you, Zhang Yun. From now on, you shall be known as God Yun." The atmosphere was electric, filled with a mix of shock and admiration. Simultaneously, curiosity burgeoned among the students. How had Zhang Yun discerned the mistake so swiftly, merely half an hour into the exam? Had he perhaps begun with the last question? Or had he completed all the preceding questions already? Many girls thought to themselves, Zhang Yun is truly charismatic. Previously, I only perceived him as handsome, but who would have imagined he excelled in mathematics to such an extent? He has now ascended to the status of a male deity. Following this incident, the entire class revered Zhang Yun as a mathematical genius, save for Zhao Tianyu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Yun must have started from the end. Zhao Tianyu thought, visibly shocked. There's no way he could solve it. He must be fabricating this claim. Just lucky to have stumbled upon the answer. Zhao Tianyu reassured himself. I've already tackled several calculation problems. My performance today is commendable. I am certain I will achieve a high score. He motivated himself internally, determined not to let Zhang Yun's antics affect him. As Zhao Tianyu prepared to write, a figure darted past him. "Who is it? Can't one take an exam in peace?" he exclaimed, looking up to find it was Zhang Yun again. What does he want now? Is he trying to rattle my composure? He thought, noticing Zhang Yun still holding the test paper. No, I must focus. I cannot let him disrupt my concentration, he reassured himself. Fat Hu, reclining with his legs crossed, was engrossed in a newspaper. Seeing Zhang Yun approach with the test paper, he felt a twinge of apprehension. "Zhang Yun, what are you doing with that test paper?" he asked sternly, though he hesitated to reprimand Zhang Yun, fearing the repercussions if any further issues arose. "Teacher, I've finished and would like to submit my paper," Zhang Yun said nonchalantly. as if merely handing in an assignment. What did you say? Am I hearing you correctly? You've completed everything? The exam has only just begun. Barely half an hour has passed. Don't you wish to check it over? Fat, whose irritation was palpable, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, I've completed it. I'm submitting my paper, Zhang Yun replied lazily, yet with unwavering conviction. At this moment, the entire class stared at Zhang Yun in astonishment. They collectively thought, is this young man serious? Just minutes after the question was amended, he claims to have completed all the problems? We just reviewed that major question, and it is quite challenging. It takes at least 10 to 20 minutes to solve. That is unbelievable. Fathu exclaimed, fine, let me see it. He took the test paper, adjusted his glasses, and began to review it earnestly. After examining the initial questions, he noted they were all correct. Teacher, may I leave now? Zhang Yun prompted, noticing Fat, who's silence. Very well, you may go. But do not disturb your classmates during their exam, Fat who replied. The rest of the class, now filled with disbelief, thought, isn't he already disturbing us? The subsequent questions grew increasingly difficult, and Zhang Yun had already completed his. Zhang Yun, could you act like a decent person? Zhang Yun strolled back to his seat, took a sip from his thermos, and confidently exited the classroom. Every gaze in the room followed him, their expressions still reflecting astonishment as they watched him walk out. He has finally gone. With Zhang Yun present, how could we focus on our work? Wow, old Yun has truly made a name for himself. Combined with his good looks, the girls will surely flock to him, Huang Xiaolong remarked, enviously observing Zhang Yun. As the exam concluded, emotions ran high. Some laughed while others were anxious. The mathematics questions, particularly the latter ones, proved unexpectedly challenging. Essentially, many students found themselves unable to solve even a single question. Even some of the top achievers managed only the first major problem, uncertain of their correctness, while the subsequent two questions left them utterly perplexed. At this moment, Zhang Yun sat at the edge of the playground, engrossed in his English materials. After finishing their examination, Huang Xiaolong and a few others encountered Zhang Yun. Old Yun, you have truly become remarkable. Nearly everyone is discussing the errors you pointed out. I believe soon the entire grade will be aware of your heroic deeds. You have instantaneously become a celebrity, Huang Xiaolong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Haha, let's keep it low-key, Zhang Yun chuckled in response. You have no idea how challenging this exam was. I couldn't even complete all the questions. You managed to submit your paper early. That is truly impressive, Yi Yanqi remarked, casting an admiring glance towards him. I didn't find it particularly difficult. I finished it quite swiftly, Zhang Yun replied nonchalantly. Alas, it was indeed very challenging. I'm uncertain whether I can pass in mathematics this time. You are being rather pretentious, Huang Xiaolong sighed. Indeed, it was tough. You must treat us to a meal, given your stellar performance, Wu Lijun said, her expression one of feigned indignation. All right then, what are we waiting for? Let us go. Zhang Yun cheerfully agreed. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu was strolling slowly nearby. Upon seeing Zhang Yun, irritation surged within him. Tomorrow's English exam will be your downfall, Zhang Yun. Just wait and see, Zhao Tianyu thought, gritting his teeth in anger. Chapter 20. Zhao Tianyu, I will beat you to the ground like a dead dog. The next day arrived swiftly. Zhang Yun completed his morning examinations in humanities and geography expeditiously, submitting his papers ahead of time. In the afternoon, he arrived at the classroom early for the English exam, needing to revise further. Zhang Yun felt his eyes growing weary. As he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Zhao Tianyu casting a venomous glare his way. What wicked thoughts might this fellow be concocting? It would be somewhat challenging to outshine him. Should I show him a thing or two? Zhang Yun pondered. Very well, let us proceed. He then rose and approached Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, I have something to convey, Zhang Yun stated. Haha, are you afraid of losing and wish to retract our bet? If you beg for mercy now, I shall let you off the hook. Zhao Tianyu erupted into a triumphant laugh. What are you thinking? You must be dreaming, Zhang Yun retorted playfully. Just let it out if you feel the urge, Zhao Tianyu replied, slightly irritated. Haha, can't wait to hear you whine. Zhang Yun laughed heartily, prompting others in the classroom to join in. Zhao Tianyu fell silent, realizing he had become the fool in this exchange. Drawing closer to Zhao Tianyu, Zhang Yun whispered in his ear. That night during our late-night snack, it was I who struck you down, and you, in utter humiliation, pleaded at my feet like a dog. Quite disgraceful, wouldn't you say? Surprised? Unexpected? Zhao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that it was Zhang Yun who had bested him that night. As this realization dawned, his expression soured. His face flushed crimson, then turned the color of a pig's liver before paling. Anger surged within him. Yet he was acutely aware that the police had been unable to trace the incident back to Zhang Yun, causing a wave of fear to wash over him, accompanied by a cold sweat. Have you remembered? Do you recall how you knelt like a dog, begging for mercy? Zhang Yun sneered. You, just wait. Zhao Tianyu's teeth clenched, realizing now why Zhang Yun had provoked the gang led by Huang Mao. When they refrained from attacking him, Zhang Yun had taken matters into his own hands. Yet, fear gripped Zhao Tianyu, rendering him hesitant to retaliate, especially with the exam looming, knowing that fighting could result in punishment. I'll be waiting, do bring it on. Zhang Yun scoffed. I will make you regret this, Zhao Tianyu vowed inwardly. Soon, the exam commenced. Zhao Tianyu's mood remained unsettled, filled with trepidation. Begin the examination, the English invigilator announced coldly. Zhao Tianyu's gaze flickered between Zhang Yun, fluctuating between fury and anxiety. This scoundrel truly vexed him. How dare he undermine my focus before the exam? I shall triumph over you, and then settle the score. Zhao Tianyu cursed under his breath. He picked up the exam paper to begin answering, yet his mind raced, unable to settle into the task at hand, distracted by various thoughts. Over an hour later, Zhang Yun completed his examination and glanced at Zhao Tianyu, observing him still dawdling, evidently nowhere near finished. It seemed this time Zhang Yun was destined to prevail in English. Should I teach him a lesson to remind him of my prowess? Perhaps it would be best to let it slide, provided he no longer provokes me. This time, Zhang Yun refrained from submitting his paper early, thanks to Yi Anshi's guidance. He managed to answer many questions and even craft a respectable essay. However, the listening section remained his Achilles heel, with most answers being mere guesses. Old Yun, how did the English exam go? Huang Xiaolong asked eagerly after Zhang Yun submitted his paper. Moderate at best. The listening section didn't go well, relied mostly on luck. Zhang Yun replied cheerfully, seemingly unfazed. Do you think you can outscore Zhao Tianyu? Yi Anqi asked, her face alight with anticipation. Indeed. Judging by his distracted demeanor during the exam, he likely fell prey to my pre-test taunting. He should not surpass me. Zhang Yun recounted Zhao Tianyu's state. Make sure to extend your gratitude to Yi Banhua, Huang Xiaolong suggested. Certainly. Anqi has helped me revise English, greatly easing my burden and enhancing my efficiency. Zhang Yun smiled. That is still your own effort. I merely assisted with vocabulary and grammar, Yi Anqi said shyly. Let us go for a meal. Today, I shall treat you all, Zhang Yun declared grandly. Old Yun, you lack sincerity. You should properly thank Anqi separately, Huang Xiaolong teased. Very well, once the results are in, I shall take Anqi out for a meal. For today, let us all dine together. What do you think? Zhang Yun contemplated. Yi Anqi remained silent, her heart racing with excitement, yet she felt a tinge of shyness. Why did Huang Xiaolong have to voice everything? It was rather annoying, yet she secretly looked forward to a private date with Zhang Yun. As she ruminated on this, her cheeks gradually flushed, but thankfully, everyone was too engrossed in discussing their meal to notice. Haha, old Yun is generous, truly a boss in the making. Huang Xiaolong praised with a thumbs up, wishing boss Zhang prosperity in his future ventures. Wu Lijun chimed in mischievously. Haha, as long as you refrain from claiming I exploit your meal expenses, I'm content. Zhang Yun laughed heartily. Let us hurry and eat. I am famished. Huang Xiaolong urged eagerly. Today, old Yun treats us. We must enjoy a splendid meal. Wu Lijun said with a smile. They walked towards the cafeteria, filled with laughter, reveling in the lightness and joy that followed their examinations. After the meal, they returned to their respective dormitories. Old Yun, haven't you noticed that Anqi has been acting differently towards you lately? Does she perhaps harbor feelings for you? Huang Xiaolong suddenly posed this question upon reaching the dormitory. Really? I feel it's still the same as before, Zhang Yun responded with a hint of a smirk. How enchanting. If you were to confess now, your chances with Anqi would likely be quite favorable, Huang Xiaolong nudged Zhang Yun. Matters of the heart are best left to fate. When the time is right, it shall naturally unfold, Zhang Yun replied mysteriously. Ah, you have now become a potential gem. Are you waiting for others to pursue you? Huang Xiaolong inquired with a smile. Haha, neither proactive nor dismissive. You truly know me well, my friend, Zhang Yun chuckled heartily. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, several young women returned and promptly closed the door. Wu Lijun beckoned the others to gather around Yi Anqi, preparing to interrogate her. Chapter 21 My delicious hot pot hat Anqi. Hurry up and tell me, Have you developed feelings for Zhang Yun? Wu Lijun fixated on Yi Anqi with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Of course not. How could that be? Don't spread rumors. We are merely ordinary classmates, Yi Anqi hastily denied, yet a flicker of panic in her gaze spoke volumes. She endeavored to mask her emotions, but that hint of anxiety was akin to a little fox's tail, occasionally betraying her. Haha, it appears our charming Anqi has a situation, Wu Lijun exclaimed, smiting her thigh and gazing at Yi Anqi with a sparkle of gossip in her eyes. You've been glued to Zhang Yun these days, even staying late in the classroom to review English until the lights went out. Huang Jiai, wearing a devilish grin, exposed Yi Anqi's facade of being just ordinary classmates. Huang Jiai, the class monitor, was lively and spirited, with decent grades. Indeed, the way you look at Zhang Yun has changed lately. Do you fancy him? Teased her close friend, Li Xiaoyan, joining the gossip brigade and winking at Yi Anqi. I really don't. Stop making wild claims. Yi Anqi protested, yet her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Come on, Anqi, just be honest with us. Otherwise, we want to go easy on you, Wu Lijun declared, adopting a playful demeanor reminiscent of a mischievous uncle. Raising her hands in mock threat. I truly don't. Why would I lie to you? Yi Anqi resolutely maintained her stance, refusing to yield. All right, let us go, Wu Lijun commanded, and the three girls pounced on Yi Anqi like ravenous wolves. Ah, don't be ridiculous, Yi Anqi shrieked, attempting to fend off their playful assault. Haha, let us see if you still deny it. Huang Jiai laughed, tickling Yi Anqi. Gradually, what began as a playful siege on Yi Anqi morphed into a chaotic free-for-all. The entire girls' dormitory erupted in laughter and commotion as if spring had suddenly arrived, bursting forth in vibrant colors. Afterwards, the girls lay exhausted on their beds, panting heavily, utterly unconcerned about their appearances. Thankfully, they were in the girls' dorm. Had Zhang Yun witnessed such a scene, he would have surely exclaimed in shock, a nosebleed imminent. In the following days, Zhang Yun's schedule was relatively light as the teachers focused on grading exams, leaving most senior students to study independently. Before long, Friday afternoon arrived, the designated time for the basketball match arranged by Huang Xiaolong, the sports committee member, with class 3 of the senior year. Old Yun, hurry up and get ready for the basketball court, Huang Xiaolong called to Zhang Yun while organizing his desk as the bell rang. Zhang Yun glanced up at Huang Xiaolong and promptly responded, All right, I'll be ready shortly. Why don't you go ahead and secure a spot? He swiftly tidied his books and materials. I'll head over first, then you all hurry up. Huang Xiaolong turned and dashed out of the classroom. Zhou Peng, Chen Jinzhong, Li Hai, you all hurry up too. The more people, the better for securing the court, Zhang Yun urged, walking briskly while beckoning to the other boys who shared his passion for basketball. Coming right up, they replied. Li Hai and Chen Jinzhong were Zhang Yun's classmates and buddies who played basketball together. Li Hai lived in the suburban area and rented an apartment off campus, standing around 1.8 meters tall with an average build, capable of rebounding and shooting three-pointers. Chen Jinzhong, hailing from a rural background, stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, well-built, and enjoyed playing basketball. Although his skills were modest, he was agile and fearless in taking risks on the court, making him a formidable player. Due to their shared interests and camaraderie, along with Zhou Peng, the five of them frequently teamed up to play basketball, evolving into close friends. In no time, Zhang Yun and the others arrived at the basketball court, where Huang Xiaolong awaited them. Upon spotting them, he waved them over to help secure the area. Old Yun, how many of you are there? Huang Xiaolong inquired while shooting hoops to claim half the court. With you, we total 5. Is that enough? Should we find 2 more? Zhang Yun replied. Huang Xiaolong frowned slightly. It's sufficient, but if we all play, it will be exhausting without substitutes. Zhang Yun surveyed the surroundings and noticed several classmates from other classes also preparing to play. Should I ask around to see if anyone wants to join? Zhang Yun suggested. No need. I've called some students from the sports class to act as referees. If we need more players later, we can find someone to fill in, Huang Xiaolong explained. It's Friday anyway, and there will be plenty of players. All right, I'll follow your lead. We'll go change first. Zhou Peng, you stay here with Xiaolong to secure the court, Zhang Yun instructed. Sure, I'll stand guard here. I doubt anyone will dare to take the court from me, Zhou Peng, towering like a pillar among the high school students, confidently asserted. Agreeing with Zhang Yun's suggestion, Huang Xiaolong nodded. You all hurry up and come back quickly, then we'll switch. The group quickly changed into their sports attire and began warming up. On the opposite half of the court, the boys from class 3 had arrived as well, about 7 or 8 of them. Also warming up. Here, everyone grab a bottle of drink, Huang Xiaolong offered, distributing several bottles to the group. The basketball match today was primarily to engage in physical activity and relieve stress, considering the immense pressure of the upcoming exams for the seniors. Though touted as a friendly match, they all cared deeply about the outcome. The lineup for Zhang Yun's team consisted of Huang Xiaolong as the organizer, Zhou Peng and Li Hai in the interior, Zhang Yun as the scorer, and Chen Jinzhong as the small forward. Since it was all in good fun, they didn't adhere to strict positional roles. For Class 3, the starting lineup featured 2 tall players, while the remaining 3 varied in height, 2 with average skills and 1 to watch out for, as he was on the school team. Being a liberal arts class, there were not many boys available to form a strong team. As the whistle blew, the game commenced. There were only a few spectators lazily watching from the sidelines. At the onset of the jump ball, Zhou Peng showcased his height advantage, successfully securing the ball with his impressive leap and immediately passing it to Huang Xiaolong. Upon receiving the ball, Huang Xiaolong swiftly led the team forward. Zhou Peng positioned himself adeptly in the paint, bracing for the impending challenge from the opposing defender. Huang Xiaolong, with his nimble dribbling skills, caught the defender off guard, and seizing the moment, he surged forward with sudden acceleration. During his drive, he discreetly signaled Chen Jinzhong to come over and set a screen. Understanding the cue, Chen Jinzhong promptly sprinted to position himself between Huang Xiaolong and the defender. Utilizing this screen, Huang Xiaolong successfully penetrated inside the three-point line from the left. At that moment, a towering opponent noticed the commotion and rushed over, intent on thwarting Huang Xiaolong's scoring attempt. Zhou Peng, observing the situation, shouted, "Pass." Unperturbed, Huang Xiaolong swiftly delivered the ball to Zhou Peng. Upon receiving the pass, Zhou Peng slightly crouched, leaped, and executed a bank shot. With a resounding thud, the ball smoothly found its way into the hoop, the entire sequence flowing seamlessly like a gentle stream. From the moment the ball crossed half-court to the score, barely 10 seconds had elapsed. "Well done, Xiaolong, you've improved." Zhou Peng approached Huang Xiaolong, offering a celebratory high five. "Haha, it's your positioning that was spot on. Now let us get back on defense." With that, the entire team sprinted back to their half. "Tighten up the defense. Let us not allow them to score so easily," Wang Chong, a towering figure from Class 3 and the sports representative, cautioned. He often played alongside those from the sports class and had no desire to taste defeat. "Let us continue with the serve," Huang Xiaolong instructed, as Class 3 advanced the ball past half-court. Everyone maintained the usual defensive rhythm. The orchestrator for Class 3 was Zhou Ming, slightly over 1.7 meters tall, marginally shorter than Huang Xiaolong, yet equally agile. When matched against Huang Xiaolong, he attempted various dribbling techniques and feints to breach Huang Xiaolong's defense. However, regardless of Zhou Ming's maneuvers, Huang Xiaolong maintained a composed defensive stance, evading all tricks. "Screen," Zhou Ming shouted, eager to emulate Huang Xiaolong's tactic of using a screen to penetrate the paint. Yet, he underestimated Chen Jinzhong. Upon hearing the call, Chen Jinzhong had already extended a leg toward Huang Xiaolong, ready to cover. With a screech of sneakers against the floor, Zhou Ming swiftly changed direction, utilizing the screen to bypass Huang Xiaolong. However, just as he was about to penetrate the lane, Chen Jinzhong timely arrived to thwart his path to the basket. Zhou Ming glanced up, realizing that Huang Xiaolong had also pivoted, preparing to intercept. Aware of the double team, he could only hold the ball and seek an open teammate. Meanwhile, Wang Chong, noticing Zhou Ming's predicament, quickly emerged from the paint to offer support. Zhou Ming promptly passed the ball to Wang Chong, who, upon receiving it, dribbled twice and, leveraging his physical advantage, charged toward the basket for a forceful layup. Li Hai raised his arms in an attempt to block, but was bulldozed aside by Wang Chong's robust physique. Wang Chong executed the layup, lifting his right hand high to release the basketball. With a resounding bang, the ball was swatted away, and Zhou Peng's body crumpled to the ground. Observers from the sidelines would note that Zhou Peng, having seen Wang Chong charging in, had immediately prepared for the rebound. "Haha, Wang Chong. How is my hot pot block tasting?" Zhou Peng laughed heartily at Wang Chong. Chapter 22. The intense battle on the court. The basketball soared out of bounds, prompting Chen Cheng from Class 3 to rush over to take the sideline throw-in. The ball found its way into Zhou Ming's hands, while Huang Xiaolong pressed closely for defense. With a swift flick of his wrist, Zhou Ming passed the ball to Wang Chong, deftly sidestepping Huang Xiaolong as he moved to an open position. Wang Chong then delivered the ball back to Zhou Ming. who, upon receiving it, leaped for a jump shot. With a satisfying swish, the ball found the net, bringing the score to 2-2. As he sprinted back, Zhou Ming raised his hand in encouragement to his team, exclaiming, "Look at this kid's prowess. He merely scored one basket." Huang Xiaolong scoffed, "Enough chatter, let us resume play." Zhang Yun gestured for the ball, which he received and passed to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, upon receiving the ball, began advancing into Class 3's half. Their defense tightened, with Zhou Peng and Li Hai closely guarded by the taller Gao Song and Wang Chong. They fought for position, striving to secure an advantageous spot. Zhang Yun and Chen Jinzhan positioned themselves beyond the three-point line, ready to receive the ball. Huang Xiaolong signaled his intent to challenge Zhou Ming in a one-on-one duel. Approaching Zhou Ming with determination, Huang Xiaolong dribbled before suddenly pivoting, shifting the ball to his right hand while turning to the right. Zhou Ming mirrored his movement, attempting to defend against him. Huang Xiaolong, agile and swift, capitalized on a defensive lapse from Zhou Ming, using his back to push against Zhou Ming's chest, methodically inching closer to the basket. Zhou Ming, taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's remarkable strength and speed, found himself unable to counteract Huang Xiaolong's advance. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong executed a swift turn, transferring the ball to his left hand while stepping forward with his left foot. Observing this sequence, Zhou Ming quickly lunged to the right, yet Huang Xiaolong adeptly redirected the ball to his right side, executing a rare step-back move to attempt a jump shot. With a clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim, failing to score. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Peng leaped, extending his right hand to grasp the ball at its apex. Meanwhile, Wang Chong also reached out to swat it away. However, Zhou Peng had already completed his maneuver, turning and using his shoulder to push Wang Chong aside. As they landed, Zhou Peng held the ball high above his head. Wang Chong, noticing this, extended his hand to intercept, but Zhou Peng pivoted once more, using his shoulder to maintain space, and with a swift leap, successfully executed a layup, bringing the score to 4-2. Now it was Class 3's turn to attack again, with Zhou Ming passing the ball to Yang Hua. Standing at 1.76 meters, Yang Hua was the former vice-captain of the school team and was the most skilled player in Class 3. Zhang Yun, his opponent, replied, "I've heard you're the best player in Class 5. Let us challenge each other." Zhang Yun countered, "I've heard you were once the vice-captain of the school basketball team? Then bring it on." The emphasis on the word vice was particularly pronounced. "From what you say, you must think highly of yourself. Let me take the offensive." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Hua surged forward, accelerating past Zhang Yun's left side. "This guy is truly cunning," Zhang Yun thought as Yang Hua executed a behind-the-back dribble, smoothly transitioning the ball to his left hand while using his body to evade Zhang Yun's defense. Zhang Yun, determined not to let him pass, quickly adjusted his weight, sliding right, while taking a half-step back to secure a favorable position that blocked Yang Hua's path. Their initial exchange proved unsuccessful for Yang Hua, but he seemed undeterred, resolutely preparing to challenge Zhang Yun again. Yang Hua retreated swiftly, gathering the ball before leaping to attempt a step-back jump shot. Zhang Yun reacted promptly, springing into the air, arm outstretched in an effort to block the shot. Yet, as he soared, he suddenly realized he was a beat too slow. In that fleeting moment, he recognized Yang Hua's signature move. With a slight smirk, Yang Hua flicked his wrist, sending the basketball on a graceful arc that perfectly found its target. Yang Hua's cleverness was undeniable. This play showcased his skill and intellect, earning him applause. What a remarkable shot! Yang Hua truly lives up to his reputation as the vice-captain of the school team, executing a step-back jump shot with such finesse. Indeed, I wonder how Zhang Yun will respond. The spectators on the sidelines buzzed with excitement, cheering for the players. Zhang Yun's gaze sharpened, his demeanor cooling into a steely resolve, reminiscent of a blade unsheathed. As Class 5 resumed play, Zhang Yun quickly advanced toward his teammates, signaling for the ball. This contest was merely at its inception, he mused inwardly. Yang Hua stood focused on the court. Having previously triumphed over Zhang Yun, yet fully aware of Zhang Yun's formidable skills. With resolve, Yang Hua lowered his center of gravity, bracing for Zhang Yun's impending offensive. Suddenly, Zhang Yun darted to the right, prompting Yang Hua to react swiftly, retreating half a step to maintain distance. However, Zhang Yun abruptly halted, taking advantage of Yang Hua's momentary indecision, leaping high and executing a clean shot toward the basket. Yang Hua hurriedly raised his hand for defense. But it was too late. A soft swish echoed, signaling the ball's entry into the hoop. The competition was fierce, with both sides scoring 2 points, yet neither exhibited a clear advantage. It was this electrifying rivalry that captivated the onlooking students, their excitement palpable. As Zhang Yun and Yang Hua clashed repeatedly, the audience grew increasingly engrossed, anticipation building for their next showdown. In the ensuing exchanges, both players scored, yet Zhang Yun gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Having recently been reborn, his physical prowess and skills had yet to reach their former heights. Coupled with 2 turnovers from Class 5, Class 3 had widened the gap to an 8-point lead, a concerning development for Huang Xiaolong. He recognized that such entanglements would not bode well for Class 5, whose collective synergy and tactical coordination were their greatest strengths. It is now imperative to leverage the close cooperation of the 5 individuals, along with their inherent synergy. To secure victory, Lao Yun, refrain from pursuing individual plays. We must engage in tactical collaboration, as we are currently at a considerable disadvantage. Huang Xiaolong shouted a reminder to Zhang Yun. If I continue this way, we are bound to lose, Zhang Yun thought to himself, cursing inwardly. Chapter 23 The arrival of Class 5 girls. As Class 3 scored another goal, Xiaolong gathered everyone together to discuss tactics. 1, 2, 3, let us go? Their 5 palms stacked together, they shouted with fervor. Let us go? Let us go? The students on the sidelines, inspired by their enthusiasm, joined in the cheer. Class 5, let us go. Suddenly, a chorus of encouragement from the girls erupted from the sidelines. Unbeknownst to them, nearly 20 female classmates from Class 5 had gathered to watch and cheer, including Yanqi, Wu Lijun, and Li Xiaoyun. Li Xiaoyun, a girl from Zhang Yun's class, sported a tidy ponytail that accentuated her fresh and lively demeanor. Though not particularly tall, her cherubic face radiated a vibrant charm. Coming from a rural background, she was said to have a modest family situation. After the college entrance examination, she even worked summer jobs with her classmates, only to be deceived by their employer and left unpaid. Li Xiaoyun frequently dined with Huang Xiaolong and the others. Her friendship with Zhang Yun flourished, as she often sought Zhang Yun's guidance on geographical inquiries, to which Zhang Yun patiently responded. In the ensuing match, Zhang Yun learned from past experiences and adjusted the strategy. He refrained from engaging in one-on-one contests with Yang Hua, opting instead for a more cautious approach to regain stamina. He closely monitored Yang Hua, darting to the side or behind him at every opportunity to disrupt his passes or shots. Simultaneously, he signaled Chen Jinzhan to join him in defense, preventing Yang Hua from breaking through alone. Yang Hua felt increasingly uncomfortable with this strategy. He thrived in one-on-one scenarios, but was overwhelmed by the dual defense. His eyes reflected anxiety, an unfamiliar predicament for him. Indeed, Huang Xiaolong was right. Tactical collaboration and fortified defense against Yang Hua were essential, Zhang Yun mused. Observing the double team, Yang Hua swiftly passed the ball to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming maneuvered the ball, evading Huang Xiaolong's defense, and passed to Wang Chong. Wang Chong sidestepped Li Hai, advancing slowly towards the basket. Suddenly, he pivoted, using his body to clear Li Hai as he executed a hook shot that swished through the net. As the game progressed, the disadvantage of Class 5's limited numbers became evident, with everyone's stamina waning significantly. Li Hai could no longer secure rebounds, and 3-pointers eluded him. By the end of the third quarter, Class 5, lacking substitutes and facing a formidable Yang Hua from the school team in Class 3, found themselves trailing significantly at a score of 28-39. Both Zhang Yun and Huang Xiaolong were panting heavily, with Huang Xiaolong faring slightly better due to fewer individual confrontations. Zhang Yun, feeling exhausted, likened his legs to being weighed down by lead. Each step a struggle, yet he persevered. How are you holding up, Lao Yun? Can you continue? Huang Xiaolong inquired of Zhang Yun. Breathing heavily, Zhang Yun replied, I can hold on. Should I bring in an external player? Huang Xiaolong suggested. Let us not. Our female classmates are watching us. Zhang Yun pointed towards the group of girls from their class on the sidelines. Very well. But let us not overexert ourselves and risk injury. After all, our class is at a disadvantage. Huang Xiaolong sighed resignedly. We cannot easily concede until the game concludes. Everyone gathered around, and Zhang Yun called for a tactical adjustment. Hold on, let us focus on Zhou Peng and Chen Jinzhan. Everyone should pass to them. They have more energy and can keep playing longer. The 3 of us should recover our stamina. Zhang Yun articulated his strategy. Agreed. We should capitalize on Zhou Peng's strength, Huang Xiaolong concurred. Currently, Class 5 had only Zhou Peng and Chun Jinjian in good shape, as their movements were minimal. Zhou Peng would dominate inside for rebounds while Chun Jinjian would set screens and facilitate passes, still having the energy to compete. With the fourth quarter underway, Class 5 initiated the play. Huang Xiaolong slowly advanced with the ball, utilizing the time to help everyone regain their energy. As time elapsed, the ball gradually crossed half court. At that moment, Zhou Peng recognized it was his opportunity to shine. He swiftly moved to the left, one hand firmly guarding while the other raised high, signaling for a pass from Huang Xiaolong. Hesitating momentarily, Huang Xiaolong, seeing Zhou Peng's eagerness, decisively passed the ball to him. There was no time for hesitation, and he believed Zhou Peng possessed sufficient ability to contribute. Defending against Wang Chong in the paint, Zhou Peng, upon receiving the ball, engaged in a fierce contest, pressing closely against him. Wang Chong felt as if colliding with a solid rock, experiencing pain in his chest as he was forcefully pushed back towards the basket. Seizing the moment, Zhou Peng pivoted from behind the basket to face the hoop, leaping against Wang Chong's defense. Zhou Peng's jump was remarkably swift. Wang Chong, caught off guard, could only watch as Zhou Peng effortlessly scored. In the following plays, Zhou Peng continued to excel, netting 2 consecutive baskets that Wang Chong could not thwart. As Zhang Yun and the others struggled with dwindling stamina under intense defense, Zhou Peng bore the burden of Class 5's offense. Aside from Huang Xiaolong orchestrating the plays, the presence of Zhang Yun and the other 2 faded into the background. Zhou Peng's exceptional performance drew the attention of all, instilling a sense of threat in the opponents. His prowess also captured the spectators' admiration, with classmates eagerly discussing this emerging star. Some marveled at his strength, while others expressed curiosity about his techniques. During a timeout, Wang Chong of Class 3 turned to Yang Hua, saying, "Huazi, you'll go in next." "Damn, that Zhou Peng is too tough to handle." "Brother Chong, is it tough up top or down low? Are you feeling upset?" Gao Song teased. "Shut it, let us focus on playing hard next." Wang Chong scolded before turning to Yang Hua. "All right, just watch me." Yang Hua agreed, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yun, filled with determination. With Zhou Peng's remarkable display, Zhang Yun and the others gradually closed the gap in the score. However, with the entrance of Yang Hua, he occasionally ignited a spark, slightly widening the point gap. It was now Class 3's turn to launch an offensive. After a brief respite, Huang Xiaolong regained some stamina. Once he secured the ball, he surged forward like a cheetah. Zhou Ming immediately confronted him, attempting to thwart Huang Xiaolong's advance. Yet, Huang Xiaolong merely gestured casually, signaling to Chun Jinjian. Understanding the cue, Chun Jinjian swiftly moved in to set a screen. This tactical collaboration was seamless. Huang Xiaolong deftly exploited the opening, eluding Zhou Ming's defense and charging toward Class 3's interior. "Stop him!" the Class 3 players exclaimed, instinctively collapsing towards the paint in an effort to impede Huang Xiaolong's onslaught. However, this was precisely what Huang Xiaolong had anticipated. With a clever flick of his wrist, he passed the ball to the unguarded Zhang Yun. As all the Class 3 players converged within the paint, Yang Hua found himself slightly distanced from Zhang Yun. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Yun feigned an aggressive drive toward the basket, prompting one of the Class 3 players to break off and defend him. This was the outcome Zhang Yun sought. With a swift motion, he relayed the ball to the awaiting Zhou Peng. Without hesitation, Zhou Peng took the shot. His objective was to score, and he would decisively seize any opportunity. His shot was both resolute and precise. In such a state, Zhou Peng's shooting percentage naturally soared. He aimed for the hoop and launched the basketball with vigor. The ball soared through the air like a meteor, swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. The score instantaneously shifted to 43-47, now a mere 4 points away from a tie for Zhang Yun and his team. Chapter 24. The decisive moment. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the game, Zhang Yun and his team still had a chance to tie the score. Victory could only be achieved through offense. After Class 3's attack failed, Huang Xiaolong advanced the ball to the front court. Upon receiving Huang Xiaolong's pass, Zhang Yun fixed his gaze on Yang Hua. In an instant, Zhang Yun surged forward, swiftly altering his direction. Yang Hua hurriedly adjusted. But Zhang Yun deftly dribbled behind his back, changing his offensive approach yet again. Yang Hua attempted to block him, but Zhang Yun's speed was simply too formidable. His rapid changes of direction rendered Yang Hua incapable of defending effectively. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yun charged into the paint, where Wang Chong stepped up to defend. However, Zhang Yun resolutely lifted the ball high, not to shoot, but instead to flick it with his hand. Wang Chong missed entirely. The ball arced gracefully through the air before landing precisely in the hoop. The crowd erupted in cheers, marveling at such a splendid shot. Yang Hua could not help but acknowledge that apart from being slightly frail and lacking in stamina, Zhang Yun possessed exceptional basketball intelligence and court awareness, coupled with remarkable speed. The score stood at 45-47, with Class 3 only leading by a mere 2 points. Just 2 points away from tying the score, everyone, defend. Zhang Yun turned to retreat on defense, vocally urging his teammates. Huang Xiaolong and the others were jolted into awareness, knowing that if they could successfully defend this possession and score again, they might level the game. They nodded in unison, their eyes gleaming with determination, ready to give their all. Zhang Yun's breath came in quick gasps, each inhale feeling as if it were ignited with flames, as if his lungs were being scorched by an inferno. His teammates were not faring much better. Each of them was experiencing a rapid depletion of energy, akin to a silent struggle. Zhou Peng and Chen Jinzhan were in slightly better condition, while Zhang Yun, Huang Xiaolong, and Li Hai found the situation far more arduous. My physical condition is still too lacking. I must intensify my training, Zhang Yun silently contemplated. He decisively raised his hand, calling for a timeout. With just over a minute left, he seized the opportunity to catch his breath. No matter their physical state, they had to persevere for the sake of their team's victory and their own pride. The referee's whistle signaled the timeout. On the sidelines, the players gasped for air, their shirts drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. The students and girls from their class regarded Zhang Yun and his team with admiration. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the game, they had trailed by over 10 points, yet had narrowed the gap to just 2. Such a performance was completely unexpected, almost beyond belief. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath and addressed his teammates. With less than 2 minutes left and only a 2-point deficit, we still have a chance. Our ability to win hinges on these final seconds. Let us bring forth our best efforts. Everyone nodded in agreement. Let us do this, otherwise, all my early morning training over the past half-month would be in vain. Zhang Yun encouraged his teammates. We will find a way, Huang Xiaolong asserted. He turned to Zhang Yun. In the time remaining, I will do my utmost to create opportunities for you. The ball will be in your hands. You will be the cornerstone of our offense. Whether we can overcome Class 3 rests upon you. Rest assured, I will give my all to secure a victory. Zhang Yun's gaze was unexpectedly resolute. You are our best chance at offense. Zhou Peng is too fatigued in the paint, and Li Hai's shooting is no longer reliable. As for Chen Jinzhan, just maintain your form and await your moment. Huang Xiaolong continued to strategize. Zhang Yun's serious demeanor revealed his determination. All right, leave it to me. Huang Xiaolong's words heightened the tension among the team. They understood that the moments ahead would be crucial. They needed to unite and exert their utmost effort to claim victory in this match. On the other side, Class 3 was also anxiously devising their strategy. The game had progressed to a point that Yang Hua had not anticipated. Class 3 had already exerted their full strength, yet they still led by only 2 points. Listen carefully. We will play this way moving forward. We must closely mark Zhang Yun. Yang Hua swiftly outlined the strategy. With just over a minute left, this final stretch was the most critical. The players from Class 3 felt the mounting pressure, yet they recognized that victory could only be achieved through hard work and teamwork, rather than relying solely on Yang Hua. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout. Zhang Yun extended his palm, declaring, "Brothers, summon your courage. We will prevail." The hands of the team came together. Responding in unison, "We will prevail." The players from both teams gradually returned to the court, with only 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. Class 3 controlled the ball. Yang Hua brought it to the front court, and Zhang Yun immediately advanced, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Hua, refusing to show any sign of relaxation. Everyone present was acutely aware of Yang Hua's prowess. Zhang Yun had to bolster his defense. Allowing Yang Hua to score again could spell disaster for their chances. Screen. Yang Hua signaled, and Chen Cheng stepped forward to set a screen. Yang Hua attempted to break through, but Zhang Yun swiftly tightened his defense, closely tracking Yang Hua's dribbling. At that moment, Chen Jinzhan also rushed in to assist. Yang Hua furrowed his brow and passed the ball to Zhou Ming, aiming to force Zhang Yun and his team to alter their defensive strategy. However, Class 5 did not change their strategy. Zhou Ming stood beyond the 3-point line, and Huang Xiaolong had yet to catch up. Although there was space ahead, he hesitated, uncertain whether to shoot. If he shot, he lacked confidence. If he refrained, he risked missing the opportunity. Seeing this, Chen Cheng quickly moved forward to receive the ball, executing a handoff with Yang Hua. Yet as soon as Yang Hua caught the ball, he was double-teamed by Zhang Yun and Chen Jinzhan. Gritting his teeth, he decisively took his shot. The interference was too great. The basketball hit the backboard and ricocheted several times, ultimately landing in Wang Chang's hands. Wang Chang swiftly passed the ball back out to Yang Hua. Adjusting himself, Yang Hua lifted his hand, flicking his wrist to release the shot, which ultimately found its mark. Class 3 was indeed fortunate, extending their lead to a 4-point margin. With only 50 seconds left on the clock, the atmosphere grew tense. Time was truly running short. Outside the court, the students watching became anxious, as did the players from Class 3 who were not on the court. Yi Anqi and her companions watched the game with rapt attention, not daring to blink. Huang Xiaolong brought the ball into the front court, signaling for Zhou Peng and Li Hai to move. Chen Jinzhan stepped up to set a screen. Huang Xiaolong's gaze was resolute as he made the audacious decision to break through, either to score himself or to create space for Zhang Yun. He understood that this was the only way to seize the opportunity for a point. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong sprang into action, his speed astonishing. Zhou Ming was taken aback, wondering how this individual could still possess such swiftness. He recognized the significance of this match for Class 3. As the final moments approached, fatigue weighed heavily on everyone, Zhou Ming included. Rather than resorting to complex techniques, Huang Xiaolong opted for a straightforward change of direction, effortlessly surpassing his opponent. He charged towards the paint with the ball, prompting Wang Chang to swiftly move to block him, while Yang Hua and others instinctively converged inward. In that fleeting moment, Huang Xiaolong quickly passed the ball to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun caught it and executed a steady shot, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. Upon landing, he raised his fist in triumph. Despite his often stoic exterior, he could not contain the exhilaration surging within him. The score gap narrowed to 2 points, 47-49. With only half a minute remaining, the prospect of Class 3 scoring in the next play seemed increasingly bleak. Chapter 25. Zhang Yun, you are truly remarkable. The players from Class 3 furrowed their brows and swiftly initiated a counterattack. With only 30 seconds remaining in the match, Zhou Ming cleverly consumed some time, only commencing their genuine offensive when the shot clock dwindled to 10 seconds. This was their final chance to score, and the ball was passed into the hands of Yang Hua. Facing Zhang Yun, Yang Hua executed a series of under-the-leg dribbles before suddenly leaping and taking a step-back jumper, his signature move. However, fatigued from exertion, Yang Hua's shot failed to find its mark. Zhou Peng seized the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Huang Xiaolong. With merely 10 seconds left in the game, Huang Xiaolong shouted, "Quick!" and they sprinted toward the front court. The audience held their breath as the score differential stood at a mere 2 points. This was their last opportunity to attack, yet Class 3 did not relinquish their defensive stance. Yang Hua and his teammates quickly retreated, closely marking Zhang Yun and Zhou Peng, particularly Zhang Yun, who was double-teamed, unable to receive the ball. Huang Xiaolong silently calculated the time, observing his teammates. He recognized the difficulty of scoring at this juncture. With a 2-point deficit, Zhang Yun was tightly guarded, while Zhou Peng grappled with Wang Chang in the paint. Li Hai and Chen Jinzhan wore anxious expressions. Their attempts to shoot were fraught with uncertainty. Zhou Ming positioned himself in front of Huang Xiaolong, while Gao Song defended the 3-second area. Class 3 essentially allowed Li Hai and Chen Jinzhan to attack, focusing their defense on Zhang Yun and Zhou Peng. Should Huang Xiaolong break through, Gao Song could promptly provide support, along with Zhou Ming, to contain Huang Xiaolong. Faced with such a challenging situation, what should be done? Zhang Yun pondered. He quickly made a decision. Here it comes, the final offensive, a gamble on luck. At this crucial moment, Zhang Yun's mind became remarkably clear. It was reminiscent of his participation in the military-civilian competition years ago, where, in the final moments of the championship, despite the pressure of trailing, he transformed into a different person. In the last minute of that match, his team was down by 6 points, and all the players were engulfed in despair. Yet, like a cold leopard, Zhang Yun calmly surveyed the court. With 2 consecutive three-pointers, he scored 6 points, instantly igniting hope within the entire team. Now, when everyone thought it was futile to catch up and began to panic, he remained as composed as a glacier. Zhang Yun seemed to return to that moment, his heartbeat steady as a drum. He dashed out to the perimeter, shouting to Huang Xiaolong, "Pass me the ball." Upon seeing Zhang Yun break into space, Huang Xiaolong passed the ball to him. With only a few seconds remaining, Zhang Yun remained extraordinarily calm. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on the hoop. Set a screen, Zhang Yun commanded. His voice echoed across the court, startling everyone. Stay tight on Zhou Peng, Yang Hua shouted while keeping his eyes on Zhang Yun. He understood that Zhang Yun's vision was keen and his basketball intelligence astute. They needed to respond cautiously to prevent Zhang Yun from passing to Zhou Peng. The closer they got to the basket, the higher the chance of scoring. However, this time, they miscalculated. Chen Jinzhong stepped forward to set a screen, and Zhang Yun shifted sideways. Zhou Ming kept a close watch on Huang Xiaolong, while Chen Sheng prepared to assist defensively should Zhang Yun attempt to drive. Yet, Zhang Yun chose not to penetrate but instead relied on the screen, halting just beyond the three-point line. In an instant, the situation grew precarious. Oh no, he's going for a three-pointer. Suddenly, everyone understood. However, Zhang Yun had not attempted a single three-pointer that day, and now he opted for one. Although Yi Anqi did not possess extensive basketball knowledge, she understood that sinking a three-pointer was no simple feat. Even if he chose to drive and draw a foul, it would be preferable. The crowd's attention turned towards Zhang Yun, who leaped from beyond the arc, his expression resolute and powerful, as if time itself had frozen. Until he gently flicked his wrist, releasing the basketball, the entire arena fell silent, awaiting the ball's descent. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the basketball struck the rim like a cannonball, tracing an arc through the air before bouncing upward. The players from Class 3 held their breath, while Wang Chong, Li Hai, Zhou Peng, and Gao Song prepared to contest the rebound. The members of Class 5 appeared despondent. Had this shot gone in, victory would have been theirs. Look, someone exclaimed. There is still a chance. In an instant, the arena was hushed, as if time had come to a standstill. All eyes focused on the basketball as it rebounded high, nearly a meter off the ground, before crashing back down, striking the rim once more. Beep! A long whistle sounded. The game concluded, yet the result remained uncertain. The basketball danced on the rim for several moments before ultimately falling through the net. The score read 50-49. The players from Class 3 stared in disbelief. This? No way. They could hardly comprehend the unfolding events. Our Class won. The jubilant screams and cheers of the girls from Class 5 erupted outside the court. Zhang Yun and his teammates were ecstatic, their voices raised in celebration as they embraced one another. No one had anticipated such a miraculous turn of events, the ball striking the rim, bouncing several times, and eventually finding its way into the net. Moments ago, everyone had thought the shot would miss, yet it had gone in. The arena buzzed with astonishment. This shot was simply incredible, heightening the thrill of the match. Zhang Yun, you are truly extraordinary. Wang Xiaolong and Zhou Peng rushed over. Haha, it was luck, pure luck, Zhang Yun chuckled, momentarily adopting a rare sense of humility. Haha, this is not just luck, it is a testament to skill, Huang Xiaolong chimed in joyfully. Hearing these words, Zhang Yun laughed even louder. Though his shooting technique had declined, and that last shot contained an element of chance, he still chose to take the risk. However, luck is indeed a part of skill. Had it been anyone else, they might not have dared to attempt such a shot. Zhang Yun, you are truly amazing. Yi Anqi approached, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It's fortunate to have your support. You gave me the motivation, or else we would have lost. Zhang Yun replied playfully. Our class has many talented players. This victory is a collective achievement. Yi Anqi felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Zhang Yun's words were rather blunt, leaving her feeling a tad embarrassed. Haha, Anqi, what secret whispers are you two sharing? At that moment, Wu Lijun approached, her eyes darting between the two, seemingly concocting some mischief. Not at all. Zhang Yun and the others have won the game for our class, so I naturally came to congratulate them. Yi Anqi quickly refuted, not wishing for Wu Lijun to uncover any of her secrets, lest she face a barrage of teasing upon returning to the dormitory. Old Yun, since we won, how about we all go out for a meal? Huang Xiaolong suggested with enthusiasm. Sure. Let's invite everyone. Who else is coming? Zhang Yun glanced around at their classmates. Class 5, listen up. We are going out for dinner together. Boss Yun is treating. Anyone who wants to join, come along. Huang Xiaolong announced loudly to his classmates. Boss Yun is generous. Count me in. Several students eagerly replied, delighted by the prospect. Just then, Yang Hua from Class 3 approached and halted in front of Yi Anqi. Chapter 26. Yang Hua surprisingly becomes a rival Zhang Yun. Today you were fortunate, and by sheer luck, you managed to win. Next time, I will defeat you. Yang Hua stated earnestly, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yun, striving to convey that despite the loss, his spirit remained unbowed. "I await your challenge," Zhang Yun replied with an air of authority. "Do not speak of luck. Only the victors possess the right to voice their opinions." At this moment, Zhang Yun exuded the essence of a ruler, accepting the challenge from the defeated. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong was engaged in conversation with his classmates from Class 3. Though the competition entailed victories and defeats, there were no hierarchies among friends, save for the likes of Zhao Tianyu, who was utterly oblivious to others. After exchanging a few words, Zhang Yun and his companions began to head outside the school. Not everyone was joining for a meal. It was just the 5 players and a few close female classmates, totaling 9 individuals. "Anqi, wait a moment." Suddenly, Yang Hua called out to Yi Anqi amidst the crowd. Upon hearing this, Yi Anqi halted, turning to face him. Yang Hua approached her, standing before her, and they seemed to be engaged in conversation. Yi Anqi glanced toward Zhang Yun and then shook her head. Moments later, she caught up with the group. The 5 boys walked ahead, while the 4 girls lagged behind by several paces, whispering amongst themselves, sharing secrets and heartfelt thoughts as close friends do. "Anqi, what did Yang Hua from Class 3 say to you just now? Is he trying to pursue you?" Wu Lijun inquired curiously. Yes, Anqi, do tell." Li Xiaoyan chimed in, urging her on. "It's nothing much. He just said he wanted to invite me to dinner. I didn't agree, as I want to dine with my own classmates." Yi Anqi explained. "Why didn't you agree? He used to be part of the school basketball team and was said to be the vice captain." Li Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise. "So what? He was still defeated by Zhang Yun," Wu Lijun remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "From my perspective, Yang Hua must be interested in Anqi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited her to dinner at this moment." Huang Jia analyzed confidently. "I don't like him, so why should I agree?" Yi Anqi dismissed, her tone unconcerned. "However, it seems like all the girls in Class 3 have had a crush on Yang Hua," Huang Jia said mysteriously. "Indeed, he is academically gifted, handsome, and the vice captain of the basketball team. I've heard his family has connections. If I were in Class 3, I would likely like him too." Li Xiaoyan lamented. "Anqi, be honest. Do you have feelings for Zhang Yun?" Wu Lijun asked with keen interest. "Absolutely not. You wouldn't believe me anyway," Yi Anqi replied, wishing to keep her true feelings concealed. "Zhang Yun is quite handsome, and he is devoted to you." "Anqi," Li Xiaoyan offered a rare compliment for Zhang Yun. I merely rejected Yang Hua. I don't have feelings for anyone," Yi Anqi said, her eyes sparkling with joy. "In my opinion, Zhang Yun is your ideal match. Anqi, what do you think?" Wu Lijun asked earnestly. "You all are just focused on romance. Right now, I only want to study diligently and get into a good university," Yi Anqi asserted, feigning annoyance as she pointed at them like a teacher. "I'm not like you, always paired up with someone to study," Huang Jia teased Yi Anqi. Upon hearing this, Yi Anqi's face turned crimson as she looked down. "Who is paired with whom?" Huang Xiaolong interjected, noticing their slow pace. "Get lost. Girls are sharing secrets, and you're eavesdropping," Wu Lijun scolded Huang Xiaolong. "All right, I'll leave now," Huang Xiaolong said, pretending to depart. "Ha, how amusing." Huang Xiaolong's comical antics elicited laughter from the girls. Upon arriving at the restaurant outside the school, everyone found a spacious table to sit down. Although it felt a bit cramped, they all laughed and gathered together joyfully. Yi Anqi sat to the left of Zhang Yun, with Huang Xiaolong on her right, while the others found seats at their leisure. The atmosphere in the restaurant was warm and lively, filled with the tantalizing aroma of delicious food, igniting everyone's appetite. "Today, we can indulge. We'll treat the rich," Huang Xiaolong declared as he pulled out a chair, assuming a hostess demeanor. Zhang Yun smiled and asked Yi Anqi, "Is there anything you would like to eat? I can help you order." Yi Anqi glanced at Huang Xiaolong, then turned to Zhang Yun, replying with a smile, "Actually, I do have something in mind, but I'm not sure if they have it here." Huang Xiaolong patted his chest and said, "Just say it. Our boss Yun is treating. We can have anything delicious." Yi Anqi mischievously smiled and said, "Then I want to eat the dishes you make." She intentionally elongated her words. "All right, old Yun, the class flower has spoken. You should take the initiative." Huang Xiaolong responded cheerfully. I was just joking," Yi Anqi said sweetly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "It's no big deal. Next time you all visit my home, I'll prepare a grand feast for you," Zhang Yun said earnestly, observing the two. He was a humble individual, not one to flaunt his abilities. But given the enthusiasm of his classmates, he decided to showcase his skills to impress Yi Anqi. Old Yun, you said it yourself. I'll hold you to it." Huang Xiaolong laughed heartily. "Yes, I did say it. Let us plan for this Sunday. Everyone can come over, Zhang Yun suggested after some contemplation, already formulating a plan in his mind to surprise everyone. Zhang Yun, how are your cooking skills? Wu Lijun couldn't help but ask, as she had a keen interest in cooking. Yeah, you can't just make soy sauce fried rice, right? Li Xiaoyan teased, unable to suppress her laughter. Don't worry, my culinary skills will astonish you, not just amaze you, but you'll be stuffed, Zhang Yun declared confidently, his face radiating a sunny smile that conveyed his sincerity and hospitality. This sounds delightful. Let us relax after the monthly exam. Who knows when the next chance will come? Class monitor Huang Jiai concluded the arrangement. In my view, we are merely basking in the brilliance of Anqi. Without her mention, we would not have had this opportunity. Huang Xiaolong spoke earnestly as he cast a glance at Yi Anqi. The words made Yi Anqi blush, her complexion a delightful shade of crimson. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Have the dishes been ordered? Everyone is quite famished. Zhang Yun, sensing the awkwardness, hurriedly shifted the topic. Soon, amidst their playful banter, they finished their meal. Old Yun, you need not treat us today. We look forward to your delicious offerings the day after tomorrow, Huang Xiaolong remarked after settling the bill. Ultimately, they opted for an AA system, as it would be awkward to expect Zhang Yun to treat them every day. The following morning, during class, Zhao Tianyu was summoned outside by the homeroom teacher. Before half a lesson had passed, Li Guangming hurriedly returned to the classroom, approaching Zhang Yun, who followed suit. Zhang Yun, step outside with me, Li Guangming said gravely, a hint of anger evident in his gaze. Huh, Zhang Yun, you are still unscathed. This will teach you to be so arrogant, Zhao Tianyu thought venomously to himself. What is happening? Why is the homeroom teacher so furious? Could it be that the bet between the two of them has come to the teacher's attention? Or perhaps the results of the monthly exam have been released. Zhang Yun performed poorly. Otherwise, why would both of them be called out? The classmates began to murmur among themselves. Is it possible that Zhang Yun failed his English exam? Have their wager been discovered by the homeroom teacher, who has now come to interrogate them? Yi Anqi felt a twinge of worry, her thoughts racing. I have placed too much faith in Zhang Yun. Considering his previous struggles with English, how could he possibly catch up in such a brief span? What should I do now? Anxiety gripped Yi Anqi's heart. Chapter 27. The police came knocking Zhang Yun. What on earth is wrong with you? How could you have beaten Zhao Tianyu to such a state? Li Guangming wore a look of disappointment, as if he were lamenting the failure of a promising student. Teacher, why would you think it was me? Look at me. Am I even a match for him? Zhang Yun innocently gestured towards his own physique. Li Guangming admonished Zhang Yun briefly. The police have already arrived at the school, specifically looking for you. Regardless, I didn't strike him. They cannot wrongfully accuse me, can they? Zhang Yun responded with a nonchalant demeanor. Alas, Li Guangming sighed. The Zhang Yun of old was not like this. Though he had a rebellious streak, he was not oblivious to the gravity of his actions. Subsequently, Zhang Yun was escorted to the office of the disciplinary department. At that moment, within the office, 2 police officers had arrived, Deputy Director Chun accompanied by an officer. The Deputy Director of the disciplinary department, Xia Jian, was ingratiatingly attending to the 2 officers. It turned out that after much deliberation, Zhao Tianyu had finally confided in Zhao Tai about how Zhang Yun had assaulted him. Zhao Tai subsequently reported this matter to Deputy Director Chun, which led to the police's visit. Zhang Yun, you have quite the audacity to assault a fellow student. Upon entering, Zhang Yun was met with Xia Jian's exaggerated stare and reprimand. Zhang Yun looked at Xia Jian, a man with a protruding belly and spectacles, presenting an air of self-righteousness. The flab on his face jiggled as he spoke, splattering saliva, which made Zhang Yun feel a wave of apprehension. Would that droplet of saliva land on me? Such a sight is truly repulsive, Zhang Yun pondered anxiously. Deputy Director Xia, please. Let us first ask Zhang Yun some questions, suggested Deputy Director Chen diplomatically. Yes, my apologies. Chun, I am merely concerned about the potential negative influence on the students. Xia Jian quickly shifted his tone upon hearing Deputy Director Chen's words. Goodness, what a rapid transformation, thought Zhang Yun. Such obsequiousness, one might mistake Deputy Director Chen for Xia Jian's father. Let us begin then. Xiao Lu, prepare to take notes. Deputy Director Chen signaled to the other officer. Chun, Zhang Yun is a student in our class. I would like to be present during this process, Li Guangming interjected, demonstrating his concern for Zhang Yun. That does not conform to protocol. We require confidentiality while conducting our investigation, Deputy Director Chen asserted with a stern countenance towards Li Guangming. Is that so? What exactly have I done? What are your intentions in confronting me so publicly? Zhang Yun maintained his composure, questioning them. Do you not realize you have assaulted someone? Do you wish for us to take you back to the station for you to comprehend your wrongdoing? Xiao Lu bellowed at Zhang Yun. Xiao Lu, do not raise your voice, Deputy Director Chen cautioned. As a result, Xiao Lu stood silently, glaring coldly at Zhang Yun. At this moment, Deputy Director Chen scrutinized Zhang Yun. This young man, though not of age, displayed a certain maturity in his speech and did not appear intimidated by the police presence. Were he another, they would likely be trembling with fear by now. Could it be that he truly did not strike Zhao Tianyu? Or perhaps he has some backing. Deputy Director Chen quietly contemplated as he assessed Zhang Yun. Li Guangming, why are you involving yourself in police matters? We should step outside, Xia Jian said with a weighty tone directed at Li Guangming. With no other recourse, Li Guangming complied and exited. Inside the office, Deputy Director Chen and Xiao Lu sat behind the desk, while Zhang Yun stood before them, alone. Name? Deputy Director Chen inquired sternly, intending to intimidate Zhang Yun into revealing more than he intended. Zhang Yun. Gender? Is that not obvious? Zhang Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. Be serious, gender? Deputy Director Chen's tone grew more insistent. Male. Zhang Yun, is it? Now, tell me where you were and what you did last Saturday night. Think carefully and answer truthfully. Do not lie. Deputy Director Chen began to delve into the matter at hand. Last Saturday, I went to the night market in the southern part of the city, where I encountered Zhao Tianyu. I exchanged a few words with Huang Mao, who kicked me, causing me to feel frightened. After that, I merely greeted Zhao Tianyu before returning to school. Zhang Yun recounted earnestly after some contemplation. What transpired between your departure from the night market and your return to school? Deputy Director Chen's eyes widened, attempting to exert pressure on Zhang Yun. I rode my bicycle straight back to school. Fearing Huang Mao might pursue me for a beating, Zhang Yun feigned a look of fear. Why did you choose to go to the night market that evening? Was it premeditated? Deputy Director Chen rhythmically drummed his fingers on the desk, attempting to feign indifference. It was Saturday. After all, no classes were in session. I went to the wholesale market to purchase some snacks. Later, feeling the weight of impending exams, I thought it prudent to unwind at the nearby night market. I truly did not expect to encounter Zhao Tianyu. Zhang Yun reiterated the rationale he had previously shared with Huang Xiaolong and others. Then, why provoke Huang Mao? Was there some ulterior motive? I had no intention of causing trouble. Zhao Tianyu and I had made a bet. Fearing I might not perform well on the exam, I intended to introduce him to a girl to ease our competitive tension, Zhang Yun explained, sounding quite reasonable. Do not jest with me. We possess substantial evidence against you, or we would not be here. If you confess now, the repercussions may be mitigated. Do not squander this opportunity. If we take you back to the station, your treatment will be far less lenient than it is now. Deputy Director Chen attempted to lead Zhang Yun into his trap. I speak only the truth, Deputy Director Chen. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. Zhang Yun insisted earnestly. Zhang Yun, do not reject our goodwill. Xiao Lu shouted angrily. If you do not believe my words, then go find your evidence. Zhang Yun retorted nonchalantly, taking a seat on a nearby stool. Who gave you permission to sit? Xiao Lu shouted furiously. Is it not customary for suspects to be seated during interrogation? Why should I not take a seat? Zhang Yun countered, disregarding Xiao Lu's authority. Who exactly is this Zhang Yun? It seems as though he possesses a level of expertise even surpassing our own. Xiao Lu appeared somewhat bewildered by Zhang Yun's inquiries. What is this attitude? Should a record of punishment be left on your file, it could adversely affect your future. Do not mislead yourself. Deputy Chen, adopting a demeanor of concern for the well-being of Zhang Yun, addressed him directly. Zhao Tianyu has already stated that you admitted to striking him. We even discovered traces you left behind at the scene. What more do you have to say for yourself? Xiao Lu interjected, playing the role of the stern interrogator while Deputy Chen adopted a gentler approach, both consciously steering Zhang Yun towards a confession. Zhang Yun retorted, claiming a personal conflict with Zhao Tianyu. You believe his words while dismissing mine. Has Zhao Tai offered you some form of inducement? Zhang Yun brought up the matter of Zhao Tai. Zhang Yun, do not be foolish. You still have a chance. Should you find yourself apprehended at the precinct, it will be too late for regrets. Deputy Chen's patience began to wane. Oh, I am so frightened. Zhang Yun feigned terror. His mockery was so contemptible that it provoked an irresistible urge to strike him. Young and impetuous, Xiao Lu could hardly tolerate such insolence. With a swift motion, he sat up, ready to deliver a beating to Zhang Yun. Without showing him some authority, he would remain oblivious to the depths of consequences. Chapter 28 Whispers abound. Just as Xiao Lu seized Zhang Yun by the collar, raising his right fist, a commanding voice interrupted. Stop. It was Deputy Chun, halting Xiao Lu's aggressive movement. Now, let us see if you're afraid, Xiao Lu thought to himself. Deputy Chun, if you don't teach this brat a lesson, he won't behave. Xiao Lu ceased his actions and addressed Deputy Chun. Come back, Zhang Yun. As you can see, Xiao Lu's temper isn't as forgiving as mine. It would be wise for you to confess. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a dire situation, Deputy Chun advised, appearing unusually taciturn. Zhang Yun stood up, adjusting his clothing slightly. You may proceed with your actions. If all goes as expected, tomorrow's news will report that a certain police station's chief interrogated students at school, leading to injuries. Now it was Deputy Chun who found himself in a predicament. This boy was impervious to reason. They couldn't just take him back to the station, especially without concrete evidence proving that Zhang Yun had harmed anyone. Don't be so arrogant. Xiao Lu glared menacingly at Zhang Yun. Speak respectfully, Xiao Lu. We are here to act according to the law. Deputy Chun finally softened his tone. Realizing further questioning would yield little, he concluded the interrogation hastily. As the office door swung open, Chief Chun was immediately bombarded with questions. What was the result? Xia Jian inquired eagerly. Your school's educational approach raises concerns. When students err, they dare not acknowledge it. I shall report this matter thoroughly to our director, Deputy Chun replied, adopting an official tone. Did Zhang Yun not admit his mistakes? Xia Jian reassured him. Rest assured, I will ensure this boy is adequately punished. His expression was serious. Mr. Li Guangming, please escort Zhang Yun back to the classroom. Xia Jian cast a cold glance at Zhang Yun. The second period had ended, and the morning exercise was about to commence, with the third class soon to follow. Upon entering the classroom, Zhang Yun noticed hushed whispers. His classmates had abruptly ceased their chatter, exchanging peculiar glances. What is going on? Zhang Yun, puzzled, surveyed their behavior. It turned out that Zhao Tianyu had spread rumors during the break, claiming Zhang Yun was under investigation by the police. This news detonated among the students like a bombshell, eliciting astonishment, skepticism, and even malicious glee. Lao Yan, you're back. Is everything all right? Nothing serious, I hope? Huang Xiaolong approached, concern etched on his face. Despite the majority viewing him with suspicion, some genuinely cared for his well-being. Zhang Yan, are you okay? Yi Anqi joined, her expression filled with worry. It's nothing serious. The police just wanted to clarify a few details after I ran into Zhao Tianyu while having a late-night snack. Don't worry, I'm fine, Zhang Yun reassured them, opting not to divulge the entire truth to prevent further anxiety. All right, let us prepare for class, he said, settling into his seat. As noon approached, the students surged toward the cafeteria. Is it true that Zhang Yun is being investigated by the police? Xiaoming asked, curiosity piqued. I heard the same, but I'm not sure if it's true, Xiao Hong remarked, her brow furrowed. I find this situation rather suspicious. Zhang Yun seems quite honest. How could he be under police scrutiny? Xiao Gang expressed his doubts. Humph, one cannot know a person's heart by their appearance. He is selling snacks and profiting from everyone. Now look where that's gotten him. Xiao Chong relished in his misfortune. During lunch, discussions centered around Zhang Yun's predicament, as the police investigation was certainly not a favorable matter. By the afternoon, the rumor had spread throughout the entire senior class. The students' attitudes toward Zhang Yun had shifted dramatically. Those who were once friendly began to distance themselves, and some even mocked him. Those who held animosity towards Zhang Yun seized the opportunity to further tarnish his reputation. Zhang Yun had weathered far greater storms. These sheltered students were of little concern to him. He remained unfazed, continuing his studies at his own pace, akin to ignoring buzzing flies unless provoked. After class, Yi Anqi and Huang Jiai approached him with earnest expressions. Zhang Yun, are you all right? Don't mind what others think. Several of us believe in you. I'm fine. Those who concern themselves with me are insignificant. I simply choose to ignore them, Zhang Yun responded nonchalantly. We discussed it and decided to postpone our visit to your home until you resolve this issue. How does that sound? Huang Jiai cautiously suggested, fearing he might misunderstand. That works. I have some matters to attend to tomorrow, so let us plan for next weekend, Zhang Yun readily agreed, unconcerned about overthinking the situation. If I had the time to fret, I'd rather memorize some vocabulary. Lao Yun, do you need assistance? Just let me know. Huang Xiaolong offered, patting Zhang Yun's shoulder. I just need to buy an MP3 player. My speaking and listening skills are lacking. Perhaps you could sponsor me? Zhang Yun winked at Huang Xiaolong, mimicking a gesture asking for money. Get lost. You're the big boss. How dare you ask me for money? Huang Xiaolong retorted angrily. Haha, weren't you the one who said to ask for help? Such fickleness. Truly, the times have changed. Zhang Yun feigned a sigh. All right, you two, enough of the banter. Let us head out for a meal. Today, I'll treat you. Huang Jia lightly tapped Zhang Yun's shoulder. Dining out might not cost much more than a few coins, but it was the experience that mattered. There was a time when students flocked to enjoy snail noodles, and Zhang Yun and his friends would ride their bikes to the most authentic Liuzhou snail noodle shop for a satisfying meal. In the school cafeteria, the most expensive meal costs merely 5 yuan, while a bowl of luosafen at that noodle shop is priced at 3 yuan, devoid of any meat. Nonetheless, Zhang Yun and his companions relished their meal, perhaps due to the novelty of the flavor, which often tempts one to indulge multiple times. Upon returning to the dormitory after their meal, only the two of them remained. Old Yun, feel free to ask for assistance if you need it. I have no money, but I entrust my weight of over 100 jin to you, Huang Xiaolong remarked earnestly, gazing intently at Zhang Yun. Now that it's just the two of us, do not fear embarrassment in front of Anqi. All right, I will inform you if anything arises, so do not worry. I will step out shortly to purchase an MP3. Would you care to join me? Zhang Yun conversed with Huang Xiaolong while organizing his snacks. Absolutely. We must go. Otherwise, I fear you may conjure up some trouble, Huang Xiaolong quickly replied. There is still half of the stock from our last wholesale purchase unsold. Given that this week is the monthly exam, sales have been lackluster. With today's incident, it seems that sales may dwindle further. It appears we must resolve this matter swiftly. Otherwise, missing out on profits would be a significant loss. Money is a troublesome entity, and those without it are even more so, Zhang Yun contemplated inwardly. Chapter 29, A Surprising Discovery. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yun concluded that addressing the issue through Zhao Tai would be the most effective approach. Let us go, Xiaolong, he said, and together they rode their bicycles to the computer city. Excuse me, beautiful, do you have any good MP3 players? As soon as they entered the computer city, Huang Xiaolong approached a counter and inquired of the salesperson. You're in luck. The latest model of Lanma is only 199 yuan. The salesperson, her face dotted with acne, joyfully replied upon being called beautiful. That's too expensive. Do you have anything more affordable? We are merely students, Zhang Yun interjected, realizing he could not afford such a price. We should find a way to earn money quickly, he sighed. There's a decent Changhong model for just 99 yuan. It should suit you. The salesperson, contemplating her commission, suggested lower-priced options. All right, let us see it, Zhang Yun responded, considering it within his budget. Old Yun, this model is quite unattractive, Huang Xiaolong remarked, holding the rectangular MP3 player, which lacked a stylish design. Isn't this acceptable? What more do you expect for this price? Perhaps you could sponsor me a few hundred yuan, and I could buy a Samsung model, which looks much better. Zhang Yun shot him a disapproving glance. Sorry, I'm poor, unlike you, the wealthy one. Huang Xiaolong replied, handing the MP3 player to Zhang Yun. Fine, I'll take this one. Is there any discount? Zhang Yun questioned, thinking it would suffice for his needs. Young man, this is already the lowest price. We cannot reduce it further without incurring a loss. The salesperson insisted earnestly, as if her livelihood depended on it. Then could you throw in 2 batteries? These things drain power quite quickly, Zhang Yun countered, shifting his bargaining strategy. All right, I'll include them. I haven't made much profit from you, so let's consider it a friendly gesture. If any of your classmates come, please refer them to me, the salesperson replied, sounding as though she were selling at cost price. Xiaolong, add the beautiful one's QQ number. Zhang Yun nudged Huang Xiaolong. She wants to add you. Not me, Huang Xiaolong retorted with a roll of his eyes. Beautiful lady, could you jot down his QQ number? 153-5442. Hey, wait, I haven't finished. Huang Xiaolong exclaimed as Zhang Yun pulled him away. After wondering a bit more, Zhang Yun purchased a voice recorder before heading home. The next day, armed with his tools, Zhang Yun cycled directly to Zhao's restaurant. His intention today was to gather intelligence. Understanding both his enemy and himself was essential for victory. During the non-peak hours of the morning, Zhao's restaurant was devoid of customers, and Zhao Tai was absent. Zhang Yun parked his bicycle beside the restaurant and noticed a hiring notice posted at the entrance. The notice read that they were seeking 2 temporary workers for dishwashing and cleaning, offering a monthly salary of 1,200 yuan. Was this mere coincidence? Zhang Yun had been struggling to find a way to infiltrate the restaurant. Thus, he stepped inside. Hello, I am here to apply for the temporary position. Zhang Yun greeted the cashier with a smile. Young man, you don't seem like someone who can endure hard work. Are you sure you want to do this? The cashier, a beautiful young woman, casually remarked after glancing at him. Fair lady, my family is facing financial difficulties, and I need to earn some living expenses. Zhang Yun feigned a humble demeanor. Very well. Please wait a moment while I fetch the manager, she said before walking away. In just a few minutes, the cashier returned with a middle-aged man dressed in a dark gray suit, presumably a member of the management. Young man, are you here for the job? The restaurant manager inquired, scrutinizing Zhang Yun. Hello, manager. Yes, I am here to apply, Zhang Yun replied earnestly. I understand you are a student. Do you have the time to work? The manager asked curiously. I have no classes on Sundays and can work all day. I can also come in on weekday evenings. However, I would prefer to be paid daily. And do you provide meals? Zhang Yun feigned a desire for mere sustenance. Yes, we do provide meals. Can you also come in on Saturdays? The manager pondered. I have remedial classes on Saturday, but I can come in early in the afternoon. Your restaurant must have many diners in the evening, right? I can accept a lower wage, please. Zhang Yun implored with a look of desperation. He internally scolded himself, thinking that he would never demean himself in such a manner if it weren't for the need to gather clues. Seeing you in such a pitiful state, I'll let you give it a try. Sunday's pay is 30 yuan, starting at 10 a.m. On weekdays, you'll come in at 5:30 p.m. and finish at 8:30 p.m. for 10 yuan. How does that sound? The manager appeared accommodating, agreeing to Zhang Yun's terms. Thank you, manager. I will work hard, Zhang Yun eagerly responded. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Zhang Yun was not there to work, but rather to uncover the restaurant's illicit activities. Thus, Zhang Yun commenced his role as a dishwasher. During mealtimes, he washed dishes in the kitchen, observing the chef's culinary skills whenever he had the chance, learning in secret. To his astonishment, Zhang Yun discovered several issues. It turned out that Zhao's restaurant used stale meat and recycled oil to cut costs, masking the foul smell with heavy seasoning. It was no wonder many customers dined there. In this era, the trend of healthy eating had yet to gain traction, and people still indulged in rich, oily, and salty foods. Zhang Yun made another shocking discovery. Some chefs were secretly adding poppy seeds to the dishes. Wow, Zhao Tai, this is a serious crime. Zhang Yun cursed inwardly. No wonder Zhao's restaurant attracted so many customers. They were likely addicted. Most people wouldn't recognize poppy seeds, but Zhang Yun had previously joined the police force, specializing in drug enforcement, so he could identify them at a glance. This discovery could potentially bring down Zhao Tai, and he could enjoy free meals in the process. However, he needed to devise a more comprehensive plan, as it would be difficult to take down Zhao Tai alone. He required external assistance. Zhang Yun promptly took out the film camera he had brought and began documenting evidence. Seizing an opportune moment, he snapped several pictures. Chef, watching you cook is truly a delight. You have transformed cooking into an art form. It looks magnificent. Zhang Yun flattered. Haha, kid, you really have an eye for talent. The head chef chuckled in response, filled with pride. The dishes are a feast for the senses. Our restaurant in Wuzhou must surely be the best, right? Zhang Yun continued to boast. After all, boasting costs nothing, and perhaps by engaging in a bit more conversation, he might glean some additional information. It's plausible. Although we do have competitors, that restaurant, Xiang Man Lu, just across the street is not inferior to us, so we must not be arrogant, the head chef remarked with a knowing tone. Sooner or later, they will surpass us. We may claim to be second, but no one dares to assert they are first. The more Zhang Yun spoke, the more he began to grasp the situation. Young man, we must remain humble. Are you perhaps interested in learning some culinary skills? Ah, no, not at all. Zhang Yun quickly feigned innocence. With such trivial tricks, do you think you can deceive me? Just focus on your work. Who knows, one day when I'm in a good mood, I might teach you a few techniques. The flesh on the head chef's face quivered slightly. Thank you, chef. I shall return to my duties now. Zhang Yun began to wander about once more, hoping to uncover a few more secrets. Chapter 30. The results of the monthly exam are announced. Zhang Yun achieved second place in the grade. That evening, Zhang Yun collected his earnings and departed. As he passed by Xiang Man Lu, he paused for a moment, observing the bustling scene at the entrance. No wonder it could rival Zhao Jiao restaurant. Zhang Yun contemplated how he could connect with the owner of Xiang Man Lu, for that would be the key to taking down Zhao Jiao restaurant together. The following morning, as class commenced, the homeroom teacher Li Guangming entered, clutching a large bundle of exam papers, instantly silencing the entire classroom. The students anxiously awaited the announcement of the monthly exam results, which reflected the fruits of their labor over the past month. Zhang Yun's gaze met with Zhao Tianyu's, sparking tension between them. Zhao Tianyu smirked with a hint of provocation, thinking, let us see how you fare this time. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun widened his eyes, glaring at Zhao Tianyu as if to pierce him with his gaze. Students, the results of the monthly exam are in. Some have performed admirably, while others may need to exert more effort. Regardless of the outcome, it is crucial that we maintain a positive attitude and continue our hard work, Li Guangming encouraged from the podium. However, the students were aware that the forthcoming details were what truly captured their attention. Some students have excelled, while others may not have fared as well. Do not lose heart. We still have time to revise, Li Guangming continued. I have the report card here, and I would like to highlight a few students who have shown significant improvement. First, we have Yanxi, whose performance has improved across all subjects, particularly in geography, where she scored 135. A remarkable increase of 20 points, bringing her total to 598. Congratulations to her, Li Guangming concluded, leading the applause from the class. Upon hearing this, the classmates joined in, cheering her on. The second student to show notable progress is Wu Lijun, whose overall scores have also improved, achieving a total of 605 points, ranking 9th in the entire grade. Wow, Wu Lijun has made it into the top 10. The classmates began to chatter excitedly. It seems Zhang Yun didn't do as well. He must have scored poorly, Zhao Tianyu thought smugly to himself. The final student has made remarkable strides. I did not expect such an improvement in such a short time. If everyone puts in the effort, I believe you can all achieve excellent results. Let us see if you can guess who this is, Li Guangming teased, prompting the students to speculate. Chinese 125, Mathematics 145, English 84, Geography 148. Comprehensive Arts 135, with a total score of 637, second in the grade. As soon as Li Guangming finished speaking, the class erupted in astonishment. This was an unprecedented achievement for their class, marking a breakthrough. Previously, the top spot was always held by a female academic prodigy from Class 1, who consistently ranked first in every monthly exam. Rumor had it that she could have attended the prestigious Shi Yizhong, but she was lured to Wuzhou Yizhong with sponsorship. Does anyone have a guess as to who this academic star from our class might be? Li Guangming smiled, scanning the room. Is it Huang Jiai, our class monitor? One student ventured, noting her consistent high rankings. No, it seems no one can guess. I shall reveal it, Li Guangming announced, ready to disclose the identity of the dark horse. The student who achieved second place in the grade is none other than Zhang Yun. What? It's actually Zhang Yun? How is that possible? Could he have cheated? The classroom erupted into chaos, disbelief evident on every face. They struggled to comprehend that Zhang Yun, who had always had a mediocre performance, could suddenly ascend to second place in the grade. It was simply astonishing. Everyone, quiet down. I have reviewed Zhang Yun's exam papers, especially the mathematics section, where some of his solutions demonstrated more skill than our math teacher. Zhang Yun did not cheat. He relied on his genuine ability, Li Guangming clarified. Old Yun, you've truly outdone yourself, achieving second place without a sound. Allow me to pay my respects. From now on, I shall follow your lead, Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, it's South not first place, so keep it humble, Zhang Yun replied, his smile growing wider. Zhao Tianyu was equally dumbfounded. He had never anticipated Zhang Yun would perform so well. He had assumed that, no matter how poorly he did, he would still land in the top 10, yet now Zhang Yun had stolen his thunder. Thankfully, he had barely passed English, which he normally did well in, and this time he had lost a bet to Zhang Yun. This monthly exam also saw some students performing poorly, and it was time to step up their revision efforts, particularly for Zhao Tianyu, who scored only 70 in English, over 20 points lower than before. You must put in more effort. Li Guangming unexpectedly pointed out Zhao Tianyu's English score. What? I only scored 70. Impossible. Zhao Tianyu stood up, incredulous, staring at Li Guangming in disbelief. I reviewed your paper. Indeed, several questions were answered incorrectly. Falling behind is not a concern, but one must confront their shortcomings. Li Guangming admonished Zhao Tianyu with a serious expression. Must you treat me so differently? Zhao Tianyu grumbled silently. Haha, brother Yun, Zhao Tianyu didn't score as high in English. He lost the bet. I can't wait to see his embarrassed face. Huang Xiaolong boasted about the bet. Unless he wishes to be untrustworthy, it will be difficult for him to maintain his standing in class, Zhang Yun remarked, his confidence evident. The morning passed quickly while discussing the exam papers. As noon approached, Zhang Yun and Huang Xiaolong approached Zhao Tianyu, casting him a cold gaze. Zhao Tianyu, it's time to fulfill our bet, Zhang Yun taunted him. Must you be so ruthless, Zhang Yun? Zhao Tianyu replied, looking frustrated. Had I known it would come to this, I would have thought twice about the wager. Zhang Yun chuckled, relishing Zhao Tianyu's dismay. Fine. I will remember your actions today, Zhao Tianyu shot back. What does it matter if Zhao Tianyu is formidable? Zhang Yun still easily bested him. Chapter 31I, Zhao Tianyu. Am an academic underachiever, collaboration plan come on. Fulfill your wager, Zhang Yun said disdainfully to Zhao Tianyu. Following this, their group exited the classroom and arrived at the front of the teaching building. Huang Xiaolong eagerly spread the news of the bet between Zhang Yun and Zhao Tianyu, leading to an increasing crowd gathering around them. By the time they reached the entrance of the teaching building, a considerable number of classmates were already watching. Zhao Tianyu, please commence your performance, Zhang Yun taunted with a smile. Zhang Yun, perhaps we should let this go, Yi Anqi suggested, noticing the crowd and fearing for Zhang Yun's reputation as she gently tugged at his sleeve. If I were standing there, do you think Zhao Tianyu would spare me? Zhang Yun retorted. Anqi, you are too kind. You have crossed paths with Zhao Tianyu. And this matter will not resolve easily, Huang Xiaolong added, supporting Zhang Yun as a loyal friend. Zhao Tianyu, witnessing the throng of classmates, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and thought, what should I do? Zhao Tianyu, everyone is waiting. You wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? You promised, and now you hesitate. Are you not a man? Zhang Yun provocatively stimulated Zhao Tianyu with a grin. Zhao Tianyu glared coldly at Zhang Yun. Filled with animosity, he found himself with no escape. If he failed to act, his reputation would be tarnished forever. Yet, if he proceeded, he would become the subject of ridicule. It's all Zhang Yun's fault. Why couldn't I score better in English? I despise him. Zhao Tianyu cursed inwardly. I, Zhao Tianyu, am an academic underachiever. I, Zhao Tianyu, am a fool. After muttering these three self-deprecating phrases, Zhao Tianyu hurried away, unwilling to remain and face the humiliation. The surrounding classmates buzzed with discussion. Zhang Yun certainly has some prowess. He has managed to force Zhao Tianyu into such a predicament. If it were us, even if Zhao Tianyu lost the bet, he would disregard us. Indeed, Zhang Yun has changed. He carries himself with more authority and possesses a different aura. Haha, old Yun, it seems only you can bring Zhao Tianyu down a peg. Huang Xiaolong burst into laughter. Haha, if he honors his word, I will ensure he learns the consequences of failing to fulfill a wager, Zhang Yun chuckled. Let us celebrate today at noon. Congratulations to our talented Zhang for ranking second in the grade, Huang Xiaolong called out to the group as they headed to the dining hall. Yes, Zhang Yun has truly ascended. Scoring so well is beyond everyone's expectations, but it is all thanks to Anqi's tutoring, Wu Lijun praised Zhang Yun, while also acknowledging Yi Anqi's contribution. Oh, it is all due to Zhang Yun's intelligence. I merely assisted a little, Yi Anqi replied, feeling slightly embarrassed as her cheeks flushed. Regardless, I genuinely thank you, Anqi. Without your guidance, my English would not have improved so swiftly. Zhang Yun expressed his sincere gratitude. Just make sure to treat us to a grand meal. Huang Xiaolong chimed in with a smile. I won't forget. Let us go eat, Zhang Yun said, leading the way into the dining hall. In the afternoon, the results of the recent monthly exam spread throughout the entire senior year, and there was an amusing subplot that captivated the entire grade regarding the bet between Zhang Yun and Zhao Tianyu, culminating in Zhao Tianyu's confession as an academic underachiever. These two events elevated Zhang Yun's reputation to new heights within the grade. Moreover, through Huang Xiaolong's dissemination, it became clear that the previous police investigation involving Zhang Yun was merely a rumor fabricated by Zhao Tianyu as part of the bet. At this moment, the students recognized the truth, and Zhang Yun's popularity soared. Later that afternoon, the foot traffic at Zhang Yun's snack shop was incessant, swiftly depleting the stock in the classroom. After class, Zhang Yun requested a leave of absence and hurried to the entrance of Xiangmenlu. Today, he aimed to meet with the owner of Xiangmenlu to discuss a potential collaboration to undermine the Zhao family restaurant. Standing at the entrance of Xiangmenlu, Zhang Yun took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, having dressed more maturely for the occasion, and stepped inside. With his eloquence and persuasive skills, he managed to convince the store manager to allow him a meeting with the owner. The owner of Xiangmenlu was a middle-aged man in his 50s, surnamed Yang, who appeared somewhat stern, yet his eyes hinted at sharpness and decisiveness. Upon seeing Zhang Yun enter, he offered a slight smile, and gestured for him to sit. Once seated, Zhang Yun got straight to the point. Boss Yang, I am here to discuss a potential collaboration. Boss Yang smiled slightly, but remained silent, patiently awaiting Zhang Yun's elaboration. I am aware that Jiangmenlu is quite renowned locally, with excellent business. I would like to propose a partnership for us to undertake something even grander. Boss Yang nodded, signaling that he was listening. Zhang Yun continued, I possess information regarding the Zhao family restaurant. I have evidence proving they are using prohibited substances, and if this information is revealed to the media, it would undoubtedly strike a severe blow to the Zhao family restaurant. Boss Yang's eyes flickered, clearly intrigued by this revelation. Recognizing his leverage, Zhang Yun felt a surge of joy within. He pressed on, I can share this information with you, but I hope for a collaborative effort. I can disseminate this news to make more people aware of the issues surrounding the Zhao family restaurant, but I need your connections to support this endeavor. Additionally, I hope we can share in the benefits that arise from this. After a moment of contemplation, Boss Yang replied, your information is indeed valuable. But how can I trust you? There is no risk on your part now. Once this information is made public, it could be highly advantageous for you, potentially leading to the downfall of the Zhao family restaurant and establishing dominance in Wuzhou. In a few days, Boss Hu, await good news. Zhang Yun spoke earnestly. All right, I am quite interested. Let us discuss the specifics of our collaboration. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's heart leaped with joy, knowing that his plan was halfway to success. From here, he merely needed to discuss the details of the partnership with the owner. Throughout the conversation, Zhang Yun displayed remarkable composure, adeptly utilizing his leverage and negotiating effectively. His experience is extensive, and his methods are astute, prompting a newfound respect from Yang Laoban of Jiangmenlu. Ultimately, the two reached a consensus. Zhang Yun would provide leads to the newspaper, while Yang Laoban would report to the police station. Together, they would launch an investigation into the Zhao family restaurant, with plans for the newspaper and the police to visit the establishment the following evening. Upon the successful conclusion of this venture, Yang Laoban would reward Zhang Yun with 10,000 yuan. After departing from Jiangmenlu, Zhang Yun proceeded to the Zhao family restaurant, determined to continue his surveillance in hopes of uncovering more substantial evidence. Upon his arrival, he entered the kitchen to work, discovering that it remained unchanged from the previous day, still utilizing stale ingredients and poppy husks. This time, Zhao Tai's downfall seemed inevitable. After a casual evening of blending in, Zhang Yun quickly left. He then visited a photography studio, requesting the development of his film, and arranged to collect it the next day before returning to school. Upon entering the classroom, Huang Xiaolong regarded Zhang Yun with a hint of curiosity. Old Yun, you look quite mature today. You've been acting mysteriously these past few days. What are you up to? Are you preparing for a date with Yang Kai? As Zhang Yun settled into his seat, Huang Xiaolong eagerly inquired. Zhang Yun shot a cold glance at Zhao Tianyu before responding, I am preparing a grand surprise for that brat Zhao Tianyu. In a couple of days, you all will find out. You seem to have ulterior motives. Are you seeking help from someone outside? Huang Xiaolong teased with a grin. Do I need to find someone? I can handle him myself, Zhang Yun replied, brimming with confidence. When are you going to meet Anqi? You need to hurry. Many are watching, Huang Xiaolong reminded him. In a few days, perhaps, once I finish some tasks. We can all go out together, Zhang Yun casually responded before diving into his studies. At this stage, Zhang Yun's primary focus was accumulating wealth. Eager to bring down the Zhao family restaurant and collect the 10,000 yuan from Yang Laoban, which would facilitate the commencement of his grand financial plans. With December approaching, he felt an urgency to capitalize on the bullish market. If he did not seize this opportunity, he feared it would slip away. The financial storm of the latter half of 2008 was looming, and missing the chance to profit now would be a disservice to himself. Chapter 32. The favor of the elegant teacher. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating every corner of the classroom. The English teacher, Yang Lu, entered with a stack of examination papers in her arms. Today, she was dressed to impress, donning a sleek black blazer paired with a crisp white shirt and tailored black trousers, complemented by a pair of elegant high heels. Her hair, lightly dyed with golden curls, framed her delicate, tasteful makeup. Her graceful demeanor captivated Zhang Yun, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Classmates, I believe our homeroom teacher has already shared the results of this month's examination with you, and the report cards have been distributed, so I shall refrain from reiterating that, Yang Lu stated gently from the podium. First and foremost, I would like to commend a particular student. Her gaze fell upon Zhang Yun, her eyes brimming with admiration. This recognition goes to Zhang Yun from our class, who has improved his English score by over 40 points compared to the last exam. I thoroughly reviewed his paper and found that aside from some weaknesses in listening, he has made significant strides in grammar and writing. I have heard that our English representative, Yi Anshi, has been tutoring him during this period, which is commendable. Everyone should assist one another. Now, Zhang Yun, please share your thoughts. Yang Lu unexpectedly invited him to speak. Zhang Yun felt somewhat at a loss, pondering what he could possibly say. Should he reveal that he is a reborn individual? That it was his newfound photographic memory that enabled him to achieve such remarkable results? Nevertheless, he stood up, facing the expectant eyes of his classmates. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, "Teacher Yang, there isn't much to say. While we are here in this classroom, we ought to seize our limited time to strive for success and avoid regrets. I must express my deepest gratitude to Yi Anshi, who provided me with invaluable support when I needed it most." "Thank you, Anshi." With that, he returned to his seat. Zhao Tianyu, hearing Zhang Yun's words, cursed silently in his heart. Damn, what a sycophant. All he knows is how to flatter. Does he think he's pursuing a romantic relationship? The news of Zhao Tianyu's self-proclaimed status as a slacker had spread throughout the senior year of Wuzhou No. 1 High School, turning him into the butt of the joke. His resentment towards Zhang Yun intensified, yet he dared not confront him, fully aware that he was no match for Zhang Yun and could only mutter curses inwardly. Huang Xiaolong regarded Zhang Yun with quiet joy, recognizing that his achievements were solely the result of his hard work. Yi Anshi felt a blush rise to her cheeks upon hearing Zhang Yun's gratitude. She understood that his progress was in no small part due to her assistance, yet pride swelled within her for Zhang Yun. She believed that as long as he continued to exert himself, he would surely achieve even greater success. Zhang Yun's heartfelt words suggest he may have developed feelings for Anshi. Some classmates whispered to one another, unable to restrain their curiosity. Zhao Tianyu's face turned green with anger upon hearing their comments. "All right, everyone, let's not chatter," Yang Lu interjected. Zhang Yun's remarks were commendable. Although his previous English scores were lacking, his performance in this month's exam indicates that he is among the most diligent and studious in our class. I have high hopes for him, and I encourage everyone to learn from his example. Yang Lu's additional praise left Zhang Yun feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had always paid particular attention to him, given his historically poor performance in English, often scoring in the low 40s, placing him near the bottom of the class. However, he excelled in geography, which perplexed Yang Lu greatly. His severe subject imbalance was troubling. Despite her previous attempts to engage with him regarding his studies, Zhang Yun remained indifferent to English. His recent dramatic improvement in scores left her intrigued about the handsome young man and curious about his secret. Our class performed decently overall in this month's examination, yet a few students experienced significant declines. I hope that everyone can achieve commendable results next time, Yang Lu announced as she began to distribute the examination papers. As Zhang Yun observed Yang Lu's elegant silhouette, he couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of his rebirth. If he were still the ordinary person he once was, would he have ever received praise from a teacher as beautiful as Yang Lu? Now, having been reborn with extraordinary capabilities, he had transformed into the top student in the class. Life was simply delightful. Nevertheless, he reminded himself to remain vigilant, as the college entrance examination loomed ahead. He aspired to become the top scorer. Once the exams were over and the results were released, he would be liberated. At that moment, he would be free as a bird in the vast sky. After distributing the papers, Yang Lu began to elucidate the questions. This particular question was answered incorrectly by many students, so I will elaborate on it, she stated, pointing to the relevant question on the paper. Zhang Yun glanced at his exam paper and noted that he had answered this question correctly. However, he chose to remain silent, listening attentively to Yang Lu's explanation. This question is rather simple. It pertains to basic grammar, yet many students got it wrong, which is disappointing, Yang Lu continued as she explained the solution. Once class concluded, Zhang Yun approached Yi Anshi's desk and softly said, "Anshi, thank you for your continual support. I will strive to achieve even better results in the next examination." Yi Anshi looked up, smiling at Zhang Yun. "You are already quite exceptional. I believe in your potential. Let's both keep pushing ourselves." Zhang Yun nodded, feeling warmth within. He understood that with his photographic memory and the advantages of his rebirth, he was destined to carve out a unique path in life. After finishing lunch, Zhang Yun promptly went to the photography studio to collect his pictures. Due to the urgency, he paid an additional fee. If successful, The exposure of Zhao's restaurant closure would yield significant rewards for him. Zhang Yun placed a photo featuring poppy husks alongside the complaint letter he had written the previous night and left them at the entrance of Wuzhou Daily. He refrained from specifying which establishment he referred to, merely agreeing to meet at 6 in the evening at the newspaper's entrance. Now, he could only await the newspaper's response. He was confident that with such explosive material, the publication would not overlook it, as they were always eager to cover stories of great relevance to the public. In the afternoon, Zhang Yun arrived at the agreed location 10 minutes early. To avoid being recognized, he had thoughtfully donned a mask. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 30s, seemingly a journalist, emerged from the newspaper office. He glanced around before approaching Zhang Yun. "Hello, may I ask if you are Xiao Xiao? I am a reporter from Wuzhou Daily. My surname is Sun." The journalist inquired. Zhang Yun, wishing to remain anonymous to protect his identity while reporting under a pseudonym, nodded in response. "Thank you immensely for providing the lead on the unscrupulous restaurant. It is crucial for our coverage," Sun remarked. "It's nothing. I merely wish to prevent others from falling victim," Zhang Yun replied with a sense of righteousness. "I understand your sentiments," Sun said, offering Zhang Yun a reassuring glance. "Rest assured, our newspaper will keep your identity confidential." "That is a relief. I was concerned about being discovered," Zhang Yun exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. "Our editor has stated that if this matter proves to be true, you will receive a reward of 1,000 yuan, Sun added with a smile. "That is wonderful. I only stumbled upon this situation while working part-time at their restaurant," Zhang Yun exclaimed with delight. "What an unexpected windfall. Fortune seems to be smiling upon me." He thought to himself, elated. "Which restaurant is it, then? Shall we set off at once?" Sun inquired, his eagerness palpable. "Let us depart now," Zhang Yun replied. He mounted his bicycle, leading the way, while Sun followed on his motorcycle. Before long, they arrived at Zhao Jiao restaurant. Upon entering, Zhang Yun explained that Sun was also seeking part-time work, successfully guiding him into the kitchen. Under Zhang Yun's direction, they quickly spotted a poppy shell in the corner of the kitchen. Sun swiftly retrieved his camera, capturing this pivotal evidence, as well as some used cooking oil and unwholesome food items. Just as they were preparing to exit, they heard a commotion outside. Upon stepping out, they discovered that the police and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau had arrived for a joint inspection. Chapter 33 The Uncrowned King makes friends with Zhang Yun. Indeed, Boss Yang from Xiangmenlu proved to be exceptionally resourceful, having summoned 2 inspection units simultaneously. This turn of events ensured that the Zhao family restaurant would not escape unscathed. Reporter Sun witnessed this spectacle and glanced at Zhang Yun, who bore an expression of knowing anticipation. Sun mused to himself that this young man possessed certain connections and remained unflappable in handling matters with strategic acumen. Truly, he was destined for greatness and worth befriending. Without delay, Reporter Sun displayed his press credentials and brandished his camera for an interview. Soon after, the inspection personnel uncovered a plethora of violations in the kitchen of the Zhao family restaurant, the most egregious being the addition of poppy husks to the ingredients. Consequently, the local police station and the Bureau of Industry and Commerce jointly sealed off the restaurant and apprehended the relevant personnel, while also dispatching law enforcement to capture Zhao Tai. In light of these revelations, the patrons of Zhao family restaurant erupted in outrage. "What the hell? I cursed the entire Zhao family. How could they serve us poison? This is utterly inconceivable. The Zhao family restaurant is truly malevolent. Zhao Tai deserves the death penalty for daring to use poppy husks." Observing this scene, Zhang Yun recognized that victory was assured. He then departed alongside reporter Sunday Xiao Zhao. "Is that not a pseudonym of yours? To think you even managed to collaborate with both the police and the Bureau of Industry and Commerce at such a young age. What an impressive feat." Upon reaching the entrance of the newspaper office, Sun regarded Zhang Yun with a broad smile. To Sun's surprise, he credited Boss Yang's achievements to Zhang Yun, allowing this delightful misunderstanding to persist. After all, it was Zhang Yun who sought collaboration with Boss Yang. "Indeed. My true name is Zhang Yun, a student at Wuzhou No. 1 High School." Upon speaking, Zhang Yun removed his mask, revealing his youthful and handsome visage. Sun was taken aback by Zhang Yun's remarkably youthful appearance. "I never would have guessed. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Sun Wu, the chief reporter at Wuzhou Daily." Sun extended his hand. "Greetings, Chief Reporter Sun." Zhang Yun quickly reciprocated the handshake. "Let us dispense with the formalities. Henceforth, you may call me Sun Go, and I shall refer to you as Xiao Yun." Sun Wu adopted a friendly demeanor, eager to forge a friendship with Zhang Yun, recognizing that he was no ordinary individual and destined for great achievements. Sun Gu, I am honored by your regard, and I shall dare to address you as such. Might I inquire when this report will be published? Zhang Yun inquired with a tone of respectful assertiveness. I am preparing to write the material as we speak. However, you have accomplished something so significant that it must be known by the public. On behalf of the masses, I thank you. Zhang Gu, you exaggerate. I merely hope that Zhao Tai and the Zhao family restaurant receive their due punishment. Zhang Yun waved his hand, deflecting Sun Wu's gratitude. Xiao Yun, here is my business card. Should you require anything, feel free to call me. I possess some influence in Wuzhou. Sun Wu handed Zhang Yun a business card. Upon examining it, Zhang Yun noted it bore the name Sun Wu and a phone number. Thank you, Sun Gu. I shall return to school now. Zhang Yun bid farewell and prepared to leave. Take your time. Call me in a couple of days. A reward should be forthcoming. Sun Wu cautioned Zhang Yun before entering the newspaper office. Sun Wu immediately returned to the office to pen the report. The following day, the front page headline of Wuzhou Daily read, Zhao family restaurant uses poppy husks, food safety in question. The article meticulously detailed Zhang Yun's revelation of poppy husks, along with instances of stale ingredients and the use of gutter oil. The citizens of Wuzhou erupted in outrage, discussing how this venerable establishment resorted to such illicit means for profit, the most reprehensible being the provision of poison to the public. The Zhao family found themselves at the center of public ire, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, and Zhao Tai was detained. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun returned to school just in time for evening self-study. Coincidentally, it was teacher Yang Lu's turn to supervise the session. Noticing Zhang Yun's hurried return to the classroom, she felt a twinge of curiosity. This young man had been elusive lately. What could he be up to? Did he believe that one good exam would allow him to abandon his studies? It seemed a serious conversation was in order. Old Yan, are you still occupied? Teacher Yang's gaze upon you seems quite odd. You ought to be cautious, Huang Xiaolong remarked, casting a glance at teacher Yang to alert Zhang Yun. I will soon finish. After this, I can study steadily, and Zhao Tianyu's antics will soon meet their end, Zhang Yun replied with a knowing look. Do refrain from engaging in any unlawful activities. Is there something you are concealing from me? Huang Xiaolong inquired with genuine concern. Rest assured, engaging in illegal activities is not my style. That is for another. You shall see tomorrow. Now, let us review. Zhang Yun playfully patted Huang Xiaolong on the shoulder, a smile gracing his face. Zhang Yun then opened his MP3 player, donned his headphones, and began listening to English material. The students in the classroom diligently focused on their studies as time gradually passed. Just as Zhang Yun immersed himself in his studies, teacher Yang Lu quietly patrolled the classroom, observing each student's engagement. Should any student pose a question, she would promptly provide assistance. When Yang Lu's gaze fell upon Zhang Yun, she noticed him intently listening to something. She felt a stir of curiosity, assuming he was indulging in popular music, and approached him quietly. Zhang Yun, step outside for a moment and bring your MP3 with you. Zhang Yun removed his headphones, gazing at his teacher in confusion, before following her out of the classroom. Yang Lu led him to the office, where she sat down and, adopting a serious tone, inquired, What music were you listening to during self-study? Zhang Yun hesitated, momentarily bewildered, and replied, Teacher, I was actually listening to English. My listening and speaking skills are not very strong, so I bought this MP3 to study. Listening to English? Yang Lu repeated in surprise. She had presumed Zhang Yun was simply a playful student who, having shown slight academic improvement, would abandon his studies. To her astonishment, he was indeed focused on learning English, leaving her feeling somewhat ashamed for misjudging his intentions. Yes, teacher. Zhang Yun elucidated that he aspired to enhance his English proficiency. Thus, he diligently listened to various English materials each evening. Upon hearing this, Yang Lu felt a surge of emotion. She realized that she had misjudged Zhang Yun, and his calmness and patience in explaining his intentions touched her deeply. With a warm smile, she encouraged him, saying, That's wonderful, Zhang Yun. Keep up the hard work. Should you require any assistance or guidance, do not hesitate to approach me. Zhang Yun felt a comforting warmth within, appreciating the concern and encouragement from teacher Yang Lu, which far surpassed the interactions he had with Xia Jian and Hu Pengzi from the Academic Affairs Office. If all teachers were as supportive as Yang Lu, would students' academic improvements still pose a challenge? Zhang Yun mused that, had he not experienced a rebirth, he might still be a lackluster student. Teacher Yang, I possess limited English dialogue and speaking resources on my MP3. I am uncertain where to obtain more. Could you assist me? Zhang Yun articulated his request. I have quite a bit of material on my computer. After self-study, bring your MP3 and we can copy some resources together, and I shall also provide you with additional materials. Yang Lu responded joyfully, pleased with Zhang Yun's eagerness to learn. Thank you, Teacher Yang. I shall return to the classroom now. Zhang Yun replied, adopting a well-behaved demeanor. All right, you may go. Remember to reach out if you encounter any difficulties in your studies. Yang Lu kindly advised, nodding in agreement. Understood, Zhang Yun responded before exiting the office. Upon returning to the classroom, Huang Xiaolong, ever the chatterbox, began his inquisitive trio of questions. What did Teacher Yang summon you for? Is she planning to tutor your English? Will Yanqi feel jealous? Huang Xiaolong whispered curiously to Zhang Yun. If Teacher Yang hears you, you're in trouble. You can tease me, but don't drag her into it, Zhang Yun warned, his expression stern. Brother Yun, I was mistaken. I shouldn't have doubted your loyalty to Yanqi. Huang Xiaolong feigned a contrite demeanor. I can't be bothered with you. Let me concentrate on my revision, Zhang Yun retorted, resuming his studies. Yanqi, noticing Zhang Yun's return, felt a slight alleviation of her worries. She too was concerned whether Zhang Yun had done something to displease Teacher Yang Lu, fearing he might face repercussions. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yun had gained an additional English tutor. If Yanqi were to discover this, would she feel joy for Zhang Yun or anxiety for herself? Perhaps this was a question she could not answer, for while she hoped for Zhang Yun's improvement in English, she also wished for their time together to remain unchanged. Zhang Yun himself was unaware that he had already captured the heart of the youthful Yanqi. Had he chosen to confess his feelings at that moment, she would undoubtedly have accepted without hesitation. Would Zhang Yun make a confession? Certainly not. He preferred to engage in a game of subtlety, unwilling to sacrifice the entire forest for a single tree, for he was indeed a child of destiny. Chapter 34. Accompanying Teacher Yang Lu to the apartment soon, the evening study session concluded. Yanqi hurriedly approached Zhang Yun, a hint of concern etched on her face as she inquired, Zhang Yun, did Teacher Yang call you to the office for something? Zhang Yun cast a puzzled glance at Yanqi, wondering why she seemed so anxious about him today. Teacher Yang thought I was listening to music, so she called me over. In fact, I was engaged in listening to English dialogues for my studies, he explained, alleviating the concerns of those around him. That makes sense. I always thought Teacher Yang was a kind-hearted person who wouldn't reprimand students without reason. Huang Xiaolong finally ceased his chatter. Yanqi, I want to be reviewing tonight. I'm heading to find Teacher Yang to copy some English materials for my MP3. Otherwise, I'll have nothing to listen to. Zhang Yun said somewhat sheepishly to Yanqi, feeling as if he were abandoning an old love for a new one. Wow, I can't believe I guessed right. Teacher Yang is quite beautiful, though. You mustn't turn into a chun shimmy, Huang Xiaolong exclaimed internally, his eyes darting between Zhang Yun and Yanqi. Yanqi was taken aback and softly exclaimed, "Ah?" Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, she quickly added, "Oh, it's nothing. I can't assist you much with spoken English. You should consult Teacher Yang." At this moment, her thoughts became a jumble. With Teacher Yang being so enchanting, could Zhang Yun possibly develop feelings for her? Quickly go, don't keep Teacher Yang waiting, Yanqi urged, before retreating to her seat, her head bowed, leaving everyone unaware of her inner turmoil. Old Yun, look at the mess this has created, Huang Xiaolong remarked, glancing at Zhang Yun with a smug expression. Shut it. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute, Zhang Yun retorted, feeling slightly irritated. Why am I overthinking this? There's nothing between Teacher Yang and me. What is there to worry about? Zhang Yun pondered silently. He admired Teacher Yang's mature and elegant demeanor, but at this moment, nothing had transpired, so why dwell on it? He decided to let it be for now. After tidying up his belongings, Zhang Yun took his MP3 and headed to the office to find Yang Lu. Upon reaching the door of the teacher's office, he knocked gently and calmly announced, Teacher Yang, I'm here. Oh, it's Zhang Yun. Let us go. Yang Lu replied, tidying her desk before stepping out of the teaching building alongside him. The teacher's apartment was situated adjacent to the school, separated by a wall with a small gate, which would be locked after 11 p.m. Zhang Yun trailed behind Yang Lu, illuminated by the streetlights. He observed her figure, perfectly proportioned, with graceful curves and a slender form. Teacher Yang must exercise regularly. Otherwise, she wouldn't maintain such an admirable physique, Zhang Yun mused, feeling a flutter of restlessness. He quickly recited a calming mantra to soothe his racing thoughts. Having experienced relationships in his previous life, Zhang Yun was somewhat indifferent to matters of the heart. In the past, he had been unable to devote time to his girlfriends while in the military, leading to breakups. After leaving the army, his ex-girlfriend rejected him due to his low salary, resulting in another separation. Hence, he approached love with nonchalance, allowing things to unfold naturally without force or initiative. Although relationships at school were generally innocent, they often faltered against reality. Thus, Zhang Yun focused on accumulating wealth, envisioning a future where he could leisurely sit in a BMW. Lost in his thoughts, Zhang Yun unknowingly followed Yang Lu to the apartment entrance, nearly colliding with her when she halted, barely managing to stop himself in time. As Zhang Yun entered the apartment with Yang Lu, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The apartment was a studio, partitioned by a curtain, with a bed in the rear and a small sofa and desk in the front. The desk by the window displayed a pink laptop and an array of adorable stationery. Next to the desk was a pink beanbag, a perfect spot for reading and relaxing. A playful pink cat painting adorned the wall, lending a whimsical charm to the room. Zhang Yun couldn't help but marvel at the contrast between Yang Lu's professional demeanor and her endearing, princess-like heart in private. Yang Lu, appearing slightly embarrassed, softly said, "I'm sorry, the space is a bit cramped. Please bear with me." She settled at the desk and skillfully powered on her laptop. "Please hand me your MP3, she instructed Zhang Yun. "These materials are meticulously selected and will aid in enhancing your speaking and listening skills." Zhang Yun gazed at Yang Lu with gratitude, recognizing the time and effort she had invested in curating these resources. He playfully remarked, "Thank you, Teacher Yang. I will make good use of these materials. If I memorize them all, will I become an English master? Or, perhaps, can I absorb your wisdom and beauty as well?" How audacious. But if you manage to memorize everything, you might indeed score full marks on the listening portion. Yang Lu feigned annoyance while chastising Zhang Yun. "Teacher, you look so lovely even when pretending to be angry," Zhang Yun grinned, showering her with flattery. "Hand it over. What does a little brat like you know?" Yang Lu reached out to Zhang Yun. "I know quite a bit, perhaps even more than you do, teacher," he replied with a cheeky grin, a double entendre in his words. As Zhang Yun handed over the MP3, their fingers brushed, and he inadvertently grazed Yang Lu's fingertip with his nail. He distinctly felt the smoothness and delicacy of her fingers, causing a flutter in his heart. Yang Lu, too, felt her heartbeat quicken, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She dared not meet Zhang Yun's gaze, swiftly taking the MP3 and connecting it to the computer, her actions revealing her inner turmoil. As the materials were being copied, Yang Lu made several mistakes, betraying her inner fluster. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her emotions. The MP3's transfer speed was sluggish, with the progress bar indicating 15 minutes remaining. During this interval, Yang Lu felt increasingly awkward, unsure of how to navigate the situation, while Zhang Yun remained composed, watching her operate the computer. "Zhang Yun, are you thirsty? Would you like a glass of water?" Yang Lu rose to shatter the silence that enveloped the two. "No need, Teacher Yang. I will return once I finish copying." Zhang Yun gestured dismissively. "Then please do not stand there for too long. Have a seat on the sofa," Yang Lu urged. Zhang Yun nodded and approached the sofa, taking a seat. He sensed Teacher Yang's gaze lingering on him, which struck him as peculiar. Raising his head, he discovered a complex expression in her eyes. "Is something the matter, Teacher Yang?" he inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yang Lu snapped back to reality, a faint awkward smile gracing her features. "It's nothing. I merely feel that you are quite different from the other students. Engaging with you gives the impression of a greater maturity and depth of thought." Hee. Perhaps it is the case that children from impoverished families mature more quickly, Zhang Yun chuckled softly. He sensed that Teacher Yang harbored a somewhat distinct perception of him, yet he refrained from voicing it, aware that breaking the delicate barrier could lead to discomfort for both. An immediate silence enveloped them once more. Yang Lu lowered her head, continuing to copy the materials, while Zhang Yun sat quietly on the sofa, observing her. This serene atmosphere rendered both parties somewhat uneasy, yet neither ventured to disrupt the stillness. Chapter 35. Teacher, your smile is truly enchanting at that moment. Both individuals spoke simultaneously. Yang Laosher, Zhang Yun. This caused them to pause abruptly, with Yang Lu feeling somewhat awkward as she glanced at Zhang Yun, who, in contrast, gazed back at her with a smile. "You go first," Zhang Yun suggested. "No, you go ahead," Yang Lu insisted. Consequently, they both began speaking at once again. Laughter erupted between them. and the atmosphere became significantly more relaxed. Inside Yang Lu's apartment, the lighting was soft and inviting. Her smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze, was delicate and soothing, evoking comfort and joy, while also appearing refreshingly natural and devoid of any pretense, radiating authenticity. Zhang Yun was momentarily entranced. He had never encountered such a captivating version of Yang Lu before. Typically, in the classroom, her warm and kind smile encouraged everyone like an elder. Yet now, her expression was like a gentle caress, leaving one utterly enchanted. Zhang Yun found himself completely mesmerized by Yang Lu. "Teacher, you look truly beautiful when you smile," he remarked, almost impulsively. Upon hearing this, Yang Lu momentarily froze, her cheeks blushing a delicate pink, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. She gently lowered her head, appearing a bit shy and uncertain. "Zhang Yun, what are you saying? You're such a mischievous child," she chastised lightly, attempting to mask her inner embarrassment. Her eyes widened, serious in expression, yet unable to conceal her underlying delight. Zhang Yun, observing Yang Lu's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle internally. With a slight smirk, he replied, "Teacher, I am merely speaking the truth. It's not my fault you are so charming." Yang Lu, watching Zhang Yun's playful demeanor, felt her shyness gradually dissipate, replaced by an indescribable sensation. She bit her lip gently in an effort to conceal her feelings. "Zhang Yun, your studies are your priority now. Do not get distracted," she admonished. Zhang Yun detected the concern in Yang Lu's tone. Was she worried that he might fall in love too early? He felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Gazing into Yang Lu's bright eyes, he responded earnestly, "All right, I will focus on my studies. But what do you prioritize, teacher?" "Of course, it is my duty to nurture you all. Achieving high scores in the Gaokao and getting into your desired university is my goal," Yang Lu replied without hesitation. "Teacher, if I score nearly full marks in mathematics and geography, but my English remains at a mere 40 or 50 points, severely unbalanced, what will happen if I cannot get into university?" Zhang Yun pressed, his gaze fixed intently on her. "Currently, am I not providing you with the necessary resources? As long as you are diligent and dedicated, success is within reach," Yang Lu assured him, her eyes brimming with encouragement. "Does getting into a good university guarantee a bright future?" Zhang Yun questioned skeptically. "Absolutely. A prestigious university means more opportunities and better prospects." Yang Lu continued her guidance. "Teacher, I'm curious as to why you, a graduate of a top university in Modu, chose not to stay there and instead work in our small town." Zhang Yun inquired, his expression one of genuine curiosity, much like that of an inquisitive child. A flicker of complexity crossed Yang Lu's eyes. "Well, this matter," she pondered, glancing out the window as if lost in thought. "I attended university in Modu, initially believing I would remain there." She sighed softly, her tone laced with a hint of imperceptible bitterness. "However, due to certain circumstances, I ended up in the south." Zhang Yun sensed the unspoken pain behind her words. "Is it related to matters of the heart?" he ventured softly. Yang Lu's eyes widened in surprise, and she slowly replied, "Yes, during my university years, I had a boyfriend, but later." Her voice trailed off, tinged with melancholy. "Later, he betrayed me with my close friend, and we broke up," she recounted, her eyes reflecting a pang of sorrow. It was evident that this memory had inflicted deep wounds upon her that still lingered. Indeed, Zhang Yun silently embraced the role of a listener. "I did not wish to remain in that place any longer, so after graduation, I traveled south to rejuvenate my spirit. I happened to arrive in Wuzhou, and the local cuisine captivated me, leading me to settle here." Yang Lu shared her past, her demeanor transforming into that of a food enthusiast when discussing culinary delights. "Haha, teacher, are you a foodie? I would not have guessed. With all that you eat, how have you not turned into a little pig?" Zhang Yun playfully teased. "Humph, do not mock me. I exercise daily to maintain my figure," Yang Lu retorted, adopting a slightly feminine tone as she addressed Zhang Yun. "Then why haven't I seen you?" "I run every morning on the school track," Zhang Yun inquired, puzzled. "I am still asleep at that hour. I only exercise in the evening," Yang Lu admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "Haha, Yang Laosher, you really are a little lazy pig who loves to sleep and eat." Zhang Yun chuckled heartily. Upon hearing this, Yang Lu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She hadn't anticipated Zhang Yun's bluntness, leaving her flustered. "Oh dear, why must you be so annoying? I need my beauty sleep in the morning and cannot rise so early," she replied, sounding somewhat like a young girl playfully complaining to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun was taken aback by Yang Lu's demeanor. Her playful expression left him momentarily speechless. Yang Lu soon realized her tone might have been inappropriate. Zhang Yun, do you exercise daily? Are you sure you're not just sleeping in? She quickly shifted the topic. Teacher, for the past half-month, I have been waking up before 6 every day to exercise. Look, I have muscles now. Zhang Yun exclaimed, dramatically flexing his bicep. Through this period of training, Zhang Yun's physique had indeed become a bit more robust, though not dramatically so. All right, Zhang Yun, you are making me laugh. It does appear you have gained a bit of weight, Yang Lu said, covering her mouth as she laughed, her eyes narrowing in delight. Teacher, why not join me for a morning run? The morning air is so refreshing, Zhang Yun suggested. I would rather not. I could use those minutes to sleep a bit longer, Yang Lu promptly declined. Haha, teacher, you cannot deny your true nature as a food-loving, sleepy little fairy. I have seen right through you. Zhang Yun burst into hearty laughter, exuding an air of triumph. Upon hearing his words, Yang Lu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She never anticipated that her image in Zhang Yun's eyes was perceived in such a manner, leaving her both amused and perplexed. All right, I concede that I am indeed someone who enjoys indulging in food and sleep, but which girl isn't like that? Even your teacher is still a young woman. Yang Lu exclaimed. Haha, Teacher Yang, your personality is quite delightful and relatable. You maintain a serious demeanor during class, yet you embrace your authentic self in your personal life. It's a wonderful balance. One should engage in what they love, Zhang Yun remarked, his face illuminated by a sincere smile. Yang Lu, gazing into Zhang Yun's earnest eyes, felt a warmth envelop her heart. Zhang Yun, is this truly your genuine sentiment? She asked, her expression earnest. Teacher, my words are as truthful as pearls, Zhang Yun replied, his charm evident in his eloquence. Your words are indeed as sweet as honey. I wonder which girl will eventually become your girlfriend. She will surely be enchanted by your flattery, Yang Lu teased with a smile. In the future, Zhang Yun said, feigning deep contemplation with a prolonged tone. In the future, I aspire to find a girlfriend who resembles someone like you, he stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Yang Lu's face turned crimson, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 36. Finding a girlfriend like you. Teacher, I aspire to find a girlfriend like you. Teacher, Zhang Yun said earnestly. What are you talking about, Zhang Yun? Yang Lu's face flushed crimson, her ears burning bright red. Although she harbored an inexplicable affection for Zhang Yun, she was acutely aware of the boundaries that existed between a teacher and a student, and she knew they must not be crossed. Embarrassment and anger swirled within her, causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly, accentuating her already voluptuous figure. With a stern expression, Yang Lu admonished Zhang Yun, you must not indulge in such foolish thoughts. I am your teacher, and you cannot entertain any other notions. You must cast aside these thoughts and focus on your studies until after the college entrance examination. Zhang Yun, observing Yang Lu's serious demeanor, understood her intentions were rooted in care. He gazed at her with sincerity and softly replied, I apologize, Teacher Yang Lu. I should not have said that. I was too impulsive. Please forgive me. Will it be all right after the exam? Then perhaps I still have a chance. Zhang Yun felt a surge of excitement within. Yang Lu, witnessing Zhang Yun's earnest apology, felt her anger dissipate gradually. She sighed gently and said, Zhang Yun, I understand you are quite mature. But such words were spoken in a moment of impulsiveness. Once you enter university and meet more girls, you will likely no longer harbor such thoughts. Zhang Yun nodded in agreement. You are right, teacher. Just consider my previous remarks as mere folly. Yang Lu couldn't help but laugh softly, yet she maintained a facade of seriousness, retorting, You are the one being foolish. Zhang Yun quickly responded, Indeed, I was being foolish. I hope you can overlook my mischief and not take it to heart. He looked at Yang Lu with an expression of endearment. This time I shall let it slide. But should this happen again, you shall see the consequences, Yang Lu warned, casting a pointed glance at Zhang Yun. I promise to dedicate myself to my studies from now on, and I will not disappoint you, he vowed earnestly. Very well, you better keep that promise. Your English score must pass in the next monthly exam. Absolutely. I assure you I will pass, Zhang Yun declared with fervor. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Teacher Yang, are you there? It's Jiang Tao. A man's voice called. Zhang Yun looked at Yang Lu, puzzled. Isn't Teacher Yang single? Yes, I'm here. Please wait a moment, Yang Lu replied, quickly standing to tidy her appearance before opening the door. Upon opening the door, a sturdy man in his 30s stood at the threshold, Jiang Tao, the physical education teacher for the high school. His gaze swept through the room, and upon seeing Zhang Yun, a look of surprise crossed his face. Is there something you need, Teacher Jiang? Yang Lu inquired. I noticed your light was on and thought to invite you for a late-night snack, but it seems you have a guest, Jiang Tao remarked, his tone shifting to one of curiosity. This is Zhang Yun from Class 5. He struggles with English, so he came to copy some materials for study, Yang Lu explained. Hello, Teacher Jiang, Zhang Yun said, rising to greet him with a respectful demeanor. Though Jiang Tao taught physical education, he was not Zhang Yun's instructor, so their acquaintance was limited. I see. I thought you were busy, Jiang Tao replied, stealing a glance at Zhang Yun while Yang Lu was momentarily distracted, his expression turning unfriendly before he shifted his gaze away. As a single man, Jiang Tao had pursued Yang Lu for about 6 months after recognizing her beauty upon his arrival at the school. During that time, Yang Lu had been in a poor mood and had politely rebuffed his advances multiple times. Yet, Jiang Tao, undeterred, persisted in his pursuit, especially after hearing of the positive exam results from the classes Yang Lu taught, which had brightened her spirits. He had knocked on her door upon noticing the light in her room, indifferent to the presence of others as long as he could pursue Yang Lu. However, upon seeing Zhang Yun, he was taken aback, having heard of this rebellious student known for clashing with teachers. Rumors of Zhang Yun's alleged early romances had also reached him, prompting Jiang Tao to regard him with a warning glare. Zhang Yun, do not harbor any intentions towards Yang Lu, or you will face my wrath, Jiang Tao thought to himself, recalling his past relationships that ended due to his domineering nature. Apologies, Teacher Jiang, but I am busy. I need to explain some problems to Zhang Yun, Yang Lu expressed with a hint of regret. That's fine, continue with your work. I'll take my leave, Jiang Tao replied, smiling as he turned to depart. Once Jiang Tao was gone, his demeanor darkened. At that moment, a beep indicated the completion of the MP3 file transfer. Yang Lu turned to her computer, made a few adjustments, and then extracted the MP3. Zhang Yun, the materials are ready. Come and take them. She placed the MP3 on her desk, hesitating to hand it directly to him. Zhang Yun found this amusing, pondering whether Teacher Yang Lu was feeling apprehensive and reluctant to hand him the materials. Teacher, which problems will we review next? Zhang Yun inquired softly. Yang Lu shot him a glare, suspecting he was being deliberately mischievous, aware that she had used the excuse to decline Jiang Tao's invitation. Zhang Yun, I do not have feelings for Jiang Tao. I only needed an excuse to refuse him. I have heard from other teachers that his character is questionable, Yang Lu clarified. Teacher, then let us play along with this charade. I genuinely need your guidance. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhang Yun's eyes. Very well, Yang Lu conceded, recognizing that she had previously invited him to seek her help with his studies. Thus, Zhang Yun remained in Yang Lu's room. Not far outside, Jiang Tao stood, intently watching Yang Lu's room, hoping to discern when Zhang Yun would leave. Minutes ticked by, and Jiang Tao's impatience grew as he awaited Zhang Yun's departure, planning to approach Yang Lu once the coast was clear. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Yun finally emerged from Yang Lu's room, unhurried. Jiang Tao quickly followed, intercepting Zhang Yun outside the apartment complex, his expression filled with fury as he declared, Zhang Yun, wait a moment. Chapter 37. A meeting with Yang Lu in a dream. Zhang Yun paused in his tracks, a look of confusion etched on his face as he regarded Jiang Tao. Is there something the matter, Teacher Jiang? Zhang Yun, keep your distance from Teacher Yang. She is not someone you can entangle yourself with, Jiang Tao warned gravely, his tone heavy with admonition. Teacher Jiang, I do not comprehend your meaning, Zhang Yun replied, perplexed. Do not play the fool with me, Zhang Yun. I am well aware of the thoughts of you young men. Do not harbor any intentions towards Teacher Yang, or if I find out, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear, Jiang Tao hissed, his eyes brimming with malice and menace. Oh, I see. You are pursuing Teacher Yang, but having been rejected, you take your frustrations out on us students. I sought Teacher Yang's guidance, and that is no concern of yours, including your own, Zhang Yun retorted icily, fixing Jiang Tao with a steely gaze. In that instant, Zhang Yun's entire demeanor shifted. He resembled a valiant warrior traversing a battlefield, wading through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Jiang Tao was momentarily paralyzed by Zhang Yun's piercing stare, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. His heart was consumed by fear and astonishment. How could Zhang Yun possess such a terrifying gaze? Jiang Tao felt as though he were being scrutinized by an ancient behemoth, one that had devoured countless souls and was now poised to tear him apart. "Why you?" he stammered, his pallor resembling that of a ghost, his body trembling involuntarily. "What is wrong with me?" "I merely spoke the truth," Zhang Yun sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Disregarding Jiang Tao's foolishness, Zhang Yun turned and made his way back to the dormitory. What could Jiang Tao possibly threaten him with? Trying to impede him in sports would be futile. Nothing could deter Zhang Yun. Did Jiang Tao dare to lay a hand on him? If that were the case, Zhang Yun would swiftly teach him a lesson, making him understand the reason behind the beauty of the flowers. After Zhang Yun departed, Jiang Tao slowly regained his composure. He could not fathom why Zhang Yun had exhibited such a fearsome gaze. Moments ago, he had nearly soiled himself. Once he had settled down, Jiang Tao glared venomously in the direction Zhang Yun had taken, clenching his fists tightly. He could hardly believe he had been intimidated by a mere student's eyes. He plotted revenge. He could not swallow this humiliation. "Zhang Yun, you are finished. I will make you pay for this," Jiang Tao seethed in his mind. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun was nearing the entrance of the dormitory. He recalled his earlier conversation with Yang Lu, a medley of emotions swirling within him. Why could he not control his tongue? He had almost made a blunder. Could it truly be that he had gone too long without female companionship? However, his foremost task now was to focus on studying and earning money. If he could elevate his scores for the college entrance examination, everything else would fall into place. If he became the top scorer, he would soar to great heights, garnering fame and rewards, thus bringing glory to his family. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yun chuckled heartily, a mischievous expression on his face. Fortunately, there were few people around. Otherwise, they might think he had lost his mind from studying too hard, evoking pity. Realizing his behavior was somewhat out of place, he glanced around, saw no one, and hastily slipped away. When Zhang Yun returned to the dormitory, it was nearly 10 o'clock. "Old Yun, you've been with teacher Yang for so long. Nothing happened, right?" Huang Xiaolong inquired curiously upon Zhang Yun's arrival. Zhang Yun shot Huang Xiaolong a glare. "Are you looking for a fight? Do you wish for me to encounter trouble?" "Brother Yun, you are surrounded by beautiful women daily, whether they are the class beauty or attractive teachers. Look at me, a mere nobody, with not a single female companion. You are oblivious to the hunger of the starving." Huang Xiaolong feigned a pitiful demeanor. "Scram," Zhang Yun replied, laughing while scolding him. Huang Xiaolong put on a show, then turned to Zhang Yun with a flattering expression. "All right, Brother Yun, how about I roll away again? I only ask that you grant me a beauty as well." Zhang Yun was at a loss for words. He did not know how to respond. Huang Xiaolong was a reserved yet playful individual. While he often appeared serious, he was quite the joker in private, embodying a blend of restraint and wildness. Zhang Yun tossed a softball at Huang Xiaolong. "I can't be bothered with you." Zhang Yun could not disclose the events of the night with Yang Lu. He trusted that Yang Lu would keep it to herself as well, as it was their little secret. Jiang Tao was an unexpected nuisance, but Zhang Yun believed he would not speak out of turn, as Jiang Tao possessed a certain integrity and would not engage in underhanded tactics. Before bed, Zhang Yun stood on the balcony outside the dormitory, gazing at the adjoining female dormitory, and vowed silently to himself, "I, Zhang Yun, shall succeed. In due time, whether it be Yi Anshi or Yang Lu, you will both be mine." With that, Zhang Yun clenched his fist, as if he had already secured both women. As night deepened, all fell into slumber. Zhang Yun lay in bed, drifting into a deep sleep, during which he dreamt of Yang Lu. In his dream, they frolicked together, joyfully working on assignments and exploring the world. The dreamscape suddenly transformed, and Zhang Yun and Yang Lu found themselves in a desert, their parched lips yearning for nourishment. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a clear pool of water, and without hesitation, they rushed forward, desperately drinking deeply. Zhang Yun and Yang Lu then morphed into a pair of graceful butterflies, flitting about the corners of the earth, passionately expressing their exuberance and elegance. Their wings were light and delicate, each flap infused with boundless energy and fervor. Before long, Zhang Yun and Yang Lu arrived at a tumultuous sea. Standing at the shore, they gazed mesmerized at the rising waves. Each surge climbed higher than the last, a magnificent display of nature's power and grandeur. As the waves receded, fiercer ones surged forth, this relentless cycle embodying the resilience and vitality of life. As night fell, the sky above the sea blossomed with brilliant fireworks, illuminating Zhang Yun and Yang Lu's faces amidst the inky darkness. They watched the breathtaking display, their hearts filled with joy and elation. As tranquility returned to the night sky, Zhang Yun and Yang Lu remained tightly embraced, experiencing profound happiness and contentment. In that enchanting moment, as they beheld the dazzling scenery, they silently acknowledged that this fleeting moment was eternal. At that instant, they finally comprehended the essence of it all. Having experienced all this, Zhang Yun turned over and fell back into a deep sleep. Chapter 38. An incident at the Zhao family restaurant at dawn. Zhang Yun's biological clock awakened him promptly. During this period, he had been exercising every morning. Initially, he required an alarm to rouse him, but soon he found himself awakening naturally at that hour. Upon waking, he felt a slight discomfort. As he made his way to the restroom, he realized he had experienced a nocturnal emission, which reminded him of the exquisite and vivid dream he had the previous night. As he glanced down, he reflected on the joys of youth. His vitality was exuberant. Although he had already relieved himself the night before, he found himself still aroused, ready for further endeavor. It seemed he would need to double his exercise today to dissipate this excessive energy, as such vigor could lead to awkward situations, particularly in front of Yang Lu. At the sports field, Zhang Yun exercised while scanning the area, hoping to spot Yang Lu, but to his disappointment, he did not see her. It appeared that she was indeed indulging in a leisurely morning, which was unfortunate. During the morning class, Zhang Yun noticed that Zhao Tianyu was absent. Upon inquiry, he learned that Zhao Tianyu had taken a leave of absence. Given that the Zhao family restaurant had been sealed off the previous day, one could not help but wonder how Zhao Tianyu could remain composed. Would he be implicated in this matter? Zhang Yun was eager to see how Zhao Tianyu would handle this situation. Today's Wuzhou Daily would surely cover the story. The front page of the Wuzhou Daily boldly proclaimed, Zhao family restaurant's use of poppy shells. Urgent food safety issues need addressing. This revelation ignited a fervor throughout the city, with the public expressing their outrage. Such malevolence was intolerable. These individuals were essentially peddling narcotics. It was rumored that the white powder was derived from these substances, which made frequent appearances in their cuisine. No wonder their business thrived. Addiction surely played a role. The streets buzzed with discussions about the poppy shell incident, demanding severe penalties for the Zhao family and calling for the government to enhance oversight to ensure food safety. As the morning unfolded, the news spread like wildfire. By noon, some students had returned home, and parents were discussing the matter, while restaurants were abuzz with chatter. By the afternoon, the entire school was engrossed in conversations about the incident. Its impact was profound, and its nature reprehensible. During this time, the 4G era had yet to dawn, and mobile phones were not particularly advanced, limiting the reach of discussions primarily to Wuzhou. In light of the rapid developments, the Wuzhou County Committee convened an emergency meeting to address the situation and provide accountability to the citizens. The outcome of the meeting mandated that law enforcement expedite the investigation and impose stringent penalties. The government was also to promptly hold a press conference to update the public on the developments, and a month-long food safety inspection was to be instituted countywide. The swift evolution of events and the extensive attention they garnered were unforeseen by Zhang Yun. However, it had little effect on him, as he felt victorious the moment the news broke. At that moment, Zhao Tai found himself confined within the precincts of the police station, his complexion pale and his demeanor haggard as he faced interrogation. Zhao Tai pondered endlessly, unable to ascertain who was orchestrating his downfall. Recently, when Zhao Tianyu had been assaulted, suspicion had fallen on Zhang Yun, yet no evidence had surfaced. Lacking sufficient clout, he was powerless to retaliate against Zhang Yun. Zhao Tai had intended to enlist some local delinquents to teach Zhang Yun a lesson, but fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Little did Zhao Tai realize that the very individual he scorned, Zhang Yun, was the architect behind the collapse of the Zhao family restaurant. Had he known, his thoughts would surely have been tumultuous. The Zhao family restaurant incident detonated like a bomb within Class 5 of the senior year, and students began to speculate, questioning the absence of Zhao Tianyu. Typically, Zhao Tianyu exuded an air of arrogance in class, earning the disdain of his peers, who, due to his family's influence, had refrained from speaking out against him. With the family restaurant now in turmoil, it became evident that they were far from virtuous. They were indeed a nest of vipers. "Have you heard? The Zhao family restaurant has been shut down," exclaimed one student with excitement. "Yes, I'm aware. How could anyone not know about such a significant event?" replied Huang Xiaolong with a grin. "Indeed, I saw today's newspaper. It's utterly satisfying. Their food was exorbitantly priced, yet who knew it contained narcotics?" Another student chimed in. "Humph, Isn't this just poetic justice? The wheel of fate turns. The heavens spare no one. A classmate remarked coldly. Old Yun, do you think the incident at the Zhao family restaurant is connected to you? You've been preoccupied with this matter lately, haven't you? Huang Xiaolong queried in a hushed tone. Zhang Yun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled, replying, What are you talking about? How could I possibly be involved in such matters? Zhang Yun, accustomed to humility and eschewing the limelight, would never admit to such a connection. If anyone were to discover that he was the whistleblower, how could he expect to maintain his peace? Zhang Yun merely wished to amass wealth quietly while enjoying the company of a few confidants. Such a life was far more appealing than basking in the spotlight. Had he sought fame, he would have never kept Sun Wu in the dark. Huang Xiaolong fixed his gaze on Zhang Yun, as if attempting to penetrate his thoughts. Don't hide anything from me. When you mentioned teaching Zhao Tianyu a lesson, you said you would involve me and Zhou Peng. Yet this time, you acted alone without a word. Do you not consider us friends? Zhang Yun sighed. Do you truly believe it was me? Well, you may as well consider it my doing. But please, do not spread this around. Zhang Yun cautioned Huang Xiaolong, fully aware of his propensity for idle chatter and boasting. Huang Xiaolong reassured him, Rest assured, while I do enjoy gossip, I would never betray a brother. However, I do feel a twinge of sympathy for Zhao Tianyu. Huang Xiaolong continued. Why is that? Zhang Yun inquired, puzzled. Because he has crossed you. First, he was beaten, and now his family's restaurant is facing closure. He brought this upon himself by engaging in such heinous acts. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. You rascal, so you're mocking him. Zhang Yun laughed heartily along with him. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu unexpectedly appeared at the doorway of the classroom. His complexion was pale, tinged with a hint of yellow, and his eyes lacked luster, as if he had lost his very soul. His lips were tightly sealed, unable to conceal the weariness and anguish that enveloped him. He resembled an elderly man on the brink of death, devoid of any vitality or vigor. It was astonishing that Zhao Tianyu still dared to attend class. Did he not fear the scorn of others? A single word from anyone could drown him in a sea of ridicule, yet he seemed to possess an audacity that was remarkable, unafraid of the consequences. Chapter 39. My brother Yun is a true man. Zhang Yun coldly fixed his gaze upon Zhao Tianyu, his eyes brimming with disdain. A slight, contemptuous smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he mused within. Humph, does he dare to challenge me? Is that not akin to courting death? Huang Xiaolong, observing the scene, gently patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder and chuckled softly. Brother Yun, look at Zhao Tianyu's pitiful state. He is surely finished. It is laughable to think he was once your rival. Zhang Yun shot Huang Xiaolong a glare and retorted irritably. Enough of the jests. Just looking at him makes me feel nauseous. He could not help but recall the past grievances with Zhao Tianyu, thinking to himself, this waste truly disappoints. I once thought he possessed some ability, but it seems he is merely a foolish clown. Soon, the school bell rang, signaling the start of class. The teacher entered with the test papers and began to explain the questions. Zhang Yun listened intently, quickly grasping the intricacies involved. It appeared that the upcoming monthly exam would pose no challenge for him. After class, Huang Xiaolong gathered Zhang Yun and several other friends to play basketball. The boys of Class 5 and Grade 3 were already few in number, and those who played basketball were even scarcer. Traditionally, they formed two teams, one led by Zhang Yun and the other by Zhao Tianyu. However, the situation had changed. Zhao Tianyu had become a pariah, shunned by his classmates who avoided him to steer clear of any association. Consequently, Zhao Tianyu found himself completely isolated. On the basketball court, 3 more boys from Class 5 joined: Song Ming, LV Xiaobu, and Deng Gang. They hailed from ordinary families in the city and had previously followed Zhao Tianyu. Now that he had fallen from grace, they sought to forge connections with Zhang Yun and his group. Zhang Yun glanced at Huang Xiaolong and the others, eager to hear their opinions. Huang Xiaolong shrugged indifferently. I have no objections. They were merely under Zhao Tianyu's influence before and have had no conflict with us. Zhou Peng exclaimed heartily, Old Yun, it's up to you. We're all classmates. It's perfectly fine to play together. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yun had inadvertently become their leader, the pillar of their group. Very well, then. Come join us. Zhang Yun agreed, harboring no objections. After all, they were classmates, and there was no animosity among them. Thank you, Zhang Yun. Song Ming expressed his gratitude quickly. While Zhang Yun did not hold any grudges, Song Ming was aware of the previous tensions between their factions. It seems our class's basketball team has grown stronger. Next time we face off against Class 3, we shall easily dominate. Huang Xiaolong laughed heartily, pleased with the additional manpower and enhanced strength. They soon engaged in a spirited game of basketball. After playing for over half an hour, they concluded, as they had to attend evening self-study. Song Ming and the other two bid farewell, understanding that it would take time to fully integrate into Zhang Yun's circle. The five of them settled on the sidelines, sipping soda while observing their classmates in motion, engaging in lighthearted banter. They discussed topics such as their monthly exam scores, newly released music, and how much they needed to improve for the next exam. This relaxed atmosphere brought Zhang Yun great comfort, devoid of any underhanded scheming. Old Yun, tell us about the Zhao family restaurant. There are no outsiders here, just us, Huang Xiaolong said, his eyes filled with curiosity. Huang Xiaolong was not one to be easily swayed by Zhang Yun's words, as he recognized the latter's intelligence and subtlety. Zhang Yun cast a serious look around at his friends before his expression turned solemn, lowering his voice. Do you truly wish to know? Yes, please share, Li Hai chimed in, equally curious. He was observant and had noticed Zhang Yun's hurried demeanor in recent days, correlating it with the recent incident at the Zhao family restaurant. Come on. Just tell us, Zhou Peng urged loudly, his curiosity piqued. Very well. Since everyone is eager to know, I shall oblige, Zhang Yun replied, his tone serious. However, you must keep this confidential. Only the five of us can know. If word gets out, don't blame me for turning hostile. With that, Zhang Yun shot them a fierce glare. Huang Xiaolong and the others were taken aback by Zhang Yun's intensity, hastily assuring him they would keep the secret. I would never speak of it, rest assured, Huang Xiaolong vowed. Nor would I. It will remain within my heart, another added. Since that is settled, I will share. Zhang Yun's demeanor softened. He recounted how he sought to approach Zhao Tianyu's father, Zhao Tai, in an effort to mend relations, taking a part-time job at the Zhao family restaurant in hopes of encountering him for a brief conversation. While working there, Zhang Yun chanced upon poppy husks. Recalling the police's anti-drug campaign that had mentioned such substances, he decided to collect this evidence and penned a report to the Wuzhou Daily, sharing the entire sequence of events. However, Zhang Yun withheld details about Boss Yang of Xiangman Lu and the journalist Sun Wu, fearing it would astonish them. The feats he accomplished were far beyond what any high school student could achieve, and he did not wish for them to feel inferior or create a rift between them. Huang Xiaolong and the others stared in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter astonishment as they gazed at Zhang Yun. Old Yun, you possess such remarkable abilities. Truly, you are my brother Yun. Li Hai and the others looked at Zhang Yun with admiration, unable to fathom that he wielded such connections and skills. Brother Yun, you must lend me a hand in the future. Chen Jinzhan joked. Enough of the flattery. I merely stumbled upon this situation at the Zhao family restaurant and reported it to the Wuzhou Daily. That is how it made the news. Zhang Yun waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Peng laughed uproariously. Old Yun, you are quite inconsiderate. You previously mentioned taking us along for revenge, yet you managed to handle everything on your own so beautifully. Huang Xiaolong, with a playful grin, remarked, indeed. One should not judge a person by their appearance, nor the vastness of the sea by mere measures. My brother Yun is a true man. Li Hai, gazing intently at Zhang Yun, engaged in silent contemplation, his eyes radiating astute perception. With a jest, Li Hai turned to Zhang Yun and inquired, Old Yun, was it you who dealt with Zhao Tianyu last time? At that moment, an air of silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixed upon Zhang Yun. For this was no trivial matter. The police station had even conducted an investigation previously. Chapter 40. The demise of the Zhao family. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhang Yun's eyes, but it was swiftly concealed. What on earth is happening with Li Hai? How could one admit to such matters? They are hardly commendable. The incident at the Zhao family restaurant was an act of justice. Zhang Yun hastily denied. How could it possibly be me? Look at my frail frame. Could I ever overpower him? Perhaps it was an enemy of Zhao Tianyu? Huang Xiaolong, reluctant to dwell further on the subject, continued, let us not discuss that scoundrel any longer. Regardless, Old Yun did the right thing. This is a matter of eliminating harm for the people. Come, let us go out and celebrate. Then let us go? It has been ages since we dined out together. Zhou Peng readily concurred. Let everyone come. Today, I shall treat. Zhang Yun declared generously. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Haha, tonight we can once again indulge in some extravagance. Splendid. After dinner, the group returned to their dormitory to freshen up before attending evening study sessions. Huang Xiaolong instinctively glanced at Zhao Tianyu's seat and noticed that he was absent. Old Yun, that rascal Zhao Tianyu didn't show up for evening study. Do you think something has happened to him? Huang Xiaolong whispered to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun turned to Huang Xiaolong. Rolling his eyes, how would I know? It's better if he doesn't come. Saves me from the sight of him. Haha, you certainly know how to speak. Huang Xiaolong decided to refrain from further discussion. After classes that afternoon, Zhao Tianyu fled. The peculiar gazes of his peers and their hushed whispers made him feel like a notorious criminal. He could no longer endure it. Wherever he went, people pointed and whispered, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. Wandering aimlessly through the city like a stray dog, Zhao Tianyu stumbled about without any destination in mind. He even fell into a foul ditch, emerging filthy and reeking, aimlessly drifting through the city's shadowy corners. Eventually, he returned home after an indeterminate amount of time. Like a beggar, Zhao Tianyu dragged his weary body home, only to find his house shrouded in darkness, which filled him with a profound sense of helplessness. Why? Why must this happen to me? I am completely innocent. Zhao Tianyu screamed in agony within his mind. He lay motionless at his doorstep, utterly overwhelmed by the events of the day, struggling to process the shock, and began to lose his grip on reality. The events traced back to the previous night. During dinner, a group of police officers suddenly barged in and took his father, Zhao Tai, away, with his mother, Huang Xiaohua, also being taken for questioning. He stood there, completely stunned, not comprehending what was happening. Zhao Tianyu ended up at the police station, where he learned that there had been issues with their family restaurant. The entire night was spent anxiously waiting at the police station for news, but neither his father nor mother could be seen. It was not until the next morning that Zhao Tianyu remembered to request a leave of absence from school. He returned to class that afternoon, hoping to find someone who could assist him in extricating his parents from their predicament. Yet, everyone avoided him like the plague, their gazes filled with disdain and anger. Now lying in a daze at his doorstep, he was scarcely discernible in the dim evening light. After some time, a woman approached, resembling a lost soul. As she drew nearer, Zhao Tianyu recognized her as Huang Xiaohua, her hair disheveled, her complexion pale, and her eyes devoid of life. She stumbled past him, not noticing Zhao Tianyu lying on the ground, inadvertently stepping on him. Ah! Zhao Tianyu cried out in pain. Huang Xiaohua, startled, lost her balance and fell, hitting her head hard against the ground. Ah! She too cried out in agony, covering her face with her hands, blood seeping through her fingers. She had struck her nose, and blood flowed freely from her nostrils. Ah! Mother, how could it be you? That hurts so much. Zhao Tianyu, finally realizing the situation, still bore an expression of distress. After being taken away, the police discovered that Huang Xiaohua had no connection to the restaurant's troubles, and after 24 hours, she was released. Ah, Tianyu, why are you lying at the door? Huang Xiaohua, regaining her composure, asked. The two supported each other to stand. With blood staining her face, in the dark of night, she appeared almost ghastly. Mother, where did you fall? Zhao Tianyu noticed his mother was injured. I hit my nose. It hurts terribly. Let us go home and take care of it. They entered the house, tending to her injury before sitting dejectedly on the sofa. Mother, how is father? Zhao Tianyu asked anxiously. This was his foremost concern. His father was the pillar of their family, and if anything happened to him, their household would crumble. He remains at the police station. I heard they plan to transfer him to detention, Huang Xiaohua replied, her voice trembling as she struggled to speak. What shall we do? Mother, we must find someone to help us get father out. Zhao Tianyu suddenly thought of seeking assistance, urging Huang Xiaohua to devise a plan. Do not even think about it. Orders have come from above for severe punishment, Huang Xiaohua said, her voice quavering. Our restaurant is doomed. They say we may have to pay a hefty sum, perhaps as much as 1 million. Our savings from these years won't suffice. After speaking, her face turned as pale as parchment, her spirit deflated like a deflated balloon, resembling a lifeless figure. What shall we do now? Zhao Tianyu sobbed, overwhelmed with despair, tears and mucus streaming down his face. He felt as though his world had crumbled entirely. He had never anticipated such calamities, and his home was no longer the refuge he once knew. Who called upon their family to employ poppy husks? Just because they were not discovered previously does not imply their innocence. Now that they have been exposed, calamity is imminent. It is not that justice is delayed. Rather, the time for reckoning has simply not yet arrived. Their family has committed numerous wrongdoings, and this is their retribution. Zhao Tianyu once lived like a wealthy scion, indulging in extravagant pleasures, utterly resembling not a student. Now he is gripped by fear. His family will never regain their former glory, and they are destined to be treated like a drowning dog, facing relentless attacks from all sides. The ease with which they once thrived now contrasts starkly with their current disgrace. Chapter 41. Our relationship is like that of siblings in the classroom of Class 5, Year 3. The evening study session had concluded, yet several students remained engrossed in their revision. Following the end of last night's study, Zhang Yun had sought out Yang Lu to copy materials, neglecting to review English alongside Yanqi, which left her feeling somewhat displeased. She feared that Zhang Yun might lose interest in her, and instead turned to Yang Lu for English assistance. If that were to happen, her chances of spending long hours with Zhang Yun each day would dwindle. Yanqi approached Zhang Yun's desk, observing his earnest demeanor as he studied diligently. She silently resolved to make him aware of her significance. However, she could not suppress her irritation towards him and decided to give him a slight taste of her displeasure. Zhang Yun, how did the material copying go with Teacher Yang yesterday? Bring out the MP3 for me to listen to, she said, puffing her cheeks adorably. Zhang Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing her, as the events of the previous evening were still fresh in his mind. After a brief pause, he replied, I copied quite a bit of English dialogue and listening content. Let us listen to it together. Come, sit next to me, and we can study together. With that, he ushered Huang Xiaolong away. Good for you to realize. Yanqi's eyes sparkled with delight, her heart swelling with joy. They proceeded to listen to the MP3 while cross-referencing the materials, engaging in dictation and oral repetition. Zhang Yun, you misspelled this word, Yanqi pointedly remarked at a term in the book. Zhang Yun turned to her, grinning, and said, Oh dear, is that so? I must be terribly careless. It's a good thing you're here beside me. Thank you, Yanqi. As Yanqi gazed at Zhang Yun's smile, her frustration gradually dissipated. She understood that Zhang Yun was a thoughtful individual who did not appreciate capricious displays of anger from girls. With this in mind, she feared that if she overstepped, Zhang Yun might become upset. Thus, she set aside her grievances and focused on tutoring him in English. Occasionally, Zhang Yun would feign confusion or make mistakes, prompting Yanqi to lightly tap his head with her finger and exclaim in an exaggerated tone, You're such a fool. You can't seem to learn no matter how hard I try. Didn't you claim to be quite skilled? Though her remarks appeared to be admonishments, Zhang Yun recognized that Yanqi was intentionally attempting to ease their relationship. Oh dear, that word isn't spelled like that? After a while, Yanqi pointed at Zhang Yun's notebook. Make sure you remember it well. Yes, I'll remember it properly, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. You're hopeless. Perhaps you should just consult Teacher Yang, Yanqi teased. No way, I refuse to do that. If everyone keeps going to Teacher Yang, she'll be overwhelmed. My teacher Yi is the best, Zhang Yun said with a grin, looking at Yanqi with an expression of flattery. Oh, you're so concerned about Teacher Yang? Isn't it only natural for students to seek her help? Yanqi playfully mocked him, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Zhang Yun, however, dared not reveal his true intentions. If Yanqi discovered them, it would spell disaster. With a slow-motion gesture of his left hand and another with his right, he grinned. Isn't life just beautiful? Zhang Yun aspired to be a man who would one day traverse the seas. With Zhao Tai's downfall today, he felt unburdened, and his true nature began to surface. Yet, are not all men alike in this regard? They all share a common interest, an affinity for youth. Upon hearing Yanqi's remarks, Zhang Yun felt a jolt of surprise. Had he misspoken? Teacher Yang is nothing compared to Teacher Yi. Look at my scores this month. Didn't they come from the review sessions with Teacher Yi? Does Teacher Yang possess such capability? If she did, I would have scored over 100 in English long ago, he added, gesturing dramatically. With a chuckle, Yanqi found Zhang Yun's antics amusing, whispering, All right, stop teasing me. Isn't this just the truth? If Zhang Yun had not been reborn, how could he have achieved such remarkable scores in English? Even with additional tutoring, he would still have scraped only 40 or 50 points. It was absurd to make such grand claims. After a brief moment, Yanqi suddenly paused her explanations and gazed into Zhang Yun's eyes. Zhang Yun, are you just playing with me? Zhang Yun was taken aback by her sudden inquiry. Had she uncovered his secret? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, retorting, What nonsense. How could I be playing with you? I am earnestly studying English with you. I don't believe you. Yanqi feigned a stern expression. You are definitely trying to amuse me. Oh, I'm truly being wronged, Zhang Yun chuckled. I genuinely wish to excel in English. Yanqi glanced at her watch, pretending to be annoyed. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm done studying. It's nearly 10 o'clock. She began to pack her things. Time flies so quickly, I scarcely noticed. It seems that time spent with you is always so fleeting. I wish I could study a bit longer. Zhang Yun feigned seriousness. Yi Anqi playfully swatted Zhang Yun's arm, laughing. All right, enough of that. I'm not angry anymore. I am quite pleased with your performance today. Let us head back to the dormitory. Very well. Off we go. Zhang Yun mimicked an ancient gesture for Yi Anqi. Annoying. Let us go. Together, they exited the classroom and walked along the pathways of the campus. The moonlight bathed them in its glow, and a gentle floral fragrance lingered in the air. In that moment, they seemed like a pair of celestial beings, perfectly matched. With a smile, Yi Anqi inquired, Zhang Yun, you truly have a knack for bringing joy to others. Why have I never seen this side of you before? Being with you is genuinely delightful. Of course, it is my honor to bring happiness to a beautiful lady, he replied, deliberately striking a gentlemanly pose. Haha, Yi Anqi chuckled softly. As they continued on the path back to the dormitory, the moonlight enveloped them, casting a mysterious veil over their figures. Suddenly, Zhang Yun turned to Yi Anqi and asked, Anqi, do you think our relationship is more intimate than that of ordinary classmates? With that, Zhang Yun decided to make a bold move and observe how Yi Anqi would respond. In an instant, Yi Anqi's face flushed, though the evening concealed it from view. She feigned composure and replied, Is that so? I believe there is nothing particularly special about our relationship. At most, we are simply good friends. We assist each other in our studies. I tutor you in English, and you help me with geography. Where is the intimacy you speak of? Her heart raced fervently, and after speaking, she felt a sudden rigidity seize her mind in turmoil. Zhang Yun chuckled and remarked, Ah, I see. But I perceive our bond as akin to that of siblings. Upon hearing this, Yi Anqi's face swiftly transitioned from red to pale, and she hastily retorted, Who is your sibling? Without another word, she dashed back to her dormitory alone. Chapter 42. Young Master, shall we dine together tonight? Zhang Yun was quite mischievous. Having revealed the secrets of the siblings, he sensed that he had secured his position upon witnessing Yi Anqi's reaction. With a playful tune humming from his lips, he returned to his dormitory. The following morning, Zhang Yun awoke early and ventured onto the sports field, where he gracefully jogged and engaged in his exercises. After washing up, he headed to the dining hall for breakfast. There, he encountered several familiar classmates, who were surprised to observe a transformation in Zhang Yun. Although his attire and appearance remained unchanged, the determination, confidence, and unflappable demeanor radiating from his eyes and gestures captured everyone's attention. This distinctive charm rendered Zhang Yun remarkably conspicuous amidst the crowd, akin to a crane standing among chickens, utterly unique. Indeed, fortune emboldens the brave. With the Zhao family restaurant now shuttered, Zhang Yun was poised to receive his rightful share of the funds, opening up a plethora of opportunities for him. Each step he took exuded an aura of authority that intimidated those around him. During morning classes, Yi Anqi did not converse with Zhang Yun, casting him glances filled with coldness, evidently upset with him. Unfazed, Zhang Yun sought out Li Guangming to request leave for the afternoon. He had plans to venture out and pursue financial opportunities. At noon, Zhang Yun arrived at a telecommunications store outside the school and dialed Sun Wu's number. Beep, beep. 2 rings later, the call connected. Hello, who is this? Came the voice of Sun Wu. Hello, brother Sun, this is Zhang Yun. Oh, it's you, Xiao Yun. Have you seen the newspaper? Why didn't you call me yesterday? Sun Wu inquired. Yes, I saw it in the newspaper. Most people at our school are aware now. I didn't want to disturb you if you were busy, Zhang Yun explained. Yes, after the news broke, the public was quite agitated, and the president has assigned me to follow up on this matter, so I'll be quite occupied for a while, Sun Wu replied slowly. Haha, brother Sun, it seems your promotion to editor-in-chief is imminent. Zhang Yun jested. I hope so. By the way, your 1,000 yuan reward is ready. When will you come to collect it? So soon? I'll take a leave this afternoon to come by. All right, what time should I expect you? I'll meet you at the entrance. Sun Wu was concerned about Zhang Yun's access to the office. I'll arrive punctually at 2:30. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll come early. Great. I look forward to our conversation this afternoon. Until then, Sun Wu concluded, hanging up. Zhang Yun felt a surge of excitement. Financial resources were finally within reach, providing him with the capital needed for the stock market. After finishing his meal, he headed to Xiangman Lu. It was time to reclaim the 10,000 yuan from Boss Yang. Before long, Zhang Yun arrived at Xiangman Lu and entered Boss Yang's office. Congratulations, Boss Yang. Zhang Yun greeted with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Zhang Yun, Yang responded with a smile. Ah. Xiao Zhang, what brings you here today? Zhang Yun internally cursed the old man for forgetting their previous conversation. Pointing towards the Zhao family restaurant's direction, he said slowly, the establishment has been shut down, and the owner has been arrested. Soon, news of its bankruptcy auction will emerge. Is this not a cause for celebration? Yang's eyes sparkled as he scrutinized Zhang Yun, remaining silent for a moment. Internally, he was astonished. Pondering, this young man possesses considerable acumen. First, he broke the ice with me. Then he boldly took to the newspapers, and now the government has intervened. Although I contributed somewhat to the Zhao family restaurant's downfall, I could not have anticipated such developments. This young man is extraordinary. Zhang Yun cast a casual glance at Yang before surveying the office. He was in no rush. Patience was his ally, and he would see whether Yang, the old fox, would crack first or if he would be the one to speak. Yang, observing Zhang Yun's unhurried demeanor, grew curious. Does he no longer desire the 10,000 yuan? That is not a trifling sum. Perhaps he has some connections. Maybe he knows someone within the county committee? The more he thought, the more he speculated, convinced that Zhang Yun had significant backing. In truth, Zhang Yun was merely an ordinary student, and his current fortunes were merely a stroke of luck. Appreciating the calligraphy adorning Yang's office, Zhang Yun smiled and remarked, Boss Yang, your artworks are quite impressive, especially this piece titled Tiandao Chouqin. It demonstrates a certain finesse, indicative of Master Qi Gong's true teachings. Yang was taken aback. This particular piece was indeed crafted by a disciple of Qi Gong, and he had paid 5,000 yuan for it. Clearly, this young man is not to be underestimated. Suddenly, Yang recalled that a county official also bore the surname Zhang and was responsible for publicity and food safety matters. Could Zhang Yun be related to him? Xiao Zhang, you've discerned that correctly. This calligraphy was indeed written by one of Qi Gong's disciples. You possess remarkable insight for someone so young, Yang acknowledged. Zhang Yun laughed heartily. Haha, just a little understanding, just a little understanding. Yang squinted at Zhang Yun, asking, what is your relationship with the county's Zhang official? Zhang Yun found the question curious. How could Yang know about Zhang official? Does he presume I have connections? This presents an excellent opportunity. Let us allow this delightful misunderstanding to persist. Zhang Yun's expression turned serious as he spoke in an elevated tone. That is not something you should inquire about. It would not benefit you. Yang immediately backtracked. Indeed. My apologies, Zhang Xiao, I spoke out of turn. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yun exited Xiangman Lu, with Yang accompanying him to the door. In Zhang Yun's hand was a small bag containing 10,000 yuan. Joyously, he departed, relishing the feeling of having support behind him. What a delightful sensation it is, he mused, laughing heartily as he made his way to the computer city, where he casually purchased a Nokia phone and 10 SIM cards before leaving. A phone capable of making calls and sending texts sufficed for now. He would invest in a better model once his finances improved. Currently, SIM cards did not require real name registration. Acquiring several would prove convenient for future endeavors. Zhang Yun then sought out a bank to apply for a card. At noon, only one counter was operational. Fortunately, Zhang Yun swiftly completed the card application and activated mobile banking. Presently, there were relatively few individuals conducting business at the bank, unlike in a few years when, regardless of the number of patrons, only 2 counters would be open while the others stood as mere decor. It would be nearly impossible to attend to your matters without spending at least an hour or 2 in waiting. Subsequently, he deposited 9,000 yuan. The young lady assisting him, captivated by Zhang Yun's handsome visage, scribbled a note on a small piece of paper, featuring her phone number and a charming invitation. Hey handsome, shall we have dinner together tonight? Chapter 43. The composed and confident man Zhang Yun received a note from the bank teller, his gaze wandering as he scanned the words inscribed on it. Subsequently, he cast a fleeting glance at the young woman, who was gazing at him with a seductive sparkle in her eyes, seemingly hinting at something. This enchanting beauty appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old, possessing a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes and exquisite features, leaving an impression of approximately 80 points. Zhang Yun couldn't help but wonder, was this woman interested in dining with him, or did she have more ulterior motives? He didn't perceive himself as particularly captivating. With a self-deprecating smile, he acknowledged that it was likely the allure of wealth that had caught her attention. In this era, it was quite rare for someone who had just reached adulthood to open an account with nearly 10,000 yuan. Perhaps the bank teller had mistakenly assumed he was a wealthy second-generation heir. Zhang Yun shook his head lightly, lamenting the advantages of affluence. A notable figure once remarked that money could resolve 99% of troubles. The remaining 1% could only be attributed to insufficient funds. He casually slipped the note into his pocket and exited the bank. Once outside, he swiftly entered the contact details into his phone. The name was surprisingly listed as Bank Beauty. Although Zhang Yun had no immediate intentions, knowing someone who worked in a bank could prove beneficial in the unpredictable tides of life. Shortly after, Zhang Yun arrived at the newspaper office, where he stood at the entrance for over 10 minutes. At that moment, Sun Wu emerged from inside and, spotting Zhang Yun, called out from a distance, "Xiao Yun, have you been waiting long?" "Not at all. I just arrived," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. "Let us head inside. You truly are my lucky star regarding this matter." Sun Wu's voice radiated joy. Curiously, Zhang Yun inquired, "Sun Gu, what do you mean by that?" Sun Wu paused briefly before responding. "The news about Zhao Jiao restaurant was first uncovered and reported by our newspaper. The higher-ups even praised me in a meeting. I've caught their attention, huh?" He chuckled with delight. Hearing this, Zhang Yun smiled and encouraged, "Sun Gu, keep up the good work. It seems a promotion is not far off. Let us not get ahead of ourselves," Sun Wu cautioned, glancing around before lowering his voice. "Understood. I'll remain discreet," Zhang Yun replied, also lowering his tone. Before long, Zhang Yun exited the newspaper office after a straightforward process of collecting his reward, which merely required a few signatures. He then proceeded to the bank, withdrawing his recently acquired bonus and depositing it into his account. Without delay, he rushed to the securities company to open an account. Fortunately, having just turned 18, he encountered no obstacles in this endeavor. As he approached the securities company to establish his account, the staff regarded the 18-year-old young man with disbelief as he presented 10,000 yuan for trading. Was he perhaps a wealthy heir? Sighing internally, the staff thought, another naive youth bringing money to the stock market. He'll soon learn the hard way. Zhang Yun, however, was determined not to be a mere pawn in this game. After successfully opening his account, the securities company assigned a client manager to assist Zhang Yun. When he turned to face her, he was met by a young woman with long hair, clad in an OL uniform that accentuated her perfect curves, complemented by black stockings, a form-fitting skirt, and a white shirt, all enhanced by her black-rimmed glasses. Exuding an air of cold elegance with a hint of allure. Although she was not as striking as Yang Lu, she possessed a more tempting charm. Yang Lu embodied a gentle, nurturing beauty reminiscent of an elder sister. Each woman had her own unique grace and temperament, making it a difficult choice for Zhang Yun. The female manager, unaware of Zhang Yun's wandering thoughts, approached him and said, "Mr. Zhang Yun, I am Deng Jing from the securities company. Here is my business card." She handed him a card detailing the company's services and her personal contact information. Zhang Yun accepted it, glanced at it briefly, and then dialed her number. After hearing her phone ring, he hung up. Deng Jing looked at him with curiosity. Zhang Yun casually remarked, "I'm already familiar with your company's services. For me, two are particularly useful, stock trading and financing. How may I assist you?" Deng Jing smiled faintly. "What can I do for you?" "First, please save my phone number." "I want to need the business card," Zhang Yun said, handing it back to her. Deng Jing was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to accept the card or save the number first. In her flustered state, she retrieved the card and regarded Zhang Yun with intrigue. Though he was youthful, he exuded a sense of confidence and composure. Unlike her previous clients who were often boorish and expected her to join them for meals in exchange for boosting their performance. In comparison, she found Zhang Yun to be refreshing, young, handsome, and interesting. "Apologies, Mr. Zhang, for the awkwardness," Deng Jing said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Not at all. If I'm busy, can you execute trades on my behalf? Also, what are the conditions for financing?" Zhang Yun inquired. Deng Jing adjusted her glasses and replied, "Certainly, Mr. Zhang. Just provide me with your trading instructions in advance, and I can assist you. Additionally, the policy requires assets to reach 500,000 yuan to qualify for financing, but our company only requires 200,000 yuan, offering 5 times leverage at a 6% interest rate." "Sounds good. Let us add each other as friends," Zhang Yun suggested. "Ah, on QQ?" Zhang Yun smiled yes. As Zhang Yun rode away on his bicycle, Deng Jing regained her composure, pondering the experiences that had shaped this young man into such a self-assured individual. Having graduated only a year prior, she had already made a name for herself at the branch office in Wuzhou. While she couldn't claim to have met countless individuals, she had certainly encountered a variety of people and situations. To this day, Zhang Yun was the only one who radiated an aura that suggested he had everything under control. This quality undoubtedly possesses a lethal allure for women. Although Zhang Yun is clad in ordinary attire and appears somewhat youthful, it does not diminish the unique charm he exudes. Deng Qing cannot help but feel a profound curiosity towards him. What manner of man is he, after all? Often, the genesis of a story begins with curiosity. Chapter 44. The first trade hits the limit up having completed his tasks. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon, and the stock market had already closed. Consequently, Zhang Yun did not linger at the brokerage firm. Instead, he sought out an internet cafe, where he could access a computer to check the market trends. In the domestic stock market, the T1 trading rule applies, meaning investors must wait until the following day to sell stocks after purchasing them, with a fluctuation limit of 10. In truth, Zhang Yun did not need to delve into the intricate details of company revenues, profits, or operational growth, nor did he need to scrutinize charts, trading volumes, or turnover rates. Having reflected on the bull stocks from the bull market of 2015, he aimed to identify those stocks that had surged significantly by the market's close today. Recalling the names of those bull stocks from memory would suffice. Utilizing his prescient abilities, he would procure the next potential stock that was poised for a substantial rise. It was a straightforward process, requiring minimal contemplation. Action was the primary requirement. After some searching, he finally stumbled upon a familiar name, Zhongchuanbo. This was a shipbuilding company, a state-owned enterprise. The closing price today was 45.50, having risen by 9.7, with a current market capitalization of only 12.5 billion. Recalling from memory, this stock had begun its meteoric rise in the third week of November 2007, hitting several consecutive limits, with a brief 2-day pullback before continuing its ascent. It was not until early February, on the last trading day before the Spring Festival, that it experienced a downturn, after which it declined steadily. This was the stock he had been seeking. During its previous rally, the price had soared to 300. Purchasing it now would yield a profit exceeding 600. Regardless of the reasons behind this current surge, Zhang Yun understood that seizing this stock would allow him to enjoy a comfortable new year. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and sent a message to Deng Jing. Tomorrow, at the opening auction, buy in fully for Zhongchuanbo. He was all in. Without the need for justification, he simply intended to proceed. When Deng Jing received the message, she was momentarily taken aback. Was he really jumping into trading so soon? And with his entire capital? Was this genuine confidence or reckless abandon? Yet, she dismissed her concerns, recognizing that a commission of 3,000 was still a substantial sum. Everything would be revealed tomorrow. Upon arriving at school, Zhang Yun coincidentally met Huang Xiaolong during mealtime in the dormitory. Zhang Yun remarked, "Today, I'm treating you to a nice meal." Outside the school, at a relatively upscale restaurant, Zhang Yun ordered several small dishes and 2 bottles of beer, after which the two settled in to engage in lively conversation. "Wow, what is the occasion? Lao Yun, you've really gone all out," Huang Xiaolong exclaimed, surprised. Previously, their drinking was limited to the occasional late-night gathering on weekends, but today Zhang Yun was treating in style, piquing Huang Xiaolong's curiosity. "Haha, I received a reward for a brave act. Not bad, right? Next time something like this happens, take me along," Huang Xiaolong teased. "Now, let us not overthink it. Cheers." Zhang Yun raised his glass. "By the way, what was going on between you and Yanqi today? She was giving you some serious icy stares in the morning." Huang Xiaolong continued. "Well, what can I say? She is a bit tsundere. Now, let us drink," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Huang Xiaolong, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by tsundere?" Zhang Yun took a sip of beer and explained, "Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. It will be fine in a couple of days." "Impressive. You truly are the heartthrob of our class. Are you getting too close to teacher Yonglu, making Yanqi jealous? You haven't shifted your affections to her, have you?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Zhang Yun stared at Huang Xiaolong for a moment, internally exclaiming, "Wow, you really have a keen eye. Get lost." "You can't expect wisdom from a dog's mouth," Zhang Yun retorted, then continued, "Xiaolong, you should drink a cup for your transgressions." Zhang Yun had pondered this issue seriously. Encountering Yanqi for the first time after his rebirth had indeed stirred many memories within him. However, recent adjustments and his remarkable memory had led him to realize that he was destined for a vastly different life trajectory. His perspective had expanded significantly. Coupled with the soul of a nearly 30-year-old within him, the so-called nostalgia and past infatuation seemed far less significant now. After all, Infatuation is merely a fleeting attraction based on appearance. Zhang Yun did not truly understand Yi Anqi's character, having only been captivated by her beauty. Beauty, after all, is something easily obtained with wealth. For Zhang Yun, he appeared to have become somewhat detached. He would not become a mere machine focused solely on earning money. After reaching a certain level of wealth, enjoying life was paramount. Thus, the ephemeral allure of beauty held little importance for him. Zhang Yun understood that as long as his wealth was substantial enough, he could have as many national goddesses as he desired. If that were unattainable, it simply meant he did not possess sufficient wealth. Zhang Yun and Huang Xiaolong did not overindulge, knowing they had evening study sessions ahead. After finishing their drinks, they returned to the classroom. During evening study, Zhang Yun observed Yi Anqi, sensing that she was still upset. Conversely, the situation for Yi Anqi was not as smooth as Zhang Yun had imagined. Ever since he mentioned their sibling relationship, her demeanor toward him had grown cold. Starting from earlier that day, she had deliberately avoided contact with him, occasionally even provoking him. Zhang Yun felt a mix of confusion and helplessness. He had merely sought to test Yi Anqi's reactions, not anticipating such a strong response. He had attempted to communicate with her, only to be met with her icy rejection. Left with no alternatives, he resigned himself to a period of calm. Did she expect him to confess his feelings? Zhang Yun would never make such a foolish move. At 9:20 the next morning, Zhang Yun sent a message to Deng Jing inquiring, "Manager Deng, what is the opening auction price for Zhangchuanbo today?" He was growing impatient. Deng Jing glanced at the message, thinking that this young man was indeed singularly focused on making money, asking so early. The opening auction was set at 46.50, but she reassured him, "You need not worry too much. This stock will certainly not decline today." Now he understands the meaning of concern. She mused. She had invested her entire holdings, and if it did not decline, it would certainly reflect her acumen, thought Deng Jing. Upon noticing this, Zhang Yun silently chanted, "Limit up, limit up." After the pre-market auction concluded, Deng Jing relayed the situation. Indeed, Zhangchuanbo opened at the limit-up price of 50.05, and there remained nearly 200,000 shares in large orders at the top of the buy list. Incredible! The phenomenon stock had truly commenced its ascent, Zhang Yun exclaimed inwardly. Chapter 45. The Rise of Zhongchuan Shipping. Upon witnessing the surging stock of Zhongchuan Shipping, Deng Jing's eyes widened in astonishment. She had presumed that Zhang Yun was merely chasing a high, particularly since the stock had already experienced a remarkable ascent the previous day. According to her analysis, she anticipated a day of stable fluctuations. To her surprise, Zhang Yun's fortune proved exceptional, as he accurately predicted the stock's upward trajectory, which reached its ceiling at the market's opening. In that brief moment, Zhang Yun had amassed a profit of 910 yuan, an amount nearly equivalent to his living expenses for an entire semester, given his current weekly budget of merely 50 yuan. He couldn't help but marvel at the swift profits that the stock market could yield. However, such gains often require insider knowledge or, like Zhang Yun, a talent for foresight. For others, the market could be a treacherous terrain, often leading to financial losses. As the saying goes, in the stock market, 7 out of 10 traders incur losses, with only 1 achieving profit, while 2 break even. Some might argue about the existence of those who neither profit nor lose, but such notions are mere fantasies. Once one invests in the market, it is a gamble of either profit or loss. Unless one refrains from trading altogether, any investment incurs interest losses. Despite the scarcity of profitable traders in the stock market, many still flock to invest, drawn by its allure and the dream of overnight wealth. After class that midday, Zhang Yun checked his phone and discovered news that Zhongchuan Shipping was set to undergo a restructuring with significant investment from China heavy industry. The surge in global trade this year had led to a substantial increase in domestic shipbuilding orders, greatly boosting the stock price of Zhongchuan Shipping. Upon realizing this, Zhang Yun felt a sense of security. The stock was poised for takeoff. He was confident that it would remain at its peak for the day, and that the upcoming days would mirror his memories, with consecutive trading days at the ceiling price, leaving little opportunity for others to buy in. He silently congratulated himself for having opened an account the previous day, enabling him to trade promptly. Missing this opportunity would have resulted in considerable losses. As anticipated, after the afternoon market opened, Zhongchuan Shipping continued its upward trend without any signs of retreat. A smile spread across Zhang Yun's face as he observed the market. He began to look forward to the forthcoming days, aware that this would mark a significant harvest in his stock market endeavors and a turning point in his life. Despite his newfound wealth, Zhang Yun adhered to his usual routine, dining modestly in the school cafeteria without extravagance, save for the previous night's celebratory drink. Following his recent phone purchase, his funds had dwindled to just over 100 yuan. Those who engage in trading understand that with limited capital, it is essential to maximize the utility of every penny. This is crucial for swiftly accumulating wealth. The power of compound interest grows increasingly formidable over time. Zhang Yun found himself in this pivotal phase, fully aware that excessive spending before amassing sufficient capital would be unwise. Just as every endeavor begins with difficulty, even with a fortune at hand, a gradual process and patience are required for accumulation. That evening, Zhang Yun lay in his dormitory, engrossed in various news and information on his phone, laying the groundwork for future plans. In his previous life, he had been merely a high school student with limited knowledge of the outside world, hence his need for preparation. Huang Xiaolong entered the room and immediately spotted Zhang Yun reclining on his bed, eyes fixated on his new device. "Wow, Lao Yun, you bought a phone? Let me see," Huang Xiaolong exclaimed, his voice brimming with surprise and curiosity. In these times, few high school students owned phones, as they were typically reserved for those from affluent families who sought to impress their peers. Zhang Yun had only purchased the phone to facilitate his stock trading. Otherwise, he would have refrained from such unnecessary expenditures. He raised his head, a glimmer of excitement flashing across his eyes before he regained his composure. He gently handed the phone to Huang Xiaolong, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I had some matters to attend to, so I decided to buy it," he replied casually, as if it were a trivial matter. "Impressive. You spent your reward money already, huh?" Huang Xiaolong took the phone, his eyes sparkling with excitement as his fingers danced across the screen, eliciting gasps of delight. "It wasn't that expensive. The phone's features are quite basic," Zhang Yun thought to himself, internally resolving to keep his stock trading activities a secret from Huang Xiaolong. "Wow, this minigame is fantastic. Lao Yun, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Huang Xiaolong was completely absorbed in the game's enjoyment, oblivious to Zhang Yun's stock trading information. Zhang Yun smiled, his mind preoccupied with his investment strategy. He understood that if his classmates discovered his foray into the stock market, his life would no longer be tranquil. The notion of a high school student buying a phone and engaging in stock trading was exhilarating. Watching Huang Xiaolong engrossed in his game, Zhang Yun chuckled, reminding himself to avoid nurturing a gaming enthusiast. Later that night, after the lights went out, Zhang Yun switched off his phone and lay quietly in bed, reflecting on the 900 yuan he had earned that day. It felt more like a windfall of 900,000 or even 9 million yuan. He realized that from this day forward, he had acquired the key to financial freedom and ascension within society. As long as he took measured steps, avoiding rashness, he, Zhang Yun, would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of life. The next day, Saturday, the stock market was closed. During morning classes, Zhang Yun felt a sense of lethargy. Those involved in trading understand the restless yearning for stock indices to fluctuate, regardless of losses or gains. A day without monitoring the market felt hollow. Zhang Yun experienced this malaise. Despite his stock's peak the previous day, the charts showed stagnation, leaving him uncomfortable. Huang Xiaolong, observing Zhang Yun's demeanor, assumed it was due to Yi Anqi's indifference towards him, especially since she had been distant lately. "Lao Yun, why the long face? Has Yi Anqi ignored you again?" Huang Xiaolong inquired softly. "No, I'm just contemplating some matters," Zhang Yun replied. "Why don't you talk to her? Don't let the relationship deteriorate. It could be hard to mend." Zhang Yun glanced at Huang Xiaolong and said, "You're right, Xiaolong. I'll try to make amends with her today." Zhang Yun remained indifferent. He adhered to the belief of withholding his affections and refraining from taking the initiative. As for Yi Anqi, he found it acceptable to indulge her whims. Yet he was reluctant to openly express his feelings and clarify their relationship. After all, they were classmates, and should Zhang Yun cultivate a few more female confidants in the future, what would become of that? The ensuing rumors among their peers would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. What Zhang Yun desired was for the girls to take the initiative. He offered the lifestyle they needed, while they possessed alluring appearances and physiques, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Engaging in romantic sentiments seemed far less pragmatic than discussing financial matters. Chapter 46. Dinner with Yi Anqi. The midday sun cast its golden rays upon the campus pathways, where students meandered in small groups, making their way toward the cafeteria. Amidst the throng, Zhang Yun quickened his pace, his eyes scanning for a familiar figure. At last, in the not-so-distant ahead, he spotted the unmistakable silhouette of Yi Anqi. Today, she donned a white pleated skirt that gracefully covered her knees, complemented by a sky-blue sailor suit that radiated youthfulness and vitality. Zhang Yun approached, blocking Yi Anqi's path with an earnest expression. "Anqi, can we have a chat?" he requested. Yi Anqi rolled her eyes, a hint of petulance in her voice as she retorted, "What is there to talk about? Why not? I haven't yet expressed my gratitude for all the time you spent helping me review English." Zhang Yun replied with a smile. "Ah, you remember that? I thought you had forgotten," Yi Anqi teased, her face adorned with a mocking expression. "I've been a bit busy these past few days. As soon as I found some free time, I came looking for you," Zhang Yun said innocently. "You must be quite the busy person then. I wouldn't want to interfere with your affairs," Yi Anqi jested, though Zhang Yun sensed her lingering irritation. It appeared he would need to take decisive action. Grasping her wrist, he led her to a secluded spot beneath some trees near the playground, where they would be less conspicuous. Yi Anqi was taken aback by Zhang Yun's boldness in holding her hand in public. A blush crept onto her cheeks, feeling the warmth of embarrassment from the onlookers. "Anqi, that night when I joked about us being siblings, I was merely teasing," Zhang Yun asserted, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "I believe our relationship is one of pure camaraderie, confidence. Childhood friends, innocent of any misunderstandings." Yi Anqi chuckled gently, "But you didn't grow up with me. You hardly know how to talk." Zhang Yun's playful banter brought a smile to her face as she sought a way to de-escalate the situation. She wanted Zhang Yun to acknowledge her feelings, and her frosty demeanor was a subtle way of demanding his attention. If he continued to ignore her, she would truly be upset. Seeing her softening, Zhang Yun felt relieved. Resuming his playful demeanor, he extended his hand and said with heartfelt sincerity, "Beautiful Lady Anqi, might I have the honor of your company for dinner this evening?" Yi Anqi was amused by his antics, covering her mouth as she replied, "Let us see how sincere you are. It better not be a group outing, otherwise I want to go." "That's impossible. It will be just the two of us," Zhang Yun assured her with a light laugh. "Given your earnestness, I shall reluctantly accept your invitation," Yi Anqi replied. Thus, the misunderstandings and barriers between them dissipated, and Zhang Yun and Yi Anqi returned to their usual laughter and closeness. Zhang Yun successfully secured a dinner date with her. Since it was Saturday, they planned their outing for the evening. As for what transpired after dinner, that remains a mystery. After classes ended in the afternoon, Zhang Yun waited patiently beneath the girls' dormitory for Yi Anqi. Naturally, girls take their time to prepare for a date with someone they care about, so he was resigned to wait. After more than half an hour, Yi Anqi finally emerged. As she approached, Zhang Yun caught a whiff of her fragrant shampoo, indicating she had freshly washed her hair before stepping out. She still wore the same outfit from earlier, the white skirt and sailor suit, her hair cascading gently, her complexion a lovely rosy hue. "Zhang Yun, have you been waiting long? Let us go," Yi Anqi said with a hint of shyness. "Not at all. I was just watching some people play basketball over there," he replied with a smile. With that, Zhang Yun mounted his bicycle and gestured for her to join him. "Anqi, hop on." In her mind, Yi Anqi thought, this must be a date, right? It was her first time sitting alone behind a boy on a bicycle. Although there had been other boys who had given her rides before, they were always in groups. Zhang Yun steadied the bicycle, tilting it slightly to make it easier for her to mount. Yi Anqi adjusted her skirt before gently sitting down. Unsure of where to place her hands, she opted for the rear rack. "Are you steady back there? We're off," he announced. Let's go," she replied. Zhang Yun pedaled with vigor, setting the bicycle in motion while Yi Anqi clutched the frame tightly. She felt too shy to place her hands around his waist. He rode slowly, cautious not to go too fast, as this was his first time carrying Yi Anqi. Though riding quickly has its perks, it was not suitable at this moment. Zhang Yun understood the importance of taking things gradually. If the girl were seated upright, riding at a moderate pace would yield more enjoyment, especially when riding a motorcycle with a girl sitting behind. As they passed a small shop, Zhang Yun stopped, stepped inside briefly, and emerged moments later. "Tada, here you go," he exclaimed, presenting a colorful little bottle to Yi Anqi. "What is this?" she inquired, puzzled. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a bubble-blowing toy, and a radiant smile spread across her face. It had been ages since she last played with bubbles, and she was touched by Zhang Yun's thoughtful gesture. Zhang Yun resumed riding his bicycle while Yi Anqi began to blow bubbles. As they glided down the road, a trail of shimmering bubbles floated behind them, creating a whimsical spectacle. In the golden glow of the setting sun, their shadows stretched long and graceful. Yi Anqi gazed at the drifting bubbles, her face alight with an innocent smile. She seemed to have returned to her childhood, a time of carefree innocence. The handsome young men and beautiful women, along with the bubbles dancing in the air, formed a splendid tapestry, so exquisite and so pure. As Zhang Yun journeyed along, he occasionally glanced back at the young girl in the rear seat, a contented smile gracing his face. In this moment, Zhang Yun was untainted, free from any extraneous thoughts. He too savored the beauty of this moment, a cherished fragment of his youth. Chapter 47. A Man and a Woman Before Long. Zhang Yun arrived at the entrance of a Western restaurant, escorting Yi Anqi. Upon observing the elegant decor, Yi Anqi felt a sense of surprise. She had never anticipated Zhang Yun would take her to dine at such an establishment. Zhang Yun, was it really necessary to come to such an upscale place? It must be rather expensive, she remarked nonchalantly. Not too expensive, I can afford it. Zhang Yun reassured her. Yi Anqi scrutinized him for a moment and replied, let us go, I don't want to eat here. Don't be like that. We've already arrived, Zhang Yun said, gently taking her hand and leading her into the restaurant. Unable to resist, Yi Anqi followed him inside. Zhang Yun, displaying gentlemanly manners, pulled out a chair for her. Once seated, Yi Anqi glanced at the menu and was astonished. The prices were exorbitant. A single dish cost as much as her food expenses for several days. She quietly warned Zhang Yun, make sure you don't spend all your food budget for the month. Otherwise, I'd rather not eat at all. Don't worry, I did a good deed recently and received a reward. You can enjoy your meal without concern, Zhang Yun comforted her. Don't you dare deceive me. Truly, if you don't believe me. You can ask Huang Xiaolong and the others when we get back. Fine, I'll trust you this once, Yi Anqi pouted, looking quite adorable. After approximately an hour in the restaurant, they concluded their meal. They refrained from drinking wine, as it might have led to more intimate encounters. Upon settling the bill, which amounted to nearly 50 yuan, Zhang Yun felt his wallet grow a tad lighter and realized he needed to earn more money. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Yun took Yi Anqi to a nearby shopping mall. As they strolled, Yi Anqi was captivated by a boutique featuring an array of trinkets. She picked up a hairpin, gesturing playfully, and smiled at Zhang Yun. What do you think of this one? Zhang Yun, lacking the eye for such things, replied, it looks good. You'd look lovely in anything, mainly because you are so beautiful. You just know how to flatter. Yi Anqi teased. Women, indeed, are complex creatures. If told they are unattractive, they are bound to feel displeased. Conversely, if one compliments their beauty, though they may not articulate their joy, their hearts are undoubtedly elated. Hence, it is essential to indulge them. After their shopping, Yi Anqi spotted a photo booth popular for taking large headshots, which girls particularly adored. Zhang Yun, shall we take some photos? She tugged at his shirt. Not really. I think it's better if I just watch you take pictures, Zhang Yun replied nonchalantly. However, after much coaxing from Yi Anqi, Zhang Yun finally consented to pose for a picture together. Most of the photos were solo shots of Yi Anqi, where she either flashed a peace sign or made a cute pout. Upon receiving the photos, she carefully stored the one featuring both of them and handed Zhang Yun her favorite solo shot. This is for you. Take good care of it. If you lose it, you'll hear from me, she said, glaring at him playfully. Rest assured, it won't be lost. Even if I misplace it, the memory will remain, Zhang Yun promised, patting his chest. Eventually, they entered a supermarket, where they purchased a large bag of snacks. Since Yi Anqi was the one buying, she used her own money. They were not in a romantic relationship, and even if they were, she felt too shy to let Zhang Yun pay. At times, in a relationship, it is crucial for both parties to contribute. Otherwise, the balance would be disrupted, jeopardizing the longevity of their bond. Upon returning to school, Zhang Yun escorted Yi Anqi to the entrance, where she turned to him and said, Zhang Yun, I had a wonderful time today, thank you. She clasped her hands behind her back, gazing at him with deep affection. Well, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. Go on up, Zhang Yun replied, handing her the bag of snacks. Back in her dormitory, Yi Anqi was soon surrounded by her friends, who were eager to hear about her evening with Zhang Yun. Anqi, how was your date? Wu Lijun teased. What date? We just had a meal and then went to the supermarket. Yi Anqi feigned indifference, yet inside, she felt elated. Oh, I don't believe that. Did you really take that long just to shop? Huang Jia looked at her skeptically. Yi Anqi opened the snack bag. Look, I spent quite a while picking these out. Her friends gathered around, and she opened a packet of snacks. Help yourselves. After a long day of shopping, I'm exhausted. I'm off to shower. With that, she escaped the circle, fearing that further inquiries would reveal her true feelings. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun returned to his dorm and asked Huang Xiaolong, "Are we all set for tomorrow?" Earlier that afternoon, Zhang Yun had informed his friends about their planned visit to Xiaolong's home. The plan was to gather at the school gate in the morning, enjoy some time at the beach, and then head to his house. "Yes, it's confirmed. I asked during class tonight, and apart from you and Yanxi, 6 others are going. It's perfectly balanced, 3 boys and 3 girls. Li Hai won't be joining us as he is going home tomorrow," Huang Xiaolong replied. Zhang Yun smiled. "Then just make the arrangements. I trust you to handle it. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. We'll ride 4 bicycles," Huang Xiaolong said with a grin. Soon, morning arrived. After breakfast, Yanxi, Wu Lijun, Li Xiaoyan, and Huang Jiai waited at the school gate. Yanxi carried some snacks, indicating she was well prepared. Before long, Zhang Yun, Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Peng, and Chen Jinzhong arrived on their bicycles. Huang Xiaolong looked at Yanxi and said, "Yanxi, you are quite thoughtful. You've prepared snacks for everyone." "Indeed. Zhang Yun, you organized this outing without any provisions, but our dear Yanxi has taken care of it for you," Wu Lijun teased Zhang Yun. As the organizer, Zhang Yun had overlooked such details, which was an oversight. Yanxi felt a bit embarrassed by the attention but remained silent, fearing further scrutiny. Sensing the situation, Zhang Yun addressed everyone. "Don't worry, I will cook lunch for everyone. It'll be a treat." "That's what we were waiting to hear." Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "Let us prepare to set off. How will we get there?" Huang Jiai chimed in. She said, "You men should each take one of us." Huang Jiai felt somewhat hesitant to voice her thoughts, even though the situation had become quite evident. 1 vehicle for 2 individuals, a perfect match. Zhou Peng exclaimed loudly. Jiai's implication was clear. Whoever rides the bike should take the seat in the vehicle. Wu Lijun shot Zhou Peng a disapproving glance. Huang Xiaolong approached Wu Lijun while pushing the bike, laughing heartily as he remarked, "Ha! 1 man for each of you women. A harmonious pairing that makes work effortless." Chapter 48. Zhang Yun's desire to be a man before long. Yanxi adeptly settled herself on the back seat of Zhang Yun's bicycle. Huang Xiaolong had taken hold of Wu Lijun, while Zhou Peng and Huang Jiai shared another bike. The remaining pair consisted of Chen Jinzhan and Li Xiaoyan. All the girls, except for Wu Lijun, clutched the frame with their hands to prevent themselves from falling off. As they rode along, the group maintained a leisurely pace until they exited the urban area, where the traffic thinned. The boys, in unison, began to accelerate, with Huang Xiaolong and Wu Lijun, childhood friends, leading the charge. Wu Lijun, reminiscent of a spirited equestrian, grasped Huang Xiaolong's shirt with her left hand while playfully smacking his backside with her right, exuberantly urging, "Faster! Giddy up, go faster!" Huang Xiaolong, invigorated by the thrill, pedaled vigorously, causing their speed to surge impressively ahead. "Old Yan, did you tire yourself out last night? You seem awfully slow," Huang Xiaolong quipped, insinuating Zhang Yun's previous night's activities had left him lackluster. Zhang Yun could hardly tolerate such insinuations. After all, this was a matter of masculine pride. Thus, he too prepared to increase his pace. Suddenly, Yanxi seized Zhang Yun's hem with a hint of concern, advising, "Zhang Yun, one should not ride too fast. It's unsafe." Zhang Yun, confident in his abilities, replied, "Fear not, you were quite comfortable last night. Hold on tight." He then accelerated, causing Yanxi to gasp and instinctively embrace him from behind. However, realizing her actions, she quickly retracted her hands, attempting to grasp his shirt instead. Unbeknownst to Yanxi, perhaps due to her anxiety or the swift pace, she inadvertently clutched Zhang Yun's belt. Zhang Yun found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. He had just been reveling in his moment of glory. If Yanxi were to accidentally disrobe him, it would be utterly embarrassing. Meanwhile, Zhou Peng and Chen Jinzhan caught up from behind. The girls accompanying them sat properly, one hand gripping the rear of the bike, while the other clutched the iron pipe beneath the seat, their balance precarious and seemingly on the verge of collapse. Soon, the group arrived at a beach in the southern part of the city. Given the winter season, there were only a few visitors. Had it been summer, they could have taken a dip in the sea and perhaps even admired bikini-clad beauties, notably the figures of Yanxi and her friends. They all removed their shoes, savoring the sensation of the sand beneath their bare feet, frolicking and playfully splashing about. Zhang Yun found himself entranced by the delicate and smooth contours of Yanxi's feet. Her elegant arch and slender ankles rendered her feet akin to a masterpiece sculpted by divine hands. As her feet left prints in the sand, they resembled dancing musical notes, seemingly composing a melodious tune, compelling Zhang Yun to gaze longer. Aware of Zhang Yun's bold stare, Yi Anqi shyly lowered her head, tracing circles in the sand with her toes. Her heart raced, and a blush crept across her cheeks. What is it with Zhang Yun? Why does he keep staring at my feet? Are they truly that beautiful? She pondered. Noticing her bashful expression, Zhang Yun chuckled and dashed away. They raced along the beach, collecting seashells and splashing through the waves, their laughter echoing joyfully. As noon approached, the group made their way to a seafood market, purchasing a variety of seafood that swiftly depleted their funds. Zhang Yun intended to showcase his culinary skills by preparing a lavish seafood feast for them. After more than half an hour, they arrived at Zhang Yun's doorstep. He had called home the previous night to inform his mother, Chen, that classmates would be visiting, all the while avoiding using his own phone for fear of raising inquiries about his recent purchase. Early that morning, his mother had procured some meat and freshly picked vegetables. With lunchtime nearing, they all pitched in. Zhang Yun took charge of cooking while Huang Xiaolong tended to the fire. In no time, a series of aromatic dishes emerged from the kitchen. As they beheld the table laden with food, the tantalizing aroma spurred their appetites. Once seated, Huang Xiaolong gestured towards the array of dishes and prompted, "Old Yun, do enlighten us about these culinary delights." Zhang Yun scanned the eager faces around him and stood, extending his hand as he began his introduction. "This is oil-braised shrimp, symbolizing our vibrant academic journey. Here we have spicy and sour clams, steamed grouper, stir-fried flour crabs, and garlic stir-fried bok choy. This corn and radish dish, I call it the golden list of success, signifying our hopes for achieving high marks in this year's college entrance examination." Old Yun splendidly articulated. "And what about this grand platter of oysters?" Huang Xiaolong chimed in. "Ah, these are steamed oysters. The fuel for men and the beauty spa for women. Everyone should indulge." Zhang Yun jested. "Now, let us raise our drinks in gratitude to our esteemed chef for this sumptuous banquet." Huang Jiai proposed. "Cheers. Here's to our success in the college entrance examination and everlasting friendship." They all exclaimed in unison. As they began to eat, the flavors delighted their palates, and a serene silence enveloped the group as they focused intently on their meals, transforming into dedicated diners. Zhang Yun watched with satisfaction as they eagerly filled their bowls. He was glad his culinary skills had not diminished. During his past life, he had spent half a year in the military's cooking brigade, learning from seasoned chefs, which had instilled in him the confidence to prepare a feast for his friends. After the meal, the girls tidied up the kitchen while the boys lounged in the sun, sharing light-hearted banter. "Xiaolong, you and Wu Lijun were quite the pair this morning. Do pedal a bit faster on the way back," Zhou Peng teased Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, perplexed, queried why he should ride faster. Zhang Yun, observing the exchange, smirked and remarked, "He wishes to ride faster so the girls can hold on to his waist." "Exactly, that is precisely it." Zhou Peng agreed. After spending the entire morning together, Zhou Peng and Chun Jinzhong gradually became more acquainted with the girls, having previously maintained merely a casual classmate relationship. "Oh, I see. Don't worry. Leave it to me," Huang Xiaolong said with a mischievous grin. "Ah, you all, I truly don't know how to." Zhang Yun began, only to be interrupted by Huang Xiaolong. "Old Yun, don't continue. Shall we switch roles instead? You hold on to me while I let Wu Lijun carry Yi Anqi. How does that sound?" "That's out of the question. You weigh too much. Yi Anqi is so light." Zhang Yun promptly declined. Look at him, wanting to be comfortable yet not expressing it, and still he dares to criticize us. Huang Xiaolong teased Zhang Yun. The girls, having finished their tasks, emerged and inquired, "What are you laughing about?" Huang Xiaolong quickly responded. Zhang Yun said he wants to be the man, pushing you along. It seems Huang Xiaolong is not a good person either, nearly revealing the entire scheme about the old man pushing the cart. Chapter 49. The defeated surrender their pursuit of Yi Anqi. How slow could the cart possibly be? By the time we return to school, we may not even know the hour, Yi Anqi remarked. On their journey back, Zhou Peng and Huang Xiaolong rode their bicycles at a leisurely pace initially. However, it was not long before the group began to race energetically down the road. The girls trailing behind struggled to maintain their balance. They first clutched the shirts of the boys in front, but eventually resorted to wrapping their arms around the boys' waists for steadiness. Their cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, betraying a hint of shyness. Observing this scene, Zhou Peng and Huang Xiaolong exchanged knowing glances, sharing a triumphant smile as their plan unfolded successfully. The speed was exhilarating yet stable, and they did not encounter any mishaps. Soon, the group returned to school. On the following Monday, as the stock market opened, Deng Jing scrutinized the market trends and suddenly recalled Zhang Yun's investment in Zhongchuanbo. Upon checking, she was astonished to find that Zhongchuanbo's stock had hit the daily limit, soaring by 10.01. Delving into the price chart, the unmistakable shape of a limit up was evident, accompanied by substantial orders. Deng Jing could not help but gasp in disbelief. This stock had unexpectedly surged again, netting Zhang Yun a profit of 1,900 yuan within merely 2 trading days. Such extraordinary luck. Deng Jing recalled Zhang Yun's confident visage, stirring a sense of doubt within her. Could it be that he possessed insider information? Otherwise, how could he dare to invest his entire capital during the pre-market session, only for Zhongchuanbo to open at the limit price? Her brow furrowed, filled with curiosity and confusion. Deng Jing's conjecture proved correct. Zhang Yun did indeed have insider knowledge, but it stemmed from insights acquired through his rebirth, an outcome no one could have anticipated. She resolved to message Zhang Yun, hoping to glean some clues from him. Zhang Yun, the stock you purchased yesterday has hit the limit again. You are incredibly fortunate. As Zhang Yun was in class, he took a while to respond, leaving Deng Jing anxiously awaiting his reply. Oh, is that so? I haven't checked the market yet. However, I trust my analysis is sound. Do you have any insider information? How could you be so precise? It surged the moment you bought it, and now it has reached 2 limits. It's impossible to buy in now. Zhang Yun chuckled at the message, a playful glint in his eyes as he replied, Manager Deng, as you know, the stock market is like a battlefield. There are no eternal victors. I merely had a stroke of luck. I noticed Zhongchuanbo's significant rise the previous day and decided to chase it. Who would have thought it would be accompanied by such major good news? Deng Jing pondered Zhang Yun's words in silence for a moment before responding. All right, you truly are quite fortunate. Just remember to inform me when you decide to sell. Of course, Zhang Yun replied before dismissing the conversation entirely. The afternoon sunlight poured through the classroom windows, illuminating every corner as the homeroom teacher, Li Guangming, entered with a serious expression, announcing exciting news. Students, our school will hold a sports meeting next week. I hope everyone will eagerly sign up. Those interested should submit their names in the next couple of days. The classroom erupted into hushed whispers. After class, the students' enthusiasm surged, their discussions lively and animated. Old Yun, are you planning to participate? Huang Xiaolong inquired of Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun smiled faintly, replying yes. I intend to sign up for the 100-meter sprint and the 1,500-meter long-distance race. He felt it was time to assess the fruits of his recent training. Huang Xiaolong scrutinized Zhang Yun with a mix of surprise and skepticism, saying, Can you manage that? These events test both explosive power and endurance. Given your physique, although you've been training, you likely won't stand a chance against those from the sports class. Men should never say they can't, Zhang Yun declared. His chest puffed out with a hint of bravado. One can only discover the outcome by stepping onto the field and giving it their all. Huang Xiaolong, inspired by Zhang Yun's unwavering confidence, felt his own competitive spirit ignite, exclaiming, Since you've signed up, I can't fall behind. I'll join the 100 meters as well. At that moment, Chun Jinzhong approached, eager to join in, stating, Count me in as well. I'll participate in the 100 meters. Zhou Peng, seated at the back, turned around with a grin, saying, Huh? How could I be left out? I'll sign up for the long-distance race. Old Yun, let us see how we fare against each other. The group's eyes met in silent understanding, an unspoken camaraderie and challenge evident among them. Chun Jinzhong had impressive explosive power and could contend in the 100 meters, while Zhou Peng, despite his robust build, carried some excess weight, which might hinder his performance in long-distance events. After all, excelling in these 2 disciplines demanded both formidable explosiveness and endurance. Thus, Zhang Yun and his friends animatedly deliberated their chosen events for the upcoming sports meeting, determined to join forces and bring glory to their class. In the ensuing days, the school's sports field became increasingly lively, with students arriving at dawn to sweat on the track. Zhang Yun was no exception. He rose early, striving to unearth his potential in hopes of securing a commendable position in the sports meeting, ideally the first place. The morning air was invigorated with the sense of earth and fresh grass as Zhang Yun sprinted down the track, each stride resolute and powerful. After completing his sprint training, he transitioned to long-distance running, and the crowd on the field continued to swell as he ran for nearly half an hour. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Yun, are you running too? Turning, he recognized Yang Hua from Class 3, with whom he had previously played basketball. Yes, what brings you here? Zhang Yun inquired. Isn't the sports meeting next week? I signed up for the 100-meter sprint. What about you? Same here. How about we make a friendly wager? Yang Hua suggested after a moment of contemplation. What kind of wager? Zhang Yun asked, curious about his intentions. Let us race in the 100 meters to see who performs better. Is that all? What about the stakes of victory and defeat? Zhang Yun pressed for further details. Yang Hua, hoping to showcase his cleverness, underestimated Zhang Yun's perceptiveness. The latter saw through his intentions immediately and chose not to engage. Subsequently, Zhang Yun decelerated his pace and began to walk briskly. He was eager to discern what Yang Hua wished to articulate. With a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, Yang Hua declared, the one who loses must relinquish their pursuit of Yanqi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun erupted into laughter. Huh, how absurd. If you fancy someone, then pursue them. Let us see if you possess the capability. With that, Zhang Yun dashed away. However, his voice echoed from a distance. Yet, you will undoubtedly lose. Yang Hua, with unwavering determination, shouted back, Zhang Yun, I shall surely defeat you. Chapter 50 Reunion with Zhao Tianyu. Upon hearing Yang Hua's provocation, Zhang Yun's lips curled into a scornful smile, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. He held Yang Hua in such low regard that he barely considered him worth his attention. Zhang Yun had significantly improved his physical capabilities, having returned to the standards he achieved upon entering the special forces. Yang Hua's aspirations to surpass him were mere fantasies. During a recent visit to the supermarket, Zhang Yun weighed himself and found he had gained 7 to 8 pounds compared to his rebirth. He recalled that during high school, he weighed around 130 jin. While this weight gain might seem trivial to an ordinary person, for Zhang Yun, it signified muscle growth and an increase in strength. The mysterious powers bestowed upon him by his rebirth were continuously transforming his physique, enhancing his athletic abilities to several times that of an average person. Zhang Yun occasionally pondered whether he might shatter the limits of humanity and become superhuman. Yet, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that once he achieved a certain level of fitness, there was no need to push himself to extremes. Why not enjoy the luxuries of life as a wealthy individual, surrounded by beautiful cars and companions? During the morning class, Huang Xiaolong inquired of Zhang Yun. Old Yun, Zhao Tianyu hasn't been attending class these past few days. Do you know what's going on? Zhang Yun cast a sideways glance at Huang Xiaolong and retorted, How would I know? I thought you were all-knowing. Huang Xiaolong replied meekly, I just thought I'd ask. Zhang Yun dismissed him with a wave. He had been preoccupied with stock market matters and had not paid attention to Zhao Tianyu's situation. He no longer felt any inclination to concern himself with someone so far beneath his current status. Around 9 o'clock, a message from Deng Jing arrived. Mr. Zhang, shall we trade today? After hearing the vibration of his phone, Zhang Yun replied, If it opens, sell everything immediately. If not, hold on. Understood, Deng Jing responded, momentarily lost in thought as she recalled Zhang Yun's confident demeanor. What kind of person was he? He approached tasks with resolute decisiveness and audacity, consistently delivering surprising outcomes. Unbeknownst to her, her curiosity about Zhang Yun deepened with each interaction. At 9:15 a.m., during the collective bidding, Zhongchuan Shipbuilding maintained a limit-up rise, mirroring the previous day. As trading commenced, Deng Jing sent Zhang Yun the information regarding the stock's performance. Zhang Yun smiled faintly at her message, realizing today would bring substantial rewards unless a large order caused a sell-off, which could potentially halt the stock's rise. After ending the call, he felt confident that Zhongchuan Shipbuilding would continue its upward trend, although he recognized the need for vigilant observation and analysis of upcoming movements. He was aware that a correction was imminent in the following days. Zhang Yun understood that the stock market was as tumultuous as the ocean, where a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. However, he possessed the confidence to navigate the market adeptly, relying on his insight and skills. Throughout the morning, Zhongchuan Shipbuilding sustained its limit-up status. As Zhang Yun perused his messages, he felt a surge of gratitude. He acknowledged that his rebirth had granted him this opportunity and advantage, allowing him to flourish in the stock market. Yet, he remained acutely aware of the risks and uncertainties inherent in trading, thus maintaining a composed and cautious demeanor. During lunch, Zhang Yun ventured alone to a small restaurant near the school. He ordered Kung Pao chicken over rice, contemplating his forthcoming plans and arrangements as he ate. He understood that the stock market was merely one facet of his broader ambitions. He needed to expand his endeavors and wealth across various domains. In the afternoon, Zhang Yun refrained from attending class, asking Huang Xiaolong to excuse him. Huang Xiaolong replied, "All right, tend to your matters." Zhang Yun recognized Huang Xiaolong's curiosity about him, but he paid it no mind. He was aware that he was traversing an unusual path, one that demanded greater effort and sacrifice. Later that afternoon, Zhang Yun visited the Public Security Bureau to apply for a Hong Kong and Macau travel permit. After obtaining the necessary documents, he sought opportunities to travel to Hong Kong, an international metropolis rife with possibilities. He needed to establish an international account. Riding his bike, he swiftly reached the bureau, where he took a photo, filled out an application, and queued. There were few people applying for the travel permit, and Zhang Yun was soon attended to. Obtaining the permit in Guangdong province was relatively straightforward compared to other regions, where the process could be cumbersome and intricate. In no time, Zhang Yun completed the approval process for his permit. However, he would have to wait for its production before it could be mailed to him. He provided his school's address for convenience. On his way back, while passing through a narrow alley, Zhang Yun spotted Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu was huddled with a group of thugs, engaged in some discussion. Upon noticing Zhang Yun, his expression shifted to one of fury. He believed that Zhang Yun was the source of his misfortune. First, he had been humiliated in public, leaving him feeling utterly ashamed. Then, the incident at his family's restaurant had further deepened his belief that Zhang Yun was the harbinger of his bad luck. Ironically, he was correct. The problems at his family's restaurant had indeed stemmed from Zhang Yun's actions. If Zhao Tianyu were to uncover the truth, it was likely he would be driven to madness, seeking revenge against Zhang Yun. Following the troubles at his family's restaurant, Zhao Tianyu initially felt despondent but gradually matured in response to the situation. In the past few days, he had been devising ways to extricate his father from their predicament. Meanwhile, with the Zhao family's restaurant shuttered, numerous suppliers had come knocking, demanding payment for outstanding debts. However, the Zhao family's accounts had been frozen, rendering them unable to pay a single penny. Suppliers camped outside the Zhao residence daily, clamoring for their money. Zhao Tianyu's mother, Wang Xiaohua, initially argued with the suppliers during the first few days, but she had since vanished, leaving no one to know her whereabouts, not even Zhao Tianyu. Witnessing the blockade at his home, Zhao Tianyu felt too intimidated to return. His mother was once again absent from home, and he sought out his old companions, hoping for their assistance. To his dismay, upon seeing Zhao Tianyu, they all hastily distanced themselves from him and drove him away. With no other recourse, Zhao Tianyu lingered at the internet cafe, where he became acquainted with a group of miscreants. Now, upon spotting Zhang Yun, he commanded those miscreants to encircle her. "Zhang Yun, this time you are surely doomed," Zhao Tianyu declared, his eyes glinting with malice and his face contorted with rage. Chapter 51. Can I be arrogant? Is arrogance a crime? Zhao Tianyu, what are you planning? Zhang Yun surveyed the group around him. Zhao Tianyu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What? I'm going after you." Unfazed, Zhang Yun replied, "It seems you wish to challenge me, don't you? Have you lost your mind? Weren't you quite formidable before? You even gave me a beating last time. Now, you face a group against just one." He gestured to his companions surrounding Zhao Tianyu. "Looks like you're quite confident. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just the right number of 5. Zhang Yun counted the heads. After a period of training, he was eager to assess his physical condition. He wanted to measure his stamina and strength levels, recalling that in the past, 5 or 6 burly men couldn't even approach him, regardless of whether they wielded knives or clubs. The elite training he received from the military district was no joke. "Oh, so you think you're tough? Still pretending to be fearless at death's door." Zhao Tianyu mocked. "Haha, what does it matter if I'm arrogant? Is it a crime? There is no law against it, is there?" The more Zhao Tianyu observed Zhang Yun's arrogant demeanor, the more infuriated he became. "I'll be damned. Today, we settle old scores. Brothers, get him." "Wait a moment," Zhang Yun interjected. "Haha, are you scared? Begging for mercy?" Zhao Tianyu taunted. "Just let me tie my shoelaces. They're loose," Zhang Yun replied, squatting down. "Are you messing with me?" Zhao Tianyu's eyes blazed with fury. "Come on." Zhang Yun beckoned with his finger. Just then, a police car passed by. Since they were near the Public Security Bureau, there were quite a few patrols. The officers, noticing the unusual scene, stopped and rolled down the window, asking, "What are you boys up to? Planning to fight?" Seeing the police, Zhao Tianyu and his group were thrown into a panic. "Officer, these are my classmates. We're just catching up," Zhang Yun casually remarked. "Yes, we're just reminiscing," Zhao Tianyu quickly echoed. The officer, however, was not easily deceived and stepped out of the vehicle. The sight sent Zhao Tianyu and his crew into further disarray. aware that they had something to hide. Zhang Yun, we'll meet again next time. We should leave, Zhao Tianyu hastily declared before making his exit. With the main instigator gone, Zhang Yun and the officer also dispersed. Sighing, Zhang Yun lamented the squandered opportunity. It seemed he would have to wait for the upcoming sports meet to unleash his potential. While he could measure his abilities during regular training, the competition atmosphere, complete with professional equipment and referees, would yield a different performance. Before long, Zhang Yun returned to school. Instead of heading to class, he turned toward the dormitory. Lying on his bed, he checked the stock market trends. The market had begun to decline over the past 2 weeks, though most believed it was merely a correction before a rally. Zhang Yun smirked, knowing that, as anticipated, the market would indeed correct itself in December, followed by a rapid descent. Many would face ruin, some even taking to the rooftops of skyscrapers in despair. While others lost fortunes, Zhang Yun was determined to swim against the tide and earn some money. Otherwise, his plans would falter. Ding! A message notification chimed. Zhang Yun opened it to find a text from Deng Jing. Mr. Zhang, Zhongchuan Bo is still at a standstill. Given the current situation, it looks promising. It 1T opened today. As of now, Zhongchuan Bo has generated a profit of 3,014 yuan. All right, thank you, Zhang Yun replied. In just a few days, he had profited 3,000 yuan from his foresight. It was worth noting that in 2007, the average salary was around 1,000 yuan. He had earned in mere days what others took 3 months to make, truly efficient. Yet, one needed Zhang Yun's skills to achieve such results. Otherwise, one might as well be reborn. Amassing wealth through the stock market was no mere dream. With the right stocks, a small goal could be swiftly realized. As he pondered, excitement welled within him. Mr. Zhang, in the near future, I may no longer be able to assist you with trading. If the capital is significant, it could attract scrutiny, leading to complications. You should prepare to operate independently. Deng Jing sent another text, interrupting Zhang Yun's daydream. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yun recognized the challenge he faced. With school during the day, managing trades would be difficult. He needed a solution. Buying a computer was essential, but living in the school dormitory would complicate matters. He would have to rent an apartment, which was quite a hassle. All right, just give me a heads up 2 days in advance so I can prepare. He grimaced at the thought of additional expenses. It wasn't a matter of hundreds or thousands, but potentially millions. The money spent now, if invested wisely in the stock market, could double, quadruple, turning into hundreds of millions over a few years. However, the thought of scrutiny for illegal trading weighed on him. Zhang Yun was not willing to risk everything for a moment of greed. The vibrant world awaited him, with many potential acquaintances to meet. Choosing to disregard the troubling thoughts, Zhang Yun resolved to focus on the present. He recalled Zhao Tianyu, who seemed destined to become a troublemaker. He would need to be cautious to avoid any ambushes. With this in mind, Zhang Yun felt his training was insufficient. He needed to intensify his efforts. It seemed a period of self-discipline was in order. Should he find himself in a precarious situation, the repercussions could be dire. The afternoon classes passed without incident. With Zhao Tianyu absent, the atmosphere in Class 5 of the senior year improved significantly, filled with laughter and camaraderie. After school, Zhang Yun visited the teacher's office, grabbed a stack of newspapers, and returned to his dormitory to change before heading out. Today, Zhang Yun intended to train harder, gradually making his way to the back of the school. Wuzhou Yizhong is situated in the northern district of the city, and not far behind the school, merely 2 or 3 kilometers away, lies a mountain that encompasses a park, with a winding path leading all the way to its summit. On weekends, the park attracts a considerable number of visitors, while in the early mornings and evenings, a few individuals come to engage in jogging and exercise, though they are not many. Zhang Yun swiftly arrived at the park, jogging his way from the foot of the mountain to the mid-slope, invigorating his body. He then located a tree with a trunk as thick as a water barrel and affixed a piece of newspaper to it with tape. Today, Zhang Yun intended to practice his martial arts by striking the newspaper until it was shredded. His next endeavor would involve the tree itself. Chapter 52. Zhang Yun, let us see how audacious you are. For now, the matter is in my hands. Zhang Yun gently struck the newspaper with his fist, followed by a series of vigorous punches. The newspaper was securely bound, ensuring it would not slip away. A single heavy punch against a tree trunk could lead to a fracture, leaving one in tears without a drop to shed. As Zhang Yun continued to strike the newspaper, his movements were swift and powerful, as if propelled by a gust of wind. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The mountain breeze howled, and from the nearby woods, a muffled sound echoed, thud, thud, thud. There stood Zhang Yun, drenched in sweat, relentlessly pounding the newspaper. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, his bare torso glistening in the golden rays of the setting sun, showcasing his robust physique. After nearly a month of rigorous training, his muscles had visibly developed, their definition now apparent. Though he still bore some slimness, he was significantly improved compared to before. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into each punch, as if battling an unseen opponent. Direct punches to the left and right, followed by a couple of hooks, gradually tore the newspaper apart. Occasionally, he would employ elbow strikes and forearm collisions. The elbow and knee are among the hardest parts of the human body, delivering formidable force. However, the forearm must also be trained for blocking purposes. As time passed, the newspaper bound to the tree diminished, nearing its destruction. Zhang Yun's fists and arms were flushed red, particularly his knuckles, which had begun to graze the skin and ooze a trace of blood. With a final powerful blow, the newspaper's life came to an end, its center decimated, revealing the trunk behind. A look of satisfaction gleamed in Zhang Yun's eyes. It was satisfactory that it had torn apart, and he resolved to reinforce it further the next day. Today, it would conclude here. Zhang Yun glanced at his watch. It was nearly 6:30. He tidied up and descended the mountain. As he made his way down, Zhang Yun's steps were light and resolute. A profound sense of tranquility enveloped him, as if all fatigue had been swept away by the mountain breeze. He contemplated his aspirations and the young women eagerly awaiting his attention. He knew that as long as he maintained his current pace, he would one day stand on a stage of his own, showcasing his true prowess. While on his way, Zhang Yun spotted a pharmacy and entered to purchase some medicinal supplies and liniment for injuries, anticipating their use in his forthcoming training. He could not possibly neglect his own injuries, as proper treatment would facilitate a swifter recovery. Upon exiting the pharmacy, he noticed a noodle shop nearby. Since he was already there, he might as well indulge in a bowl of beef noodles before returning to school. Zhang Yun called out to the owner, requesting a bowl of beef noodles with extra meat, along with 2 fried eggs. After his training, it was essential to replenish his protein intake to foster muscle growth and recovery. Once back at the dormitory, Zhang Yun prepared for a shower before attending evening self-study. "Old Yun, where have you been training? I didn't see you at the sports field," Huang Xiaolong inquired curiously. Zhang Yun smiled and replied, "Today, I chose a different training location, one more suitable for my needs." "Oh, where is it? Take me along next time." Huang Xiaolong expressed keen interest. "In the mountains, a secluded spot," Zhang Yun replied nonchalantly. "In the mountains? You're becoming increasingly mysterious," Huang Xiaolong jested. After a brief conversation, the two of them finished their tasks and headed out together. In the days that followed, Zhang Yun trained each morning at the school sports field, then continued his rigorous exercise in the mountains after afternoon classes. His shares in Zhongchuan shipping consistently reached the daily limit, showing no signs of retreat. Zhang Yun remained steadfast, earning over 1,000 yuan daily. Such a lifestyle was undeniably enjoyable, far exceeding his previous earnings. The stock had become a phenomenon, unstoppable. Deng Jing could not help but exclaim how fortunate Zhang Yun was to have captured such a gem. In just a week, it had nearly doubled. Her curiosity about Zhang Yun deepened. How could he remain so composed? Why did he not take profits now? Did he not understand the importance of moderation? The weekend arrived swiftly, and after the Saturday break, Zhang Yun returned home. He discussed his recent exam results with his parents before lending a hand to his grandparents. Zhang Yun reflected that as long as they remained healthy, he would find contentment, for he aspired to provide them with a better life, relieving them of their burdens. On Sunday evening, he returned to school, replenishing his snack supplies to counter the depletion in his snack shop. On Monday, the opening ceremony of the school sports meet commenced. Huang Xiaolong and Huang Jiai, as class leaders, were busy arranging uniforms, renting tents, and preparing logistical materials. Time swiftly passed to 9 a.m., and the ceremony officially began. The event would last 3 days, during which classes were suspended, granting students a brief respite. The opening involved lengthy speeches from officials, followed by oaths from athlete representatives and judges, extending the proceedings for half an hour. Zhang Yun was somewhat distracted, standing in line while occasionally checking his phone. Last night, during his review of trades, he noticed that trading volume for Zhongchuan shipping had begun to increase in the minutes leading up to the close. Based on his recollections, he anticipated that Zhongchuan shipping would open at the limit today. In the morning, Zhang Yun sent a message to Deng Jing. instructing her to liquidate his holdings today, waiting for a peak if the opening was low, or to sell entirely if it opened high. Shortly after, he received her reply. Mr. Zhang, it opened at the daily limit today, and I sold everything at the limit price. Trading volume has risen. It may open at the limit. Upon reading this, Zhang Yun felt a sense of relief and turned his attention to Zhongchuan Shipping's market movements, planning to repurchase in a couple of days. Zhang Yun approached the class tent to check the schedule for the competitions. Due to the large number of entrants in the 100-meter sprint, the schedule was lengthy. His event for the morning was the preliminary round of the 100 meters, while the semifinals would take place in the afternoon and the finals the following morning. He was also scheduled for the 1,500-meter final in the afternoon of the next day, a physically demanding event that would see dozens of participants finishing together. Zhang Yun and Huang Xiaolong, along with their companions, donned their athletic attire before proceeding to warm up. Zhang Yun was assigned to a group positioned towards the latter half of the lineup, specifically the second to last group. Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Peng, and Chun Jinzhang had already completed their races, yet they remained on the sidelines, providing support for Zhang Yun. This arrangement proved beneficial, as they could collectively cheer him on. Numerous female classmates from their class were present, standing along the track, especially exuberant when their peers were competing. At long last, it was Zhang Yun's turn to take the stage. He slowly navigated through the crowd, making his way to the starting area. Upon arriving at the starting line and preparing himself, he was startled to discover that Jiang Tao, the physical education teacher who had been persistently pursuing Yang Lu, was among the officials at the starting point. To his dismay, Zhang Yun thought, "How unfortunate that it is this fool." Jiang Tao watched Zhang Yun approach with a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with a sense of triumph. "Zhang Yun, seeing you so arrogant, it seems you have fallen into my grasp now." Chapter 53. Jiang Tao. I curse you. Upon witnessing the expression on Jiang Tao's face, Zhang Yun instantly realized that this fool was up to no good. He could not help but wonder whether Jiang Tao had orchestrated the grouping for the 100-meter preliminary round, placing him so far back. A mischievous thought crossed Jiang Tao's mind. He hoped that Zhang Yun would refrain from accusing him of bias. Even if Zhang Yun managed to qualify from the preliminaries, he intended to place him first in the afternoon, just to test his stamina. As it turned out, Zhang Yun's preliminary order had indeed been arranged by Jiang Tao, solely to hinder Zhang Yun's chances of achieving a commendable result. Zhang Yun then positioned himself at the starting line. The track was relatively decent, equipped with a running block, unlike some schools that merely dug 2 holes. Zhang Yun crouched slightly to test the stability of the starting block. It appeared secure. With so many spectators present, Jiang Tao would be unlikely to sabotage the event under such scrutiny. Once prepared, Zhang Yun raised his head, gazing toward the distant finish line, where the cheerleading squad from his class awaited. Several girls were waving their hands, and one even held a camera, ready to capture the moment he sprinted across the finish line. As the race was about to commence, Zhang Yun focused his thoughts, bracing himself to listen intently for the referee's command. On your marks. Zhang Yun lifted his rear, bent his legs slightly, and leaned forward, aligning his body parallel to the ground to minimize resistance. Set. Zhang Yun exerted force through his legs, firmly pressing against the starting block, poised for the launch. With a loud bang, the starting gun erupted, sending a plume of white smoke into the air. Zhang Yun surged forward like a cheetah, his initial speed remarkable. A whistle pierced the air, and a red flag was raised. Zhang Yun, you false started. One more infraction, and your eligibility will be revoked, Jiang Tao admonished, his serious demeanor giving him the appearance of a fair referee. Curse you, Zhang Yun muttered under his breath. He spat on the ground, aiming it directly at Jiang Tao. The latter's face darkened, realizing that Zhang Yun was openly defying him, leaving him with no choice. All competitors returned to the starting line. Zhang Yun understood that Jiang Tao would still seek to trouble him, but he couldn't be too overt about it. I'll delay my start, Zhang Yun pondered, devising a strategy. As the race resumed, the command was issued once more. On your marks. Set. Bang. The other 7 competitors sprang forth like springs. In contrast, Zhang Yun hesitated for just a moment upon hearing the starting signal before he began to run. Jiang Tao watched as the other competitors had already taken 2 steps forward while Zhang Yun remained stationary, his face reflecting dismay. Given this slow start, Jiang Tao could not accuse him of foul play, as it would be too blatant and would lack credibility. Although Zhang Yun had started later, his acceleration was significantly swifter than the others, allowing him to close the gap quickly. In an instant, Everyone had surged past the 10-meter mark, and at that moment, Zhang Yun caught up with the last runner. In a flash, he overtook them, maintaining his rhythm and speed with remarkable coordination, devoid of any unnecessary movements. As the race progressed, Zhang Yun had advanced from the last position to fourth place. His gaze grew more resolute, and his strides became more powerful. The spectators along the sidelines were captivated by Zhang Yun's speed. "Go, go!" they cheered, rallying behind the athletes. Suddenly, Zhang Yun accelerated, darting forward like a bolt of lightning. He began his final sprint, noticeably increasing his pace. The cheerleaders from class 3 to 5 erupted in exuberance, their cheers resonating throughout the stadium. Zhang Yun's figure became increasingly swift and closer in the eyes of the crowd. The leading 3 runners glanced back, sensing Zhang Yun's approach, and their anxiety mounted as they feared being overtaken, prompting them to sprint as well. However, despair washed over them as Zhang Yun's speed was unmatched. They could only watch as he gradually closed the distance. Zhang Yun surpassed the 3rd runner, claiming the 3rd position. Approaching the final 20 meters, the 2nd runner, fatigued from an early sprint, was overtaken by Zhang Yun as well. Now Zhang Yun was in 2nd place, trailing the leader by 2 strides. The audience was left in awe, their cheers unwavering. They watched as Zhang Yun surged forward from the back, now in 2nd place, and it seemed he had a genuine chance to claim 1st. Who is that? So impressive. It's Zhang Yun from class 3 to 5. Zhang Yun, go. The area near the finish line was dominated by the girls from class 3 to 5, fervently cheering for Zhang Yun. Yi Anqi observed Zhang Yun, momentarily entranced, surprised by his exceptional running abilities in addition to his academic prowess. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao stood in disbelief, watching as Zhang Yun sprinted forward and overtook one competitor after another. Was Zhang Yun truly this fast? The crowd's eyes were fixed on the last 10 meters, where Zhang Yun was closing in on the leading runner, now just a stride behind. With a few more steps, the title of champion in this heat would be his. Everyone awaited Zhang Yun's final dash, anticipating his crossing of the finish line in 1st place. Li Xiaoyan stood at the finish, camera ready to capture this exhilarating moment. Just as everyone believed Zhang Yun was destined for victory, he slightly relaxed, his speed diminishing compared to before. Ultimately, he crossed the finish line just half a stride behind the leader. What a pity, Huang Xiaolong sighed. Not to worry, 2nd place still qualifies for the semifinals. Zhou Peng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Though that was true, 1st place always held its prestige, and Xin Jinzhan wore a look of regret. All competitors, panting heavily and leaning on their knees, were drenched in sweat, yet Zhang Yun stood apart, with only a light sheen on his forehead as he took deep breaths to recover, clearly in far better condition than the others. His classmates gathered around him, and Yi Anqi looked at Zhang Yun with shining eyes. "You were incredible." Huang Jiai praised him. "Well done, Zhang Yun." Yi Anqi echoed her admiration. As Huang Xiaolong and his companions stood outside, they gazed enviously at Zhang Yun, who was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Huang Xiaolong remarked with a smile, "Gentlemen, one ought to aspire to be like Zhang Yun. He excels academically and has an abundance of charm." Zhou Peng, upon hearing this, chimed in. "You may envy him, but why not learn from his example?" To which Chun Jinzhan jestingly added, "Ah, for you to reach Zhang Yun's level, perhaps in your next life." At that moment, Jiang Tao approached from the starting point. "Teacher Huang, please hold on. I have a dispute regarding this result," he called out to the timer, Teacher Huang, stationed at the finish line. "What seems to be the issue?" "I haven't noticed anything amiss," Teacher Huang replied, somewhat bewildered, as he was responsible for timing at the finish and was unaware of any problems. "Do you?" The judge at the starting point claimed to know better. Zhang Yun was walking over to verify the results and prepare to sign. Upon hearing this, he paused, curious about what Jiang Tao was about to conjure. "I suspect Zhang Yun has taken performance-enhancing drugs, and I demand a urine test," Jiang Tao stated with a serious demeanor. Zhang Yun, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. The notion that such a trivial school sports event could involve doping was utterly absurd, a farce beyond comprehension. Unable to endure Jiang Tao's slander any longer, Zhang Yun erupted, "Jiang Tao, have you lost your mind? Have you consumed my urine? How dare you accuse me of doping?" Chapter 54. Jiang Tao and Zhang Yun engaged in a fight upon hearing Zhang Yun's scathing remarks. Jiang Tao's expression shifted dramatically, and he stormed over in a fit of rage. "Zhang Yun, how dare you insult a teacher? This is utterly outrageous. If I do not teach you a lesson today, I shall cease to bear the surname Jiang." Jiang Tao glared with eyes as round as copper bells, his teeth clenched in fury. Zhang Yun, remaining remarkably composed, replied, "Teacher Jiang, I did not insult you. Perhaps you misheard? You can ask our classmates." Jiang Tao retorted angrily, "Did I mishear? Stop your denials, Zhang Yun. Today, I will certainly teach you a lesson." Zhang Yun shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Teacher Jiang, Chow and I ma refers to an animal. I merely wish to purchase one for amusement. Surely you cannot be ignorant of this." Jiang Tao's anger intensified at Zhang Yun's words, and he exclaimed, "Nonsense." Zhang Yun gazed at Jiang Tao, his emotions a mix of urgency and exasperation, clearly aiming for such a reaction. He continued, "I have heard of big-chested but brainless. But today I have witnessed the essence of big-headed but brainless." Jiang Tao's face flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment was uncertain. Perhaps it was a combination of both. He threatened, "Zhang Yun, cease your prattle. I must discipline you. You claim you did not insult me, yet you imply I am big-headed and brainless." Hearing this, Zhang Yun chuckled, maintaining his composure. "I never said that. You are the one who admitted it." The crowd erupted in laughter at his statement. Jiang Tao, who was already poor at debate and had a fiery temper, felt on the verge of exploding, nearing a complete loss of composure. He was not well liked at school and had previously taken advantage of female classmates during physical education, making him a target of disdain. This time, Jiang Tao deliberately targeted and provoked Zhang Yun in front of many peers, leading to whispers and pointed fingers directed at him, with classmates rallying behind Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun was correct. Indeed, Chow and I ma, also known as alpaca, is a rather adorable creature. Jiang Tao, overwhelmed by the murmurs, bellowed for silence. "Zhang Yun, your claim that I drink urine is unfounded. You show blatant disrespect for authority and must be punished." Zhang Yun coldly replied, "Teacher Jiang, is it justifiable for you to accuse me of using performance enhancers? If you hadn't consumed my urine, how would you know I used them?" He paused, scanning the surrounding students before continuing. "At the school's sports event, participating in competitions while using performance enhancers. Who is foolish here, you or I?" Jiang Tao, incensed by Zhang Yun's insinuation of his foolishness, felt his blood pressure rise, losing all rational thought as he glared menacingly at Zhang Yun. The onlookers were bewildered, wondering if he intended to strike Zhang Yun. As Jiang Tao approached, he raised his right fist, aiming a powerful punch at Zhang Yun's face. The spectators gasped in shock, and Teacher Huang realized it was too late to intervene. Many girls instinctively closed their eyes, fearing for Zhang Yun's safety. Jiang Tao could not suppress a sinister grin, thinking, "I may not be able to outsmart you, but I can certainly overpower you. This time, Zhang Yun, your fate is sealed." However, Zhang Yun remained unfazed, much to Jiang Tao's delight. In the blink of an eye, as Jiang Tao's fist drew near, Zhang Yun suddenly sprang into action. He swiftly lifted his left hand, using an open palm to deflect Jiang Tao's punch. In one fluid motion, he stepped forward and tripped Jiang Tao, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, landing unceremoniously. The crowd was left in stunned silence. How had the tables turned so swiftly? Wasn't Zhang Yun supposed to be the one getting beaten? The entire sequence unfolded in an instant, leaving everyone bewildered as Zhang Yun executed his counterattack with remarkable speed and precision, hardly perceptible to the onlookers. "Ouch! Ouch!" Jiang Tao groaned in agony from the ground. It was at this moment that the crowd finally reacted, glancing between Zhang Yun and the fallen Jiang Tao, the contrast stark. Although Zhang Yun was somewhat slender, he stood tall and poised, while Jiang Tao lay on the ground, writhing like a defeated dog. The disparity was profound. One soared high while the other wallowed in disgrace. Jiang Tao had become the stepping stone for Zhang Yun's ascent to prominence. Following this incident, it seemed Zhang Yun could no longer remain low-key, which may also mean he would no longer be bothered by the likes of Jiang Tao. Teacher Huang hurried over to help Jiang Tao to his feet, concerned that he might impulsively attempt to retaliate against Zhang Yun. Although Jiang Tao was no match for Zhang Yun, a teacher striking a student in broad daylight would be indefensible. "Teacher Jiang, we still have a competition to attend to. Please refrain from causing further disruptions," Teacher Huang cautioned Jiang Tao. Hearing this, Jiang Tao began to regain his composure. He realized he had been led astray by Zhang Yun, resulting in his loss of control. Thankfully, Zhang Yun had escaped unscathed. If he had been injured, Jiang Tao would have faced severe consequences. Should Zhang Yun suffer significant harm, Jiang Tao's troubles would extend beyond mere disciplinary action. Zhang Yun could pursue legal ramifications, potentially leading to police involvement and even detention. Nonetheless, Jiang Tao was perplexed by Zhang Yun's unexpected prowess. Given his slight frame, it seemed he could no longer underestimate him. Everyone disperse. Let us proceed with the competition and cease the spectacle. Teacher Huang urged the onlookers to return to the event. As the crowd dispersed, rumors of the altercation between Jiang Tao and Zhang Yun began circulating throughout the school. Zhang Yun also checked his results, noting his time of 12:88 seconds, just shy of the first place at 12:85 seconds. Some classmates gazed at Zhang Yun in awe. Having previously underestimated his abilities, his sudden display of talent left a lasting impression on all. Zhang Yun, are you hurt? Yi Anqi inquired with concern. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Anqi, worry not. Did you not see that it was teacher Jiang who fell? Wu Lijun shot a glare at Huang Xiaolong, admonishing, must you always speak out? Allow them their moment. Zhang Yun and Yi Anqi walked side by side, distancing themselves from the bustling crowd. Zhang Yun calmly remarked, I am fine. Yi Anqi gently patted her chest and softly replied, I was truly worried about you just now, fearing that you might be harmed by teacher Jiang. Zhang Yun, with an air of tranquility, said, let us not speak of him. By the way, has Yang Hua from class 3 sought you out? Upon seeing the expression on Zhang Yun's face while posing this question, Yi Anqi felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Could it be that Zhang Yun had witnessed Yang Hua approaching her that day? Flustered, Yi Anqi stammered, Zhang Yun, please allow me to explain. Chapter 55. Bestow a public service award upon Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun observed Yi Anqi's flustered expression, feeling a twinge of confusion. He turned to her and said, speak your mind. I am listening. Yi Anqi took a moment to collect herself and softly replied, that day, Yang Hua came to see me. He expressed his intentions to pursue me, but I did not acquiesce. Later, he declared that he would certainly defeat you and show me who the true man is. Zhang Yun fixated on Yi Anqi, his voice steady as he asked, is that all? Nothing more? He could not abide the thought of a woman harboring affections for another man. Her loyalty was paramount. Only then would he embrace her. It was not unusual for a woman to have other thoughts, be it admiration for his physique or wealth. He was generous towards his beloved. Yi Anqi pondered briefly before gently murmuring, that is all. I was just afraid you might misunderstand, which is why I was a bit hasty. Having traversed numerous experiences and undergone specialized training, Zhang Yun had developed an acumen for discerning truthfulness. He could readily tell that Yi Anqi, with her limited life experiences, was speaking sincerely. If she had been dishonest, Zhang Yun would have remained blissfully unaware. Indicating the depth of her concealment, Zhang Yun emphasized, Yang Hua sought me out as well. He wishes to arrange a sprint, 100 meters, with the stipulation that the loser must forfeit their pursuit of you. Zhang Yun aimed to tease Yi Anqi. Upon hearing this, Yi Anqi gasped, how could Yang Hua behave in such a manner? Did you agree? I did, and I stated that only the exceptional are worthy of you, he jested. Yi Anqi, somewhat bashful, retorted, how outrageous. I am not an object. How can you wager me? What if you lose? Zhang Yun, captivated by her shy demeanor, replied with playful exuberance, if I lose, then I lose. It won't affect me. That way, Yang Hua can pursue you earnestly, right? Yi Anqi gazed at Zhang Yun in disbelief, her eyes brimming with tears. Did he not care for her? You scoundrel, she uttered, enunciating each word. Zhang Yun, are you serious? Sensing he had perhaps overstepped, Zhang Yun affirmed, I am serious. A man must honor his promises when he loses. But you too can bravely pursue whomever you fancy. Upon hearing this, Yi Anqi clenched her fists, playfully striking Zhang Yun's chest. Her tears ceased, transforming her sorrow into joy. Zhang Yun swiftly grasped her hand, saying, do not cry. Others might think I am bullying you. Yi Anqi feigned a pout, humph. You are indeed bullying me. Why won't you let go of my hand? Zhang Yun then accompanied Yi Anqi back to their classroom headquarters. It was then that Zhang Yun learned that Huang Xiaolong and Zhou Peng had not advanced in the 100-meter race. Only he and Chen Jinzhan had made it to the semifinals. He anticipated being in the first heat that afternoon and doubted Jiang Tao would refrain from playing tricks. As expected, the afternoon schedule was released, placing Zhang Yun in the first group of the 100-meter semifinals, occupying lane 8, the least favorable position, while Chen Jinzhan was in lane 5. Jiang Tao continued to create obstacles for Zhang Yun, but nothing could hinder his stride. Having learned from his earlier experience, class monitor Huang Jiai summoned their homeroom teacher Li Guangming to the starting line to oversee Zhang Yun. If Jiang Tao resorted to underhanded tactics again, they could petition for a review. Li Guangming, Noticing Jiang Tao's eager demeanor, cautioned, "Teacher Jiang, I advise you to be fair and refrain from any underhanded actions." Jiang Tao, feeling somewhat awkward under Li Guangming's scrutiny, understood he could not be as blatant this time. As the starting gun fired, Zhang Yun and the other competitors surged forward. This time, Zhang Yun deliberately delayed his reaction, wishing to avoid standing out and providing Jiang Tao with an opportunity to call foul. As Zhang Yun accelerated, he began to pull ahead of the pack. By the latter half of the race, he had established a significant lead, with the others trailing 5 to 6 meters behind. Ultimately, Zhang Yun crossed the finish line first, securing his place in the finals, while Chun Jinzhan finished 5th and was eliminated. Zhang Yun completed the race in 12:45 seconds. "Look at Zhang Yun. He has taken first place," exclaimed an excited classmate. Indeed, he is truly remarkable. Had it not been for Jiang Tao's deliberate hindrance this morning, he would have likely secured first then as well, another chimed in. "Congratulations, Zhang Yun." Huang Jiai approached to offer her congratulations. "Thank you." Zhang Yun smiled in response. Homeroom teacher Li Guangming also approached, praising, "Zhang Yun, you are truly impressive. Continue to bring glory to our class." "Thank you, teacher." "I will," Zhang Yun replied. "However, be cautious of Jiang Tao. He may continue to make things difficult for you," Li Guangming advised. "I understand, and I will be vigilant," Zhang Yun nodded. "All right then, celebrate among yourselves," Li Guangming said before departing. "You are amazing, Zhang Yun." Huang Xiaolong and the others gathered around. Zhou Peng clapped Zhang Yun on the shoulder, laughing, "Haha, Zhang Yun, who would have thought you would be so fierce despite your slender frame? This is nothing." This morning, Zhang Yun took down Jiang Tao, and that was truly impressive. Chen Jinzhan exclaimed animatedly. As Zhang Yun basked in their praise, he remarked, "All right, enough of this. You make it seem as though I have committed some transgression. This is no transgression, Zhang Yun. You're performing a commendable act." Huang Xiaolong continued. "Jiang Tao, taking advantage of his position as a physical education teacher, has been harassing those female classmates. Countless have harbored deep resentment against him, yet they dare not voice their anger." Zhou Peng chimed in jestfully, "In my opinion, the school should dismiss Jiang Tao and award our classmate Zhang Yun a public service commendation for his good deeds. What do you think?" "Haha, that's an excellent suggestion." Huang Xiaolong laughed in agreement. "You lot are something else," Zhang Yun chuckled along with them. The group engaged in light-hearted banter, reveling in the moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun took a glance at the stock market. Zhongchuanbua had opened at 10:30 a.m., fluctuating downwards, only to surge dramatically before the midday close. With approximately 20 minutes until the afternoon session, Zhongchuanbua plummeted at 2:30 p.m., hitting its limit down within mere minutes. Zhang Yun's prediction had proven accurate. The correction had commenced. This appears to be a strategic maneuver by the major shareholders, and Zhongchuanbua is poised for another ascent. Those who entered the market today have incurred significant losses. However, if they decide to sell at a loss tomorrow, it would result in even greater detriment. The stock market is fundamentally driven by psychology and capital. Retail investors are invariably the ones who suffer losses. Although a select few may profit modestly, yet such instances are rare. Zhang Yun can only focus on his own endeavors, leveraging his prophetic insights to achieve remarkable gains. Chapter 56. Yun Gu, you are my idol. Zhang Yun rummaged through his pocket, realizing he was left with only a few dozen yuan, rendering any meaningful action impossible. A sense of despair washed over him, and tears threatened to spill. Perhaps he should withdraw some money. Thus, he composed a text message to Manager Deng. "Manager Deng, could you kindly transfer 500 yuan from my stock account to my bank account?" Upon receiving Zhang Yun's message, Deng Jing promptly assisted him with the transaction. This young man, always eager to spend his earnings, truly epitomizes youth. Little did she know, Zhang Yun intended to continue trading Zhongchuanbua, and this withdrawal would not hinder his plans. With limited funds at his disposal, Zhang Yun felt it imperative to withdraw some money for security. He exited the school, as he had no competition scheduled for the afternoon, and proceeded to withdraw the funds. The following morning, Zhang Yun rose early once more. Although he had a competition that day, he was determined to maintain his training regimen. He could effortlessly complete the 1,500-meter long run. During the 100-meter finals in the morning, he noticed that Yang Hua had also advanced, indicating that Yang Hua possessed some talent. No wonder he had the audacity to boast. Zhang Yun and Yang Hua found themselves in adjacent lanes, promising an engaging contest. "Zhang Yun, I didn't expect you to make it to the finals. I heard about yesterday's events. and you performed admirably. I've long wanted to deal with Jiang Tao, that scoundrel, and I commend you for your actions, Yang Hua remarked, adopting an air of superiority. Zhang Yun felt a wave of disdain. After all, Yang Hua was merely the vice-captain of the basketball team, deluding himself into thinking he was in a position of authority. Ignoring Yang Hua's comments, Zhang Yun focused on his preparations, internally scoffing at Yang Hua's arrogance. If you truly have the ability, defeat me first, he thought. Yang Hua, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Yun's indifference, continued, rest assured, as long as you show me some respect and keep your distance from Yanqi, I will allow you to compete without suffering too much embarrassment. Zhang Yun nearly laughed aloud at Yang Hua's hubris. He turned to Yang Hua, a hint of a scornful smile gracing his lips. Yang Hua, have you become too overconfident, or do you think I am easily manipulated? You must understand, a competition is not child's play. Who do you think you are? Zhang Yun's words dripped with sarcasm. Yang Hua was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yun's direct retort, his expression shifting. He glared at Zhang Yun, his tone turning hostile. Humph. Don't think you're impressive just because you achieved a good result. Zhang Yun simply smiled lightly, dismissing Yang Hua. The true outcome of a competition is determined by prowess, not mere words. As the referee's whistle signaled the start of the 100-meter finals, Zhang Yun, Yang Hua, and the other competitors positioned themselves at the starting line, ready to dash forward. Zhang Yun took a deep breath, his muscles tensing in anticipation. This time, he would give it his all, showcasing his prowess to everyone present. If one possesses even a slight edge over others, envy and resentment may arise. Yet, if one surpasses them significantly, admiration ensues, leaving no room for opposition. With a bang, the starting gun fired, and Zhang Yun, Yang Hua, and the other contestants surged forth like arrows released from a bow. This time, Jiang Tao was absent, unable to influence the outcome. Should Jiang Tao have attempted to disqualify Zhang Yun, he would have received a proper lesson in humility. Zhang Yun's reaction time was exceptional, launching forward almost simultaneously with the gunshot. He swiftly propelled his legs, creating an immediate gap between himself and Yang Hua. Yang Hua, unwilling to concede, desperately pursued Zhang Yun. However, no matter how hard he pushed himself, he could not close the distance. The spectators along the sidelines erupted in cheers and applause, captivated by the thrilling race unfolding before them. As they reached the 30-meter mark, Zhang Yun had already established a half-body lead over Yang Hua. Maintaining a steady rhythm, he felt invigorated, while Yang Hua began to struggle, his breathing growing labored. Zhang Yun glanced back at Yang Hua, a smile once again gracing his lips. He wished to convey to Yang Hua, this race was not under your control, but mine. Zhang Yun began to accelerate, preparing for a final sprint. Even though the race was not yet halfway through, he possessed the stamina to surge ahead. In the blink of an eye, the race neared its conclusion. Zhang Yun had long maintained a substantial lead, having distanced himself from the second-place competitor by several meters, while Yang Hua lagged behind, merely watching Zhang Yun's back. With every ounce of strength, Yang Hua pushed himself, attempting to close the gap, but he was utterly spent. Time was running out. As the referee's timer displayed 11:55 seconds, Zhang Yun crossed the finish line first, raising his arms in celebration, exuberantly releasing his joy and passion. On the field, Zhang Yun finished with an unstoppable momentum, triumphing over his competitors by a staggering 7 to 8 meters, claiming victory in the 100-meter sprint. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, marveling at his astonishing speed. Only then did Yang Hua cross the finish line, standing frozen in disbelief as he witnessed Zhang Yun's success. He could hardly comprehend that Zhang Yun had outperformed him on the court, eclipsing him in speed, leaving him no opportunity to catch up. His gaze was filled with confusion and incredulity. How could Zhang Yun run so swiftly and maintain such a significant lead? As he observed the adulation and cheers directed at Zhang Yun, he approached him. Zhang Yun, how did you achieve this? Yang Hua could not help but inquire, his tone devoid of previous arrogance and condescension, replaced instead with genuine admiration. Zhang Yun turned to face Yang Hua, a glimmer of curiosity evident in his eyes. What had caused Yang Hua's change? Hadn't he been so boastful before, proclaiming himself the best? Why the sudden shift in demeanor? Haha, it's a natural gift, Zhang Yun replied before walking away. In the afternoon, the 1,500-meter long-distance final commenced. Yang Hua also attended to watch, though he arrived midway through the event, his eyes gleaming as he observed Zhang Yun, lost in thought. In this event, Zhang Yun took the lead from the very beginning, ultimately lapping all his competitors by the final lap, leaving everyone astounded. Without a doubt, Zhang Yun secured first place. The other participants were utterly exhausted, panting heavily as if they had been run ragged. In stark contrast, Zhang Yun appeared remarkably at ease, raising his hand in a display of confidence. How is it that Zhang Yun possesses such remarkable speed? He claimed first place in both the sprints and the long-distance events, leaving the others in despair, as if all the championships were snatched away by him. Please, Zhang Yun, show some humility. Upon witnessing Zhang Yun's victory, Yang Hua rushed over in excitement and declared, Brother Yun, from now on, you shall be my idol. Chapter 57. Indeed, blowing with one's mouth is more pleasurable. Upon encountering Yang Hua, Zhang Yun was filled with confusion. Hadn't Yang once been ambitious and full of pride? Why was he now groveling before him? Yang Hua, what is the matter with you? Zhang Yun inquired, perplexed. Brother Yun, you have excelled in both short and long-distance races. I greatly admire you. I was wrong before, failing to recognize your greatness, Yang Hua said, his expression one of flattery as he endeavored to ingratiate himself with Zhang Yun. There is something off about you today, Yang Hua, Zhang Yun observed, scrutinizing him intently. Brother Yun, I was indeed at fault previously. Please regard me as insignificant, Yang Hua replied in a subdued tone. Then you must explain what exactly is happening, Zhang Yun insisted, disregarding Yang Hua's current demeanor as he sought the truth. Yang Hua led Zhang Yun to a secluded area where they could converse privately. Brother Yun, I have heard about your heroic deeds. Regarding the Zhao family restaurant incident, I learned from my father that a resolution is imminent, Yang Hua whispered. Zhang Yun looked at him quizzically and responded, Let us move over there and discuss the details. They departed from the sports field and found a quiet corner to talk. Earlier that day, Yang Hua's father had informed him that the incident at Zhao family restaurant had been orchestrated by Zhang Yun, urging Yang to befriend him, which explained Yang Hua's sudden shift in attitude. It turned out that Yang Hua's father was a minor official at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The case concerning Zhao family restaurant was under considerable pressure from county leaders and was already in court, with a verdict expected in the coming days. Yang Yi, the owner of Xiangman Lu, had revealed Zhang Yun's report in an attempt to curry favor with him and mentioned Zhang Yun's connections to the county committee. This revelation sent a wave of trepidation through the personnel at the police station and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Fortunately, they had conducted inspections at Zhao family restaurant. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Sun Wu from the newspaper found the situation astonishing. However, upon reflection, it made sense. No wonder Zhang Yun possessed such an admirable demeanor and confidence in his dealings. The police were also aware that Zhang Yun was a student at Wuzhou No. 1 High School. They had seen the statements he provided regarding the incident involving Zhao Tianyu, which further confirmed Zhang Yun's status as a student. Although the police recognized Zhang Yun as an ordinary student, now that Yang Yi had divulged Zhang Yun's background, they could not possibly investigate him. After all, who did not have a few influential relatives? If the leaders were to find out, the repercussions would be severe. The operation was led by another deputy director, Zhong Ming, who was a competitor of the previous deputy director, Chun, who had questioned Zhang Yun. With their director nearing retirement, both were vying for the position. During the meeting, Zhong Ming declared that Zhang Yun deserved recognition due to his connections, as it was necessary to maintain appearances. Who could say whether the case at Zhao family restaurant was directed by the leaders? If accountability was sought later and it turned out that the police had failed to uncover the truth while a mere student had reported it, the thought of such a scenario sent shivers down their spines. Thus, it was prudent to make a show of support on the spot. After hearing everything from Yang Hua, Zhang Yun felt a bit like a tiger hiding behind a rabbit. What if a leader discovered the truth? Fortunately, he had never directly spoken about the matter, merely advising Yang Yi not to inquire further. Everything else was merely Yang Yi's conjecture and his own revelations. Surely, if trouble arose, it would be directed at Yang Yi, not Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun pondered, realizing that he must exercise caution in his future endeavors to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence, as the ramifications could be significant. He regarded Yang Hua and casually asked, So are you still pursuing Yanqi? Yang Hua shook his head vigorously, No more pursuing. Brother Yun, I wouldn't dare compete with you. Besides, Yanqi clearly rejected me. All right then. Just refrain from bothering her in the future, Zhang Yun remarked nonchalantly. Of course not. By the way, Brother Yun, can I join you? Yang Hua looked at Zhang Yun with eager anticipation. Do as you wish. However, Do not use my name for your own schemes, Zhang Yun responded, his gaze turning icy, resembling a predatory beast. Yang Hua was taken aback, stammering, "And no, I wouldn't do that." After a moment of scrutinizing Yang Hua, Zhang Yun departed alone. Yang Hua, under Zhang Yun's intense gaze, felt his heart race as he had never encountered such a chilling stare. It was truly terrifying, leaving him drenched in sweat. Zhang Yun quickly returned to the base of Class 5, third year. The sun was particularly intense that day, and after completing the 1,500-meter run, he was quite thirsty. "Wu Lijun, could you fetch me a bottle of drink?" Zhang Yun called to Wu Lijun. Wu Lijun shot him a disapproving glance. "Can't you see it's all bottled water? The only drink available is a large bottle of cola, reserved for the competitors, and we're using disposable cups. Seriously, is there no class fund? How stingy," Zhang Yun lamented. "Is renting a tent free? What about our class uniforms?" "Other classes are the same," Huang Jiai chimed in, supporting Wu Lijun. Wu Lijun poured a cup of cola and offered it to Zhang Yun. "Here, just this one cup. Take it or leave it." Zhang Yun mimicked Lu Tianwang's tone. "Are you kidding? If the neighboring class sees this, they'll think I can't afford cola. What do you mean it's the same? This one cup is hardly enough for anyone." With that, he downed the drink in one go. Then he called out to Huang Xiaolong and the others. "Xiaolong, let us go buy a case of drinks, one for each of us. Take those cups away, they're so stingy." With that, Zhang Yun and Huang Xiaolong set off to purchase beverages. Huang Xiaolong, noticing Zhang Yun's generous demeanor, teased, "Old Yun, you didn't win some reward again, did you? Surely, your shop earnings can't cover that many drinks." Zhang Yun chuckled, "Nope, I did some work for someone last time, and they gave me this." Upon hearing this, Zhou Peng chimed in loudly, "Old Yun, call me next time. I'm quite strong, you know." "Forget it. Who would want to hire you, the son of a village chief?" Huang Xiaolong mocked Zhou Peng. Before long, they returned with a variety of drinks, including cola, maidong, and jiao jiao. Zhang Yun placed the beverages upon the table and, with a grandiose flourish, proclaimed, "Come, everyone, help yourselves. If it is insufficient, I shall procure more. Let us indulge to our heart's content and drink to our satisfaction." The guests eagerly seized the drinks and began to blow into the bottles. Wu Lijun took a sip and remarked, "This is indeed the way to drink. It is invigorating." Huang Xiaolong, with a mischievous grin, added, "Indeed, blowing with one's mouth makes it even more delightful." Chapter 58 is 200,000 enough? Not enough. I still have Zhang Yun and a few other boys. Upon hearing this, they all burst into hearty laughter. Wu Lijun, observing their demeanor, sensed mischief and scolded them. "Come on, stop bothering us here." As Zhang Yun watched Huang Xiaolong and the others, they frolicked and joked along the way, laughter echoing intermittently. Witnessing their joyous spirits, Zhang Yun could not help but reflect on the essence of youth. Youth is characterized by the freedom to pursue one's desires, engaging in activities one loves without self-restraint. Yet, Huang Xiaolong and his companions were but fledglings, merely boasting and engaging in idle talk, devoid of any practical experience. Zhang Yun, seasoned by countless battles and possessing remarkable skills, consistently left his opponents retreating in defeat, begging for mercy. In the afternoon, as they had no competitions, Huang Xiaolong proposed they visit an internet cafe, to which everyone unanimously agreed. In the past, they often frequented such places, especially on weekends, where the boys would gather in a corner, sharing a single computer to watch Japanese films. Thus, during their time in the dormitory, they frequently discussed such topics, evaluating various girls. Zhang Yun would occasionally chime in, offering classic insights that captivated his friends, who eagerly requested more. However, Zhang Yun did not wish to elaborate further, as such discussions left him feeling uneasy and without an outlet for his own emotions. Soon, they arrived at the internet cafe, where Huang Xiaolong beckoned everyone to play a game of Legend. Zhang Yun, however, paid him no heed. He needed to check the stock market's performance today. He found a secluded computer, wishing to keep his trading activities private. The market was still sluggish, experiencing fluctuations before closing slightly higher. Observing the market trends, Zhang Yun pondered a potential correction, suspecting that the authorities might intervene to stabilize it. Nevertheless, it seemed futile. The market had surged too high, and with the global economy declining, a financial storm loomed on the horizon. No savior could avert it. He glanced at the stock performance of Zhongchuan Shipbuilding, which had opened with a halt in trading. However, just before the midday close, it rebounded slightly, gaining 2 or 3 points before the market closed for lunch. In the afternoon, The stock fluctuated between 7 and 8 points underwater, only to hit a trading halt again by 2:30. Zhang Yun fixated on the stock's chart, recalling that this downward adjustment was nearing its end, with the major players having accumulated sufficient shares. He anticipated a surge the following day. The next morning, Zhang Yun was summoned by his homeroom teacher, Li Guangming. Uncertain of the reason, he wondered if it was related to Jiang Tao. As he walked, he speculated whether they were headed to the disciplinary office for some troubling matter. To his surprise, Li Guangming led him to the principal's office, a place he had never entered before. The door was ajar, revealing several police officers conversing with the principal, as well as Yang Yi and Sun Wu. Was there a resolution regarding the Zhao family restaurant incident? Zhang Yun pondered briefly. Li Guangming knocked gently on the door, announcing, "Principal, I brought Zhang Yun." "Ah, student Zhang Yun has arrived. Come in quickly," the principal replied with a broad smile. Zhang Yun was taken aback by the principal's unexpected warmth towards him. "Zhang Yun, allow me to introduce you to Deputy Chief Zhong Ming from the Changnan Police Station. He is here to present a banner to our school in recognition of your commendable actions. We were unaware that our school had such a heroic student until now." The principal exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, Principal, your words are as sweet as honey," Deputy Chief Zhong said with a smile. "I am Zhong Ming, and I am here to commend you for your report that led to the punishment of the Zhao family restaurant. Your school is truly fortunate to have a student like you." His words subtly highlighted Zhang Yun's significance. Before Zhang Yun's arrival, Zhong and the others had hinted at his background. Upon learning this, the principal was taken aback and realized he needed to understand Zhang Yun's standing at the school better to avoid any potential issues. After Zhang Yun entered, he displayed a much friendlier demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun finally understood that it was indeed about the Zhao family restaurant incident. The speed at which the banner was delivered was impressive, reflecting a decisive approach. A simple ceremony was held in the principal's office, where Sun Wu took a couple of photographs. The banner prominently displayed the words "Campus Nurturing Excellence, Light of Justice," expressing gratitude for the school's cultivation of responsible and capable youth. After chatting briefly in the office, Zhang Yun took his leave, followed by Sun Wu and Yang Yi. "Li Laoshi, how has Zhang Yun been performing? What are his grades like?" the principal inquired of Li Guangming. After a moment's reflection, Li Guangming replied, "Zhang Yun has generally performed well. He ranked second in last month's exam and won championships in both the 100m and 1500m races at the recent sports meet." "Ha! Zhang Yun is indeed a paragon of both wisdom and bravery. Liang, you are truly fortunate," Zhong Ming added. "Indeed, it is Zhang Yun's own excellence. The school merely played a minor supportive role," Principal Liang humbly remarked with a smile. However, Li Guangming hesitated and then continued. "But during the 100m race, Zhang Yun nearly got eliminated. Only the judges are aware of the specifics. He felt compelled to address Jiang Tao's transgressions, as they were egregious enough that Zhang Yun had become Principal Liang's pride and joy. Failing to advocate for Zhang Yun would reflect poorly on Li Guangming as his homeroom teacher. Jiang Tao's actions were a consequence of his own choices. As the saying goes, heaven's retribution can be avoided, but self-inflicted misfortune cannot be escaped. It seemed prudent to keep a close watch on Zhang Yun to prevent any unfortunate incidents that might reflect poorly on himself. After seeing Zhong Ming and his associates off, Principal Liang remained in the office, deep in thought. After leaving the office, Zhang Yun and Sun Wu exchanged a few words before Sun Wu departed to work on an article. Yang Yi observed Zhang Yun, slightly entranced. Zhang Yun's aura had grown increasingly formidable, exuding a more intense sense of confidence than before. He whispered, "Zhang Xiao, I have exposed your identity this time. You won't be angry, will you?" Zhang Yun's eyes widened, and without a hint of fury, he remarked, "It seems my previous words did not resonate with you." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. "Zhang Xiao, I apologize," he exclaimed, bending slightly in deference. Zhang Yun replied coldly, "Let there not be a next time. You might not withstand the consequences." After softening his expression, he continued, "I have a project that requires funding. I need 200,000 yuan. Do you have it? I can offer you 10% interest." Yes, I have it. Is 200,000 sufficient? If not, I can provide more, and you need not worry about the interest," Yang Yi responded hastily. He feared that Zhang Yun would hold him accountable later, so he resolved to provide the money without hesitation. Chapter 59. Preparing to take off with financing of 1 million. My industrial and commercial bank card number is 622. Let's draft a loan note together, Zhang Yun remarked while providing his card number. as he sought out an office to borrow paper and a pen. No need, Zhang Xiao. Do I not trust you? Yang Yi answered with a flattering tone. Ultimately, Zhang Yun proceeded to write a loan note, after which they both made their way to the bank. Once they exited the bank, Yang Yi softly suggested, Zhang Xiao, would you like to check your account? Zhang Yun turned to Yang Yi, remaining silent as he took out his phone to call Deng Qing. Deng Qing, could you please check if a transfer of 200,000 has been deposited into my account? He inquired. Yes, it just came in, she confirmed. All right, the funds are in, then. Goodbye. Zhang Yun ended the call. In front of Yang Yi, Zhang Yun felt the need to maintain an air of inscrutability to allay Yang Yi's concerns and to instill a sense of awe in him. The more cards one holds, the greater their confidence becomes, and others are less likely to provoke them. Soon after, the two parted ways. Manager Deng, please transfer 190,000 of the 200,000 that was just deposited into my securities account. I can commence financing now, correct? Zhang Yun called Deng Qing once more. Deng Qing remained curious about where Zhang Yun had acquired the 200,000, and she herself hesitated to engage in financing due to its risks. I will assist you with that immediately, but for financing, you must come to the office in person, she explained. Consequently, Zhang Yun visited the securities company, and after signing a myriad of agreements, he finally emerged. When Yang Yi transferred the funds to him, Zhang Yun had meticulously planned everything. He would manage the stock financing himself. It was not a matter of mistrust towards Deng Qing, but with such a substantial amount, he could not afford to let her handle it, as any mishap would lead to significant troubles. Furthermore, Deng Qing had previously suggested that he operate independently. Zhang Yun obtained financing with a five-fold leverage. And now his available funds in the stock account amounted to 1,006,624.00 yuan. Zhang Yun was finally poised to make a significant investment. He intended to purchase Zhongchuan Shipbuilding and anticipated a fortune before the new year. Without delay, Zhang Yun rushed to the computer mall, purchased a computer, and casually acquired a network card. He contemplated renting a room near the school and sighed at the numerous tasks at hand, feeling overwhelmed. After an exhausting afternoon of activity, and with his willingness to spend, Zhang Yun successfully accomplished all his errands. He opened the computer, logged into his stock account, and accessed the real-time market for Zhongchuan Shipbuilding. Since morning, the stock had been in a state of limit down, currently priced at 58.76 yuan, with only a few trades occurring. Zhang Yun noted the time. It was already 2 o'clock. If he did not act swiftly, he would miss the opportunity. So he began purchasing at a speed akin to a sprint. After deducting the 10 margin, he could still buy over 100 lots. However, he refrained from making a large purchase all at once, fearing it would alert the market makers, leading to a substantial loss if they did not raise the price. Zhang Yun began placing small orders, 7 lots, 8 lots, 11 lots. Within a few minutes, he had successfully purchased 154 lots of Zhongchuan Shipbuilding at the limit-down price of 58.76 yuan, holding a 90 position. At that moment, Zhang Yun felt a sense of relief. Now, he awaited the stock price of Zhongchuan Shipbuilding to soar. Just then, Deng Qing called. Her voice hurried. Zhang Yun, why did you buy all Zhongchuan Shipbuilding? What if it drops again tomorrow? Our company might be forced to liquidate your position, and you could lose half of your 200,000. The securities firm could monitor the trading data of financed accounts from their back-end, and if it reached their set warning line, they would enforce a liquidation. Zhang Yun calmly replied, do not worry. If it drops tomorrow, I will sell immediately. Now, I have other matters to attend to, goodbye. Hearing the busy tone from the other end, Deng Qing felt increasingly frustrated. She had initially believed Zhang Yun possessed considerable capability, but now it seemed he was merely fortunate, having benefited from a few limit-up stocks, unaware of the risks involved. Investing further in financing could lead to dire consequences, especially from his family. As it happened, the final day of the school's sports meeting had arrived, and the school organized an impromptu closing ceremony. Originally, there was none planned, but Principal Liang insisted on it, and thus it was to be. During the ceremony, Principal Liang spoke of the various highlights of the sports meeting, commending certain classes for their outstanding performances, although these acknowledgments were brief. He paused dramatically and continued, today, the police station presented me with a banner, stating that our school has produced a heroic student who assisted them in solving a major case. With excitement, Principal Liang announced, now, let us warmly welcome Zhang Yun to the stage. All the students present fell silent. Their expressions filled with disbelief as they stared at the principal. Could it be that their school had such a remarkable individual, Zhang Yun? Wasn't he the dual champion of the sprint and long-distance events at this sports meeting? Those who knew Zhang Yun applauded vigorously, turning their gazes toward him, eager to see how he had accomplished this. Zhang Yun was taken aback by the principal's recognition, but quickly regained his composure and confidently walked towards the podium under the gaze of the crowd. Principal Liang continued, Zhang Yun has triumphed in both the 100-meter sprint and the 1,500-meter long-distance race during this sports meeting, and he also secured second place in the monthly exam for the third year. He is a well-rounded student excelling in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor development. We should all learn from him. Let us give him another round of applause. The audience erupted in applause as Zhang Yun approached the center of the podium and accepted the banner from Principal Liang. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air as reporters captured the moment. The three-day sports meeting concluded, with Zhang Yun emerging as the most successful participant, having not only secured first place in 2 running events, but also received 200,000 yuan. Now, Zhang Yun had become a well-known figure among the faculty and students. Wherever he went, he shone like a firefly in the darkness, attracting everyone's attention. With excellent academic performance and exceptional athletic ability, coupled with his commendable deeds, he garnered admiration from all. Every gaze directed at Zhang Yun was imbued with envy and a hint of respect, though most of the female students looked at him with adoration. Yi Anqi's gaze toward Zhang Yun grew bolder, her eyes sparkling with affection as she regarded him with a gaze full of longing. It was evident to all that Yi Anqi had feelings for Zhang Yun, and she showed no signs of shyness. Yet, there were even bolder girls who approached him, eager to engage in discussions about dreams and life. Chapter 60. The Celestial and Terrestrial Board. Daily earnings of 200,000. Zhang Yun, upon witnessing the situation, felt a twinge of apprehension. Must his elder sister be so forward? Such propositions, arriving at his doorstep, left him hesitant. One could never know what ailments might accompany them. A simple note would suffice to arrange a meeting, but in such a public setting, even if she bore some flaw, Zhang Yun would maintain his composure, for he valued his dignity. After escaping the throngs of flowers, Zhang Yun inhaled deeply, recognizing that being surrounded by blossoms could be quite overwhelming. The myriad of scents and accidental encounters led to moments of discomfort, albeit enjoyable, leaving him feeling somewhat ensnared. At times, a woman's fervor could rival that of a man, making it difficult to withstand. Hence, it is said that only the plowed land can be exhausted, not the tiller. Zhang Yun glanced at his phone and noted several missed calls from Deng Jing. Upon seeing that he had not answered, she sent him a flurry of messages. As he opened them, he read, Mr. Zhang, Zhongchuan Bo has opened limit up. Mr. Zhang, Zhongchuan Bo is surging. Zhongchuan Bo has risen by a point. It has hit the limit. It is sealed. From these messages, Zhang Yun grasped the extent of Deng Jing's excitement. Otherwise, she would not have inundated him with messages. Checking Zhongchuan Bo's current stock price, which had reached a limit up of 10 centimeters at 71.85 yuan, he promptly replied to Deng Jing, acknowledging her messages. The rise was indeed expected, but he had not anticipated such a robust surge, yielding a profit of 200,000 in a single day. The money borrowed yesterday had effectively doubled, a satisfying feeling indeed. It was evident that the stock market could lead one to wealth. This sensation of a cash machine was exhilarating, though most were not fortunate enough to experience it. Only the protagonist could. Zhang Yun felt a wave of elation, tempered by a sense of caution. After all, how much was this really? He resolved to set small goals for his future earnings. He was, after all, a child of destiny. With a vision that spanned broader horizons and aspirations that soared higher, he aimed to remain unperturbed even in the face of monumental challenges. Deng Jing, staring at Zhang Yun's message, found herself in a daze. Was this truly the Zhang Yun she knew? How could he have amassed such wealth, yet remain so composed? It seemed she had misjudged him. Indeed, he was a person of great ambition, and she needed to cling to this advantageous ally. With financial resources at his disposal, Zhang Yun felt more assured in his endeavors. His next step involved gradually improving his family's living conditions. Although their current situation was not dire, it hardly qualified as affluent. They had yet to attain a moderately comfortable lifestyle, as evidenced by the absence of a vehicle. He also needed to obtain a driver's license. While his driving skills were commendable, he lacked official certification and could not drive without it. Returning to his rented room, which contained merely a bed, a small wardrobe, and a set of table and chairs for 150 yuan a month, Zhang Yun engaged in stock trading and other discrete activities, ensuring his classmates remained unaware. He had no intention of residing there permanently, preferring the camaraderie of the dormitory, especially with graduation merely 6 months away. The friendships forged in high school were genuine, largely untainted by ulterior motives. He cherished these bonds, knowing that relationships would inevitably evolve in the complexities of adult life. As he surveyed his stock account, he noted a total asset of 1,208,210.00 yuan, with a market value of 106,490.00 yuan, and available funds of 101,720.00 yuan, all invested in Zhongchuan Bo with a holding of 15,400 shares and a profit of 201,586.00, representing a 22.29 increase. A smile spread across his face. Earning 200,000 in a single day was an astonishing feat. The average family's annual income barely reached 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, and he had acquired in one day what would take others 4 years to earn. This was not merely a stroke of luck. It was an undeniable transformation of fortune. It was no wonder so many rushed to partake in the market. Zhang Yun planned to achieve a modest target before withdrawing, waiting for the impending financial storm to arrive. He envisioned capitalizing on foreign investments, bringing wealth back to his family. In this era, with smart devices yet to emerge, trading on a mobile phone was inconvenient. The ease of mobile transactions would significantly enhance his efficiency, allowing him to remain engaged in class. The wait for 2 more years felt burdensome. Seizing the moment, he decided to practice his martial arts on the mountain. Zhang Yun made his way to the teacher's office, where he collected a substantial stack of newspapers. By now, most teachers recognized him and noted his frequent visits. One teacher inquired, "Zhang Yun, why do you take so many newspapers?" "Teacher, I am using them to practice my calligraphy. Once finished, I will sell them for recycling as my family is in need," Zhang Yun replied casually, slipping away before the teacher could respond. How swiftly he departs. "I was about to suggest he collect plastic bottles," the teacher mused. Zhang Yun truly excels in both academics and diligence. "If only all our students were like him, I would have far fewer worries," another teacher lamented. Unbeknownst to them, had Zhang Yun heard their remarks, he would have responded, "Thank you, teacher. I earn a fortune daily, yet I still need to collect plastic bottles. I would sincerely appreciate it." In the evening, after his practice, Zhang Yun returned to the dormitory. After several days of rigorous training, he noticed his muscles had hardened and his skin roughened, particularly his fists, which felt calloused. Following a shower, he applied medicinal alcohol to the swollen areas, having trained in Ba Ji Quan, which left him somewhat sore. Yet, given his body's recovery capability, he anticipated a swift return to form. Zhou Peng, observing Zhang Yun applying the medicinal alcohol, asked, "Old Yun, have you been practicing martial arts again?" "Yes, help me with my back," Zhang Yun replied, handing Zhou Peng the medicinal alcohol. "Old Yun, when will you take me along?" Huang Xiaolong inquired. Zhou Peng's eyes lit up. He too wished to partake. "Count me in. Just let me know when." "Of course, but be prepared. It will require hard work," Zhang Yun advised. Zhou Peng chuckled. "We're not afraid. We've endured hardships since childhood. Growing up in the countryside." Huang Xiaolong chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, perhaps you cannot endure hardships as well as I can. When I was young, I managed all the household chores by myself." Zhang Yun playfully chided, "Stop boasting. I am well aware of your laziness, akin to that of a serpent." Huang Xiaolong felt a tinge of embarrassment and said, "No more talk of that. Regardless, we can practice together. How about we call ourselves the 3 Fist Masters?" Zhang Yun shot Huang Xiaolong a glance, but remained silent. Chapter 61. Dinner Gathering. Businessman Lin Hui. In the subsequent 2 days, Zhongchuanbo opened at 9:30, and within a mere minute or two, it reached its upper trading limit, making it impossible for anyone to purchase shares. Zhang Yun once again reaped a remarkable 20 centimeters increase. While in class, he received a text message from Deng Jing. "Mr. Zhang, Zhongchuanbo has hit the limit again. You are truly a genius." One can only imagine Deng Jing's excitement as she bestowed upon Zhang Yun the title of stock market guru. Zhang Yun chuckled at the message, not taking it too seriously. Today, the total assets in Zhang Yun's stock account had reached 1,440,750.00 yuan. In just 1 week's time, he would become a millionaire, though it is worth noting that a substantial portion of this capital, amounting to 1 million yuan, was borrowed. With tomorrow being the weekend and the stock market closed, Zhang Yun mused over the lost trading days. Stock traders yearn for the market to be open every day, regardless of gains or losses. That daily candlestick chart seems to possess a magical allure that captivates investors. Zhang Yun felt as if he were merely a puppet, with everything being handed to him, as he utilized the advantage of foresight to profit from the market. This approach, however, was unsustainable. One must spend the money earned. The last time Yang Yi lent him 200,000 yuan, he transferred 190,000 into the stock market, leaving him with only 10,000. He then purchased a laptop, and now he had a little over 3,000 yuan left in his account. Without mobile payment options, Zhang Yun found himself a bit out of sorts, having to carry a wallet wherever he went, and for larger purchases, he needed to bring a card, which was somewhat inconvenient. However, there were perks. At checkout, he would whip out his bank card and, in a showy manner, say, "Here, let me swipe my card." How dashing that felt. The sensation of being a nouveau riche was unmistakable. After class, Zhang Yun ventured outside the campus to enroll in a driving school for a motorcycle license. He figured it would be wise to start with a motorcycle license due to the shorter time frame and lower cost, which allowed for a more discreet mode of transportation. Although many in their county rode motorcycles without licenses and enforcement was lax, Zhang Yun understood the necessity of being licensed. In their area, once children grew tall enough to reach the ground while seated on a motorcycle, they typically learned to ride. After obtaining his license, he intended to use the winter break to acquire a car license, as buying a car now would be too ostentatious and impractical. Given that no one in his family could drive, Zhang Yun took a photo, filled out the registration form, and spent over 100 yuan, now awaiting an appointment for the exam without needing to practice. Obtaining a motorcycle license was swift, and given the low number of applicants in Wuzhou, he could expect to receive his license within a month. Once accomplished, he planned to purchase a stylish motorcycle and cruise around during the New Year festivities, which would undoubtedly attract attention, especially with a young lady riding alongside him. After school, Zhang Yun called Sun Wu. "Xiao Yun, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you." Sun Wu responded, recalling that they had exchanged phone numbers during their last award ceremony. "Brother Sun, I regret that we didn't have the chance to chat properly when you brought the banner last time. Are you free tomorrow evening? Let's have dinner together," Zhang Yun said apologetically. "Haha. Xiao Yun, if you invite me, I'm definitely free." Sun Wu replied cheerfully. "Let us go to Xiangmenlu. I know the owner, Yang Yi." "Sure, I'll follow your lead," Zhang Yun agreed, and after confirming their meeting for 6 o'clock, he called Yang Yi to reserve a private room. Before long, Saturday night arrived, and Zhang Yun arrived early at Xiangmenlu. Yang Yi had also come early to await Zhang Yun. "Young Master Zhang, you're here." Yang Yi greeted him eagerly. "I've arrived. Please stop calling me Young Master Zhang. Just call me Xiao Yun," Zhang Yun replied with a smile. Yang Yi found this peculiar and remarked, "Young Master, how can I do that?" Zhang Yun feigned to leave, prompting Yang Yi to exclaim, "Don't go. Then I'll call you Brother Zhang Yun." "That works. Let us wait at the entrance for Brother Sun to arrive." Minutes later, Sun Wu arrived on his motorcycle, which was quite convenient in their small county. Coincidentally, at that moment, Director Zhong Ming from the local police station also rode by. "Ah, what a gathering. I didn't expect you, Xiao Yun, to have invited Director Zhong." Zhong Ming parked his motorcycle and cheerfully remarked, "I'm here for dinner too, but I can't possibly sit at the same table as you, Brother Sunday haha." Having become familiar with one another after the incident at Zhao's restaurant, they all shared a light-hearted banter. Sun Wu playfully asked, "Old Zhong, who are you dining with? You seem quite important. I doubt they'd even come if I invited them." Just then, a voice emerged from a nearby luxury vehicle. "If someone is treating, why wouldn't I come? That would be foolish." A well-dressed man in his late 30s stepped out, exuding confidence and vigor, clearly a man of action. Zhong Ming chuckled at Sun Wu. "Old Sun, this is the person I invited, Boss Lin Hui. Aren't you going to invite us inside?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Sun Wu teased, "So it's Boss Lin. What brings you to this humble eatery today? Seeking a taste of ordinary life? I certainly cannot treat you, but you might just treat me instead." "Haha." Boss Lin chuckled at Sun Wu's playful banter, responding, "Old Sun, you never change, always making jokes and turning black into white. No wonder you're a journalist." Lin Hui was a former classmate of Sun Wu and Zhong Ming from middle school, and they shared a close bond. After graduating from middle school, Lin Hui ventured out and established a construction company, now boasting a fortune of several million yuan. Seeing the old friends reunite, Yang Yi jovially remarked, "Today we are truly honored with so many esteemed guests. Please, do come inside." The group then entered Xiangmenlu together. Sun Wu feigned annoyance at Zhong Ming, saying, "You should have mentioned it was old Lin. Were you trying to embarrass me?" Zhong Ming laughed. "If I had told you, your true nature would have been revealed. You certainly have a way with people, haha." Zhang Yun observed the lively exchange among them, feeling a sense of admiration, particularly for Boss Lin, who was undoubtedly a capable individual. Zhang Yun then suggested to Sun Wu, "Brother Sun, since we are all acquaintances, why not join together tonight?" Lin Hui observed Zhang Yun and could not help but think to himself, "This young man possesses remarkable vitality." He sensed that Zhang Yun was extraordinary, his presence subtly formidable, akin to a sharp blade poised for action, while also exuding a dignified demeanor that set him apart from the ordinary. Thus, he inquired, "May I ask who this young gentleman is?" Chapter 62. Establishing a company through collaboration. Sun Wu suddenly had an epiphany and eagerly introduced, "This is Zhang Yun, a senior high school student. But do not underestimate him." The downfall of Zhao's restaurant was made possible by his whistleblowing. He regarded Zhang Yun as a true young talent. Both Sun Wu and Zhong Ming were astute individuals, recognizing Zhang Yun's desire to keep his connections discreet, so they refrained from disclosing his relationships. Zhong Ming added, "What Sun says is true. Zhang Yun indeed possesses remarkable skills. Even our police took some time to recognize that black shell, and we all dined at Zhao's restaurant without anyone detecting any issues with the food." Lin Hui burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, then I must get to know him well tonight." Sun Wu turned to Zhang Yun, saying, "Xiao Yun, this is Lin Hui, the owner of Howda Construction. Howda is quite impressive, being a star enterprise in the county with assets amounting to tens of millions." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun promptly extended his hands towards Lin Hui. "Hello, Lin Zong." Lin Hui lightly reached out his right hand and exchanged a gentle handshake with Zhang Yun. Subsequently, Yang Yi arranged a spacious private room for everyone to take their seats. The conversation soon turned to recent events. The court had pronounced Zhao Tai a sentence of 3 years and 6 months, along with a fine of 850,000. With Zhao's restaurant having its business license revoked, the family was unable to muster such a sum, resulting in the impending auction of the restaurant. Lin Hui and Zhong Ming had come to discuss this matter, with Lin Hui preparing to participate in the auction. Yang Yi was also aware of the situation and planned to join the bidding. Lin Hui had his eyes set on the land, intending to purchase it for constructing buildings, while Yang Yi aspired to open a restaurant there after acquiring the property. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's mind began to race. "When will the auction take place?" he inquired. Zhong Ming pondered for a moment before responding, "It should be before New Year's Day. They are currently processing paperwork and appraisals." Noticing Zhang Yun's apparent interest, Lin Hui asked, "Xiao Yun, are you interested as well?" Zhang Yun smiled slightly and replied, "To be honest, if the price is right, I am indeed interested in bidding." Zhang Yun had already calculated his finances. He currently possessed over 400,000, and in 2 weeks, that amount would rise to over 1 million. If the auction price was not exorbitant, he might be able to acquire it. Lin Hui was somewhat astonished, wondering how a student could possess such a sum. Sun Wu asked, "Xiao Yun, do you really have that much money?" Zhang Yun reassured him, "Brother Sun, rest assured, I can manage 1 to 2 million. Hearing this, Sun Wu fell silent, exchanging glances with Zhong Ming, both rendered speechless. Their annual salaries barely amounted to 50,000 to 60,000. So how could Zhang Yun be so affluent? Lin Hui chuckled, finding it remarkable that during a meal, he encountered 2 potential competitors. "Lin Zong, what do you think about forming a partnership to bid together? That way, we would have a financial advantage," Zhang Yun suggested to Lin Hui. Lin Hui responded warmly, "Xiao Yun, from now on, just call me Lin Gu. We, along with Lao Sun, are good brothers. Please share your thoughts." Zhang Yun promptly replied, "Certainly, Lin Gu. Here is my idea. You, Boss Yang, and I should pool our resources to establish a company. After acquiring the land, I've observed that it, along with the surrounding area, is approximately 500 square meters, suitable for constructing several commercial and residential buildings. The first and second floors could host stores, restaurants, or supermarkets. Given the large population nearby and the absence of major shopping centers, there will be a steady customer base." Lin Hui laughed. "Haha, Xiao Yun, you have certainly come well prepared." Zhang Yun continued, "If Brother Sun and Zhong Ming are willing, their families could also invest. Once we acquire the land, we can approach the bank for a mortgage loan. We could build the lower floors gradually while selling them off, thereby minimizing our initial investment." Sun Wu and Zhong Ming, upon hearing this, felt optimistic, realizing they could also partake in the profits. Yang Yi, upon learning of this plan, agreed wholeheartedly, recognizing the potential for mutual benefit. Lin Hui praised, Xiao Yun, your idea is commendable. If you pursue a career in business, you are destined for great success. You truly are a remarkable individual. In reality, these strategies were merely borrowed from the experiences of those who had navigated the business world for years, with Zhang Yun merely replicating them. There were even more audacious schemes, such as constructing an entrance and beginning to sell before securing the funds, ultimately vanishing with the money. Lin Gu, I assent it fortuitous that I found you. This plan can only be realized with your leadership, without you, the big boss. It won't work, Zhang Yun flattered Lin Hui. Lin Hui laughed heartily at the compliment. Zhong Ming joyfully remarked, Lao Yang, you must bring out your finest wine today. Let us celebrate our collaboration. Yang Yi owned a winery with a secret recipe, producing fragrant and delicious wines that many sought after when dining at Xiangman Lu. The group, amid toasts and banter, quickly solidified the details of their partnership. They agreed to form a company named Dream Home. Lin Hui would invest 5 million, holding 49 of the shares. Zhang Yun would contribute 2 million for 32. Yang Yi would invest 1 million for 10. Sun Wu would put in 200,000 for 4. And Zhong Ming would contribute 250,000 for 5. In truth, Sun Wu and Zhong Ming would not hold such substantial shares. It was understood that the additional shares were a gesture of goodwill from Lin Hui, who sought to support his two good friends. Lin Hui came from humble beginnings, having received assistance from neighbors during his childhood, which allowed him to continue his education. During middle school, both Sun Wu and Zhong Ming had also looked after him, often sharing their meals with him, as Lin Hui's family struggled to make ends meet. As a socially responsible entrepreneur, Lin Hui frequently donated to charity and established a scholarship program to help capable yet underprivileged students complete their studies. Zhang Yun, reflecting on housing matters from his previous life, proposed that the company should operate with integrity, ensuring that any profits were reinvested into constructing beautiful homes, as the average person can only aspire to own a single house in their lifetime. His suggestion received unanimous agreement, as all were sons of farmers who had fought hard to achieve their current success. The primary business of their Mengxiang Jiyuan Real Estate Company Limited lies in the development of residential properties, focusing on constructing high-quality homes with comfortable living environments for the common people. The construction is primarily undertaken by Lin Hui's Haoda Construction. After much deliberation, they decided to make a modest initial investment, and once they successfully acquired the Zhao family restaurant and finalized the construction procedures, they would all contribute fully. Their ambition is to establish the first Mengxiang Jiyuan, creating a model project that would pave the way for future land acquisitions and developments. Zhang Yun estimated that construction would not commence until after the new year, and by then, his stock account would have multiplied several times over, allowing him to easily contribute to the establishment of the company. Zhang Yun's impressive capacity for alcohol astonished several of his companions, and ultimately, it was Sun Wu who succumbed first, leading to the dispersal of the gathering. Chapter 63. Yang Lu encounters danger. Sun Wu had indulged in drink, and Lin Hui was preparing to escort him home. Zhong Ming had already sent someone to pick him up. Only Zhang Yun remained, having arrived by motorcycle today. As Lin Hui assisted Sun Wu, he inquired, Xiao Yun, how will you get home later? Brother Lin, I plan to take a motorcycle back, Zhang Yun replied. I shall drive you. It is unwise to ride after drinking. Lin Hui cautioned. Now partners in business, Zhang Yun did not mind this minor inconvenience and climbed into the car. Lin Hui had a driver. Otherwise, he would not dare to ride himself, for driving under the influence is perilous. Life is precious, and he had yet to fully embrace it. Lin Hui first returned Sun Wu to his home before heading towards Wuzhou Yizhong with Zhang Yun. Xiao Yun, 300,000 is no small sum. Will you be able to manage it? Should you consult your family? Lin Hui casually posed the question, but in reality, he was probing Zhang Yun's financial background. Zhang Yun understood immediately and replied, Alas, my family has no money to spare. All of this is what I have earned over the years. Ah, who would have thought? You earned several million while still in high school. I am genuinely astonished, Lin Hui exclaimed dramatically. Zhang Yun chuckled, haha. Compared to you, brother Lin, I am still far behind. Lin Hui laughed in return, haha, I had nothing in my youth. I cannot possibly compare to you. Seeing Zhang Yun handle the banter adeptly, Lin Hui refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that their partnership meant Zhang Yun's success would ultimately be beneficial for him. The vehicle soon arrived at Wuzhou Yizhong, and after exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Yun returned to his rented accommodation. He preferred not to return to the dormitory reeking of alcohol, lest he face relentless questions from his peers about why he had not invited them to join the revelry. After purchasing some daily necessities, Zhang Yun returned home. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after completing his training, Zhang Yun visited a shopping mall. Now that he had some wealth, he intended to buy a few items for his family, keeping the expense modest to avoid raising suspicions about any wrongdoing. After more than half an hour, he rode his bicycle back home. The bike felt rather slow. Had he a motorcycle, he would have reached home in less than 10 minutes. "Father, Mother, I am back," Zhang Yun announced before he even entered the house. His mother, Chen Ailian, heard his voice and stepped out, noticing the numerous bags he carried. She asked, "What are these? Where did you get them?" With a smile, Zhang Yun responded, "Mother, I bought these. Please do not inquire further. I opened a snack shop in the classroom and used the profits to purchase them." Chen Ailian, puzzled, asked, "Is that true? Why didn't you mention it before?" Zhang Yun grinned, "I started it when the school year began. I noticed many classmates love snacks. I earned several hundred yuan. The last time classmates came over, I bought all those dishes. You need not provide me with living expenses anymore." Chen Ailian beamed. "Oh, I thought it was your classmates who pooled their resources. Good job, my son." Zhang Hua also emerged, adopting a serious tone as he advised, "Xiao Yun, do not let small gains lead to greater losses. Do not neglect your studies. Father, Mother, rest assured. I ranked second in the year level in the recent monthly exam." "Xiao Yun, is that true? Do not deceive your mother." Chen Ailian pressed. Zhang Yun laughed. "Indeed, if you do not believe me, you may call my homeroom teacher." A look of joy spread across Zhang Hua's face as he said to Zhang Yun, "Xiao Yun, your parents believe in you. You are growing up, but do not become complacent. Continue to strive." "Certainly, I will," Zhang Yun replied like a dutiful child. In the morning, he took some nourishing items to visit his grandparents, where he received further praise. The next day in class, Huang Xiaolong informed Zhang Yun, "Old Yun, Zhao Tianyu's father has been imprisoned and the family must pay restitution. He has not been attending school lately. It appears he has dropped out." Zhang Yun had already learned of this over lunch and replied nonchalantly, "Well, one must face the consequences of their actions. You're incredible. Zhao Tianyu caused you trouble, and now his family is in ruins." "Haha. It is truly poetic justice," Huang Xiaolong laughed. In the afternoon, the school issued a notice that delighted the student body, as it was related to Zhang Yun. After the police delivered a banner of commendation, Principal Liang had someone investigate Zhang Yun's participation in the sports meet, which ultimately led to the exposure of Jiang Tao's misconduct. This was intolerable. He had maliciously harassed students, and yet it was Zhang Yun who had taken him down. Principal Liang immediately suspended Jiang Tao. Previously, he had taken advantage of female students, and the complaints had been suppressed by Deputy Director Xia Jian. Xia Jian had colluded with Jiang Tao to find female students for entertainment, specifically those who enjoyed nightlife. The two were complicit, and Xia Jian had managed to cover up Jiang Tao's actions. All these transgressions had now been uncovered, resulting in both individuals being summoned for investigation by the disciplinary committee. The school announced the consequences, expelling both Xia Jian and Jiang Tao, which brought great satisfaction. Upon learning this, Zhang Yun smiled, relieved that he would not have to deal with them personally. It saved him both time and effort. In the following days, Zhang Yun maintained a routine of morning training, attending classes during the day, returning to his rented room at noon to check on his stocks, and after school, he practiced boxing to hone his physique. Life moved at a comfortable pace, and soon it was Friday. The stock of Zhongchuan Bo continued to rise steadily, hitting daily limits, making it impossible to buy in. Zhang Yun's stock account had reached a total of 258 for 190 yuan, with profits exceeding 1.2 million during this period, all achieved using other people's money. After class on Friday afternoon, Huang Xiaolong and Zhou Peng accompanied Zhang Yun to a park in the northern part of the city to practice boxing. With winter's arrival, the days grew shorter, and night fell around 6 o'clock. Now adhering to daylight saving time, they finished classes by 5, allowing them to arrive early. They had been practicing for several days. Zhang Yun not only taught them direct punches and hooks, but also fundamental techniques in Sanda. As it was Friday, Yang Lu had also taken a break and was jogging along the small path at the foot of the mountain. Today, she donned a complete set of yoga attire that accentuated her figure, presenting a perfectly sculpted silhouette. As Yang Lu was running, She passed through a relatively dimly lit section of the road and encountered a group of exuberant youths, their fervor shrouded in an air of uncertainty. Among them, some sported intricate tattoos on their arms, while others flaunted hair dyed in a myriad of vibrant colors, instantly revealing their unsavory nature. Upon spotting Yonglu, they began to whistle and utter lewd remarks. "Hey, beautiful, why not spend some time with us?" Just as Yonglu prepared to flee, one individual from the rowdy group swiftly emerged to obstruct her path. No need to rush off. Chapter 64. The hero emerges. Yonglu focused her gaze and was astonished to see Zhao Tianyu. With a mischievous grin, Zhao Tianyu remarked, "Teacher Yang, have you forgotten to greet your student?" Yonglu, feeling a bit uneasy, replied, "Zhao Tianyu, why are you with these people? You ought to return to your studies promptly." In recent days, after Zhao Tianyu stopped attending school, he had become entangled with a group of delinquents. Due to financial difficulties at home, he, accustomed to a life of comfort, turned his attention to quick and easy money. Today, they had come to conduct a transaction and also to indulge in some illicit pleasures. With a sly smile, Zhao Tianyu said, "Teacher Yang, you are truly beautiful. I have always admired you, and now that fate has brought us together, how fortuitous." Dressed like a rogue, Zhao Tianyu spoke in a lewd tone. Meanwhile, the group of delinquents encircled Yonglu, causing her heart to race with fear, yet she mustered the courage to ask, "What do you intend to do, Zhao Tianyu?" With bloodshot eyes, Zhao Tianyu excitedly replied, "What do you think? Of course, I intend to have my way with you. Boys, take her into the woods." Zhao Tianyu had harbored feelings for Yonglu since her arrival at the school, but had never had the opportunity to act on them. Now, by sheer chance, he revealed his true nature. After finishing his words, Zhao Tianyu, along with two delinquents, approached to seize Yonglu. "Ah, help! Let me go!" Yonglu cried out as she resisted. Zhao Tianyu, grinning wickedly, taunted, "Ha! Shout all you want. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, it won't matter. You might as well submit to me. How could a woman stand against multiple men?" In the end, Yonglu was overpowered by Zhao Tianyu and his companions, who dragged her towards the woods. "Zhao Tianyu, I beg you, please let me go," she pleaded. "Huh, if I let you go, who will provide us with the pleasure we seek?" Zhao Tianyu replied, reaching out to touch Yonglu's face. As she turned away, she spat at him. Zhao Tianyu wiped his face and coldly remarked, "You've got quite a fiery spirit. Let's see how fiery you are when I have you pinned down." Thus, Yonglu was forced to the ground, her hands held by two thugs. Zhao Tianyu leaned over her, preparing to violate her, but Yonglu, with fierce determination, delivered a sharp knee strike to him. "Zhao Tianyu, you should consider becoming a eunuch," she retorted triumphantly. Zhao Tianyu jumped back in pain, howling, his face contorted in agony. He cursed, "You dare kick me? Just wait. I'll make you pay for this." Recently, in his desperate quest for money, Zhao Tianyu had resorted to selling drugs and illicit items, revealing his inherently wicked nature. In a fit of madness, Zhao Tianyu ordered one of his thugs, "Fetch some goods for her to try. Let her experience the ecstasy and agony." At this moment, Yonglu felt despondent. After struggling for so long, her strength had waned. In a fit of fury, she vowed, "Even in death, I will not let you succeed." Just then, a figure rushed towards them with astonishing speed, arriving in an instant. With two swift kicks, the newcomer sent the thugs holding Yonglu flying. Yonglu gazed at the imposing figure, recognizing the voice of the young man as Zhang Yun. Overwhelmed with joy and relief, she realized she had been saved, and it was Zhang Yun, the boy she had feelings for. Although her prince did not arrive on a rainbow, he came as a heroic savior. Yonglu's heart brimmed with the image of Zhang Yun, his valiant form firmly etched in her mind, destined to remain with her forever. One could only imagine the emotions of a woman in peril, saved by a man who emerged as a beacon of hope from the depths of despair, filling her with an overwhelming sense of joy and admiration. As Zhao Tianyu contemplated relishing his triumph, he was taken aback when Zhang Yun unexpectedly interrupted his plans. Zhang Yun and his companions had just finished training and were on their way back. Hearing a woman's cries, he had sprinted towards the sound, recognizing it was Yonglu's desperate pleas. Zhao Tianyu, noticing Zhang Yun was alone and still dared to insult him, felt his authority challenged. He snarled, "You think you can just walk in here? I let you escape last time, but this time, you're finished. Do you really think you can disregard us?" Zhang Yun's gaze turned icy as he replied, "You are not worthy of my attention." "What did you say?" Zhao Tianyu was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a response. I said you are not worthy for me to even glance at you, Zhang Yun reiterated. Furious, Zhao Tianyu shouted, you're asking for death. Just then, Zhou Peng and Huang Xiaolong arrived, panting heavily. They surveyed the situation, momentarily confused until they caught sight of Yang Lu hiding behind Zhang Yun, realizing what had transpired. Zhao Tianyu sneered. Oh, you've brought some backup, but it's still not enough. We have 7 or 8 of us. After he spoke, the other delinquents moved in closer. He charged at Zhang Yun, throwing a surprise punch aimed at his face, but his attack was swiftly evaded. Zhao Tianyu fell to the ground in disgrace. Zhang Yun, eyes gleaming with intensity, taunted him. What's wrong? Seeking death on the ground? Once Zhao Tianyu regained his footing, he felt a surge of fear from Zhang Yun's piercing gaze. Desperate, he reached for a knife concealed at his waist. Zhao Tianyu had transformed into a ruthless individual after his family troubles, emboldened to fight for survival. He brandished the knife, shouting, "Die, you bastard!" and lunged at Zhang Yun. Yang Lu gasped, "Zhang Yun, be careful." She lunged forward to shield him from the blade. Chapter 65. One person overcomes all. Zhang Yun had been closely observing Zhao Tianyu. Upon witnessing Zhao Tianyu draw his knife, she became alert. However, she never anticipated that Yang Lu would shield him. Instinctively, Zhang Yun embraced Yang Lu and pivoted, simultaneously seizing Zhao Tianyu's wrist that was thrusting the knife towards her, applying a forceful twist. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the bone in Zhao Tianyu's hand fractured. He cried out in agony, the knife clattering to the ground, and Zhang Yun swiftly kicked him away, rendering him unconscious. The onlookers were awestruck by Zhang Yun's formidable prowess. Who could have imagined that she could shatter bone with a single hand? The group of thugs trembled in fear, while Zhao Tianyu lay motionless on the ground like a lifeless dog. Yang Lu, held tightly in Zhang Yun's arms, felt an unprecedented sense of safety, her heart racing. Steady yourself. I shall release you now, Zhang Yun whispered gently. Zhou Peng and Huang Xiaolong, witnessing Zhao Tianyu's attack, had intended to assist but were taken aback by how swiftly Zhang Yun had incapacitated him. With a cold command, Zhang Yun instructed, make sure to beat them thoroughly. Following her lead, Huang Xiaolong and Zhou Peng engaged in a scuffle with the thugs. Their recent training had endowed them with a measure of combat prowess. The drugged thugs, disoriented and lacking fighting spirit, were no match for them. Once Zhang Yun released Yang Lu, she joined the fray. The thugs stood no chance against her. With swift punches and kicks, Zhang Yun dispatched them with ease. After ensuring the thugs were subdued, she approached Yang Lu, placing her hands on her shoulders. Yang Laosher, it's all right. I am here, Zhang Yun reassured her softly. Yang Lu continued to tremble, the ordeal she had just faced being the most terrifying nightmare of her life. Overcome with emotion, she threw herself into Zhang Yun's embrace, seeking warmth and security. Zhang Yun, recognizing Yang Lu's distress, gently patted her back to help stabilize her emotions. Gradually, as Yang Lu regained her composure, she became acutely aware of her embrace with Zhang Yun, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yet, she was reluctant to let go. I wish to hold Zhang Yun like this forever, Yang Lu thought, startled by her own feelings. Though she harbored affection for Zhang Yun, their teacher-student relationship lingered in her mind. After much contemplation, she slowly loosened her grip. Zhang Yun then inquired how Yang Lu had ended up in Zhao Tianyu's clutches, and she recounted the incident in detail. Zhou Peng, seeing Zhao Tianyu sprawled on the ground, kicked him a few times in a fit of rage, cursing, "Damn it, Zhao Tianyu, you scoundrel. You are truly despicable. I wish to end your life." Huang Xiaolong surveyed the scene, taking note of the writhing thugs, and expressed his astonishment at Zhang Yun's combat skills. "Old Yun, what shall we do now?" he asked. Zhang Yun replied coldly, "Call the police. Do you expect me to take them to the hospital?" With that, she retrieved her phone and dialed Zhongming. "Hello, Xiao Yun. What a pleasant surprise to receive your call today. Are you inviting me to dinner?" Zhongming responded cheerfully. Zhang Yun returned the smile. "There's no dinner, but I do have a significant matter for you. I wonder if you're interested?" "Do tell," Zhongming replied eagerly. "I am at the park in the northern part of the city, and there's a major case unfolding here. You'll definitely earn some merit, but you must bring ample manpower. There are at least 8 individuals involved." Upon hearing this, Zhongming replied, "I'm on my way. Just give me 20 minutes. No, 10 minutes. Since it was his shift, he quickly gathered a team and rushed over. Zhang Yun instructed Huang Xiaolong to meet him at the park entrance. Zhang Yun recognized that Zhao Tianyu and his associates had likely been on drugs, engaging in group substance abuse, and with intentions of assault and armed attack. It It was certain that he would soon share a cell with his father. In less than 10 minutes, Zhong Ming arrived with a sizable contingent of nearly 20 officers. Where are they? Where's the evidence? No, where are the suspects? He exclaimed, hurriedly running to the scene. Zhong Ming was remarkably punctual. Normally, the journey from the southern to northern city would take around 20 minutes, not accounting for the time needed to gather his team. Zhang Yun called out, and Zhong Ming rushed over, surprised to see the fallen individuals scattered around. Zhang Yun recounted the events, and Zhong Ming, grinding his teeth in anger, remarked on Zhao Tianyu's vile nature, exclaiming that like father, like son, an entire family of reprobates. The arriving auxiliary officers echoed his sentiments, cursing at the scene. Zhong Ming inquired about the injured thugs. Are they all right? When did you acquire such skills? He was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Yun's strength. Zhang Yun coldly remarked, they'll likely only be in the hospital for a month. Zhao Tianyu has probably broken several bones. Her tone was devoid of emotion, as if discussing the mundane act of chopping vegetables, reflecting no inner turmoil. Zhong Ming found it astonishing that Zhang Yun remained so composed, as if these events were entirely detached from him, akin to stepping on an ant. In truth, Zhang Yun had managed to suppress most of his emotions. Had this been in the past, he would have shattered Zhao Tianyu's limbs to ensure he could never harm anyone again. Considering Zhao Tianyu's intentions toward Yang Lu, he had shown remarkable restraint. Thankfully, Yang Lu had not sustained any serious harm. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether Zhao Tianyu would still be alive. He ought to recognize who Yang Lu was. She was the woman Zhang Yun cherished. Although merely an ordinary English teacher, Yang Lu possessed remarkable strength. Zhang Yun envisioned employing her in his future business endeavors. Before long, Zhong Ming organized the operation, instructing his team to escort Zhang Yun and Yang Lu back to the police station to record statements, ensuring there would be ample evidence to convict Zhao Tianyu. By the time Zhang Yun and the others emerged from the police station, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and they had no evening classes to attend. Thus, Zhang Yun decided to take Yang Lu and the others to a night market for a late-night snack and some drinks to help ease their nerves. Huang Xiaolong and Zhou Peng had previously engaged in skirmishes, yet witnessing Zhang Yun effortlessly fracture Zhao Tianyu's bone with a single blow, rendering him incapacitated on the ground, and subsequently launching him through the air with a swift kick, was a sight they had never encountered before. Moreover, with Zhao Tianyu wielding a knife, an undercurrent of trepidation coursed through them. Yang Lu, on the other hand, was even more affected. To this day, she remained closely nestled against Zhang Yun, who could only rest his hand on her shoulder, their demeanor reminiscent of a couple in love. Chapter 66. Yang Lu reveals her heart. As several glasses of beer were consumed, the atmosphere gradually relaxed, and conversation flowed more freely. Although Yang Lu could be quite shy at times, particularly in the presence of Zhang Yun, her spirited nature shone through. She was bold in love and hate, and as a woman from Lu province, her capacity for drinking was commendable. Old Yun, how come your skills are so impressive? I never noticed before. Zhou Peng inquired of Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun could only continue to deflect and replied, I learned from a cousin who served in the military. He was quite adept. I've kept practicing over the years. Yang Lu patted her ample chest, speaking with a hint of lingering fear. Zhang Yun, you truly scared me earlier. When Zhao Tianyu brandished that knife, I was genuinely afraid for your safety. It would have been a heavy burden on my conscience. With a boldness characteristic of a man, Zhang Yun declared, how can a man allow a woman to take a blade for him? Yang Lu gazed at him silently, her heart brimming with emotion and a profound sense of security. Zhang Yun had filled her heart to the brim, leaving no room for anyone else. For the time being, Yang Lu could only take things one step at a time, hoping that once Zhang Yun entered university, circumstances might change. As Zhang Yun looked into Yang Lu's affectionate eyes, he too felt a swell of emotion. He had never anticipated that she would rush to shield him from danger. Since Yang Lu had risked herself for him, his feelings for her had deepened. He realized he had fallen in love with this woman. He glanced at Zhou Peng and Huang Xiaolong, noticing they remained oblivious to Yang Lu's unusual demeanor, and continued their drinking and chatting. In truth, Huang Xiaolong had noted Yang Lu's gaze, but he assumed, like himself, she merely admired Zhang Yun's martial prowess, never considering anything deeper. By 11 o'clock, the group was intoxicated, leaving Zhang Yun as the sole sober individual. Observing his three companions inebriated, he felt exasperated. Returning to school was no longer an option. With no other choice, he led them to a nearby hotel. Zhang Yun wrapped his left arm around Yang Lu and his right around Zhou Peng. With Zhou Peng holding onto Huang Xiaolong, they stumbled their way to the hotel, which, thankfully, was not far. Zhang Yun booked 2 large double rooms and 1 standard room, ushering them into the elevator. His physical training proved beneficial, as without it, he would have struggled to manage the 3. He first escorted Huang Xiaolong and Zhou Peng to their room, then returned Yang Lu to hers before retreating to his own quarters. He had no desire to endure the disturbances caused by his 2 drunken friends. He knew that Zhou Peng, when intoxicated, would grind his teeth, pass gas, snore, and talk in his sleep. Too much torment to bear. After settling Yang Lu comfortably in bed and tucking her in, Zhang Yun prepared to leave. However, Yang Lu, in a tipsy state, grasped his hand and slurred, "Don't go. I'm scared." Turning to her, Zhang Yun noticed tears streaming down her face as she spoke in her sleep. It was no surprise she was having nightmares. Any woman who has endured an attempted violation, even if unsuccessful, harbors a deep-seated fear. Such trauma requires time to heal. Zhang Yun firmly held Yang Lu's hand, softly assuring her, "I'm here," while gently wiping away her tears. He gazed at her delicate features, sighing internally, recognizing the peril that often accompanies beauty. It was clear he needed to hasten his own growth, to become stronger in order to protect the women he cherished, regardless of whether it was 1 or 2. As Yang Lu gradually ceased her weeping, a smile began to form on her lips, perhaps a sign of a pleasant dream. "Zhang Yun, do you know?" she suddenly exclaimed. "Know what?" he replied, only to realize Yang Lu's eyes remained closed. She was still lost in her dream. After a brief pause, she continued her slumbering monologue. "Zhang Yun, do you recall when we first met? Your English was abysmal. No matter how I taught or conversed with you, you refused to learn, which frustrated me immensely. Sometimes I wished to disregard you entirely, but as your teacher, I couldn't abandon you. Your scores improved significantly in the last exam, which brought me great joy. I was curious how you managed such a rapid transformation. When you visited my room last time, your words left me flustered. It was then I realized my feelings for you extended beyond mere admiration. Today, when Zhao Tianyu cornered me and you rescued me in my most perilous moment, my heart was irrevocably captured by you. Later, when Zhao Tianyu lunged at you with the knife, I acted without thought, only hoping you would remain unharmed." Zhang Yun listened intently to Yang Lu's heartfelt confessions in her dreams. Feeling a tumult of emotions within him, a resolute promise echoed in his mind. "Yang Lu, in this lifetime, I shall not let you down." In her sleep, Yang Lu murmured, "Water, water." Zhang Yun quickly fetched a bottle of mineral water, helping her sit up and bringing it to her lips. She gulped greedily but soon choked, coughing violently, which led to an upset stomach, and she began to vomit. The unfortunate incident resulted in Yang Lu's vomit landing on her own clothes and splattering Zhang Yun as well. This predicament left Zhang Yun overwhelmed. Observing their disheveled appearance, he realized their clothes were now unwearable and that they needed to be cleaned. Once Yang Lu had finished retching, she felt a sense of relief and attempted to lie back down to sleep. Zhang Yun pondered for a moment, then resolutely removed his shirt and picked her up. Heading to the bathroom, he tossed her soiled clothes into the sink and turned on the shower, rinsing her body clean. As he beheld her curvaceous figure, a rush of heat surged through him. "Stay composed," he silently admonished himself. "Do not harbor resentment. If there is blame, let it rest upon your own shoulders." At long last, after a difficult struggle, Zhang Yun managed to cleanse Yang Lu thoroughly and returned her to bed. Watching her drift into a deep slumber, he then took a quick cold shower in the bathroom before emerging. Gazing at Yang Lu's flushed cheeks, he found himself in a dilemma. If he left now, what would happen if she encountered trouble in the middle of the night? Moreover, what would transpire when she saw him in the morning? It was truly a challenging situation. Ultimately, he decided to uphold his integrity. He could only wonder whether he would be perceived as a beast, or even worse come morning. If it were to be, then so be it. Furthermore, I have indeed seen things I should not have earlier. Even if Yang Lu were to lay blame upon me tomorrow, I would not consider myself unjustly accused. Zhang Yun took a pillow and reclined on the floor beside Yang Lu. Beside him lay a stunning beauty, radiant with youthful charm and a score of 95. The knowledge of the scene within made it truly difficult for him to find rest. "How shall I endure this night?" Zhang Yun exclaimed inwardly. Chapter 67. Zhang Yun. "Henceforth you may call me Yang Lu Jie." Zhang Yun tossed and turned, utterly unable to find slumber. Despite Yang Lu's affections towards him, he could not take advantage of her vulnerability. He decided to take a cold shower and even washed his clothes before succumbing to a state of drowsiness. Before dawn had even broken, Zhang Yun awoke, his biological clock remarkably punctual, though it was not yet 6 o'clock. He could not leave, alas. So he resorted to doing push-ups in the room. Upon hearing the commotion from Zhou Peng, Yang Lu also stirred from her sleep, bewildered by her unfamiliar surroundings. Feeling a chill, she pulled back the covers and gasped in shock. Zhang Yun, noticing her alarm, quickly rushed over and covered her mouth. Yang Laosher, it's me, Zhang Yun. Please, do not scream. Allow me to explain, if you will. Yang Lu nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She felt deeply wounded, having been bullied by Zhao Tianyu just the day before, believing she had escaped the clutches of the wolf, only to find herself ensnared once more. Although she harbored feelings for Zhang Yun, she could not accept such treatment. The loss of her virginity, preserved for over 20 years, weighed heavily on her heart, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Zhang Yun recounted the events of the previous night to Yang Lu, explaining how she had pulled him close, leaving him no choice but to stay. He elaborated on how she had vomited on them both, necessitating a quick wash. Fearing further incidents that night, he had opted to remain by her side. I swear, I did nothing untoward, merely took advantage of a fleeting opportunity with my eyes and hands, he assured her. Yang Lu nodded in understanding, then forcibly removed Zhang Yun's hand. She beheld his bare torso, noting the definition of his muscles, particularly the well-formed abdominal muscles. Her cheeks flushed crimson, recalling her dreams from the previous night, uncertain if she had spoken aloud and whether Zhang Yun had overheard. She swiftly buried herself under the covers. Zhang Yun, why haven't you put on a shirt yet? Where are my clothes? Yang Lu's voice emerged shyly from the blankets. Your clothes are unwashed. Were mine for now, Zhang Yun replied, hastily retrieving his sports t-shirt and handing it to her. The scent of body wash wafted through the air as Yang Lu donned the shirt, leaning against the headboard, cocooned in the blankets. She was clad in a cute Hello Kitty outfit, the very one Zhang Yun had dressed her in after washing her the previous night, fearing she might chastise him upon waking. With a serious expression, Yang Lu inquired, what exactly transpired between us last night? Zhang Yun felt a pang of anxiety. Here it came. After I carried you to the bathroom, I removed your soiled clothes. Do not misunderstand. I washed you with my eyes closed, and afterward wrapped you in a towel. I truly saw nothing and stayed on the floor with you throughout the night, he insisted earnestly. Regardless of whether Yang Lu believed him, Zhang Yun was resolute in his own conviction. Yang Lu gazed at the pillow on the floor and then at Zhang Yun's physique. Reassured by the absence of any unusual sensations, she accepted that he had indeed not violated her. Although she cherished Zhang Yun, she could not so easily surrender herself to him. Fortunately, nothing had occurred. An awkward silence enveloped them. Zhang Yun broke the tension, asking, Yang Laosher, what is your clothing size? I can arrange for someone to bring you something. He dialed the front desk using the phone on the nightstand. The receptionist, upon hearing his request, was taken aback. Wow, things escalated quickly, didn't they? No clothes left? Hand me the phone. I'll handle this. Yang Lu hesitated, embarrassed to disclose her size to Zhang Yun, but eventually muttered her measurements. Zhang Yun's athletic prowess allowed him to catch the whispered numbers, 36D, confirming her ample figure, identical to what he had observed the previous night. Yang Lu then asked, did I say anything in my sleep last night? Zhang Yun, recalling her words, felt a swell of emotion but knew the moment demanded restraint. Not at all. You merely mentioned needing water, he fibbed. You truly did not touch me while washing? She probed. What did it feel like? I really didn't. I just rinsed you with the shower head. Even if I had, I wouldn't have felt anything through a layer of fabric. Zhang Yun replied candidly. Am I heavy? Not at all. I can lift you with ease. Am I fair-skinned? Yang Lu teased. Quite fair, Zhang Yun affirmed, nodding. Suddenly, Yang Lu bolted upright, playfully swatting Zhang Yun with a pillow, indignantly exclaiming, you said you had your eyes closed. How could you see my fairness? Zhang Yun cursed himself inwardly for his oversight. Who would have thought Yang Lu could be so astute, cleverly questioning him? They engaged in a brief playful scuffle in the room until Yang Lu, panting, realized she was still without pants. With an embarrassed yelp, she dove beneath the covers. Before long, the attendant arrived with clothes. At such an hour, no shops were open, so she had cobbled together items from her colleagues. Zhang Yun handed the attendant 500 yuan and accepted the garments, tossing them to Yang Lu. Go hide in the restroom, and do not peek. Yang Lu directed, flustered. Yang Lu sat on the bed, lost in thought as she gazed toward Zhang Yun's direction. The thought of having exposed herself to him made her ponder how to face him moving forward. Perhaps it was best to take things one step at a time. In no time, Yang Lu had changed into the new attire. She fixed her gaze on Zhang Yun and warned, "Zhang Yun, you must not speak a word of last night's events to anyone, understood? I will return to school now, and you must remember to take care of those two rascals. Rest assured, Yang Laosher, I slept in a different room last night, was also inebriated, nothing happened, and I recall nothing," Zhang Yun promised. As Yang Lu entered the washroom, she gazed at the clothes stained from her earlier sickness, fully trusting Zhang Yun's assertions regarding his actions. She mused that perhaps it was fate that had orchestrated these events. Otherwise, how could such a series of occurrences unfold? "Zhang Yun, regardless of how you treat your teacher in the future, I hope you remember this day, the day my innocence was laid bare before you," Yang Lu silently vowed in her heart. Zhang Yun gently tapped on the door and said, "Teacher, I shall return to my room now." "Zhang Yun, wait a moment. I hope you will remember everything that transpired today." Yang Lu paused for a moment, her face adorned with a hint of expectation, and continued, "Zhang Yun, please refrain from calling me teacher in the future. Address me as Sister Yang Lu instead." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun turned and closed the door behind him as he departed. Chapter 68, Earning 276 million in a month. After hearing the door close as Zhang Yun departed, Yang Lu let out a long sigh. She understood that Zhang Yun's decision to leave at this moment was indeed the best for both of them. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. She felt anger and fear towards Zhao Tianyu's heinous actions, while simultaneously grappling with uncertainty about her future and how to navigate her relationship with Zhang Yun. As Zhang Yun returned to school accompanied by Huang Xiaolong and Zhou Peng, the events of the previous night came to a quiet conclusion. Everyone tacitly agreed to refrain from mentioning the incident, especially considering Yang Lu's near victimization by Zhao Tianyu. If this were to be exposed, the repercussions for her would be immense. Zhang Yun, too, felt a wave of contemplation wash over him, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He resolved to protect Yang Lu in the future, vowing that she would not suffer harm again. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and soon the year would come to an end, with the date now December 28th. During this period, Yang Lu took on the role of guiding Zhang Yun with his studies, although most of the time he was seen revising with Yanqi. Yang Lu maintained a respectful distance, limiting their interactions. However, when their eyes met, a flicker of longing shone in Yang Lu's gaze, quickly masked by her composure. Over the past half-month, the school conducted another monthly examination. In this assessment, Zhang Yun's English score soared to 100, bringing his total score to 668, surpassing the top female student by several points and securing the first position in his grade. This news sent shockwaves throughout the school. The speed at which Zhang Yun's grades improved left many in awe. His success garnered increased attention, and his reputation began to flourish. Zhao Tianyu was incarcerated, and Zhang Yun learned from Zhong Ming that Zhao had been charged with drug trafficking, rape, and intentional injury, likely facing over 10 years of imprisonment. This revelation brought Zhang Yun immense joy, as Zhao Tianyu's misdeeds were finally being met with just retribution. Yang Lu's vendetta had been avenged. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun's holdings in Zhongchuan shipbuilding continued to rise. On December 25th, the stock began to dip, prompting Zhang Yun to liquidate his assets at a price of 243.64 yuan. After deducting commissions, he ultimately profited 3,770.816 yuan. After repaying the 800,000 yuan he borrowed from the securities company, along with interest, he retained 2,964.816.28 yuan. Deng Jing, upon seeing Zhang Yun's trading activities, was left speechless and had silently begun to regard him as a stock market prodigy. Zhang Yun promptly repaid the 200,000 yuan that Yang Yi had lent him, culminating in a total profit of 2,764.816 yuan. He had transformed into a young millionaire. With Zhongchuan shipbuilding still not reaching its peak price, Zhang Yun anticipated another wave of market activity, biding his time for a rebound before reinvesting. He chose not to engage in further financing, aware that drawing too much attention could lead to complications. He had not yet matured to handle such scrutiny. From an initial investment of merely 10,000 yuan, through diligent efforts, his assets had multiplied over 200-fold in just a month. If discovered, he feared being sliced apart by the market. He resolved to cease financing, planning to open a new account with a different company. During this time, Lin Hui successfully established Dream Home Real Estate Development Company, Limited. At the auction of Zhao's family hotel, the company acquired ownership for 1.2 million yuan, primarily due to the value of the land use rights, which justified the high price. This news delighted Zhang Yun. He recognized Lin Hui's capabilities and believed that he could steer the company toward success. Subsequently, Zhang Yun transferred 380,000 yuan as agreed. As New Year's approached, the school announced a New Year's Eve gala. Zhang Yun, having secured the top position in the monthly examination, was requested by the school leadership to deliver a speech at the event, leaving him unable to decline. With so many accomplishments to his name, including a special commendation from the principal, he had become a prominent figure within the school. Since he had already gained notoriety, he might as well amplify his fame further. The day of the New Year's Eve gala arrived swiftly. Standing on stage before the entire school, Zhang Yun felt an exhilarating mix of excitement and nervousness. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his speech. Good evening, esteemed teachers and fellow students. I am Zhang Yun, the one who surged from poor grades to the top of the monthly exam rankings, also recognized by Principal Liang. I even clinched championships in both short and long distance races at the sports meet. Today, standing here feels rather peculiar. You see, with this microphone in hand, I must resemble a salesman promoting the merits of studying. However, excelling in exams indeed brings numerous benefits, such as an increase in pocket money and a greater number of female classmates seeking my guidance. Here, I wish to share a secret. I actually hail from Mars. I kid you not, I truly come from Mars. On Mars, we do not follow the Earthlings' customs of examinations and homework. Our existence is merely about indulgence, and I grew weary of it. Hence, I ventured forth for adventure, but our spacecraft malfunctioned, forcing a landing on Earth. To survive, I had to learn the rules of this new world. What I want to impart is that each individual possesses unique talents and interests. We should not confine ourselves to the constraints of exam scores, but rather pursue our dreams and passions. Some may excel in athletics and should engage in sports. Those who enjoy video games can delve deeper into that realm. In the future, playing games can also be lucrative, leading one to become a millionaire or even a billionaire, as I assert. Success is not solely defined by academic achievement. Each person's interpretation of success is unique. If someone feels fulfilled, they consider themselves successful. I ask you, is my achievement of first place in exams a success? One could argue it is indeed a notable success, yet my path may not be replicable by others. Of course, my success did not come by chance. It was born of tremendous effort and sweat. I recall those days filled with countless practice problems and the need to memorize numerous words and formulas. At times, I felt utterly exhausted, but I reminded myself, I must not give up. I want to prove to everyone that I am the best. Reflecting on those times, though they were challenging, they were also rich with the joy of accomplishment. I have finally come to a profound realization. Success is not an unattainable dream. As long as we are willing to invest our efforts and toil, we can undoubtedly achieve it. In conclusion, I wish to convey to my fellow classmates, do not envy the successes and accolades of others, nor should you easily relinquish your own dreams and aspirations. Have faith in yourself, forge ahead with courage, and persist relentlessly. This is the essence of success. Zhang Yun's voice resonated clearly and powerfully, his words imbued with fervor and passion, earning him a resounding applause from the audience. Yang Lu gazed at this young man in a trance, her heart brimming with affection, silently whispering, Zhang Yun, wait for me. Chapter 69. Ordered a motorcycle. Zhang Yun paused for a moment before continuing. Lastly, I would like to dedicate a song to everyone, hoping that you all cherish this youthful time. As the music began to play, Zhang Yun started to sing I Want to Soar to the Heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The entire evening gathering fell silent, with everyone fixated on Zhang Yun, astonished by the beauty of his voice. It was a vibrant and confident sound. What a splendid conclusion to his speech with this song. Zhang Yun continued to passionately perform on stage. The world awaits my transformation. The dreams I wish to pursue are never concealed. Here, I can realize them all, laughing heartily as we stand shoulder to shoulder. Where is there no boundless joy? Casting aside worries, boldly stepping forward. I stand at the center of the stage. I believe in myself. I believe in tomorrow. As the climax of the song approached, the atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. Below, the students waved their arms and shouted, releasing their inner excitement. The lyrics of the song were beautifully crafted, instilling in the students an endless sense of hope and strength. They seemed to glimpse their own futures, filled with infinite possibilities and opportunities. The ambience grew warmer with Zhang Yun's performance, and many students began to softly sing along, their voices intertwining with his, creating a magnificent tapestry of sound. I believe I can reach the sky. With you by my side, life feels fresher. Every moment is immensely. Keep it up, youth. Ultimately, Zhang Yun concluded his performance with a resounding, keep it up, youth. The hearts of everyone present were left in a state of profound tranquility. Even the teachers in attendance were moved by his singing. All rose to their feet, applauding and cheering, their voices echoing throughout the venue. Yi Anshi gazed at Zhang Yun's handsome face, her heart racing with excitement, yearning to rush up and give him a hug. She was not alone in her thoughts, as several girls had already begun to act on similar impulses. A girl in a dress approached the stage, holding a bouquet of flowers, presenting them to Zhang Yun before shyly retreating. Yang Lu looked at Zhang Yun, feeling a deep sense of calm. He truly was a treasure of a boy. After the event, Zhang Yun had become the idol in the hearts of the majority of girls in the school. He had it all: talent, charm, and skills. They dreamt of having little monkeys with him. In the following days, Zhang Yun received an avalanche of love letters, one after another, filling the desks in the classroom to the brim. He was too busy to open each one, so they remained unopened, all stuffed together. The day after the New Year's Eve party, the school commenced a 3-day holiday. Zhang Yun continued his routine, waking early to exercise before heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. Over the past 2 months, due to his rigorous training, he needed to replenish his energy, and thus his appetite had dramatically increased, consuming double the amount of an ordinary student. For breakfast, he would eat 4 to 5 egg whites, while lunch and dinner consisted of copious amounts of meat. Now, Zhang Yun often dined out, indulging in hearty meals, particularly enjoying beef. Fortunately, he had the financial means to do so. Otherwise, he might have found himself in financial straits. Zhang Yun's muscles had become increasingly defined, especially his abs, which now showcased 8 prominent blocks, creating a striking contour. If he were to show Yang Lu again, she might very well drool. After finishing his workout, he hailed a motorcycle taxi and headed to the largest motorcycle dealership in the city, eager to purchase a motorcycle. He had obtained his motorcycle license a few days prior and was now ready to hit the road. During his school days, he had set his sights on a beginner's model, the Honda CBR 400, a beloved bike among many. However, in a small city like Wuzhou, it might not be readily available. Upon arriving at the dealership, he was largely ignored. His youthful appearance led the salespeople to assume he was merely a window shopper with no intention of buying. "Hello, do you have all the motorcycle models available here?" Zhang Yun inquired of a female salesperson. Surprisingly, she paid him no mind. He felt momentarily taken aback. Was she uninterested in making a sale, or had he not articulated his request clearly? "Excuse me, miss." Zhang Yun tried again. "Hey, aren't you in the wrong place?" The young woman retorted, mistaking his presence as an attempt to flirt. "Humph. A little brat thinks he can chat me up. Go away." Zhang Yun felt insulted. Touching his face and glancing at his ordinary attire, he thought, is being young a barrier to buying a motorcycle? Doesn't money count? Such scenarios were still rare. Typically, businesses were eager to sell, regardless of the customer's appearance. Did this woman really think he was there to flirt? Did she not want to conduct business? He could not believe her superficiality. After all, he was the campus heartthrob of Wuzhou No. 1 High School. Did she truly believe she held some semblance of beauty that warranted such disdain? Frustrated, Zhang Yun approached an older female salesperson who greeted him warmly. "Young man, what kind of motorcycle are you looking for? I can assist you with that. Are you interested in a male or female model? What price range are you considering?" This older woman was quite amiable, smiling as she addressed Zhang Yun. Regardless of whether he was merely browsing or genuinely interested in purchasing, she treated him with sincerity. Zhang Yun surveyed the dealership, which indeed lived up to its reputation as the largest in the county, spanning nearly 1,000 square meters. Motorcycles were arranged closely together, showcasing a variety of colors, with options for both men and women. The earlier salesperson looked at Zhang Yun and scoffed. What a show-off. He wants to buy a motorcycle. How foolish. Zhang Yun was at a loss for words. "I bought a watch last year." He then made his way toward the male models, still accompanied by the older woman. "Which is the best motorcycle you have in your store?" "Follow me. It's this one," she said, leading Zhang Yun to a rather striking motorcycle. This is the Honda TVR 250, commonly known as the twin pipe because it has 2 exhaust pipes. Zhang Yun's expression turned to disappointment. It was evidently not the model he desired. Are you dissatisfied with the price? The woman inquired. The 125 model is rather appealing, priced at nearly 3,000 yuan. The lady initially assumed that Zhang Yun found it too expensive, yet in truth, his disappointment stemmed from not being able to locate the CBR 400R. No, it's not that I deem it too costly. I simply haven't found a motorcycle that captivates me, Zhang Yun clarified. Rest assured, I possess sufficient funds to purchase this bike. What type of motorcycle do you desire? Which model? She inquired, expressing a willingness to consult the store manager. Observing Zhang Yun's eagerness to buy, she contemplated sourcing from other outlets. Very well. Please inquire about the lightweight CBR 400 from Honda and see if it is available, Zhang Yun pondered aloud. All right, while I check with the manager. Do take a moment to see if there are any other models that catch your eye, she suggested before heading off. Should the CBR 400 remain elusive, Zhang Yun was resolute in his intention to acquire a new motorcycle. Perhaps I shall settle for this appealing model. It is indeed quite stylish. As far as I can see in our county, this is the finest motorcycle available. Shortly thereafter, the lady returned, her face alight with joy. Handsome. The manager indicated that we can request the company to deliver it next time along with other vehicles from the Guangshui headquarters. Zhang Yun instantly beamed with delight, exclaiming, that sounds splendid. In addition to the CBR 400, I shall also purchase a dual-cylinder model. Let us proceed with the order. The lady was taken aback, realizing he was quite affluent. With a broad grin, she responded, all right, follow me. The earlier beauty was equally astonished, as she had anticipated that Zhang Yun was a wealthy heir, opting to purchase two motorcycles at once. Half an hour later, Zhang Yun completed all the necessary paperwork, expending 20,000 yuan, with 8,000 earmarked as a deposit for the CBR 400. He took his motorcycle and planned to return later for the registration. As Zhang Yun prepared to leave the dealership, the earlier beauty approached him. Handsome, I apologize for my earlier behavior. Here is my business card. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Zhang Yun glanced at the card and noted the name Pan Enlian. She feigned shyness, nodding slightly. Without hesitation, Zhang Yun tossed the card into the trash, muttering to himself, I have no desire to become a modern-day Shimenqing. Chapter 70, Shopping Spree. Zhang Yun, without waiting for Pan Enlian to respond, revved up his motorcycle and sped away, leaving her in a cloud of exhaust fumes. Riding through the streets, the exhilarating rush of wind was intoxicating, though the helmet dulled the sensation of the breeze against his face. Upon returning to the school, he parked at the entrance, as students were not permitted to drive inside. At this moment, Zhang Yun cast aside any thoughts of modesty. It was time to indulge without reservation. As he arrived, numerous girls emerged from the school, laden with bags, preparing to head home. Some rode bicycles, while others awaited the bus to the town. Upon seeing Zhang Yun on his motorcycle, they flocked to him, curiosity written across their faces. A few audacious girls even asked for a ride home, but Zhang Yun politely declined them all. He had little interest in these ordinary admirers. Feeling no inclination towards their affections, leaning casually against his motorcycle, his tall figure glimmered in the sunlight, exuding an aura reminiscent of a male deity. Zhang Yun internally chastised himself for not wearing sunglasses, realizing he had underestimated the attention he was attracting. He decided to head back into the school to collect a few items before returning home, wishing to avoid the throngs of infatuated onlookers. As he approached the building, he encountered Yanqi, who approached him with a small bag and a beaming smile. Zhang Yun, you haven't left yet? Would you accompany me for a bit of shopping? Yanqi thought it imperative to seize the opportunity, knowing that Zhang Yun's exceptional qualities had drawn many eyes. The fear of losing him to another woman urged her to act swiftly. Zhang Yun, feeling no urgency to return home, agreed to join her, as he also wished to purchase some clothing to enhance his appearance. After a brief wait, he emerged, and together they walked out of the school, Yanqi closely nestled against him, eager to assert her claim. Upon reaching his motorcycle, Zhang Yun swung his leg over it, and Yanqi gazed at the gleaming vehicle, momentarily speechless. Zhang Yun, did you buy this? She asked incredulously. Yes, knowing you were heading home today. I specially acquired this new bike for you. A fine vehicle deserves a beautiful rider, he replied with a charming smile. Isn't it expensive? How did you afford it? She inquired, astonished. Just over 10,000. I made a bit of money from an investment recently. Now, let us get going, he said, eager to depart. Yanqi took hold of his shoulder, carefully balancing herself on the bike, her hands not grasping the backrest as she carried her bag, making it precarious for her to keep her balance. With a gentle acceleration, Zhang Yun navigated them slowly to the largest shopping mall in their county. Though Yi Anqi had no particular items in mind, she simply relished the time spent together with Zhang Yun. Being a girl, she instinctively wandered into a clothing store as they passed, comparing garments with eager fascination. An hour later, Zhang Yun felt somewhat numb. Yi Anqi had only inquired about prices without any intention to purchase. Fortunately, the staff at the mall were courteous, avoiding the previous dismissive attitudes he had encountered. "Anqi, let us have lunch first," he suggested, glancing at the time, which had turned to midday. He led her into a well-decorated Western restaurant, the ambience suggesting a higher price point. Summoning her courage, Yi Anqi followed Zhang Yun inside, where they found a quieter table. "This place must be pricier than our last meal," she whispered, glancing around. "We are not short on funds now. Enjoy your meal," Zhang Yun reassured her. Yi Anqi playfully stuck out her tongue, turning her gaze to the window. Given that it was the first day of the New Year's holiday, the restaurant was quite crowded, but she obediently followed Zhang Yun's lead. Zhang Yun, pleased by Yi Anqi's adorable expressions, felt a surge of joy within him. He believed that with more outings, she would grow accustomed to such experiences. They ordered 3 steaks, a salad, grilled shrimp, pan-seared cod, and 2 juices, Zhang Yun opting for an extra steak to satisfy his appetite, knowing he could finish what Yi Anqi could not. Yi Anqi was taken aback by the 3 steaks, each costing over 40 yuan, enough to sustain her for a week at school. "I will drive you home later," Zhang Yun stated. "Huh." Yi Anqi momentarily processed his words, realizing it implied meeting his family, which made her blush. "All right," she replied, her cheeks reddening as her thoughts wandered. As the steaks were served, Zhang Yun patiently instructed Yi Anqi on the proper use of a knife and fork, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. After their meal, Zhang Yun suggested they shop for clothes, and they continued their exploration. He led her into a high-end women's boutique. Holding her hand as they entered, "Excuse me, could you please select a few outfits for this lovely lady, avoiding pants?" Zhang Yun addressed the sales associate. Yi Anqi, not particularly tall, was ill-suited for trousers, and her long, slender legs were best showcased in skirts. "Certainly, handsome," the sales associate responded enthusiastically, guiding Yi Anqi to try on various dresses. A few minutes later, they each emerged with 2 dresses in hand, one set of long dresses and another of short ones, the colors pleasingly coordinated. Zhang Yun produced his bank card and paid for the entire selection with a flourish. "But Zhang Yun, this is so expensive," Yi Anqi exclaimed, her face reflecting concern. Each dress cost over 200 yuan, a luxurious sum in these times. Zhang Yun chose not to respond, maintaining his focus on their day together. With a beep, the card was successfully swiped. Zhang Yun ventured into 2 more shops, purchasing 2 sets of athletic wear and 2 casual outfits, along with 2 pairs of shoes. Ultimately, he acquired a leather jacket and sunglasses, envisioning himself riding a motorcycle, clad in leather and adorned with shades, radiating style. He then descended to the first floor to buy 2 pairs of shoes for Yi Anqi, concluding this shopping spree. How remarkably affordable the prices are. Having procured such an array of goods for merely over 3,000 yuan is truly impressive. In the ensuing years, a single pair of collaborative sneakers would casually exceed that sum. It's astonishingly profitable. Yi Anqi was taken aback by the speed at which Zhang Yun spent money. In such a short time, he had depleted her entire annual tuition. "Zhang Yun, have you really no concerns about spending so much today?" Yi Anqi inquired anxiously. Zhang Yun chuckled. "It's a gift for you. Just accept it without any worries. I have plenty of money, haha." Each of them carried several bags filled with their purchases, leaving the mall, as their motorcycle could not accommodate so many items. Zhang Yun hailed a taxi to take them back to school. "Driver, please wait for us a few minutes. We'll need another ride shortly." Zhang Yun casually handed the driver a 50 yuan bill. The driver cheerfully replied, "All right. No rush." Soon after, they returned to the taxi after dropping off their belongings and called for another ride back to the mall, eager to ride the motorcycle again. Zhang Yun pulled Yi Anqi close, preparing to set off. Finally, he had the opportunity to employ the skills he had learned from brother Jackie Chan. Previously, it was inconvenient in front of the school, but now it was feasible. Engaging the gear, he swiftly released the clutch, and the motorcycle surged forward. After several attempts, the bike jolted slightly. Yi Anqi, seated behind him, found herself leaning against Zhang Yun's back, her heart racing and cheeks flushed, grateful that he could not see her embarrassment. Zhang Yun, feeling the soft impact against his back, smirked mischievously. "Hold on tight. We're about to ride," he warned playfully. Upon hearing this, Yi Anqi quickly grasped Zhang Yun's shoulders. The motorcycle accelerated suddenly, while not exceedingly fast. Yi Anqi felt slightly unsteady, causing her grip to slip and her body to lean back a bit, startling her. Perhaps you should hold me tighter? Upon hearing this, Yi Anqi summoned her courage and gently wrapped her arms around Zhang Yun's waist. Earlier, when they took the taxi, Zhang Yun had inquired about her home address, which was in another town, over 30 kilometers away. Once they exited the urban area, the motorcycle picked up speed. As Yi Anqi observed the trees whizzing by, she gradually tightened her embrace around Zhang Yun and leaned her head against his back. She felt elated. Riding the motorcycle like this made her feel as though they were a couple, and her heart had never felt so light and carefree as at that moment. She wished time could stand still. The motorcycle traveled swiftly, and within half an hour, they arrived at their destination. Zhang Yun, thank you for bringing me back. Would you like to come in for a drink? Yi Anqi smiled and offered. It's daytime. What is so special about water? It's not night. If it were evening, I might consider it, Zhang Yun replied. No, I'll head home now. With that, Zhang Yun turned the motorcycle around and rode away. Chapter 71. A stroll with Yang Lu. Later, Zhang Yun visited the mall and meticulously selected numerous gifts, returning home laden with treasures. As he rode back to the village on his brand new motorcycle, the villagers cast envious glances, continuously praising his impressive vehicle. Zhang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of elation, nearly tempted to ride his motorcycle into the fields, inviting the entire village to join him. His grandparents and parents were astounded by the gifts he brought home. Fully aware of his diligent efforts in balancing work and study, yet never anticipating such success. Amidst the curious gazes and inquiries from his family, Zhang Yun candidly revealed, I have earned a considerable sum in the stock market, and I thought it was time to treat myself and buy gifts for you all. Upon hearing this, his family felt a mix of joy and concern. They worried that Zhang Yun might become overly euphoric due to his temporary success. However, witnessing his mature and composed demeanor offered them solace. Thinking of Yang Lu alone, Zhang Yun resolved to invite her for a day out. He understood that Yang Lu had been preoccupied with work, seldom finding time to unwind. Thus, he sent her a message in advance. Teacher Yang Lu, are you free on New Year's Day? I would like to invite you to go hiking and enjoy some shopping and delicious food. When Yang Lu received the message, she was momentarily taken aback. She was unaware of Zhang Yun's intentions and did not expect such an invitation. After a brief hesitation, realizing she indeed needed some relaxation, she replied, Sure, thank you for the invitation. I would love to join you. On the appointed day, Zhang Yun eagerly mounted his new motorcycle and arrived near Yang Lu's apartment. Yang Lu, dressed in casual attire with yoga pants, appeared relaxed and at ease. Upon noticing Zhang Yun's motorcycle, she exclaimed, What a stunning motorcycle. Is it your new ride? Zhang Yun nodded with a smile. Yes, I purchased it with my earnings from the stock market. Yang Lu chuckled softly, feeling proud of Zhang Yun's accomplishments. The two rode to the foot of a mountain on the outskirts. During their climb, they engaged in delightful conversation. Zhang Yun shared his experiences in the stock market, while Yang Lu recounted amusing anecdotes from her teaching. They listened to one another, learned from each other, and sensed their mutual growth. After descending, they arrived at a restaurant in the city center, where they savored a variety of delectable dishes and enjoyed a few drinks. Observing Zhang Yun's content expression, Yang Lu could not help but laugh, feeling a sense of ease and joy in his company. Following their meal, they strolled leisurely through the streets. Zhang Yun led Yang Lu to several intriguing places and even bought her a few small gifts. Yang Lu felt a warmth in her heart as she appreciated Zhang Yun's thoughtfulness and care. Together, they navigated the bustling shopping mall, enthusiastically selecting items that caught their fancy. Despite his youth, Zhang Yun exuded an extraordinary sharpness and confidence in his gaze, while Yang Lu appeared ever so fashionable. Yet, together, they emanated an indescribable harmony. They entered a seemingly upscale brand clothing store, where the elegant decor and soft lighting accentuated the array of garments on display. The staff, clad in uniform, wore professional smiles, albeit with a hint of scrutiny in their eyes as they assessed the customers. Zhang Yun's gaze wandered among the neatly hung clothing until he spotted a simply designed shirt that piqued his interest. Just as he reached out to try it on, a staff member hurried over. Her tone tinged with impatience. Sir, this is a new arrival, and it comes at a hefty price. If you are merely browsing. Before she could finish, her disdainful glance was unmistakable. Zhang Yun furrowed his brow slightly but did not react with anger. Instead, he replied with a calm smile, Is that so? However, I am fond of this shirt and would like to try it on. The staff member's lips curled into a dismissive smirk, her voice dripping with condescension. Do you know the price? Our clothing is not within the budget of just anyone. Her implication was clear. Zhang Yun, she believed, was not worthy of stepping foot in such a store. At that moment, Yang Lu's expression soured, and she glared at the staff member. What kind of attitude is that? Who are you to judge whether we can afford it? Zhang Yun gently tugged at Yang Lu's hand, signaling her to remain calm. He then pulled out a stack of cash from his wallet and lightly tapped it in his palm. Will this suffice? The staff member was taken aback, astonished that the young man she had belittled could produce such a considerable amount of money with ease. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she stammered, unable to articulate a response. Stunned by his display, the staff member fell silent as Zhang Yun turned and strode confidently towards a neighboring men's clothing store, with Yang Lu following closely behind, a look of admiration gracing her features. Inside the adjacent store, Zhang Yun selected several high-end garments, each meticulously chosen to reflect his taste and discernment. Not only did he purchase clothing for himself, but he also selected an elegant dress for Yang Lu as a gift. At the checkout, he effortlessly paid with his card and turned to Yang Lu, saying, "Let us continue our adventure." Subsequently, Zhang Yun visited several more stores, and each time a staff member displayed a hint of skepticism regarding his financial means, he consistently countered their prejudiced views with tangible actions. Throughout their shopping excursion, Zhang Yun maintained an air of composure, responding with grace even in the face of rudeness. Meanwhile, Yang Lu increasingly appreciated Zhang Yun's magnanimous attitude, untroubled by material possessions. In the end, they returned home with their arms full of treasures. As they exited the mall, the sun continued to shine brightly. Zhang Yun turned to Yang Lu with a smile. Clothing is merely an external adornment. What truly matters is our state of mind. Yang Lu responded with a radiant smile, her heart brimming with admiration and affection for Zhang Yun. She understood that regardless of external perceptions, Zhang Yun remained a person of profound inner strength, unaffected by worldly judgments. This very essence of his character was what she cherished most. As night descended, Zhang Yun accompanied Yang Lu home. At their parting, Yang Lu expressed, "I had a wonderful time today." "Thank you." Zhang Yun smiled in return. "I, too, found great joy in your company." Later that night, as Zhang Yun lay in bed reflecting on the delightful moments spent with Yang Lu, he felt a profound affirmation of his feelings for her. He silently vowed to strive to become a better person, determined not to disappoint Yang Lu's expectations of him. As Yang Lu reminisced about the moments spent with Zhang Yun earlier that day, she was filled with a profound sense of emotion. This former student had blossomed into an independent thinker and actor. She felt a genuine sense of comfort in Zhang Yun's growth, while simultaneously cherishing the beautiful bond of teacher and student they shared. Whether their relationship might evolve into something more in the future remained uncertain. Chapter 72 Encounter with Yang Lu's ex-boyfriend. After the new year, everything returned to normal. The following day, Zhang Yun took a leave of absence to enroll in a driving school. He then rode his motorcycle into the city to open a new account at Zhongxin Securities Company, fearing that his trading activities might attract unwanted attention. Over the next few days, Deng Jing noticed that there was no activity in Zhang Yun's stock account. So she reached out to inquire why he had not invested further and whether he needed additional financing. Zhang Yun politely declined, expressing that he had already earned a significant amount and it was time to step back. Deng Jing understood and, after congratulating him, ended the call. On January 9th, after the morning trading session, China shipbuilding finally experienced an upward trend, having previously suffered a continuous decline towards the end of the previous year, with several days marked by trading halts. Investors who had purchased shares at high prices were hastily exiting the market, leading to a situation where the main players had amassed their shares and began to drive prices up. During lunch, while monitoring the stocks, Zhang Yun observed that China shipbuilding had risen to 8.51, with the current stock price at 98.56 yuan. Recognizing that the time to enter the market had arrived, he transferred the majority of his funds from his bank account into his new stock account, retaining only a few thousand yuan for daily expenses. Zhang Yun ultimately transferred 2 million yuan, purchasing shares of China shipbuilding in batches. By 2 p.m., he had fully utilized his funds, acquiring a total of 22,000 shares at an average cost of 99.12. He then eagerly awaited the soaring stock prices, anticipating the moment he could count his profits. In the following days, Zhang Yun resumed his normal life, engaging in daily exercise and study. Once his driving test was scheduled, he took leave to attend. Zhang Yun had become a favored student in the eyes of the principal, making it easy for him to have his requests approved. Days passed, and the semester exams concluded smoothly, leading to the onset of winter break. One day, Yang Linhui excitedly called Zhang Yun. His voice brimming with pride and joy. "Zhang Yun, I have great news. Our company has recently achieved remarkable results, and the acquisition plan has progressed unbelievably well. Our team is simply outstanding." Zhang Yun, feeling Yang Linhui's exhilaration from the other end of the line, responded with a smile. "Haha, I knew our team was the best. This successful acquisition marks a solid step towards greater development." Their conversation was filled with aspirations and confidence for the future. They understood that the success of this acquisition was due to the diligent contributions and collaborative efforts of every shareholder in the company. Following their prior agreement, Zhang Yun promptly transferred the funds to the relevant parties, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. To celebrate this significant achievement, the company decided to host a grand banquet at a luxurious hotel in the city, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. During the banquet, shareholders raised their glasses in congratulations, with laughter and cheers resonating throughout the room. Shareholders such as Yang Yi, Zhong Ming, and Sun Wu expressed their sincere appreciation and gratitude to Zhang Yun and Lin Hui, acknowledging that the success of the acquisition was inseparable from their wise decisions and decisive actions. Amidst the enjoyment of delectable food and the joyful ambience, Zhang Yun suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach and decided to excuse himself to the restroom. Upon entering, he unexpectedly encountered Yang Lu. She appeared somewhat despondent, standing quietly in a corner of the restroom, seemingly lost in thought. Zhang Yun approached her with concern. "Yang Lu, what is troubling you? You seem a bit down." Yang Lu looked up, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. "Zhang Yun, my ex-boyfriend is dining in this hotel too. I didn't want to come, but he kept inviting me. I've now given up hope and don't want any connection with him anymore." Zhang Yun comforted her. "Don't be upset, Yang Lu. Let the past remain in the past. You deserve someone better and a more fulfilling life." As they consoled each other, Yang Lu's ex-boyfriend, Zhou Ritian, suddenly entered the restroom. He immediately spotted Zhang Yun and Yang Lu together, his expression darkening with displeasure. He approached Zhang Yun, mocking him. "Oh, isn't this our classmate Zhang? Now that you're doing well, are you starting to flirt with teacher Yang?" Zhou Ritian had come from Modu, having learned from Yang Lu's friend that she was at Wuzhou No. 1 High School. He had never forgotten about Yang Lu, the former beauty who had eluded him. Upon arriving in Wuzhou, he spent some money to gather information about Yang Lu and everything related to her. Observing Zhou Ritian, with his seemingly refined appearance, yet dark circles under his eyes and a slight jaundice coloring his face, Zhang Yun recognized that he had likely succumbed to the vices of indulgence, confirming his identity as Yang Lu's former boyfriend. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Yun replied, "Who are you? Do I know you? It's quite strange to see a random dog barking about here." Zhou Ritian's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "You're asking for it." Zhang Yun's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as he coldly responded, "Say that again if you dare." Zhou Ritian was momentarily intimidated by Zhang Yun's imposing presence, feeling a tremor in his legs. After a brief pause, he tried to regain his composure and sneered, "Humph, Zhang Yun, don't think I don't know your background. You're just a poor kid. What right do you have to possess everything you have now? It's merely luck and the charity of others." Zhang Yun cast a penetrating glance at Zhou Ritian before turning away from the restroom, recognizing that engaging in disputes with such individuals would only diminish his own stature. As he walked away, Zhou Ritian watched Zhang Yun's retreating figure, a smug smile spreading across his face. He believed he had triumphed over Zhang Yun psychologically, which gave him a sense of unwarranted satisfaction. However, he was oblivious to the fact that the true victor was, in fact, Zhang Yun. By maintaining his composure and rationality, he successfully avoided a futile conflict with Zhou Ritian. Zhang Yun understood that it was far more prudent to invest his energy in matters of greater significance rather than waste time on trivial individuals. After the banquet concluded, Zhang Yun and Yang Lu departed the hotel together. Yang Lu expressed her gratitude for Zhang Yun's companionship and comfort that evening, feeling less alone. In contrast, Zhou Ritian left the hotel in solitude, having failed to realize that his actions that evening had cost him far more than he intended. He had sought to bolster his confidence by provoking Zhang Yun, but ended up inflicting harm upon himself instead. In the days to come, Yang Lu shall gradually emerge from the shadows of her past and embark on a new chapter of her life. No longer bound by the constraints and influences of her former boyfriend, she shall courageously pursue her dreams and happiness. She expresses her heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Yun for the companionship and solace he provided her this evening, instilling her with a sense of confidence and hope for the future. Along the path ahead for Mengxiang Jiyuan Real Estate Company, Zhang Yun and Lin Hui shall continue to stride forward hand in hand, collaboratively crafting a more resplendent tomorrow. They firmly believe that through collective effort and unwavering unity, they shall undoubtedly realize the company's vision and mission, generating greater value for society and its people. As for Zhou Ritian, he may, at some point in the future, come to acknowledge his errors and folly. Nevertheless, he has irrevocably forfeited his opportunity and eligibility to compete with Zhang Yun, having failed to learn how to confront his shortcomings and failures appropriately, opting instead for evasion and the denigration of others. Such individuals are destined to be devoid of true success and happiness. Chapter 73, A Windfall of 6 million. Time flies like a galloping horse, and soon it was nearly the new year. As the stock market opened, the price of the shipbuilding stock soared, reaching an impressive 299 yuan. Zhang Yun gazed at the numbers on the screen, a wave of indescribable excitement surging within him. He knew that at this moment, his decision had yielded the finest returns. He swiftly placed a sell order at 299 yuan, preparing to liquidate his entire position. His fingers danced across the keyboard, each keystroke imbued with strength and confidence. His heart raced, seemingly synchronized with the rhythm of the stock market. The moment the sell order was placed, the numbers on the screen began to fluctuate. Each fluctuation signified the growth of Zhang Yun's wealth, each one bringing him immense satisfaction. He watched as his account balance steadily climbed, his joy beyond words. The shipbuilding stocks began to rise steadily, and within minutes, they reached Zhang Yun's predetermined selling price, yet continued to ascend. All of Zhang Yun's sell orders were executed. The stock hit its ceiling at 300 yuan, but within half an hour, a flurry of large sell orders caused the price to plummet, akin to a roller coaster plunging into the depths. Observing the dramatic decline on the minute-by-minute chart, Zhang Yun recalled that, just as he had remembered, 300 yuan was indeed the peak for the shipbuilding stocks. Fortunately, he had exited before the downturn. After completing his liquidation, Zhang Yun sat before his computer, taking a deep breath. He felt an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. Having previously sold a portion of his stocks, those funds were invested in a real estate company. Now his stock account balance stood at 800 yuan, his assets exceeding 6 million yuan, promising a prosperous new year ahead. Indeed, he had struck gold. As the spring festival approached, Zhang Yun sat in his cozy room, holding his phone, hesitating whether to call Yang Lu. Finally, he dialed her number, and her melodious voice came through the line. "Hello, Zhang Yun, what's up?" There was a hint of curiosity in her tone. With a smile, Zhang Yun replied, "I wanted to ask if you were going home for the new year. I remember you mentioned not being able to secure a train ticket." Yang Lu sighed, her voice tinged with resignation. "Yes, this year train tickets are exceptionally hard to come by. I'm still looking for a way." Zhang Yun, lightheartedly joking, said, "Why don't you consider coming to my house for the new year? My family is wonderful. I assure you a delightful stay, and they will prepare plenty of delicious food that you, the foodie, will surely enjoy." Yang Lu on the other end of the line felt flustered. A blush crept onto her cheeks, a mix of embarrassment and intrigue filling her heart. "Don't joke around. I still want to find a way back." Sensing her discomfort, Zhang Yun quickly shifted the conversation. "Ha, I was just kidding. I know you must be missing home. Wait a moment, let me check for flight tickets for you." Yang Lu paused, a warm sensation swelling within her. She hadn't expected Zhang Yun to show such concern, her embarrassment gradually fading, replaced by a sweet feeling. Zhang Yun opened his computer, diligently searching for flight information. His brow furrowed as he focused intently on the screen, fingers flying over the keyboard. He knew that securing a flight before the new year would also be challenging, yet he was determined to assist Yang Lu in obtaining a ticket. Before long, he successfully found a flight and promptly asked for Yang Lu's details, filled in her information, and decisively clicked the purchase button. Yang Lu, waiting for Zhang Yun's response, felt her heart race, uncertain of the news he would bring. Suddenly, Zhang Yun's voice echoed through the line, "All done. I've secured a plane ticket for you. It's for tomorrow's flight, so get ready." Upon hearing this, Yang Lu was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Really? Thank you so much, Zhang Yun. How much is it? I'll pay you back when I return for the new year." Given her modest salary, She was reluctant to spend on an expensive ticket. Zhang Yun replied with a smile. No worries. I'm just glad I could help. Rest assured, everything is arranged. I will pick you up tomorrow morning and take you to the airport. After hanging up, Yang Lu sat quietly on the edge of her bed, her heart brimming with appreciation and emotion for Zhang Yun. A radiant smile adorned her face, and tears sparkled in her eyes. She understood that Zhang Yun's actions were not merely about solving her travel dilemma, but also offered her an indescribable warmth. The next day, Zhang Yun rode his motorcycle to the entrance of the teacher's dormitory. Dressed in a stylish athletic outfit and donning a cap, he radiated a sunny smile. Upon spotting Zhang Yun, Yang Lu felt a flutter in her heart. Zhang Yun parked his motorcycle and approached Yang Lu, extending his hand. Let us go. I'll take you to the airport. There was a small airport in their city, not large, merely a regional airport, which conveniently had flights to Yang Lu's hometown. Yang Lu nodded and hopped onto Zhang Yun's motorcycle. As he revved the engine, they embarked on their journey to the airport together. Upon arriving at the airport, Zhang Yun swiftly assisted Yang Lu with her check-in, procuring her boarding pass. He accompanied her all the way to the boarding gate. After Yang Lu passed through security, she discovered that Zhang Yun had purchased her a first-class ticket. Overcome with emotion, she gazed at Zhang Yun waving goodbye outside, tears glistening in her eyes, knowing that this surprise and heartfelt gesture would forever reside in her memory. Watching Yang Lu disappear beyond the security gate, Zhang Yun felt an inexplicable pang of loss. He understood that Yang Lu was now safely on her way home, and his wish had been fulfilled. Seated in the first-class cabin, Yang Lu was filled with gratitude and joy. She gazed out the window at the receding cityscape, envisioning the joyous reunion with her family. She recognized that none of this would have been possible without Zhang Yun's assistance and care. Taking a deep breath, she savored the warmth and affection emanating from afar. She resolved that regardless of what the future held, she would cherish this bond, treasuring it deep within her heart. As the spring festival drew ever closer, Zhang Yun's mood became increasingly light and joyful. This unassuming and composed young man, who usually keeps a low profile, witnessed his wealth surge overnight. An income of several $100,000 is undoubtedly his first pot of gold, marking the commencement of his long-cherished plans. On this day, the weather was splendid, with gentle sunlight, perfect for a leisurely stroll through the market. Zhang Yun rose early, eager to take his parents to the bustling bazaar. His parents, having toiled diligently throughout their lives, had never indulged in extravagant spending. Dad, Mom, today we are going to the market to buy some festive goods. This year, we shall not hold back, Zhang Yun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with pride. The elderly couple exchanged a smile, and Chun Alian's face radiated warmth and affection. Silly child, having money doesn't mean we should spend it recklessly, she cautioned. Mom, rest assured, I have earned quite a bit this year. Let us indulge and celebrate the new year properly. Zhang Yun responded with unwavering confidence, as if he could already envision the lively market filled with a dazzling array of goods. Chapter 74. The market before the new year. The market was bustling with activity, a cacophony of vendors calling out their wares. Zhang Yun, accompanied by Zhang Hua and Chun Alian, navigated through the throngs of people, his eyes scanning the various stalls in search of suitable New Year's goods. He first stopped at a fish stall, selecting several lively fish, then moved on to the meat stall for pork belly and ribs, and finally to the vegetable stall for fresh produce and fruits, each item chosen with care. Boss, I'll take all these fish, please pack them up for me, Zhang Yun declared grandly, pointing at the largest fish. The vendor, delighted, quickly began to wrap them. Observing his son's lavish spending, Zhang Yun's father felt a bit embarrassed and gently reminded him, Yunner, can we eat all this fish? With a smile, Zhang Yun patted his father's shoulder and replied, Dad, this year we need not worry about excess. It's better to have enough to share with relatives and friends. Next, they ventured into the clothing section. Zhang Yun set his sights on several high-end garments, unhesitatingly purchasing several outfits for his parents. As Chun Alian tried on a dress, the mirror reflected a content mother, her smile blossoming like flowers in spring. Mom, what do you think of this red qipao? It's festive and perfect for the new year, Zhang Yun suggested. Oh dear, how much is this? It's too expensive, Chun Alian said, torn between desire and concern for the price. Don't worry about it. Today is all about you. Choose whatever you like, Zhang Yun insisted, signaling the attendant to wrap it up. Yunner, what has gotten into you this year? You're so generous. Zhang Hua couldn't help but inquire, as it was the first time he had seen his son spend so freely. Zhang Yun chuckled, a hint of pride in his gaze. Dad, Mom, I've made a bit of money in the stock market this year. It's a modest achievement. I want to use this money to ensure our family has a joyous new year, as a token of my appreciation for you both." Hearing this, the elderly couple felt warmth in their hearts, proud of their son's hard work and the fruits of his labor. As the family strolled through the market, a plethora of stalls beckoned with an array of New Year's goods. Zhang Yun continued to browse, stopping occasionally to select items that caught his fancy. "Mom and Dad, look at this tonghalu. We used to buy them every New Year when I was little," he said, holding up a skewer of glistening red candied hawthorn. "Ah, indeed. Those tonghalu were so sweet back then." Zhang Hua reminisced with a smile, a nostalgic expression gracing his face. "Son, you've become successful, but remember not to spend recklessly," Chen Ailian advised, her eyes filled with pride and concern for her son. Zhang Yun nodded, understanding his mother's caution. He was determined to ensure his parents enjoyed a joyful and memorable new year in his own way. Continuing their journey, Zhang Yun was drawn to a stall selling New Year paintings. He approached and chose several auspicious pieces, intending to adorn their home and enhance the festive atmosphere. "Boss, I'll take all these paintings. Please let me know the total," Zhang Yun said, waving his hand nonchalantly as if price were of no concern. The vendor assessed the selected paintings and cheerfully responded, "Young man, these total 50 yuan. 50 yuan? So inexpensive?" Zhang Yun expressed surprise, having anticipated a higher cost. "Indeed, fewer people buy New Year paintings nowadays, so the prices are quite reasonable," the vendor explained. Zhang Yun smiled, producing a 100 yuan note to give to the vendor. "No need for change. Keep the remainder as a tip." The vendor beamed, accepting the money with gratitude. "Thank you, young man. Wishing you a happy new year and all the best." Zhang Yun continued to purchase various New Year's goods and gifts, showing no hesitation in his spending. His parents observed with mixed feelings of joy and reflection, aware of how hard their son worked for his earnings. Yet he willingly chose to use them to ensure they had a delightful new year. This filial piety and generosity filled their hearts with warmth and gratitude. At a stall selling couplets and the character for good fortune, Zhang Yun paused to select carefully. He chose a couplet. "May every year bring surplus and a bountiful harvest. May every year be peaceful and welcoming of the new spring," along with a large character for good fortune. He felt these words perfectly encapsulated his current feelings and aspirations. "Boss, I'll take these." Zhang Yun handed the chosen couplet and character to the vendor. The vendor took the items and calculated the price. "Young man, these total 20 yuan." Zhang Yun smiled, retrieving a 50 yuan note from his pocket and passing it to the vendor. "No need for change. Keep the rest as a tip." The vendor accepted the money, his eyes crinkling with delight. "Oh my, you are truly generous. Wishing you a happy new year and all the best." Having completed his shopping, Zhang Yun carried several bags in one hand while linking arms with his parents, his face radiant with satisfaction and happiness. As the family walked home, they chatted about their plans and arrangements for the new year, Zhang Yun often teasing his parents, eliciting hearty laughter from them. The entire market echoed with their joyful laughter and conversation. Upon returning home, Zhang Yun busied himself with preparations, helping his parents hang couplets, display New Year paintings, and arrange festive goods. Everything was conducted with remarkable order, infused with the spirit of the new year. His parents, watching their son in action, felt a surge of emotion and pride. They knew that their home had become warmer and happier because of Zhang Yun. In the evening, the family gathered around the dining table, relishing the delicious dishes prepared by Zhang Yun himself. Throughout the meal, he frequently served his parents, pouring drinks and sharing light-hearted jokes that kept them laughing heartily, filling the room with joy. In that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. After the meal, Zhang Yun took his parents' hands and led them to the balcony. They gazed at the starry sky, embracing the ambience of the new year and the hopes it brought. Zhang Yun gazed tenderly at his parents and said, "Mom and Dad, thank you for your unwavering support and encouragement. I will continue to work hard to provide you with a better life." His parents, hearing his words, felt tears welling in their eyes. They recognized their son as a dutiful and responsible individual, and they would always stand by him, offering their support. "Son, you are already our pride. We do not seek riches. We only wish for your health and happiness," his mother said gently. "Rest assured, Mom. I will," Zhang Yun replied, gripping his parents' hands tightly, his face radiating with a blissful smile. Chapter 75. The New Year approaches 2 days before the New Year. Zhang Yun's elder brother, Zhang Feng, concluded a year of labor and returned home, his heart brimming with anticipation. His arrival infused this already joyous household with even more laughter and merriment. As Zhang Yun gazed upon his brother's face, slightly weary yet resolutely determined, he felt a profound sense of respect and familial affection swell within him. "Brother, you have worked hard. Let us celebrate a lively new year together," Zhang Yun exclaimed, patting his brother's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Indeed, being able to celebrate the new year with family makes it all worthwhile," Zhang Feng replied with a smile, his gaze reflecting a deep affection for home. On New Year's Eve morning, the two brothers arrived at the bustling market early, weaving through the throngs of people in search of the freshest seafood and other ingredients. Zhang Yun pointed to a stall brimming with lively prawns and declared, "Brother, look at how fresh these prawns are. Let us buy a few pounds for the New Year's Eve dinner." Nodding in agreement, the brothers worked in unison and soon gathered all the necessary ingredients. In addition to the food, they deliberately selected an array of fireworks, eager to welcome the new year with a dazzling display as the clock struck midnight. As night descended, the New Year's Eve feast was nearly complete. Grandparents, parents, and the two brothers gathered around the dinner table, each face illuminated by smiles of happiness. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, each crafted from the carefully chosen ingredients by Zhang Yun and Zhang Feng. This year's feast is truly sumptuous. With both of you here, the atmosphere is transformed, grandfather remarked, his eyes glistening with satisfaction. Indeed, celebrating the new year with our grandparents and parents fills both my brother and me with joy, Zhang Yun responded, casting a knowing glance at Zhang Feng. Understanding the cue, Zhang Feng rose to retrieve the fireworks they had prepared, announcing, "As the new year approaches, let us celebrate with fireworks." With the New Year's chimes drawing near, Zhang Yun and Zhang Feng ignited the first firework, and in an instant, a radiant burst illuminated the night sky, followed by a deafening explosion. The colorful flames blossomed above, creating a scene of ethereal beauty. The brothers continued to unleash a cascade of fireworks, each explosion heralding the end of the old year and the arrival of the new one. The brilliance of the fireworks reflected on their faces and resonated within each heart, bringing forth hope and joy. Grandparents and parents also stepped outside, standing in the yard to share in this rare spectacle. Their faces mirrored the happiness of the moment, and for that instant, all worries seemed to vanish, leaving only warmth and joy among family. The sounds of the fireworks echoed continuously, each crackle blessing the family with wishes for a peaceful, healthy, and happy new year. The sight of Zhang Yun and Zhang Feng setting off fireworks became the most enchanting scene of that New Year's Eve, their laughter and presence etching treasured memories in the hearts of their loved ones. As the final fireworks soared into the sky, bursting into the most brilliant display of light, Zhang Yun and Zhang Feng embraced tightly, knowing that their endeavors throughout the year had borne fruit, crafting an unforgettable new year for their family with their own hands. Finally, the chime of the new year rang out, melodious and solemn, heralding the official arrival of a new year. In this special moment, Zhang Yun and Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and anticipation, believing that the days ahead would be even brighter, for they had a warm home and a family who loved them dearly. Chapter 76. The arrival of the motorcycle on the third day of the Lunar New Year, a cargo truck slowly approached the narrow path of Zhangjia village, capturing the attention of the villagers. The truck came to a halt in the open space at the village entrance, and the driver jumped out, pulling down the tarp from the back of the truck. At that moment, a stunning motorcycle revealed itself, its sleek black exterior shimmering under the light, the engine roaring as if proclaiming its might to the world. The young men of the village gathered around, their faces alight with awe and curiosity. They had only ever seen such a magnificent machine on television, and now, to their astonishment, they were witnessing it in person right in Zhangjia village. Whispers filled the air as they speculated about the owner of this extraordinary motorcycle, wondering when such wealth had graced their humble village. They secretly hoped that one day they too would possess a motorcycle of such caliber. The motorcycle's surface was smooth and gleaming, its lines flowing gracefully, and its vibrant colors captivating. It was evident that it was a high-end model. The villagers chimed in with their thoughts. Some expressed admiration, while others enviously remarked on its cost, wishing they could afford one as well. Amidst the chatter, Zhang Yun emerged from his home. His gaze fell upon the motorcycle, his eyes brimming with desire and anticipation. Curiosity sparked among the crowd as someone asked Zhang Yun, "Is this motorcycle yours?" With a slight smile, he intentionally played coy, replying, "It might be mine." However, his words were met with a chorus of laughter from the young men present. One mischievous soul quipped, "Zhang Yun, are you dreaming? How could you possibly afford such a fine machine?" Laughter echoed around him as they teased him for his audacity. In their eyes, Zhang Yun's family was modest. How could he buy such an expensive motorcycle? Some even jested, "Zhang Yun, you haven't resorted to robbing a bank, have you?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, Zhang Yun, stop joking, we are all poor here. How could we afford such a vehicle?" The young men of the village continued to mock Zhang Yun, pointing at the motorcycle and declaring, "If you can buy such an expensive bike, then surely we could all afford luxury cars." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yun straightened his posture and addressed the crowd. "I understand you may think I'm boasting, but I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. This motorcycle could indeed be mine." Yet, skepticism lingered among some. They believed that despite Zhang Yun's hard work, it was implausible for him to earn enough money to purchase such a costly motorcycle. Thus, they persisted in their ridicule, claiming he was merely bragging. Just then, a young man suddenly taunted, "Zhang Yun, stop dreaming. Who do you think you are? Do you really believe you can buy a motorcycle like this?" A local ruffian proposed, "Zhang Yun, if that motorcycle is yours, I bet you 100 yuan. How about that?" Zhang Yun chuckled, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "All right, if this motorcycle is indeed mine, you owe 100 yuan to treat everyone to sweets. Deal. If it isn't your bike, you will pay me 100. Zhang Yun reminded him, "You'd better not back out if you lose." At that moment, the truck driver emerged with a stack of documents, surveying the onlookers, preparing to inquire further. Chapter 77. Zhang Yun, is your vehicle quite expensive? May I ask who Mr. Zhang Yun is? The driver inquired of the crowd. Zhang Yun stepped forward and said, "I am he. Please take a look at my credentials." He presented his identification to the driver. After the truck driver verified the information, he handed everything over to Zhang Yun. At last, Zhang Yun mounted the motorcycle he had long yearned for. "Zhang Yun, your motorcycle is truly magnificent," exclaimed Aunt Li from the village, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She clasped her hands together, her face radiating appreciation and envy. Zhang Yun smiled slightly, shrugging with pride. "Indeed, I find it quite remarkable as well. Riding it feels absolutely exhilarating. This motorcycle must be very costly, right?" inquired Xiao Ming curiously, his gaze filled with admiration and envy for Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun chuckled lightly. "It's not excessively pricey. If you love it, it's worth it." As his words resonated, a chorus of admiration erupted from the crowd. Some nodded in agreement, while others stroked their chins in envy, as if envisioning themselves possessing such an impressive motorcycle. The village girls cast adoring glances at Zhang Yun, perceiving him not only as handsome but also as someone brave enough to pursue his dreams, a quality that inspired their admiration. "Zhang Yun, you are truly amazing. When will I be able to own such a cool motorcycle like yours?" Xiao Hong gazed at Zhang Yun enviously, her tone filled with hopes for the future. Zhang Yun encouragingly patted Xiao Hong's shoulder. "As long as you work hard and believe in yourself, your dreams will eventually come true." As everyone basked in an atmosphere of admiration and envy, Longzi made an ill-timed appearance. He had long harbored jealousy towards Zhang Yun and felt increasingly unsettled seeing him as the center of attention. Longzi deliberately exclaimed, "Humph, it's just a motorcycle. What's so impressive about it? Spending so much money on a toy is truly wasteful." His words immediately stirred up a commotion. Some began to murmur amongst themselves, debating the matter. However, Zhang Yun remained unfazed, merely smiling faintly. "Longzi, everyone has their own pursuits and preferences. I believe Zhang Yun's purchase of this motorcycle is not wrong. It represents his dream and choice." Uncle Air spoke up, his words imbued with righteousness and conviction. Others echoed their agreement. "Indeed, everyone has their own way of life. We should not interfere or judge." Longzi was left speechless by their responses, his expression darkening. Yet, he did not relent and continued to seek opportunities to provoke. However, regardless of his taunts, the crowd remained unmoved. They continued to regard Zhang Yun with admiration and appreciation, with some even approaching him for guidance on riding a motorcycle, hoping to share in his thrilling experience. Zhang Yun was delighted to share his knowledge and joy with everyone. He patiently taught them how to operate a motorcycle, explaining safety measures and riding techniques. His enthusiasm and kindness endeared him to even more people. As time passed, Zhang Yun's status in the village rose ever higher. He became not just a remarkable motorcyclist, but also a helpful and amiable young man. His presence infused the entire village with vitality and joy. Chapter 78. Another motorcycle for father. Reflecting on the previous wager with the village youth, Zhang Yun's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The young man had confidently asserted that Zhang Yun could never amass wealth through stock trading, let alone purchase a motorcycle. However, reality delivered a resounding slap in the face. Zhang Yun not only profited, but also acquired this striking motorcycle. The young man, resigned, produced 100 yuan to buy snacks for everyone, as a means of purchasing a lesson for his misjudgment. Upon returning home with the motorcycle, the village erupted in excitement. Children rushed to Zhang Yun's residence, eager to behold the stylish machine. Adults soon followed, curiously inspecting the motorcycle that symbolized honor and success. Zhang Yun's father, Zhang Hua, a humble farmer, stood amidst the crowd, his face radiating an unprecedented pride. He understood deeply how exceptional his son was. In that moment, he seemed to witness his pride and hopes shining brightly within the throng. Zhang Yun, you are indeed the pride of our village. One villager exclaimed sincerely. Haha, merely fortunate, Zhang Yun modestly replied, though his heart brimmed with pride. You have truly made something of yourself. Another villager patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder, his face full of envy. Wow, brother Zhang Yun, is this your motorcycle? It's so cool, a young boy exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity as he circled the motorcycle. Zhang Yun smiled and nodded, patting the seat of the motorcycle. Indeed, I just purchased it. Would you like to give it a try? The boy's eyes widened with excitement as he jumped up. Really? Can I try it? Of course, Zhang Yun replied, lifting the boy onto the motorcycle. Seated atop the motorcycle, the boy grasped the handlebars tightly, his face a mix of excitement and nervousness. He gently twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle emitted a low rumble before slowly moving forward. The adults in the yard gathered around, watching Zhang Yun and the boy circle the area, their admiration palpable. Zhang Hua, your son has indeed made something of himself. He's still in high school and has already bought a motorcycle, one villager remarked enviously. Zhang Hua chuckled proudly, gesturing towards another motorcycle parked nearby. Look at that. That's also a new purchase by Xiao Yun. The crowd turned in astonishment towards the second motorcycle, their eyes reflecting a blend of shock and envy. Zhang Hua, you truly have a remarkable son, another villager commented. Zhang Hua's face beamed with pride as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed, my son is exceptional. Xiao Yun, you've bought 2 motorcycles. What then shall I do with my Jialing? Zhang Hua finally spoke, his voice laden with a mix of resignation and hope. Zhang Yun smiled gently, the sunlight illuminating his youthful face, rendering it particularly radiant. He approached Zhang Hua, patted his shoulder, and said, Dad, your Jialing has served you for 10 years. It deserves a rest. This new motorcycle is specially chosen for you. Consider it an upgrade. Zhang Hua was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such thoughtful consideration from Zhang Yun. After 10 years, he indeed should replace his old vehicle, yet he felt a pang of reluctance towards the Jialing. It symbolized the first earnings he had acquired and represented his journey into the world. You are such a spendthrift, Zhang Hua teased, yet his face was adorned with a broad smile. Zhang Yun chuckled. Dad, isn't money meant to be spent? I've earned it, so you and Mom can look forward to enjoying life. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua burst into hearty laughter. The two exchanged smiles, as if the entire world was enveloped in sunshine. Zhang Hua mounted the brand-new motorcycle, relishing its powerful performance and comfortable ride. He recognized this as Zhang Yun's filial love and a new beginning for their future together. Chapter 79. Accused of squandering by relatives. Early in the morning, relatives from Zhang Yun's grandfather's side arrived, each carrying an assortment of gift boxes, their faces adorned with polite smiles. As they entered Zhang Yun's courtyard, they surveyed the surroundings, occasionally whispering among themselves, discussing Zhang Yun's new abode. Ah, this house is truly splendid. Zhang Yun is quite capable, a middle-aged woman remarked, her gaze lingering on the new residence. Indeed. Just look at the decor and the grandeur. We cannot compare, another relative chimed in, displaying a look of envy. Zhang Yun greeted them with a warm smile, courteously inviting them inside to sit. While pouring tea, he engaged in light conversation with his relatives. Their topics revolved around mundane family matters, which Zhang Yun patiently listened to, occasionally interjecting. Gradually, the conversation shifted to Zhang Yun's recently purchased motorcycles. A young man inquired curiously, Zhang Yun, I heard you bought 2 motorcycles at once. Is that true? Zhang Yun nodded, replying with a smile. Yes, there was a promotional event recently, so I took the opportunity to buy 2. Oh dear, you are truly extravagant, The elderly woman shook her head, her tone laced with reproach. Buying 2 motorcycles at once must have cost a fortune. Earning money isn't easy. How can you spend so freely? Zhang Yun chuckled softly, explaining. It didn't cost as much as you think, and I find motorcycles quite practical. They make commuting easier and allow me to occasionally enjoy rides with friends. Even so, you seem to disregard money altogether, another relative sighed. At this rate, you will soon squander all your earnings. Goodness, you really are quite the spender, the aunt laughed, shaking her head. Isn't it wasteful to buy 2 at once? As Zhang Yun prepared to respond, his relatives began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, today's youth truly lack a sense of frugality, a middle-aged man lamented. If this continues, no matter how fast you earn, it will never suffice, a middle-aged woman concurred. Zhang Yun's father, Zhang Hua, listened nearby, his expression becoming somewhat strained. He opened his mouth to defend his son, but was gently tugged by Zhang Yun's sleeve. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yun smiled at his relatives and said, Dear uncles and aunts, I understand your concerns about my spending habits. In truth, purchasing these 2 motorcycles was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. My father works incredibly hard. With motorcycles, he can travel more conveniently and save time. As for me, I return home daily and can spend more time with my grandparents. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's explanation, the relatives exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Zhang Hua also revealed a grateful smile, recognizing that his son, despite his youth, always had his own plans. After all, isn't earning money meant for a better quality of life? As long as we learn to plan sensibly and consume judiciously, why should we be overly harsh on ourselves? Zhang Yun continued, his tone exuding confidence and determination. Listening to Zhang Yun's words, the relatives fell into contemplation. They began to realize that perhaps they were indeed too conservative, and that the younger generation's perspectives on spending had diverged from their own. The aunt gazed at Zhang Yun, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. She patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, Yun, you speak wisely. There is an old saying among our generation. One who knows how to spend money knows how to earn it. It seems you have truly matured and learned how to live. Chapter 81 million? At noon, the atmosphere at the table was exceptionally vibrant. Relatives gathered together, and the conversation naturally gravitated towards the recently popular stock market. Zhang Yun's cousin could no longer contain his curiosity and tentatively inquired, Xiao Yun, I heard that you made money in the stock market. Is that true? Zhang Yun offered a subtle smile, refraining from a direct answer, and merely sipped his tea. He understood that what followed would be a test of his composure. Indeed, the topic immediately piqued the interest of others, who eagerly converged around him, speculating about the extent of Zhang Yun's earnings. I guess it's at least over 100,000. Zhang Yun's cousin was the first to voice his opinion, a hint of envy in his tone. Several 100,000? I believe it's more than that, at least 1 million. Zhang Yun's aunt chimed in, her voice brimming with confidence. Others joined in, each guess more extravagant than the last, yet none could uncover the true amount of Zhang Yun's profits. Observing his relative's excitement, Zhang Yun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He knew these conjectures were merely reflections of their hopes and imaginations, far removed from the actual figures. Just then, Zhang Yun's uncle's grandson dashed in, innocently asking, Uncle, did you really make a lot of money in the stock market? Zhang Yun bent down, affectionately ruffling his nephew's hair, and replied with a smile, Yes, Uncle indeed made some money. The young boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Then when I grow up, I want to earn money in the stock market too, to buy a big house for Mom and Dad. Zhang Yun felt a warmth in his heart. Although the child's words were innocent, they echoed the hopes and dreams shared by everyone present. I guess it's at least within 1 million, his aunt's eldest daughter-in-law tentatively suggested. Zhang Yun maintained his smile, revealing not a hint of his actual earnings. He understood that now was not the time to show any cracks in his facade. He casually remarked, Actually, it's not much, just a stroke of good luck. Oh, Xiao Yun, do not be modest. We are family. What is there to hide? Zhang Yun's cousin grew somewhat anxious. Just as the atmosphere was on the verge of becoming awkward, Zhang Yun finally raised a finger. Relatives immediately widened their eyes, hearts racing, speculating about the implications. Did Zhang Yun earn 100,000, 1 million, or even 10 million? 100,000? Someone cautiously asked. Zhang Yun smiled and shook his head. 1 million? Another exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Yun shook his head once more. The relatives began to whisper among themselves, conjecturing about the mystery figure. Some guessed it to be 10 million, others 100 million. Yet, no matter how they speculated, they could not arrive at the correct answer. Witnessing the astonished and curious expressions of his relatives, Zhang Yun felt a twinge of compassion. However, he also understood that revealing the truth now would likely cause an even greater sensation. Cousin Zhanghua, do you know how much he actually made? Zhang Yun's aunt's daughter-in-law teased. Zhanghua chuckled and shook his head. Actually, you need not guess anymore. Yun'er has indeed made over $1 million in the stock market. The relatives erupted into a flurry of exclamations, all filling the air. Is that true? Yun Gu, is that impressive? 1 million. No one in our family has ever achieved such greatness. Indeed, Zhang Yun is still studying. Once he enters the workforce, it will be even more remarkable. Zhang Yun glanced at his father, feeling a surge of emotion. He recognized that his father was coming to his aid. He had neither exaggerated nor lied. He simply chose a relatively vague figure to respond to his relative's speculations. Chapter 81. How did this become a blind date gathering? By the way, Xiaoyun, do you have a girlfriend? As the conversation progressed, it took an unexpected turn. Xiaoyun, you are no longer a child. It is time to consider finding a girlfriend. His aunt suddenly shifted the topic, her face revealing concern. Indeed, you are so outstanding. There must be many girls who admire you, right? Zhang Yun's cousin chimed in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Look at so many of your classmates. They graduated from middle school and quickly got married. Aunt mentioned, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. I have a niece who is quite wonderful, around your age and already working in the county. You two should get to know each other. Yes, Xiaoyun, there is a daughter of my friend who is quite charming and has been urging me to introduce a boyfriend to her. Why don't you two meet? Zhang Yun couldn't help but feel a headache. He knew that once these relatives began discussing this topic, it would be endless. He smiled and shook his head, politely declining their good intentions. Thank you all for your concern, but I am still studying and not considering this matter at the moment, Zhang Yun said, his tone calm, yet resolute. Soon, his great-aunt joined the conversation. Xiaoyun, I have a granddaughter of an old friend. She is beautiful and has a good job. How about you two meet? Zhang Yun quickly waved his hand. Great-aunt, please don't trouble yourself. I genuinely have no interest in dating right now. Oh dear, why are you so stubborn? Finding a good girl and having a romantic relationship is a significant aspect of life. After graduating from university, you can get married right away. His uncle began to persuade earnestly, his brows furrowed in seriousness. Zhang Yun felt somewhat helpless. He understood that these relatives meant well, and some sought to gain financial information from him. Yet, Zhang Yun had his own considerations and plans. He smiled again and shook his head, declining their suggestions. I truly appreciate everyone's concern, but I am not considering this matter at the moment, he reiterated, his voice reflecting a mix of determination and resignation. Indeed, I have a niece around your age who is also in high school. You two should get to know each other, engage in academic exchanges, his great-aunt's eldest daughter-in-law said cheerfully. In this day and age, which high school student has earned millions before graduation? Such targets are virtually impossible to find. If someone were to introduce a wife to Zhang Yun, perhaps she could whisper some insider stock information, and he could easily earn a six-figure income. Consequently, everyone was quite enthusiastic about Zhang Yun's dating prospects, genuinely fearing that opportunities might slip away since he could only marry one wife. Feeling overwhelmed by the situation, he set down his bowl and chopsticks and said, Dear relatives, I am full. Please enjoy your meal. With that, Zhang Yun discreetly slipped away. He had no desire to remain and be bombarded with inquiries. Given Zhang Yun's current mindset, he was not inclined to marry so soon. That seemed rather dull. If he were to date, he wanted to experience a few relationships to gain more insight. Life is about living comfortably. If one seeks pleasure, they should pursue it to the fullest. It is also wise to have multiple options, as marriage is a significant affair, and having more choices is always beneficial. Even at home, he faced relentless questioning, so Zhang Yun decided to hop on his newly purchased motorcycle and take a ride. Chapter 82. A date with Yang Lu by the seaside. In the following days, Zhang Yun took to the open road on his motorcycle, seeking solace from the incessant demands of his bothersome relatives. One day, the sun cast its golden rays through the wispy clouds, enveloping the quaint coastal town in a warm embrace. The sea breeze, infused with a hint of saltiness, gently caressed every corner of the streets, alleviating the summer heat and ushering in a refreshing atmosphere. Zhang Yun stood beside his newly acquired motorcycle, clad in a stylish black leather jacket and a trendy cap, exuding an air of nonchalance. His eyes sparkled with determination, as if he were already prepared to embrace the upcoming semester. With only 2 days left before school resumed, Yanglu had also returned to campus. Zhang Yun seized the opportunity to invite his beloved teacher, Yanglu, on a motorcycle ride to the seaside, hoping to savor a rare moment of leisure. As Zhang Yun tenderly caressed the motorcycle's body in front of the faculty apartments, he was interrupted by Yang Liu's voice. "Zhang Yun, are you ready? It's time for us to set off." He looked up to see Yang Lu clad in a flowing white dress, the breeze causing the hem to dance gracefully, as if she were a celestial being descending to earth. "I'm ready, teacher," he replied with a smile, mounting the motorcycle and adjusting his helmet before gesturing invitingly towards her. With a gentle smile, Yang Lu settled behind Zhang Yun, her arms wrapping tenderly around his waist. The warmth of her presence stirred a comforting sensation within him. He revved the engine, and with the roar of the motorcycle, they sped towards the shoreline. The wind tousled their hair, and the sun warmed their faces as they relished the rare tranquility. They shared amusing anecdotes from school and exchanged dreams and aspirations. Zhang Yun recounted his experiences of amassing wealth through stock trading, while Yang Lu expressed her passion and dedication to the field of education. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, drawing them closer together. However, just as they neared the beach, a group of ruffians suddenly emerged before them. Though youthful in appearance, their eyes radiated a menacing intensity. They obstructed Zhang Yun and Yang Liu's path, wearing taunting grins. The gang of delinquents lunged from the roadside, blocking Zhang Yun's way, brandishing sticks that signaled their malicious intent. A sense of urgency gripped Zhang Yun, yet he displayed no hint of fear. He halted the motorcycle, removed his helmet, and fixed a cold glare upon the group. "Hey, nice motorcycle you've got there. Why don't you let us take it for a spin?" One of the ruffians jeered. Zhang Yun scoffed in response. "This is my motorcycle. Why should I lend it to you? Oh, quite the tough guy, aren't you?" Another thug sneered, brandishing his stick as if to advance menacingly. Upon witnessing Zhang Yun's confrontation with the gang, Yang Lu gasped and rushed forward. "What do you want? I'll call the police. Don't do anything reckless." The ruffians, captivated by Yang Liu's beauty, immediately shifted their focus, their eyes gleaming with mischief. One of the leaders remarked, "Well, look at this beauty. Let us take her for some fun." Upon hearing those words, Zhang Yun's fury ignited. He swiftly positioned Yang Lu behind him, declaring, "Teacher Yang Lu, stay back. I'll handle these scoundrels." Without hesitation, he charged at the gang, his movements agile and his strikes fierce. The ruffians, incensed by Zhang Yun's defiance, swung their weapons at him. With keen reflexes, he evaded their attacks, retaliating swiftly by landing a punch in one thug's stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. He then kicked another thug's stick away and executed a spinning kick, flooring his opponent. The thugs were taken aback by Zhang Yun's prowess. They had underestimated the seemingly meek youth. Yet, they pressed on, determined to overwhelm him. Unfazed, Zhang Yun danced through their attempts, his strikes precise and powerful. He alternated between dodging and countering, pushing the assailants back relentlessly. In no time, all the thugs lay on the ground, groaning in defeat. Zhang Yun glared at them, warning, "If you dare to cause trouble again, it won't be so simple next time." This time, Zhang Yun chose not to involve the authorities, as neither he nor Yang Lu had sustained any harm. Primarily, he wished to avoid letting this incident disrupt their date. Yang Lu gazed at Zhang Yun's courageous figure, feeling a swell of admiration and gratitude. She approached him, concern etched on her face. "Zhang Yun, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Zhang Yun shook his head, smiling. "I'm fine. Those ruffians couldn't harm me." Yang Lu sighed in relief. "That's good. You were incredibly brave." Zhang Yun chuckled. "Protecting a beautiful teacher is my duty." Yang Lu playfully rolled her eyes. "You're insufferable." Zhang Yun, captivated by the charm in Yang Lu's expression, felt a surge of emotions within him. Had it not been for the current time and circumstances, he might have impulsively leaned in to kiss her. Following this confrontation, the bond between Zhang Yun and Yang Lu deepened. Together, they admired the breathtaking coastal scenery, cherishing the rare moments of serenity. Zhang Yun also came to a profound realization. He must pursue not only academic success, but also the protection of the one he cherished. The golden sunlight tenderly caressed the beach, while the azure sea harmonized with the sky, creating a picturesque tableau. Zhang Yun and Yang Lu raced along the winding coastline on their motorcycle, filled with anticipation and longing for the beach. Upon their arrival, they eagerly discarded their shoes, reveling in the sensation of the soft sand beneath their bare feet. Yang Lu excitedly collected colorful seashells, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and delight, as if she had been transported back to her childhood. Seated upon the sand, Zhang Yun felt the warmth of the sun filtering through the clouds, casting a gentle glow upon his face. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Yang Liu's delicate feet. Her petite, fair-skinned feet appeared as if they had been sculpted by time itself. Each of her slender toes resembled exquisite pearls, glimmering with enchanting radiance. As her feet traversed the soft sand, they left behind a trail of gentle imprints, whispering the story of her journey. An inexplicable sentiment surged within Zhang Yun, causing his heart to race as if an invisible hand were softly tapping at his chest. He found himself unable to avert his gaze from Yang Liu's feet, the captivating image lingering vividly in his mind. Chapter 83. Dining on seafood. Yang Liu seemed to sense Zhang Yun's gaze. She lifted her head and looked towards him. Their eyes met in the air, causing Zhang Yun's cheeks to flush slightly. Embarrassed, he averted his gaze but could not resist stealing glances at Yang Liu's delicate feet. In that moment, he felt an irresistible attraction to her feet, their beauty and mysterious allure captivating him. A surge of protectiveness and tenderness for Yang Liu welled up within him, as if she were the most precious treasure in his life. Yang Liu's face turned rosy, and she felt a shy flutter in her heart. Biting her lip, she feigned calmness and called out to Zhang Yun. "Zhang Yun, what are you staring at? Why don't you join me in collecting shells? The shells here are so beautiful." Zhang Yun snapped back to reality. Realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly stood up and walked over to Yang Liu's side. Looking down, he indeed saw the sandy shore strewn with an array of colorful shells, some spiraled, others flat, each one unique. "Sure, I'll help collect shells too," Zhang Yun said with a smile, squatting down to earnestly search for shells. As they gathered shells, they engaged in light conversation. The gentle sea breeze carried the salty scent of the ocean mingled with the fragrance of the shells, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Yang Liu's shyness began to fade as she actively shared the beautiful shells she found with Zhang Yun, and the ambience between them gradually became more relaxed. Thus, they continued collecting shells while relishing the splendid moments by the seaside, as if the entire world had transformed into a serene and beautiful haven. Zhang Yun's gaze inadvertently drifted to the water's edge, where a group of translucent creatures swam in the shallow waters. Sea shrimp. "Wow, there are so many sea shrimp here," Zhang Yun exclaimed in delight. He crouched down to observe these sea shrimp closely. Their bodies were transparent, revealing their internal organs as they moved gracefully through the water, evoking a sense of tranquility and beauty. "These are wild sea shrimp, clean and unpolluted," he noted. Yang Liu, intrigued by his excitement, approached curiously. Watching Zhang Yun's enthusiasm, she too became fascinated by the sea shrimp. They decided to catch some shrimp to create a special memory from their beach outing. Zhang Yun searched around for a container and soon found a small bucket in the nearby woods, likely washed ashore by the sea, which was perfect for their purpose. They cautiously approached the sea shrimp, careful not to startle them. With deft movements, Zhang Yun swiftly reached out, gently grasping a shrimp by its tail and carefully placing it into the bucket. Although it was her first attempt, Yang Liu quickly mastered the technique under Zhang Yun's guidance, successfully catching several shrimp. As they grew more enthusiastic, they soon filled half the bucket with shrimp. Sitting on the beach, they admired the adorable little creatures, their hearts swelling with a sense of accomplishment. "I can't believe we caught so many shrimp on the beach," Zhang Yun chuckled. Yang Liu nodded in agreement. "Yes, this beach outing has been truly wonderful." In addition to catching shrimp, they continued collecting shells, competing to see who could find the most beautiful and rare ones. Zhang Yun, with his keen observation and rich experience, occasionally unearthed some rare shells that left Yang Liu in awe. Not to be outdone, Yang Liu meticulously selected each shell, striving to discover the most exquisite one. Time flew by, and before they knew it, evening descended. The sun's golden rays bathed the beach in a warm glow, enveloping the shore in a shimmering veil. Zhang Yun and Yang Liu gathered their things, preparing to leave this beautiful beach. They had collected a small bucket of shrimp and a bag filled with various shells and oysters. Zhang Yun decided to treat them to a seafood feast that evening. On their way back, they reminisced about the delightful moments from their beach outing, sharing laughter and joy as they rode together on the motorcycle. This excursion not only allowed them to appreciate the beauty and tranquility of nature, but also provided them with the thrill of catching shrimp and the excitement of competition. They purchased some cooking tools and seasonings, holding their seafood as they made their way to Zhang Yun's rental apartment. Although modest in size, his abode was tidy and exuded a warm atmosphere. Yang Liu glanced around, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. Zhang Yun busied himself, skillfully preparing the seafood, washing it with precision, every step executed methodically. Yang Lu sat nearby, watching Zhang Yun's focused silhouette, her heart swelling with an inexplicable emotion. As time passed, an enticing aroma wafted through the kitchen. Zhang Yun opened a chilled bottle of beer and handed it to Yang Lu. Here, take a sip to quench your thirst. Yang Lu accepted the beer, taking a gentle sip as the refreshing chill spread through her mouth. Observing Zhang Yun's diligent figure, warmth blossomed within her. At last, a sumptuous array of seafood dishes, including boiled shrimp and steamed oysters, graced the table. Zhang Yun beckoned Yang Lu to sit down, and they began to relish this rare dining experience. After a few drinks, a subtle flush appeared on Yang Lu's cheeks. She gazed at Zhang Yun, her eyes shimmering with a soft light as they conversed. Their conversation drifted to the past, where Yang Lu momentarily fell silent before recounting her previous relationship and ex-boyfriend. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to summon courage, expressing her desire to move forward, yet confessing, "But I wasn't ready when he cheated on me." Zhang Yun observed Yang Lu, a complex mix of emotions surging within him. He reached out, gently patting the back of her hand. "Don't be sad. Let the past remain in the past. You have me now, and I will be here for you." Yang Lu lifted her gaze to Zhang Yun, a glimmer of gratitude shining in her eyes. She nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, Zhang Yun." They continued to savor their dinner, gradually shifting the conversation from Yang Lu's past to their future. As Zhang Yun listened to Yang Lu share her dreams and plans, he too felt an exhilarating surge of ambition. As night deepened, neither felt fatigued. They chatted and drank, embracing the rare tranquility of the moment. In that small space, their hearts drew closer, the distance between them silently diminishing. As the last dish was savored to its fullest, Zhang Yun rose to his feet, commencing the task of tidying up the dishes. Yang Lu observed his industrious silhouette, a wave of warmth surging within her heart. She understood that this man would become an indispensable part of her life. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun silently made a wish within himself. He yearned to dedicate his entirety to safeguarding this gentle and kind woman, sharing every day and night of their future together. The night breeze gently caressed the curtains, while the moonlight bathed the two in a soft glow, as if draping them in a golden radiance for the journey that lay ahead. On this splendid night, their hearts were closely intertwined, weaving together a tale of happiness that belonged solely to them. Chapter 84. The arrival of a beautiful transfer student. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled patterns upon the pathways of the campus. Zhang Yun, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, walked briskly towards his classroom, buoyed by a heart full of anticipation and a touch of nervousness as he prepared to embrace the challenges of a new semester. Upon entering the classroom, he was met with envious glances from his classmates. Not only was he an academic prodigy, but he had also become the charismatic figure of the campus this term. The fortune he amassed from stock trading had rendered him the center of attention, yet he remained indifferent, offering only a faint smile as he settled into his seat. "Zhang Yun, I've heard you've made quite a sum from stock trading." His desk mate, Li Chong, leaned in with curiosity etched upon his face. Zhang Yun chuckled softly, opting for modesty as he replied, "It's merely a stroke of good luck." Li Chong, however, remained unconvinced. He recognized Zhang Yun's prowess and understood the dedication and intelligence behind his success. He patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder, grinning, "No need to be humble. You're both our academic champion and stock market guru." Their exchange caught the attention of their peers, who gathered around, eager to glean more about Zhang Yun's stock endeavors. Zhang Yun patiently addressed their inquiries, all the while reminding them to prioritize their studies. It was then that the classroom door swung open unexpectedly, revealing a tall and striking young woman who commanded immediate attention. She was none other than Yang Lu, the English teacher, and the object of Zhang Yun's admiration. Yang Lu was not only an exceptional educator, but also a person for whom Zhang Yun held immense respect. Her teaching prowess and genuine care for her students made her a role model for him. As Yang Lu entered the classroom, Zhang Yun felt a surge of excitement. He resolved to work even harder this semester, striving not only to maintain his status as a top student, but also to showcase his talents and capabilities before Yang Lu. Little did he anticipate that this semester would bring forth unprecedented challenges and competition. While Zhang Yun was lost in his thoughts, a commotion interrupted his reverie. A new transfer student had arrived, Wang Xiaolan. With her sweet appearance and outstanding demeanor, She captivated the attention of the entire class the moment she stepped in. Wang Xiaolin seemed particularly interested in Zhang Yun. She approached him with a smile, extending her hand. "Hello, Zhang Yun. I'm Wang Xiaolin. It's a pleasure to meet you." Taken aback, Zhang Yun nonetheless responded politely, shaking her hand. "Hello, Wang Xiaolin. Welcome to our class." However, Wang Xiaolin's presence did not bring Zhang Yun the joy he had anticipated. Instead, she appeared to harbor a sense of rivalry and provocation towards him. In the days that followed, she persistently challenged Zhang Yun, aiming to surpass him academically. Zhang Yun remained unfazed by her provocations, maintaining his composure and confidence. He trusted in his abilities and was resolute in his belief that hard work would yield commendable results. The arrival of transfer student Wang Xiaolin sent ripples through the coastal high school, akin to a stone cast into still waters. With her tall stature and striking features, long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, she exuded an air of regal confidence. Her profound knowledge and remarkable academic performance quickly made her the center of attention. Zhang Yun paid little heed to Wang Xiaolin's presence, continuing to immerse himself in his studies and stock trading. However, Wang Xiaolin developed a keen interest in him. She found his handsome exterior intriguing, yet sensed a certain awkwardness in his interactions with girls, which piqued her curiosity. Thus, she resolved to approach Zhang Yun in a different manner. One afternoon after class, Wang Xiaolin deliberately positioned herself near Zhang Yun's desk and softly said, "Zhang Yun, your grades are impressive. Shall we discuss our studies together?" Zhang Yun looked up, meeting her piercing yet inquisitive gaze, and felt a flutter of apprehension. He nodded, tacitly agreeing to her proposal. From that point on, Wang Xiaolin frequently sought Zhang Yun's insights on academic matters. She alternated between attentively listening to his perspectives and sharing her own ideas, fostering a gradual increase in their communication. Zhang Yun discovered that despite Wang Xiaolin's aloof exterior, she possessed a fervent passion for academics. Conversely, Wang Xiaolin was drawn to Zhang Yun's intellect and diligence, recognizing him as a worthy companion. However, Wang Xiaolin's overtures did not go unnoticed by Yi Anqi. Observing Wang Xiaolin and Zhang Yun growing closer, Yi Anqi felt a pang of jealousy. She believed her bond with Zhang Yun was sufficiently close and wished to prevent any interference. Consequently, Yi Anqi intensified her efforts to remain near Zhang Yun, vying for his attention. Thus, a scenario unfolded in class where two women competed for one man. Both Yi Anqi and Wang Xiaolin were top performers, and their rivalry naturally attracted the attention of their classmates. Zhang Yun found himself in a perplexing position, feeling somewhat helpless. He had no desire to hurt either party, yet was at a loss for how to navigate the delicate dynamics between them. One afternoon, Zhang Yun sat alone in a corner of the playground, observing his classmates on the basketball court and feeling engulfed by confusion. He was uncertain of how to confront the rivalry between Yi Anqi and Wang Xiaolin, and he grappled with the choice he needed to make. Just then, Yi Anqi and Wang Xiaolin approached him in succession. Yi Anqi stepped beside Zhang Yun and softly remarked, "Zhang Yun, you've been spending quite a bit of time with Wang Xiaolin lately. Have you forgotten about me, your personal tutor?" Zhang Yun looked up into her eyes, which were tinged with jealousy, and felt a rush of anxiety. He hurriedly clarified, "No, Anqi, I merely see Wang Xiaolin as a good friend. Our relationship is nothing special." Hearing Zhang Yun's explanation, Yi Anqi's jealousy lessened slightly. She gently patted his shoulder, saying, "I hope you mean what you say." With that, she turned and left the playground. Wang Xiaolin observed Yi Anqi's departing figure, a smirk creeping onto her lips. She stepped forward to Zhang Yun, her voice cold yet direct. "Zhang Yun, do you find me bothersome? If you don't like me, you can tell me directly, I want to persist." Zhang Yun was taken aback by Wang Xiaolin's words. He quickly shook his head and replied, "It's not like that, Wang Xiaolin. I do not find you bothersome. We are merely friends, nothing more." Upon hearing Zhang Yun's response, a more pronounced cold smile crept into Wang Xiaolin's heart. She perceived Zhang Yun as rather dull, incapable even of rejecting someone properly. Thus, she resolved to refrain from approaching him any further, allowing him the space to contemplate his feelings. From that moment onward, although Yi Anqi and Wang Xiaolin continued to exhibit their customary warmth towards Zhang Yun in public, beneath the surface, a turbulent rivalry brewed between them, fraught with unceasing conflict. Zhang Yun found himself caught in the middle, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He was at a loss as to how to navigate this intricate web of relationships and could only strive to maintain neutrality, ensuring neither party was harmed. Amidst this contest between two women vying for one man, Zhang Yun gradually began to discern his own feelings. He realized that his affection for Yanqi was merely a vestige of the past, while his regard for Wang Xiaolin was simply one of friendship. Consequently, he resolved to manage this complex relationship wisely, determined not to let it interfere with his studies and future aspirations. Thus, within the tumult of this rivalry, Zhang Yun slowly found his own path. With wisdom and courage, he diffused the tension, emerging more resolute and self-assured in his journey of personal growth. Meanwhile, Yanqi and Wang Xiaolin, through this contest, recognized their own shortcomings and began to reassess their emotions and attitudes. As time passed, the relationship among Zhang Yun, Yanqi, and Wang Xiaolin gradually returned to normalcy. The trio became good friends within the campus, engaging in academic discussions and sharing the minutiae of life. Through this experience, Zhang Yun learned how to navigate complex interpersonal relationships, laying a solid foundation for his future. In this contest between two women for one man, Zhang Yun not only gained friendship and personal growth, but also came to understand his own heart. He would persist in his pursuit of dreams, crafting his own legendary narrative through talent and diligence. Likewise, Yang Lu and Wang Xiaolin would find their own directions through this experience, continuing their pursuit of dreams and aspirations. Chapter 85. The spring outing in progress. As the college entrance examination approached, the atmosphere in the classroom became increasingly tense. The students were immersed in their studies, their pens dancing swiftly across the pages, while the air was thick with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Zhang Yun also felt this pressure, yet he understood that excessive anxiety would not yield better results. Rather, it would hinder performance. One day, gazing out at the brilliant sunshine, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He thought that if he could organize a spring outing before the examination, it might offer everyone a chance to relax and alleviate their tension. Thus, he resolved to sponsor a trip for the entire class to the countryside. When Zhang Yun announced this plan at the class meeting, astonishment swept through the room. No one expected the typically reserved Zhang Yun to exhibit such extravagant generosity. Yang Lu looked at Zhang Yun, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of surprise and admiration. Wang Xiaolin, on the other hand, stared incredulously at him, unable to fathom that this seemingly ordinary boy possessed such remarkable resources. Zhang Yun reveled in the astonished expressions of his classmates, feeling a sense of pride, yet more so, an eagerness for their acceptance of his proposal. He smiled and said, "Please, do not be modest. I will cover all the expenses for this spring outing. Let us take a moment to unwind together as we face the challenges of the examination ahead." The students readily expressed their agreement, recognizing that amidst their rigorous studies, this opportunity for relaxation was indeed rare. Zhang Yun beamed at them, his heart brimming with anticipation. He knew that this outing was not merely a chance to unwind, but also a splendid opportunity to foster camaraderie among classmates and alleviate their collective stress. Thus, he busied himself with preparations, meticulously selecting the outing destination, arranging transportation, preparing food, and devising an activity schedule, attending to every detail personally. Zhang Yun coordinated with travel agencies, organized itineraries, and booked catering services, managing everything with utmost diligence to ensure a flawless spring outing experience for his classmates. Finally, on a sun-drenched weekend, the entire class embarked on their spring outing. The bus, filled with laughter and cheer, navigated through the bustling city towards the serene countryside. Upon arriving at their destination, everyone eagerly disembarked, inhaling the fresh air and embracing the embrace of nature. Observing the excitement on their faces, Zhang Yun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He led them to a spacious meadow, laying out picnic blankets and presenting an array of delicacies. Gathered together, they indulged in culinary delights and shared their innermost thoughts. Yanqi sat beside Zhang Yun, her face radiating joy as she occasionally exchanged thoughts about nature with him. Zhang Yun, influenced by Yanqi's vivacity, found himself fully engaged in their conversation. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaolin and several friends sat on the other side, munching on snacks while discussing their aspirations for the future. Although they were often absorbed in their own pursuits in the classroom, in this natural setting, their hearts felt interconnected. In addition to relishing food and conversation, they engaged in various games. Some played soccer on the grass, others participated in hide-and-seek among the trees, while a few sat on the meadow sketching landscapes. Zhang Yun joined in, playing soccer with a group of boys, sweat soaking his clothes, yet he paid no mind to it. Time slipped away amidst the laughter and joy, and soon it was afternoon. Reluctantly, everyone began to pack up, preparing to return to school. Wang Xiaolin and Yang Lu walked back hand in hand through the woods, admiring the scenery and capturing moments with photographs. Suddenly, Wang Xiaolin felt a sharp pain in her foot. Looking down, she gasped in fright as she spotted a small snake slithering away. "Ah!" Wang Xiaolin screamed, collapsing onto the ground. Yang Lu was equally startled by the sudden turn of events. She quickly rushed to support Wang Xiaolin, anxiously asking, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Wang Xiaolin's face turned pale as she trembled, pointing at her foot, a snake. "I've been bitten." Yang Lu's eyes widened as she noticed the swelling around Wang Xiaolin's ankle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it was likely a venomous snake bite. She shouted urgently, "Help! Someone has been bitten by a snake." Upon hearing the commotion, the classmates rushed over, their faces filled with panic as they beheld Wang Xiaolin's distress. Zhang Yun hurried to her side, kneeling to examine her injury with a furrowed brow. "This is a snake bite. We must act quickly," he declared, retrieving a bandage from his backpack and swiftly wrapping it above the wound to slow the spread of venom. He then looked up at the others, saying, "We're too far from the hospital, and waiting for an ambulance may take too long. I will extract the venom first, then take her to the hospital." Without hesitation, Zhang Yun leaned down and began to suck the venom from Wang Xiaolin's wound. His movements were rapid and practiced, clearly indicative of some prior first aid training. Watching Zhang Yun's focused demeanor, Wang Xiaolin felt a surge of warmth. She hadn't anticipated that in such a critical moment, it would be Zhang Yun who stepped up to save her life. After extracting the venom, Zhang Yun rinsed the wound with clean water and applied some antiseptic ointment he had brought. He then lifted Wang Xiaolin onto his back and sprinted towards the parking lot at the base of the mountain. As he ran, Zhang Yun panted heavily, yet he refused to slow his pace. He understood that time was of the essence. He needed to get Wang Xiaolin to the hospital as swiftly as possible. Upon reaching the parking lot, the classmates quickly assisted Wang Xiaolin into the vehicle, and they sped towards the nearest hospital. Throughout the ride, Zhang Yun held Wang Xiaolin's hand tightly, reassuring her not to be afraid. Looking into Zhang Yun's determined eyes, Wang Xiaolin felt her fear gradually dissipate. After the doctor's urgent intervention, Wang Xiaolin's condition was stabilized. The physician praised Zhang Yun for his prompt action, noting that he had successfully extracted most of the venom, thus buying precious time for treatment. In response to the doctor's commendation, Zhang Yun simply smiled modestly and said, "It was the least I could do." Wang Xiaolin gazed at Zhang Yun, her heart filled with gratitude and admiration. She suddenly realized that Zhang Yun was not merely a bookish student. He possessed bravery and kindness, qualities that made him a trustworthy individual. This spring outing, marked by Wang Xiaolin's unexpected incident, became an exhilarating experience that reshaped her perception of Zhang Yun. She began to take the initiative to approach Zhang Yun, sharing her insights on their studies and the little moments of life. Zhang Yun also sensed Wang Xiaolin's transformation and reciprocated her enthusiasm. The bond between them gradually deepened, evolving from mere classmates into close friends. After the spring outing, everyone returned to school. Although the pressure of the college entrance examination remained, their attitudes became more serene and confident. They understood that as long as they had each other's companionship and support, they could bravely confront the challenges ahead. The story of Zhang Yun and Wang Xiaolin quietly spread among their peers. Many expressed that this spring outing not only allowed them to relax their minds and bodies, but also enabled them to witness the preciousness of friendship and the beauty of love. Zhang Yun, due to his gallant performance during the outing, earned the respect and admiration of more classmates. He was no longer just an academically gifted student, but also a young man characterized by bravery and kindness. In this process, Wang Xiaolin found her own romantic interest. She began to actively pursue Zhang Yun, and their feelings for each other grew stronger. This spring outing not only lifted everyone's spirits, but also fostered friendships and love. In the days to come, regardless of the difficulties and challenges they might face, they would advance hand in hand, collectively embracing a bright future. Upon returning to school, they continued to devote themselves to the rigorous preparation for the college entrance examination. However, unlike before, each face now bore a hint of composure and confidence. They recognized that no matter how arduous the path ahead might be, as long as they had each other's companionship and support, they could forge ahead fearlessly. Moreover, Zhang Yun's image in the hearts of his classmates grew even more esteemed due to this spring outing. They no longer regarded him merely as an excellent student, but as a trustworthy friend. His affluent demeanor was no longer a joke, but had become a warm presence in their hearts. This spring outing not only allowed everyone to unwind, but also helped them appreciate the value of friendship. In the days ahead, regardless of the challenges they might encounter, they would stride forward together, ready to face the challenges of the college entrance examination. This beautiful memory would forever remain in their hearts, becoming the most treasured wealth of their youthful years. Chapter 86. The college entrance examination in progress. As the momentous day of the college entrance examination draws ever closer, the small town is enveloped in a unique atmosphere. Within the high school campus, every corner resonates with a sense of tension and anticipation. The faces of the students are etched with determination and resolve, each quietly striving for that pivotal day that will shape their futures. Zhang Yun sits by the window of his classroom, gazing at the occasional bird that flits by, while turbulent thoughts churn within him. He understands that the examination is not merely a test of his knowledge, but also a trial of his willpower and mindset. Taking a deep breath, he dispels the distracting thoughts and immerses himself back into his rigorous preparation. In the final month leading up to the examination, Zhang Yun's life adopts an exceptionally structured and fulfilling routine. Rising early each day, he embarks on his revision plan. From Chinese to mathematics, from English to the comprehensive science, he diligently reviews his textbooks, meticulously organizing his knowledge points. Every detail, every formula, he demands himself to master thoroughly. Beyond classroom learning, Zhang Yun seizes every available moment for independent study. During breaks, he utilizes a few minutes to peruse his collection of mistakes, reinforcing his weaker areas. Upon returning home in the evening, he continues to toil under the lamp, persevering until the late hours of the night. Throughout this process, Zhang Yun feels an unprecedented weight of pressure. At times, he finds himself lost in thought over a challenging problem, even losing sleep over it. Yet, each time, he manages to overcome the obstacles with his tenacity and intellect, pressing onward. He knows that only through enduring these trials can he emerge stronger and more mature. On the eve of the examination, Zhang Yun lies in bed, yet slumber eludes him. His heart brims with anticipation and anxiety, as if an invisible force propels him forward. Silently, he encourages himself, vowing to perform at his utmost level. Finally, on the morning of the examination, the clarion call is sounded. With abundant confidence and expectation, Zhang Yun steps into the examination hall. He surveys his surroundings, noting the solemn expressions of his fellow candidates, all anxiously awaiting the commencement of the test. Taking a deep breath, he adjusts his mindset, preparing to confront this monumental assessment of his life. The first subject is Chinese. Zhang Yun picks up the examination paper and carefully reads each question. He contemplates earnestly and responds meticulously, pouring all that he has learned into this paper. As time ticks away, he gradually finds his rhythm, his writing becoming increasingly fluid and powerful. In the subsequent mathematics and English examinations, Zhang Yun also performs admirably. With a solid foundation and agile thinking, he successfully tackles one challenging problem after another. Whenever faced with difficulties, he maintains his composure and confidence, confronting challenges with wisdom and courage. The comprehensive science examination is the final test, and the one Zhang Yun anticipates the most. He has always harbored a profound interest in the sciences, dedicating considerable effort to this subject. He believes he can achieve excellent results, bringing his examination journey to a gratifying conclusion. During the comprehensive science exam, Zhang Yun fully capitalizes on his strengths. He meticulously examines the questions, thoughtfully analyzing each problem, employing his knowledge and experience to resolve every query. His pen flows with coherent ideas and precise answers, showcasing his robust scientific foundation and exceptional cognitive abilities. When the bell signals the conclusion of the last examination, Zhang Yun exhales deeply. He feels that both his body and mind have reached their limits, yet he also experiences an unprecedented sense of relief and release. He knows he has done his utmost and has dedicated himself to his dreams. Stepping out of the examination hall, Zhang Yun finds his emotions to be a complex tapestry. There is anticipation and yearning for the future, alongside reflections and sentiments regarding the past. He recognizes that the college entrance examination is merely one phase of life, yet it stands as a significant milestone on his journey of growth. He expresses gratitude for this experience and for those who accompanied him along the way. Upon returning home, Zhang Yun reclines on his bed, quietly reminiscing about the entire examination process. He feels a surge of strength and courage within, as well as confidence and hope for his future endeavors. He understands that regardless of the challenges and difficulties that lie ahead, he possesses the confidence to confront and overcome them. In the days that follow, Zhang Yun begins to prepare for university applications and the related aspects of campus life. He diligently researches various schools, their programs, and admission criteria, making choices that align with his interests and circumstances. He believes that with continued effort, a brighter and more beautiful future awaits him. Simultaneously, Zhang Yun does not forget those who supported him throughout his examination journey. He expresses gratitude for his parents' selfless contributions and quiet support, for his teachers' diligent instruction and patient guidance, and for the companionship and encouragement of his classmates. He knows that without their support and assistance, he could not have achieved his current success. Although the college entrance examination has concluded, Zhang Yun's path in life continues onward. He will embrace future challenges and opportunities with even more resolute steps and fervent enthusiasm. He firmly believes that through relentless effort and perseverance, he will realize his dreams and become the person he aspires to be. Reflecting on the entire examination experience, Zhang Yun feels both fulfilled and nostalgic. Each day and night of labor, every moment of triumph over adversity, is indelibly etched in his heart. He understands that these experiences will serve as invaluable treasures in his life, inspiring him to forge ahead in pursuit of a brighter future. The college entrance examination is not solely a test of knowledge, but also a tempering of willpower and mindset. Throughout this journey, Zhang Yun learned how to confront pressure and difficulties, how to adjust his mindset and emotions. He also acquired skills in collaboration and communication, and how to leverage his strengths within a team. These experiences and lessons will accompany him along the path of his future life, becoming indispensable assets in his growth. In the days to come, Zhang Yun will face life's challenges and opportunities with greater maturity and confidence. He will continue to strive for knowledge, enhancing his abilities and qualities, and work diligently to realize his dreams. He will maintain a heart of gratitude, cherishing the people and experiences around him, and reciprocate the kindness of those who have helped and supported him. The college entrance examination is but a chapter in the story of life, yet it marks an important milestone in Zhang Yun's journey of growth. He believes that in the days ahead, he will carry forth this experience and its lessons, bravely advancing toward a more splendid tomorrow. Chapter 87. The graduation trip. Zhang Yun sat on the couch in his home, the screen of his phone flickering with messages from the group chat. As graduation season approached, memories of the wonderful times spent with friends flooded his mind, evoking an indescribable sentiment within him. He resolved to organize an unforgettable graduation trip, intending to leave a more profound imprint of this youthful era. He began to send a message in the group. Hello everyone, with graduation imminent, I believe we should embark on an impromptu graduation trip. Let us explore the world outside, experience diverse cultures, and create unforgettable memories of our youth. As soon as the message was sent, the group chat buzzed with excitement. Huang Xiaolong was the first to respond. Haha, Yinggu, this idea is splendid. I have longed to travel, so count me in for this graduation trip. Yianqi followed suit. I am so looking forward to it. We have yet to travel together, and this time we must make the most of it. Wang Xiaolong expressed some hesitation. But how are we doing academically? Do we truly have time for this? Noticing Wang Xiaolong's concerns, Zhang Yun quickly replied, Lin, you raise a valid point. However, it is precisely because graduation is upon us that we should cherish this time, engaging in meaningful activities together. Furthermore, I believe that with proper planning and time management, we can indeed make it work. At that moment, the usually silent Yang Lu chimed in. Actually, I would love to go as well. We could choose a picturesque location to unwind. Moreover, this will be our last trip together as a group, which makes it incredibly precious. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Zhang Yun felt warmth in his heart. He began to plan the itinerary, researching travel information about potential destinations and drafting a detailed plan. He envisioned that this graduation trip would not only be enjoyable, but would also leave a lasting impression on everyone. After several days of diligent effort, Zhang Yun finally crafted a perfect itinerary. He selected the stunning Sanya as their destination, a place renowned for its beautiful beaches, enchanting sea views, and delectable seafood. They could also explore local famous attractions, immersing themselves in a different cultural atmosphere. He shared the itinerary in the group chat, receiving unanimous praise. Huang Xiaolong eagerly expressed his desire to bring his camera to capture the moments of their journey. Yianqi began to plan which lovely outfits to wear for seaside photos. Wang Xiaolong adjusted her schedule to free up time for the trip, Yang Lu prepared essential travel items to ensure comfort and safety during their journey. Thus, the plan for the graduation trip gradually took shape amidst everyone's anticipation. Zhang Yun watched the lively discussions in the group chat, filled with excitement and eagerness. He knew this graduation trip would be an unforgettable experience in their lives and a testament to their friendship. He looked forward to that day, anticipating the adventure brimming with unknowns and surprises alongside his friends. He believed that no matter where they ventured in the future, these beautiful memories would remain their most treasured treasure. As the travel date drew nearer, Zhang Yun's excitement grew. He awaited the moment to embark on this memorable journey with Huang Xiaolong, Yi Anqi, Wang Xiaolin, and Yang Lu. However, just a day before their departure, an unexpected piece of news shattered their plans. That day, while Zhang Yun was packing his luggage, his phone rang. It was Huang Xiaolong calling, his voice sounding somewhat heavy. "Yingu, something has come up at home, and I might not be able to go on the graduation trip." Zhang Yun was taken aback, a wave of disappointment washing over him. He knew how much Huang Xiaolong had been looking forward to this trip, but clearly, family matters took precedence. He quickly reassured him, "Xiaolong, do not worry, family comes first. We will always support you, and once you handle everything at home, we can find another opportunity to travel together." After hanging up, Zhang Yun conveyed this news to Yi Anqi, Wang Xiaolin, and Yang Lu. The three women expressed their understanding and voiced their support for Huang Xiaolong's decision. Although there was a sense of regret, they recognized that life often unfolds with unexpected circumstances. Thus, the originally planned trip for 5 transformed into a journey for Zhang Yun, Yi Anqi, Wang Xiaolin, and Yang Lu. Although their number was reduced by 1, their spirits remained undeterred. On the contrary, they cherished this opportunity even more, determined to fully enjoy the trip. On the day of departure, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle sea breeze caressed them. The 4 friends, carrying their bags, boarded the plane to Sanya. Laughter and cheer filled the air as they shared their expectations and feelings. Despite Huang Xiaolong's absence casting a slight shadow, they remained hopeful that this journey would blossom into beautiful shared memories. During the trip, they explored the stunning beaches, savored local seafood delicacies, and visited renowned attractions. Each moment was filled with laughter and joy as they captured photos to commemorate this unforgettable journey. Though Huang Xiaolong was not with them, his blessings and support accompanied them throughout. They understood that regardless of where life took them in the future, their friendship would remain enriched with beautiful memories and precious emotions. After disembarking the plane, Zhang Yun, Yi Anqi, Wang Xiaolin, and Yang Lu, with their luggage in hand, stepped out of the airport filled with anticipation. The salty sea breeze enveloped them, and the sun bathed them in warmth and brightness. Following their prearranged plan, they boarded the hotel shuttle. The hotel, nestled by the sea, exuded elegance and charm, surrounded by lush greenery and a pleasant environment. While checking in, they were informed that each of them had a separate room, which filled them with surprise and excitement. Zhang Yun held his room key and made his way down the corridor to his room. Upon opening the door, a warm ambience greeted him. The room was simply yet comfortably furnished, with a breathtaking view of the azure sea. The gentle waves lapped against the shore, as if narrating tales of the ocean. He set down his luggage and approached the window, gazing at the shimmering sea surface, filled with tranquility and contentment. Yi Anqi's room, on the other hand, radiated a youthful charm. The pink bed linens, soft cushions, and a small lamp on the bedside created a cozy and inviting atmosphere. She sat at the edge of her bed, picking up her phone to capture a selfie, wishing to immortalize this beautiful moment. Wang Xiaolin's room was a tranquil blue haven. She cherished this serene and peaceful ambience, which allowed her to fully rest during her journey. Lying on the bed, she closed her eyes, listening to the sound of the waves and feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze, as if she were immersed in a dreamlike world. Yang Lu's room, in contrast, was imbued with an artistic atmosphere. Abstract paintings adorned the walls, and exquisite ornaments decorated her desk. She opened the window, inviting the sea breeze into the room, bringing with it a refreshing essence. Sitting at her desk, she began to plan the itinerary for the upcoming trip. As night fell, the 4 of them relished this tranquility and freedom in their respective rooms. Some read, some listened to music, and others penned their thoughts in journals, savoring their moments of solitude. Though it was merely a fleeting night, they found within this solitary space a profound sense of peace and contentment. That night, they slept exceptionally soundly. In their dreams, they continued their delightful graduation journey, creating even more unforgettable memories. Chapter 88. Confession by the pool. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight gently streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Zhang Yun's bed. He slowly opened his eyes, savoring the rare tranquility and freedom. Rising from his slumber, he drew back the curtains, revealing a picturesque seaside view where the waves sparkled like diamonds and seagulls soared gracefully above. After a brief wash, Zhang Yun decided to take a leisurely stroll along the beach. He donned his sneakers and meandered along the coastal path, feeling the gentle sea breeze caress his face, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. He reveled in the stunning scenery, immersed in the allure of nature. Meanwhile, Yianqi was indulging in a soothing massage at the hotel's spa. With her eyes closed, she relished the therapist's skilled touch, allowing her fatigue to gradually dissipate. She resolved to unwind thoroughly during this trip, cherishing this rare moment of peace. Yang Lu opted for a workout at the hotel gym. Clad in athletic wear, she began jogging on the treadmill. As sweat glistened on her skin, she felt both her body and mind liberated. She delighted in the joy that exercise brought and eagerly anticipated the adventures that lay ahead. Wang Xiaolin visited the hotel's art gallery, captivated by the various artistic creations. Filled with curiosity and intrigue, she paused frequently to admire the pieces. Capturing memories with her camera, she hoped to deepen her understanding of art during this journey, enriching her own essence. Thus, the four friends each embraced their unique travel experiences, some strolling, others relaxing, exercising, or learning, each savoring the beauty of their journey in their own way. At lunchtime, they reconvened to share their individual experiences, recounting the sights and sounds of the day. Zhang Yun spoke of the breathtaking coastal views and the pleasure of his walk. Yianqi shared her relaxation and comfort from the spa. Wang Xiaolin discussed her workout and the exhilaration of sweating. Yang Lu showcased the photos she had taken in the gallery, sharing the allure of the artworks. They listened and exchanged stories, deepening their bond through this shared experience. Although each enjoyed solitary moments, they looked forward to sharing these beautiful experiences with one another. After lunch, the four decided to swim together in the hotel pool. They donned their swimsuits and excitedly approached the water. Surrounded by lush greenery, the pool shimmered invitingly, as if a refreshing world awaited them. Eagerly, they leapt into the water, reveling in the joy of swimming. Zhang Yun glided through the water, feeling the flow against his body and the lightness it brought. Yianqi and Wang Xiaolin frolicked together, their laughter ringing out joyfully. Meanwhile, Yang Lu became a striking sight in the pool. Her form elegantly accentuated by a fitted swimsuit that showcased her graceful curves. Her skin glowed healthily in the sunlight, and her long, dark hair floated alluringly in the water, adding to her charm. Zhang Yun, Yianqi, and Wang Xiaolin occasionally stole glances at Yang Lu, their hearts silently admiring her beauty. Sensing their gaze, Yang Lu smiled subtly, showcasing her confidence as she gracefully moved through the water. In the pool, the four friends swam, played, and frolicked, fully embracing the coolness and joy of the moment. They raced each other, practiced diving, and splashed playfully, their laughter echoing around them. After their swim, they lounged on chairs by the pool, enjoying the gentle sea breeze and basking in the sun. Sipping chilled beverages, they chatted and shared their feelings. Yang Lu, your figure is simply stunning, Yianqi exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. You look like a mermaid in the water. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Lu replied with a smile. Swimming has really helped me maintain my figure. Indeed, swimming is an excellent exercise, Zhang Yun concurred. It not only keeps us fit, but also adds more joy to our travels. Wang Xiaolin nodded in agreement. Absolutely. This trip has given us the chance to try different activities and experience various delights. It makes me very happy. The four continued their lively conversation, cherishing this rare moment of leisure. They knew this trip would become a treasured memory in their lives, with today's shared swimming experience shining brightly among them. As sunlight filtered through the palm leaves by the pool, casting dappled shadows on Zhang Yun and Yang Lu, the two sat side by side on the lounge chairs, each lost in their own thoughts. Yet, their hearts unconsciously drifted towards one another. Zhang Yun found his gaze irresistibly drawn to Yang Lu. Her graceful figure, radiant in the sunlight, made his heart race with every turn and smile. He realized he increasingly enjoyed her company, cherishing their conversations, her laughter, and the ease and joy of being together. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Lu too found herself growing fonder of Zhang Yun. She admired his talent and humor, appreciating his thoughtfulness and care. Every moment spent with him brought her joy, making the world feel more beautiful. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly subtle, their eye contact becoming more frequent. They both awaited the perfect moment to express their feelings. Finally, when they found themselves alone, Zhang Yun mustered his courage and confessed, "Yang Lu, do you know? I have always liked you." Yang Lu's heart fluttered at his words. Looking into his eyes, she replied softly, "Zhang Yun, I like you too." Their gazes met, and in that instant, time seemed to stand still. They smiled at one another, their hearts brimming with joy and excitement, words unable to capture their feelings. From that moment on, Zhang Yun and Yang Lu's relationship blossomed. They swam together, strolled side by side, and shared their stories and dreams. Each encounter solidified their belief that they were meant for one another. In this beautiful summer, Zhang Yun and Yang Lu found their hearts drawing closer, feelings blossoming quietly between them. Their love was as clear and profound as the water in the pool, entrancing and irresistible. Chapter 89. Nocturnal Affection. Zhang Yun visits Yang Lu as night fell. The lights of the hotel flickered in the darkness, adding an air of mystery and romance to the tranquil evening. Zhang Yun lay restlessly on his bed, unable to find solace in sleep. His mind was crowded with visions of Yang Lu. Her smile, her gaze, her every movement stirred a tempest of emotions within him. He recognized that his feelings for Yang Lu had deepened significantly. He yearned to advance their relationship, yet feared that his actions might overwhelm her. After much internal conflict and introspection, Zhang Yun resolved to seek Yang Lu out and express his true sentiments. He quietly arose, donned his attire, and tiptoed out of his room. The corridor was eerily silent, save for the echo of his footsteps. Arriving at Yang Lu's door, he took a deep breath and gently knocked. Moments later, her voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" With a hint of anxiety, Zhang Yun replied, "It's me, Zhang Yun." After a brief silence, the sound of Yang Lu's footsteps approached, and the door slowly opened. Clad in her nightgown, she looked at him with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" she inquired. Gazing at her, Zhang Yun felt a slight alleviation of his nerves. He inhaled deeply and sincerely articulated, "Sister Yang Lu, I was concerned that you might feel frightened alone and have trouble sleeping." They exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with unspoken joy and excitement. In a heartfelt embrace, it felt as if the world around them had dissolved, leaving only the two of them. In this serene night, their hearts became irrevocably intertwined. Their love, akin to the starlight in the dark sky, though faint, radiated a steadfast glow, guiding them toward a brighter future. Inside Yang Lu's room, the soft lighting created a warm and romantic ambience. Seated side by side on the edge of the bed, their eyes met, brimming with deep affection. "Sister, do you know? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was profoundly captivated," Zhang Yun began, his voice imbued with genuine emotion. "Your beauty, kindness, and intelligence have ensnared me completely." Listening to his words, warmth surged within Yang Lu. She smiled gently and replied, "Yun, I feel the same way. Your talent, humor, and thoughtfulness make you exceptionally special to me." Thus, they engaged in conversation, discussing their preferences, dreams, and hopes for the future. Their voices softened, as if to avoid disturbing the serene beauty of the night. As time passed, they drew closer, Zhang Yun tenderly grasping Yang Lu's hand, which she did not resist but instead leaned in closer. Their heartbeats intertwined, reminiscent of a magnificent symphony. As the night deepened, an indescribable sweetness and warmth enveloped Yang Lu's room. Zhang Yun and Yang Lu remained at the edge of the bed, their gazes locked, as if the entire universe revolved solely around them. Zhang Yun gently caressed her hand, his fingers gliding over her palm, conveying their shared warmth and heartbeat. Their eyes met, shimmering with profound affection and longing. "Sister, I truly love you," Zhang Yun confessed softly, each word rich with sincerity. "Every smile, every glance from you sends my heart racing. I wish to share every day and night with you, feeling your warmth and companionship." Yang Lu, moved by his words, nestled her head against his shoulder, relishing the strength of his presence and the rhythm of his heartbeat. She closed her eyes, seemingly attuned to the silent exchange of their souls. "Yun, I love you too," she responded, her voice quaking with a hint of shyness. "Your gentleness and thoughtfulness bring me immeasurable happiness. I long to walk with you through every season, sharing the joys and sorrows of life." Their words flowed like sweet honey, intertwining within their hearts. They instinctively leaned closer, as if destined to merge into one. Zhang Yun pressed a gentle kiss upon Yang Lu's forehead, then her cheek, and then her neck, each kiss deepening their immersion in this love. Their breaths mingled, creating a harmonious melody, while their heartbeats echoed in each other's ears, silently professing their affection. That night, Zhang Yun and Yang Lu surrendered themselves to love, their souls melding into a singular entity. Their love blossomed in the night, radiating the most exquisite light. Yet, they understood that true love transcends mere physical connection. It is about the communion of souls and mutual support. They vowed to cherish their feelings, nurturing this love to cultivate a deeper and more beautiful bond. This kiss, pure and beautiful, symbolized their spiritual union and foreshadowed a future filled with sweetness. In the stillness of the night, Zhang Yun and Yang Lu whispered sweet nothings to each other, their love quietly unfurling into the most beautiful radiance. After that kiss, Zhang Yun felt as if his heart had ignited, completely entranced by this splendid emotion. He yearned to progress further, to engage in a more intimate connection with Yang Lu. However, just as he was prepared to act, Yang Lu gently pushed him away. Yun, Yang Lu's voice trembled, revealing a hint of hesitation and conflict. I really like you, and I cherish the time we spend together. However, I believe we need to understand and adapt to each other more. Therefore, I hope we can take our time and not rush things. Zhang Yun was momentarily taken aback by her words, unsure of how to respond. He comprehended Yang Lu's sentiments and respected her wishes. He recognized that love requires patience and understanding and cannot be hastily pursued. I apologize, Yang Lu, he sighed, striving to calm his emotions. I may have been too eager. You are right. We should take our time. I will respect your decision and provide you with ample time and space. Yang Lu gazed at Zhang Yun, her eyes glistening with gratitude and appreciation. She understood that his feelings were genuine, and his willingness to wait only solidified her resolve. Thank you, Zhang Yun. Yang Lu gently clasped Zhang Yun's hand, expressing, I hold great affection for you as well, and I am willing to walk this journey together. However, we must take the time to better understand one another and establish a more solid foundation for our feelings. I firmly believe that as long as we respect and understand each other, our love will undoubtedly flourish. Zhang Yun nodded, his initial excitement and anticipation gradually settling into a calm understanding. He recognized that true love requires the passage of time for its maturation and refinement. He would patiently await Yang Lu's response, and he would demonstrate his sincerity through his actions. That night, although Zhang Yun's hopes were not entirely fulfilled, he gained a deeper sense of emotion and understanding. The love between him and Yang Lu was elevated and fortified through their heartfelt late-night conversation. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chapter 90. Playing poker with Wang Xiaolin is teacher Yang in? It turned out that Wang Xiaolin had come to visit. Just as Zhang Yun and Yang Lu were lost in each other's affections, a sudden knock on the door shattered the tranquil and sweet atmosphere. Both were taken aback. Yang Lu quickly regained her composure and softly whispered to Zhang Yun, It's Wang Xiaolin. She is looking for me. You should return to your room for now, so she doesn't discover you. Just a moment, Xiaolin, Yang Lu called out toward the door. Zhang Yun nodded, feeling a twinge of reluctance yet understanding that it was not the right time to linger. He swiftly gathered his clothes and quietly made his way to the window, stealthily climbing back into his room under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Yang Lu took a deep breath to steady her emotions and approached the door, opening it to reveal Wang Xiaolin, who stood there with a puzzled expression. Teacher Yang, what are you doing up so late? Why did it take you so long to answer the door? Yang Lu managed a slight smile, striving to maintain her composure. Oh, I was taking a shower. I just heard the knock and needed a moment to get dressed. Did you need something? Wang Xiaolin seemed a bit skeptical, but did not dwell on it. Well, I was actually looking for Zhang Yun. But it seems he isn't here. Do you know where he might have gone? Yang Lu's heart stirred. She recognized this as an opportune moment to rid herself of Wang Xiaolin. Zhang Yun might have gone out. I'm not sure. Perhaps you could check with Yanxi or wait a while before looking for him again. Wang Xiaolin nodded in agreement and turned to head toward Yanxi's room, while Yang Lu gently closed the door, sighing in relief. On the other side, after returning to his room, Zhang Yun was still filled with longing and desire for Yang Lu. Lying on his bed, he replayed the sweet moments they had just shared. He realized that he had fallen deeply in love with Yang Lu, and this love would become the most precious treasure of his future life. That night, despite some interruptions, the bond between Zhang Yun and Yang Lu grew stronger and deeper. They looked forward to the days ahead, eager to weather more storms and bask in the sunshine together. Zhang Yun ventured outside the hotel to buy some snacks, beer, and a deck of cards, then knocked on Yang Kai's door. He later called for Yang Lu, and the four of them gathered in Yang Lu's room to play cards. A small table was set up, adorned with playing cards and several cups of drinks, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. "Come on, let's play Do Di Zhu," Wang Xiaolin proposed excitedly, as she was the most lively among the four, always able to uplift the mood. "Sure, I'm in," Zhang Yun replied with a smile, equally enthusiastic about the casual game. Yang Lu and Yi Anxi nodded in agreement, and thus, the four friends settled around the table to commence a delightful game. At first, Zhang Yun had good luck, winning several rounds in succession. He chuckled triumphantly, teasing the other three players. Yang Lu watched him with a smile, her eyes brimming with tenderness and admiration. However, as the game progressed, the competition intensified. Wang Xiaolin and Yi Anxi began to showcase their skills, and Zhang Yun started to feel the pressure. "Haha, I'm going to win this round," Wang Xiaolin suddenly exclaimed, her hand boasting an impressive combination, indicating her strong position. Zhang Yun glanced at his cards and shook his head in resignation, realizing he was destined to lose this round and could only hope for better luck in the next. Thus, the four took turns as the dealer, the game continuing late into the night. The room was filled with laughter and the sounds of cards being played, creating a harmonious ambience. Ultimately, after a fierce competition, Zhang Yun emerged victorious. He raised his cards triumphantly, flaunting his win to the others. "Haha, I won," he laughed, adding, "But playing cards is merely a form of entertainment. What truly matters is that we can all gather together and relish this light-hearted time." Wang Xiaolin, her eyes glinting mischievously, looked at Zhang Yun. "Zhang Yun, I'm not satisfied. I want to play more." Yang Lu chuckled. "You two go ahead. I'm off to get some beauty sleep." Yi Anxi chimed in. "I'm going to sleep too. You two can continue." In the end, Zhang Yun and Wang Xiaolin set up for another round in Zhang Yun's room. "Brother Yun, shall we add a wager?" Wang Xiaolin suggested. "Of course, it's up to you." With a sly glint in her eye, Wang Xiaolin proposed. "The loser must remove an article of clothing. No cheating." Zhang Yun surveyed her with a playful smirk. "Just don't cry if you lose." "Then let's do this. I'm determined to win against you today," Wang Xiaolin replied, her cunning evident. In the first round, Zhang Yun utilized his exceptional memory to recall the cards in Wang Xiaolin's hand. He feigned weakness, allowing her to play first. Unaware of his strategy, she confidently played a pair of aces. Zhang Yun smiled slightly and easily countered with a pair, securing victory in the first round. "Haha, it seems you are not as formidable as you thought," Zhang Yun proclaimed triumphantly. Wang Xiaolin, however, remained unfazed, retorting, "Don't get too cocky. This is just the beginning." With that, she removed the hairpin from her hair. Zhang Yun realized he had underestimated her. In the second round, Wang Xiaolin showcased her prowess. She skillfully maneuvered her cards, turning precarious situations into opportunities. Despite Zhang Yun's best efforts to catch up, he ultimately succumbed to defeat. "It seems I underestimated you," Zhang Yun admitted, disheartened. "Humph, now you know my strength. Hand over your wager." After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yun removed his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. Wang Xiaolin's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at his chiseled abs, her mouth watering. Internally, she rejoiced, thinking how fortunate she was, yearning to touch him. No, she must not let Zhang Yun sense her excitement. She needed to remain composed. Wang Xiaolin chided herself as she gulped down a large swig of beer. Zhang Yun clinked his glass with hers, enjoying the beer while playing cards, feeling quite comfortable. And this was merely the beginning. The upcoming rounds would prove to be even more intense and entertaining. Zhang Yun and Wang Xiaoqi eagerly anticipated the forthcoming challenges, fully aware that this game of poker was merely in its infancy. In the subsequent rounds, Wang Xiaolin faced a string of defeats, compelled time after time to relinquish her possessions. Among them were a necklace, a wristwatch, and a pair of earrings. Zhang Yun, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim his good fortune, grateful for his victories. Otherwise, he would have found himself stripped of even his trousers. This evening, Wang Xiaolin donned a simple white t-shirt paired with denim shorts, exuding an air of youthful exuberance. Her cheeks were flushed, causing Zhang Yun's heart to race in response. Both had indulged in ample amounts of alcohol, as evidenced by the numerous beer bottles already populating the room's trash can. In this round, Wang Xiaolin once again faced defeat, and as she contemplated removing another item, her attempts proved futile after a moment of searching. With a shy glance at Zhang Yun, she softly requested, "Brother Yun, could you please turn around?" Zhang Yun complied, yet he could hear the rustling of fabric behind him. Chapter 91. Clumsy yet playful, all right, Wang Xiaolin spoke up. Zhang Yun turned his head, only to behold a pale, bare figure, instantly feeling parched and breathless. Although he did not see the full extent of her allure, the two prominent features were tantalizingly evident, captivating his senses. Observing Zhang Yun's foolish expression, Wang Xiaolin felt a surge of pride, confident in her gamble. Brother Yun, what are you doing? Didn't you see girls dressed like this while swimming during the day? Just think of me in a bikini, and let us continue playing poker. In this context, how could it possibly compare to the swimming pool? They were now on the grand bed of a spacious hotel room. The atmosphere in the room turned decidedly intimate. Zhang Yun lost every hand of poker, suffering a complete defeat. As the game escalated, the two engaged in a lively exchange, the sound echoing until the early hours of the morning when the match finally concluded. Primarily, it was Wang Xiaolin who had suffered greatly, her lack of skill and carefree nature resulting in a quick end to the game. That night, Zhang Yun slept soundly, only awakening when the sun was high in the sky. Wang Xiaolin had returned at some point, leaving only a single plum blossom on the bed. After breakfast, Zhang Yun went to rouse the others. Upon seeing Wang Xiaolin, they exchanged knowing glances and began their new day of entertainment. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, cascading onto the shimmering sea, where golden rays danced with the azure waters, creating a picturesque scene. Zhang Yun, Yang Lu, Wang Xiaolin, and Yi Anqi stood excitedly on the deck of the yacht, ready to embark on their fishing adventure. Considering that Wang Xiaolin had played poker late into the night, Zhang Yun arranged for a yacht outing, allowing her to rest a bit longer. Wow, this yacht is impressive, Wang Xiaolin exclaimed, her fingers gliding over the railing, eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Zhang Yun nodded with a smile. He had rented this yacht to provide everyone with an unforgettable experience. He handed each person a fishing rod and a small bucket, then explained some basic fishing techniques. Fishing requires patience and attention. Let us not rush, but instead savor the process, he advised. Yang Lu and Yi Anqi nodded in understanding, each finding a suitable spot to prepare for fishing. The yacht glided away from the shore, venturing into the depths of the sea. The gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, carrying the salty tang of the ocean and invigorating air. Fish occasionally leaped from the water, creating ripples across the surface. Wang Xiaolin excused herself, claiming seasickness, primarily due to Zhang Yun's overwhelming vigor the night before, and retreated to the cabin to rest. The yacht was spacious, featuring 2 sleeping quarters with beds for comfort. Zhang Yun mused about the future, envisioning himself purchasing a yacht to enjoy leisurely fishing trips with friends. Seated at the bow, Zhang Yun gently cast his line into the sea, patiently awaiting a bite. Yang Lu sat beside him, the two engaging in occasional conversation while reveling in the tranquility. Yi Anqi chose a spot at the stern, and as they fished, they admired the scenic views of the ocean, punctuated by gasps of awe and bursts of laughter. Time passed, and although none had caught any fish, they remained unfazed, finding joy and surprise in the experience itself. Suddenly, Zhang Yun's rod dipped sharply, prompting him to react swiftly and pull it up forcefully. A shimmering silver fish leaped from the water, struggling to escape. I caught a fish, Zhang Yun exclaimed excitedly. The others gathered around to witness the fish thrashing on the deck. Yang Lu patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder in congratulation. Soon after, the other two also reeled in their catches. Though varying in size, each was filled with joy and satisfaction. They placed their spoils into the small bucket, preparing for a sumptuous seafood feast that evening. During their fishing escapade, they encountered others on different yachts, exchanging greetings and sharing fishing tips and stories, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere at sea. I can't believe how quickly the day has passed, Yang Lu remarked, standing on the deck and gazing at the receding coastline. Indeed, there are so many places we haven't visited and words left unspoken, Wang Xiaolin added wistfully, clutching the bucket containing the few fish she had caught, a personal achievement in her first fishing endeavor. Zhang Yun and Yi Anqi silently packed away the fishing gear and nets, their hearts equally filled with appreciation. The day's experiences, whether diving or fishing, had brought them excitement and fulfillment, deepening their bonds of friendship. As the yacht slowly headed back toward the twinkling lights of the shore, the sea breeze gently brushed against their faces, bringing a coolness that dispelled any lingering melancholy. As time passed, the sun began to set, casting a golden glow across the water. The four decided to return to shore, concluding their delightful day of fishing. Once ashore, they found a bustling seafood stall to process their catches and ordered several dishes. After a flurry of activity, they finally enjoyed a delicious seafood feast, made all the more special by the fact that they had caught the fish themselves. This fishing trip was truly wonderful. Wang Xiaolin declared with satisfaction. Not only did we catch fish, but we also relished the joys and beauty of the ocean. Zhang Yun, Yang Lu, and Yi Anqi readily agreed, feeling that the outing had not only lifted their spirits, but also strengthened their camaraderie. As night descended, the four savored drinks and dishes, gazing at the stars above while discussing the day's adventures and sharing their thoughts and feelings. In this beautiful evening, their friendship reached new heights. After returning to their respective rooms to rest, a slender figure knocked on Zhang Yun's door, slipping inside with a swift motion. It was Wang Xiaolin. Zhang Yun was taken aback by her boldness as she sought him out once more. That night, the sounds of poker echoed once again in Zhang Yun's room. On this night, the intensity of the battle surpassed that of the previous evening. Last night, Zhang Yun had refrained from unleashing his full potential, considering Wang Xiaolin's novice status. However, this evening, Zhang Yun allowed himself a bit more freedom, yet still did not exert his utmost effort. He advanced with unwavering determination, conquering all obstacles in his path. Wang Xiaolin, despite her spirited attempts, faced a dismal defeat, abandoning all hope and pleading for mercy. Truly, she was both inexperienced and overly eager for play. Chapter 92. The top scholar of the college entrance examination. The sunlight of the following morning cascaded over the azure sea, shimmering like countless brilliant diamonds in motion. Zhang Yun, Yang Lu, Wang Xiaolin, and Yi Anqi had arrived early by the shore, eager to embark on an unforgettable journey of diving into the ocean's depths. Wow, the water here is incredibly clear, Wang Xiaolin exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the surface. I can hardly wait to dive in and explore. Zhang Yun nodded with a smile, sharing her enthusiasm. He turned to Yang Lu and found her gazing expectantly at the sea, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Meanwhile, Yi Anqi busily checked the diving equipment, ensuring everything was safe and sound. The four boarded the rented yacht, and as the vessel slowly departed from the shore, they gradually embraced the vastness of the ocean. The gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing and delightful sensation. Occasionally, seagulls soared above, emitting joyful cries as if welcoming their arrival. After sailing for a while, they reached their designated diving spot. The four donned their wetsuits, equipped themselves with masks and snorkels, and prepared to commence their underwater adventure. With a coach accompanying them, this was a first dive for the three women, aside from Zhang Yun. Everyone must prioritize safety and maintain communication, Zhang Yun advised before they submerged. If you encounter any issues, remember to ascend promptly. The other three nodded in understanding before they all leapt into the water. As they sank beneath the surface, they entered a breathtaking new world. The underwater landscape was awe-inspiring, adorned with vibrant corals, diverse marine creatures, and gracefully swaying seaweed. All of it filled them with wonder and excitement. Zhang Yun glided among the coral reefs, occasionally noticing small fish swimming past him, curiously observing this newcomer. He reached out to touch the beautiful corals, yet hesitated, fearful of disturbing them. Yang Lu, meanwhile, frolicked nearby with a school of colorful fish, her laughter echoing in the water, merging with the sound of the waves. Wang Xiaolin and Yi Anqi explored around, often exclaiming in amazement and delight. The four occasionally separated to discover new wonders, only to regroup and share their amusing finds. In this mystical underwater realm, they experienced an unparalleled sense of joy and freedom. As they delved deeper into the aquatic depths, they encountered even more extraordinary marine life. A massive sea turtle glided past them leisurely, seemingly indifferent to the intruders in its realm. A vibrant array of tropical fish danced around them, creating an enchanting underwater spectacle. Zhang Yun marveled at the wonders and beauty of nature, feeling as though he had been transported to a dreamlike world. He turned to Yang Lu and found her equally entranced by the scenery, her eyes shimmering with happiness. The four continued to explore the ocean floor, occasionally capturing these rare sights. Their spirits soared higher, as if the ocean had swept away all their worries. As the yacht gradually approached the shore, their diving adventure was drawing to a close. Standing on the deck, they gazed at the waters they had explored, their hearts filled with reluctance and nostalgia. This dive was absolutely incredible, Wang Xiaolin exclaimed. I will never forget this beautiful underwater world. Yang Lu and Yi Anqi nodded in agreement, knowing this oceanic escapade would remain an indelible memory in their lives. In the following days, The four visited Atlantis Waterworld for a day, then shopped for clothes and bags at a duty-free store before returning home. The summer sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing Zhang Yun's bedside in warm light. He lazily stretched, rubbed his bleary eyes, and slowly sat up. Today was the day the results of the college entrance examination would be announced, filling him with both anxiety and anticipation. Zhang Yun opened his computer and logged into the examination result inquiry system. His heartbeat quickened, and his hands trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, he clicked the inquiry button. A striking line of text appeared on the screen. Congratulations, Zhang Yun. You have achieved a remarkable score of 745, earning the title of the top scholar in your province. Upon reading this line, Zhang Yun was momentarily stunned. He could hardly believe his eyes, repeatedly confirming the result to ensure it was not a figment of his imagination. Overcome with excitement, he leaped from his chair, shouting, "I did it!" This news swiftly spread among family and friends. Yang Lu, Wang Xiaolin, and Yi and Qi all sent congratulatory messages, genuinely thrilled for Zhang Yun's accomplishment. His parents were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces, filled with pride for their son's outstanding performance. Before long, reporters began gathering at Zhang Yun's doorstep, cameras and microphones in hand, eager to interview the newly crowned provincial top scholar. Zhang Yun felt a bit flustered, but tried to remain composed as he faced their inquiries. Zhang Yun, how did you achieve such outstanding results? A reporter asked. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Yun replied, I believe the most crucial elements are hard work and perseverance. Throughout high school, I maintained a regular schedule and study plan, striving not to slack off. Of course, I also owe a great deal to the support and guidance of my teachers and classmates. The reporters nodded in agreement and continued to pose various questions, eager to uncover more about Zhang Yun's journey and insights. He answered patiently, his face radiating confidence and joy. As the interview concluded, Zhang Yun's life gradually returned to normalcy. Yet he understood that this achievement was merely the beginning of his journey. A longer road lay ahead. He would continue to strive for self-improvement, working diligently to realize his grander dreams. This experience of the college entrance examination had become an unforgettable chapter in his life. Whenever he reminisced about that time, he felt an immense sense of fulfillment and pride. He recognized that all of this was made possible through his own efforts and determination, as well as the unwavering support and encouragement of those around him. In the days to come, Zhang Yun would press forward, writing a more illustrious chapter in his life with his sweat and intellect. The experience of becoming the provincial top scholar would serve as a significant milestone on his journey, inspiring him to pursue excellence relentlessly. Chapter 93. Prestigious schools compete for talent. Choosing Fudan, the sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, illuminating Zhang Yun's tidy desk as he sat by the window, engrossed in the stock market's performance for the day. Over the past 6 months, he had successfully identified several lucrative stocks, and his assets had now surpassed 50 million. Zhang Yun was preparing to withdraw his funds in anticipation of the impending financial crisis. Suddenly, a hurried voice broke the tranquility. Is Zhang Yun home? Puzzled, Zhang Yun rose to open the door. Hello, Zhang Yun. I am an admissions officer from Tsinghua University, and I have come to visit you. Standing outside was a middle-aged man in a crisp suit, beaming as he introduced himself. Before Zhang Yun could respond, another visitor arrived. He turned to see a woman in formal attire, holding a document, who smiled and said, Zhang Yun, I am an admissions officer from Peking University. We have heard of your outstanding achievements and would be thrilled to invite you to join us. Before long, an increasing number of admissions officers from renowned universities gathered at Zhang Yun's doorstep, each representing the nation's elite institutions, all eager to recruit this prodigious student. Zhang Yun, at Fudan, we possess abundant resources and advantages in the humanities and social sciences, which you are sure to appreciate. Come to Shanghai Jiaotong University, where our engineering strength is unparalleled nationwide, allowing you to showcase your talents. Disregard their claims, Zhang Yun. You ought to consider our institution, as our scholarship policies are the most favorable. The admissions officers eagerly extended their olive branches, creating a lively atmosphere filled with dialogue. Zhang Yun stood at the door, both amused and bewildered. He had not anticipated becoming the center of such intense competition among prestigious schools. Dear professors, please be patient, Zhang Yun said with a smile. I sincerely appreciate your recognition and support. However, I have yet to make a decision and hope you can grant me some time to contemplate. The admissions officers nodded in understanding. recognizing that a student of Zhang Yun's caliber needed to carefully consider his future. They took turns presenting the unique features and advantages of their respective institutions, hoping to resonate with him. Zhang Yun, Tsinghua has a rich history and profound cultural heritage, and we have achieved numerous significant breakthroughs in research. If you join us, you will access the finest academic resources and opportunities for development, the Tsinghua admissions officer stated confidently. Not to be outdone, the Peking University representative responded, "Our institution boasts remarkable achievements in the humanities and social sciences, alongside exceptional accomplishments in the natural sciences. If you are interested in the humanities, Peking University is undoubtedly your best choice." The Fudan representative elaborated on the university's strengths in academic research and international collaboration, striving to capture Zhang Yun's attention. Other admissions officers also contributed, each displaying the distinctive qualities of their schools. Their words were filled with anticipation and eagerness to welcome Zhang Yun into their fold. Listening quietly to the presentations, Zhang Yun felt a warm surge of appreciation. He understood that these officers genuinely wished for him to join their institutions, offering the best educational environment and resources. "I truly thank you all for your concern and support," Zhang Yun expressed sincerely. "I will carefully consider your suggestions and make a decision promptly." The admissions officers acknowledged his request with understanding and anticipation, aware that Zhang Yun needed time to weigh his options and make the most suitable choice. They then bid him farewell, leaving behind their contact information and promotional materials, eagerly awaiting his response. After seeing off the admissions officers, Zhang Yun returned to his room and sat down. He gazed at the pile of promotional materials on his desk, his thoughts swirling. He recognized that this was a pivotal decision regarding his future, demanding careful consideration. In the following days, Zhang Yun diligently examined the materials and introductions provided by the admissions officers, gaining an in-depth understanding and comparison of each university. He contemplated various factors, including his interests, professional direction, and the strengths of the institutions, ultimately arriving at a decision. A few days later, Zhang Yun called each admissions officer to convey his choice. He selected Fudan University, believing that its location in the vibrant city of Shanghai would provide him with a superior platform and opportunities for future growth. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's decision, the admissions officers expressed their congratulations and best wishes. They recognized him as a young individual with grand ambitions and remarkable talents, confident that he would achieve even greater accomplishments on his journey ahead. This fierce competition among prestigious schools culminated in Zhang Yun's decision, showcasing his talent and potential, while igniting anticipation and attention towards his future. In the days to come, Zhang Yun would embark on his academic journey at Fudan, where he would shine brightly on campus with his diligence and talent, becoming the focal point of admiration. On a sunlit summer day, Zhang Yun, along with Wang Xiaolin and Yi Anqi, sat on a park bench, surrounded by enrollment brochures from various universities in Shanghai. Their friends gathered around, each face reflecting a mix of excitement and anxiety. "Brother Yun, do you think we can truly find our future here?" Wang Xiaolin asked softly, her eyes sparkling with dreams of what lay ahead. With a gentle smile and unwavering gaze, Zhang Yun replied, "Linlin, as long as we put forth our efforts, we certainly can. Look, these schools offer the programs we desire. As long as we choose the right path, we will have taken the first step toward success." Wang Xiaolin chimed in, "I believe that selecting a university involves more than just considering the programs. We must also evaluate the school's atmosphere and environment. After all, we will spend 4 years of our lives there." Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging the importance of a holistic approach. They meticulously examined each school's introduction, scrutinizing details from faculty strength to campus facilities and from academic culture to extracurricular activities. After several days of thorough research and discussion, Wang Xiaolin and the others finally reached a decision. Due to Zhang Yun's decision to attend Fudan University and Huang Xiaolin's choice of Modu Keiji University, he firmly believes that the artificial intelligence program there will serve as the stage for him to realize his aspirations. Yi Anqi has selected Modu Keiji University, hoping to assist Zhang Yun in the future. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaolin has opted for Modu Ishu College, where she yearns to unleash her artistic dreams. The proximity of their institutions within the university town allows them to enjoy each other's company in the days to come. Chapter 94. Journey to Xiangjiang. Opening futures and U.S. stock accounts. After deciding on their university, Zhang Yun invited Yi Anqi to explore Xiangjiang, and Yi readily agreed. This time, She could finally spend quality time alone with Zhang Yun. Standing amidst the bustling streets of Xiangjiang, both their eyes sparkled with excitement. This journey was not merely for business. It was also an opportunity to revel in the splendor and vibrancy of this international metropolis. "Anchi, look at those neon lights over there. How beautiful they are," Zhang Yun exclaimed, pointing at the colorful billboards in the distance. Yi Anchi smiled in response. "Indeed, the nights in Xiangjiang are truly enchanting. However, let us not forget our primary task here. Rest assured, I can balance both work and pleasure," Zhang Yun replied confidently. Hand in hand, they strolled down the lively avenues, pausing occasionally to admire the sights around them. Zhang Yun often bought small gifts for Yi Anchi, and their faces radiated joy. During the process of opening their futures and U.S. stock accounts, Zhang Yun showcased his exceptional intellect and calm demeanor. He meticulously reviewed the relevant documents and terms, engaging in thorough discussions with the staff, ultimately completing the account setup smoothly. Watching Zhang Yun work diligently, Yi Anchi couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. She understood that not only did he possess remarkable talent and knowledge, but he also had a solid sense of initiative and execution. Once their business was concluded, they embarked on a shopping spree, traversing renowned stores and malls in Xiangjiang, acquiring many coveted items. Zhang Yun even purchased a luxurious necklace for Yi Anchi, commemorating their trip. As they shopped, they exchanged playful banter, drawing envious glances from passers-by. "Zhang Yun, what do you think of this dress? Do I look like a socialite in it?" Yi Anchi asked, holding up a magnificent gown in front of the mirror. Zhang Yun glanced at her and teased, "Well, you look like a socialite, but more like a noble woman from my family." Yi Anchi burst into laughter, playfully retorting, "You are the noble woman here. I certainly do not wish to be kept at home by you." They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere filled with warmth and joy. During their days in Xiangjiang, Zhang Yun and Yi Anchi thoroughly enjoyed the city's allure and beauty. They savored local delicacies, admired the night views, and visited many famous landmarks. Nevertheless, they did not forget their primary objective. In their leisure time, Zhang Yun would check the stock market trends on his phone, analyzing the futures market's movements. He understood that opening these accounts was a crucial step in his future investment plans. Though Yi Anchi was not well-versed in investments, seeing Zhang Yun's earnest demeanor inspired her to cheer him on. She recognized that he was an individual with grand aspirations, determined to use his intellect and effort to create a brighter future for both of them. On the eve of their departure from Xiangjiang, they found themselves by the seaside. The gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, and the waves lapped against the rocky shore, producing a melodious sound. Zhang Yun held Yi Anchi's hand tightly, speaking earnestly. "Anchi, during our visit to Xiangjiang, we not only accomplished our tasks, but also created unforgettable memories. I believe this will be a cherished chapter in our lives." Resting against Zhang Yun, Yi Anchi smiled. "Indeed, this trip has been incredibly joyful. I trust our future will be even brighter." They embraced and shared a kiss, their silhouettes appearing particularly warm and romantic against the night backdrop by the sea. Zhang Yun and Yi Anchi entered a renowned five-star hotel in Xiangjiang, hand in hand. The opulent lobby, exquisite decor, and attentive service enveloped them in an unprecedented sense of luxury and comfort. The receptionist greeted them with a warm smile, assisting them in the check-in process. Zhang Yun felt a surge of excitement as he held the room key. This was his first time bringing Yi Anchi to a five-star hotel, marking a significant milestone in their romantic journey. Entering the spacious and bright room, Yi Anchi gasped in awe. The floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the bustling nightscape of Xiangjiang, as if the entire city lay beneath their feet. Every detail in the room exuded elegance and comfort, making them feel right at home. "Wow, this place is absolutely amazing," Yi Anchi exclaimed, eagerly exploring the surroundings and caressing the soft linens and lavish curtains. Zhang Yun smiled at her, his heart brimming with satisfaction and happiness. He had always strived to provide Yi Anchi with a better life, and now he was finally able to offer her this experience of luxury and comfort. They spent a delightful night in their room, savoring the exquisite cuisine provided by the hotel, enjoying a relaxing soak in the jacuzzi, and admiring the night view from the spacious balcony. Every detail contributed to their contentment and happiness. That night, Yi Anchi finally entrusted herself to Zhang Yun. Similar to Wang Xiaolin, Yi Anchi found it impossible to resist Zhang Yun, eventually succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Zhang Yun awoke first, gazing at the still sleeping Yianqi with a blissful smile. He quietly got out of bed to arrange a special breakfast for her. "Good morning, my darling," Zhang Yun said gently. "Good morning," Yianqi replied, still a bit groggy, with sunlight filtering through the curtains. They lounged lazily in bed, relishing the rare moment of leisure. Zhang Yun tenderly kissed Yianqi's forehead, softly stating, "Anqi, I hope our love can be as beautiful and joyful as this journey." Hearing this, Yianqi's eyes sparkled with happiness as she embraced Zhang Yun tightly, responding with deep affection. "I feel the same, Yun. I love you. Now, we must do our morning exercises," Zhang Yun said playfully. Yianqi, initially puzzled, quickly realized what he meant as he pounced on her, exclaiming, "No, please." Afterward, they sat on the balcony, enjoying delicious food while marveling at the stunning scenery, sharing a romantic and delightful morning together. During their stay at the five-star hotel, Zhang Yun and Yianqi not only experienced luxury and comfort, but also deepened their bond in each other's company. They understood that regardless of the challenges and adversities the future might present, as long as they loved one another and supported each other, they would be able to traverse every beautiful moment together. Thus, Zhang Yun and Yianqi concluded their journey in Xianjiang. With hearts brimming with treasures and cherished memories, they embarked on their way home. They recognized that the road ahead was still long, yet they held steadfast in their belief that as long as they remained companions and endeavored together, they would surely reach greater heights, crafting a splendid life of their own. Chapter 95. Journey to the Enchanted City. For enrollment under the guidance of teacher Yang Lu, Zhang Yun and Wang Xiaolin embarked on a train bound for the Enchanted City. The carriage resonated with the joyful laughter of youth, as they shared their dreams and aspirations, as if the entire world lay at their feet. The train gradually departed from the station, journeying towards the land brimming with opportunities and challenges. Zhang Yun and Wang Xiaolin gazed out at the fleeting scenery, their hearts swelling with anticipation and excitement. They understood that this journey would become one of the most unforgettable experiences of their lives, and the very beginning of their quest to fulfill their dreams. As the train sped along, the silhouette of the Enchanted City grew ever clearer. This city, infused with magic, opened its arms wide, ready to embrace these young dreamers. They were about to embark on a new chapter of their lives, poised to craft their own legendary tales through sweat and intellect. As the train slowly pulled into the station of the Enchanted City, Zhang Yun and Wang Xiaolin disembarked with exhilaration, stepping onto this land rich with opportunities and challenges. Standing on the bustling platform, they beheld towering skyscrapers, the constant flow of traffic, and throngs of people. This was the Enchanted City they had longed for, a realm of infinite possibilities. Upon exiting the train station, they were greeted by senior students from various universities, ready to welcome the newcomers. They quickly located their respective school vehicles and parted ways, promising to reunite once their tasks were fulfilled. In September at Fudan University, sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on the stone-paved path, while the air was fragrant with the subtle scent of osmanthus. Zhang Yun, with his luggage in tow and a heart full of dreams for university life, stepped into this prestigious institution renowned both domestically and internationally. As he entered the campus, a cheerful voice called out to him, "Hello, are you a new student? Let me help you with your luggage." Zhang Yun looked up to see a girl in a white dress gazing at him with a radiant smile. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her eyes sparkled like two bright stars, and her lips curved into a sweet smile. "Yes, I am a new student. My name is Zhang Yun," he replied nervously, secretly admiring her beauty, as if she had stepped out of a painting. "I am Lin Wanner, a member of the student council, responsible for welcoming new students. Come, let me take you to check in," she said, reaching for Zhang Yun's luggage. Zhang Yun hastily intervened. "No need, senior. I can manage by myself. You lead the way, just look at how strong my muscles are." With that, he flexed his bicep, eliciting a cascade of laughter from Lin Wanner. As they walked and chatted, Zhang Yun discovered that Lin Wanner was not only beautiful, but also possessed a vivacious personality. She frequently interjected with playful banter. "Senior, you are truly impressive for starting to assist new students so early," Zhang Yun remarked sincerely. With a hearty laugh, Lin Wanner replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just can't sit still and want to contribute more. Moreover, helping newcomers is part of my duty as a senior." Engaged in their conversation and laughter, they soon arrived at the registration area. Lin Wanner assisted Zhang Yun with his enrollment procedures and then guided him to the dormitory. Throughout the journey, He was enveloped by her warmth and humor, causing his anxiety and sense of unfamiliarity to fade away. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Lin Warner pointed upstairs, saying, "Your dormitory is on the 3rd floor. Go ahead. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out." "Thank you so much, Senior," Zhang Yun expressed gratefully. Waving her hand, Lin Warner turned and walked away. As he watched her retreating figure, an inexplicable feeling surged within him. He silently vowed to strive diligently in this university, filled with opportunities and challenges, to honor his youth and dreams. On the campus of Fudan University, Zhang Yun walked with a lightness in his step, his heart brimming with unexplainable joy. He learned that Yi Anshi attended a finance university, which was merely a street away from Fudan. This unexpected discovery added a vibrant hue to his university life. He took out his phone and sent a message to Yi Anshi. "Anshi, did you know? Our schools are just separated by a street. This is wonderful news. I think we could shop for some necessities together and explore both campuses. What do you think?" Before long, his phone vibrated with Yi Anshi's reply. "Really? That's fantastic. I need to buy some things too. Let us meet at the entrance of the Finance University at 2 in the afternoon." Upon reading her message, joy surged within Zhang Yun like a spring, and he eagerly began planning their afternoon. At 2 o'clock sharp, Zhang Yun arrived at the entrance of the Finance University. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that this esteemed institution, on par with Fudan, radiated youth and vitality. Shortly thereafter, Yi Anshi arrived, wearing a fresh dress and beaming with a sweet smile, causing Zhang Yun's heart to race. Hand in hand, they ventured into a nearby large supermarket, bustling with people and a myriad of products. As they selected daily necessities, they exchanged stories about their campus experiences. Zhang Yun occasionally introduced practical items to Yi Anshi, who attentively listened and occasionally shared her insights. While choosing towels, Zhang Yun picked up a soft towel and said to Yi Anshi, "What do you think of this one? I believe its texture is excellent, and the color suits you well." Yi Anshi took the towel, gently stroked it, and nodded. "Indeed, it's quite nice. You have a good eye." Their eyes met, and in that moment, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. After their shopping was complete, they decided to explore the Finance University. Walking along the campus paths, they admired the surrounding scenery. The architectural style of the Finance University differed slightly from Fudan, but was equally steeped in an academic atmosphere. As they passed the library, Zhang Yun suggested they take a look inside. The library was filled with a wealth of books, and they browsed the shelves while discussing their reading preferences. After leaving the Finance University, they returned to Fudan. Zhang Yun showed Yi Anshi his dormitory and classroom, introducing her to some of Fudan's unique buildings and scenic spots. As they meandered through the campus, they inevitably attracted envious glances from fellow students. As evening approached, they sat on the lawn of Fudan, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun. Zhang Yun gazed at Yi Anshi's beautiful profile, his heart filled with happiness and contentment. He gently grasped Yi Anshi's hand and softly remarked, "Anshi, I truly feel fortunate to have met you. Our school is so nearby. We can often venture out together and share the little joys of life." Yi Anshi reciprocated by firmly holding Zhang Yun's hand, her face radiating a smile of pure happiness. "Indeed, I too believe we are fortunate. Spending my university years with you is the most cherished memory I have." Their gazes intertwined, as if they could sense the warmth and affection residing in each other's hearts. Having arrived in the vibrant city of Mo a few days earlier, with 2 or 3 days remaining before the start of school, Zhang Yun seized the opportunity to explore Mo with Yi Anshi. Chapter 96. Confronting the sales associate in the afternoon of the vibrant city of Mo. Sunlight cascaded through the clouds, illuminating every corner of this bustling metropolis. Zhang Yun and Yi Anshi strolled hand in hand along the spacious corridor of Honglong Plaza, surrounded by a throng of people and an array of exquisite merchandise, the air thick with the distinctive liveliness and clamor of urban life. Both adorned in fashionable attire. Zhang Yun donned casual, while Yi Anshi graced the scene in an elegant long dress, their presence capturing the attention of numerous passers-by. However, as they entered a high-end clothing store, they encountered an unpleasant experience. The store's decor exuded elegance and luxury, showcasing an assortment of fashionable brands. Zhang Yun and Yi Anshi eagerly sifted through the clothing, occasionally inquiring with the sales associate about styles and sizes. Yet, the associate's demeanor was notably frosty, even tinged with disdain. "These clothes are quite expensive. Are you sure you wish to purchase them?" She scrutinized them with a critical gaze, her tone laced with skepticism. Zhang Yun frowned slightly but endeavored to maintain his courtesy. We are merely browsing. If something suits us, we will certainly buy. The associate disdainfully shrugged and continued to rearrange the garments in her hands, seemingly uninterested in their intent to purchase. Yi Anshi also noticed the associate's attitude and tugged at Zhang Yun's sleeve, expressing her dissatisfaction. Let us leave. The service here is utterly poor. However, Zhang Yun did not leave immediately. Observing the associate's indifferent back, a surge of determination welled within him. He turned to Yi Anshi and said, Anshi, please wait here for a moment. I shall speak with the manager. With that, he made his way toward the store's office. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a middle-aged man, the manager, who appeared amiable and treated Zhang Yun with utmost respect. Sir, how may I assist you? The manager inquired with a smile. Zhang Yun pointed toward the associate, his voice firm. I believe there is an issue with your staff service. Her attitude towards us was exceedingly cold and even dismissive. I hope you can address this concern. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately displayed a look of contrition. I sincerely apologize. Sir, I will promptly investigate this matter and provide you with a satisfactory response. Following this, the manager summoned the associate for a stern reprimand. Her face turned pale as she bowed her head in remorse, her voice trembling. Yet, Zhang Yun was not inclined to relent. Witnessing her contrition ignited a sense of righteous indignation within him. He turned to the manager and stated, I do not wish to see this associate working here any longer. I request that you terminate her employment. The manager hesitated, aware that the associate had been a long-standing employee, making her dismissal a challenging task. Nevertheless, faced with Zhang Yun's resolute gaze and commanding presence, he ultimately nodded. Very well, sir. I will address this matter expeditiously. With the associate's situation resolved, Zhang Yun's mood slightly improved. He took Yi Anshi's hand and resumed selecting clothing. This time, the staff's attitude toward them had notably improved. Warmly introducing various styles and offering fitting services, Zhang Yun and Yi Anshi chose over a dozen outfits, each a significant investment. As they processed their payment, the sales associates' faces reflected admiration and envy. Zhang Yun, observing the change in their demeanor, felt a sense of pride. As they departed the clothing store, Zhang Yun and Yi Anshi carried an assortment of packages, their spirits buoyed by the successful shopping venture. Walking through the corridor of Honglong Plaza, they reveled in the satisfaction that accompanied their retail experience. Although the outing began on an unpleasant note, the ultimate outcome filled them with contentment. As night fell over Mo, the stars twinkled brilliantly, and the city lights began to glow. Hand in hand, Zhang Yun and Yi Anshi leisurely entered the Bulgari Hotel, as if stepping into another realm. The lobby, adorned with a dazzling crystal chandelier, reflected their radiant smiles, creating an enchanting atmosphere. The ambience here is simply splendid, Yi Anshi marveled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhang Yun nodded with a smile. Indeed, we are here to savor life. We must fully embrace the atmosphere. After completing their check-in, they ascended to the opulent suite on the top floor. Upon opening the door, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, and the suite's elegant and luxurious decor transported them into a dreamlike state. Wow, this place is breathtaking, Yi Anshi exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she surveyed her surroundings. Zhang Yun took her hand and led her to the floor-to-ceiling window, flinging it open to welcome a refreshing night breeze. Standing before the window, they gazed down at the mesmerizing nightscape of Mo, the illuminated city appearing particularly enchanting under the cloak of darkness. Behold, this is our world, Zhang Yun tenderly remarked, gesturing toward the view outside. Yi Anshi nestled into his embrace, basking in his warmth and assurance. She knew that with Zhang Yun by her side, she could face any challenge with courage. They displayed each newly acquired garment, each piece uniquely designed and crafted with superior quality, evoking an irresistible allure. Zhang Yun, witnessing Yi Anshi's beauty in her new attire, felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and fulfillment. Today has been utterly delightful, Yi Anshi exclaimed joyfully, although it began on a rather sour note. The final outcome was truly splendid. Zhang Yun smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, sometimes we encounter setbacks and difficulties, but as long as we uphold our principles and attitudes, we can certainly reap greater joy and satisfaction. The following day, Zhang Yun and Yi Anshi wholeheartedly indulged in the various amenities and services provided by the Bulgari Hotel. They savored exquisite cuisine, enjoyed soothing spa treatments, and swam in the hotel's pool. Each day filled with laughter and sweet moments. In addition to relishing the hotel's offerings, they also took the opportunity to explore the renowned attractions of Mo. They strolled along the riverside at Waibeta Bridge, admiring the stunning views along both banks of the Huangpu River. They visited Chungwang Temple and Yuyuan Garden, immersing themselves in the traditional culture and historical richness of Mo. Each excursion was a fresh experience, deepening their bond. Upon returning to the hotel that evening, Zhang Yun prepared a romantic candlelit dinner for Yianqi. He meticulously adorned the dining area of the suite with exquisite tableware and vibrant flowers, while also lighting an array of candles. Upon entering the dining room, Yianqi was profoundly moved by the enchanting scene before her. Zhang Yun smiled as he gently guided her to her seat and poured her a glass of red wine. The two raised their glasses in a toast, reveling in this rare moment of romance. That evening, Zhang Yun exhibited remarkable diligence, leaving traces of both himself and Yianqi throughout the room.